Hello everyone, this is Lacoste. We're here in Belgrade. This is the second day of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. We had a lot of action happening in these last 2 days, so I want to grab someone from my team to ask him a couple of questions. Hey B-Cop man, how you doing?
Oh, how you doing, Lacoste?
Let's shake hands. How was today?
It was good. It was really good.
Were there any unexpected picks that you've seen so far today?
Unexpected picks?
Yeah.
Abaddon Miero was unexpected pick. Really exciting to watch. Didn't think it was going to be enough of a cook, but they cooked it just right. Looked good.
Are people picking different heroes, or is it just BetBoom team experimenting a lot?
A little bit of BetBoom experimenting, but everything seems to be on meta. A little Lich here and there, but it's on point. Shadow Shaman, a couple picks. That might be a little bit out of the ordinary, but pretty normal so far.
What is your favorite team?
My favorite team is probably Yakult's brothers. Obviously, the Chinese bias is with me, so I'm rooting for them.
Guessed. Is there a specific matchup that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, Yakult against Spirit is definitely a good one.
What is the best highlight of the day that everybody has to see? Was there a specific play?
The way BetBoom played today is the highlight for me. There wasn't one exact moment, but I think the entire 2-0 over Liquid, definitely the highlight for me.
So it's been an intense day so far. 2 teams made it to the playoffs. 2 teams are packing their bags and going back home. Let's give the floor to both the winners and the losers.
Просто пришли в плохой индивидуальной форме, а индивидуальная форма сказывается на командной, как-то так все чуть-чуть, по чуть-чуть, и вот так вот складывается в плохую полностью игру.
Любую команду, я думаю, из топ-3 DPC можно получить, неважно. То есть турнир может по-разному пройти, поэтому посмотрим.
That's something we don't really think that much. We have a meme in the team, like we say that no matter if we lose, kkk, but like we know we are good, so it doesn't really make a difference, right? Against Aurora, I don't know if we were the underdogs for the bets. For me, we were clearly better, and it didn't make a difference, you know.
Очевидно, остальные команды, они практикуются постоянно, а у нас, так сказать, есть небольшой застой, и было очевидно, что другие команды будут нас сильнее. То, что мы вылетим на 0 ТАИ, этого ожидать, конечно, никто не хотел и не мог. Но как получилось, так получилось.
Не хотелось бы раскрывать все стратегии, но посмотрим, может быть, выйдет пудж какой-нибудь погулять с Виспом или Течис.
Честно, я думаю, формат вообще не влияет ни на что. То есть, да, можно сказать, что там, ты играешь там Best of 1, тем более ББ Тундры, как будто бы очень тяжело играть, но по факту, если ты играешь, как, будем честны, как боты, да, то тебе формат не поможет.
That wraps up day 2 here at FISSURE Playground. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for more exciting matches, and make sure to come on January 31st because we're opening the doors for the live audience. Get your ticket now and come join us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. You are here watching the official stream of the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. I am B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste. Lacoste, you look so professional in that video.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, great.
I'm a new host.
How many takes did that do?
3 to 4.
All right. Next time you're going to do it in 1 take?
Highly doubt it, but we'll have to see.
All right.
Not my best role.
I think so. I think you can grow into it. Maybe take Jenkins or Nat's job as a host. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm coming for you guys.
Yeah, trying to be a new host. Lacoste might take the job. And, well, the job at hand right now for Liquid and Paravision is to win this BO3 and go on to the playoffs. Liquid already had their chance, and now Paravision, they're going to go up against Liquid. 3 games. Who do you think is going to win? Early prediction.
Early prediction. I'm going to give a slight edge to Paravision.
Ooh. How come?
How come? Liquid, they looked so lost yesterday when they were playing against BetBoom team. They got completely dismantled. This was one of the best performances that we've seen, I would even say, from BetBoom. How well they were playing, the new strategies that they brought to the table, new picks as well.
Yeah, taking a look at the Swiss stage bracket, as you see already, BetBoom team and Heroic have qualified for the playoffs. And then you've got teams at 2 and 1. Those teams, if you win, you're in. It's Liquid, Paravision, Talent, Spirit, as well as Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators. Those are the 3 BO3s for promotion into the qualifying for the playoff stage. But then you've got Elimination Series on the bottom of your screen. It's going to be Wildcard, Tundra, as well as Yakult and Avulus, and then Aurora and Extreme. Chimera and Shopify already eliminated as of yesterday, and a little bit disappointing from those two teams. I kind of expected more from Chimera.
I thought they were going to be bottom 8, but didn't expect them to drop out immediately. I thought they might get a dub, maybe even 2 on a good day, but just didn't happen. And Shopify, they still have a lot of issues they do need to fix. And yeah, hoping for them to bounce back in the next tournament.
Yeah, it's a quick 0-3 for the two of those teams, and they're eliminated very early on. But there's still teams here to play, as you saw on your screen already, and it'll be interesting to see how the rest of today kind of fans out. And then we've got one more day of the Swiss stage tomorrow. As you can see on your screen, though, this is the schedule for the main stream, and that is the stream that you're watching, twitch.tv/fissure_Dota2_EN, and that is Liquid against Paravision. You've got Talon Esports against Team Spirit, and then Falcons against Gaimin Gladiators to round out the night, and that is the marquee matchup, Falcons against Gaimin Gladiators, as that's the most exciting, at least in our eyes, to watch. I think all 3 series are going to be pretty close to excitement in the day so far. Talon's been overperforming, in my opinion. They've got Makoto, who is absolutely dominating. It would be interesting to see how they move on and how that series goes. But on the other channel, that's twitch.tv/fissure_Dota2_EN2. You've got Wildcard against Tundra for elimination to start it off. Yakult Brothers against Avulus on the second series, and then Aurora Gaming against Extreme Gaming. 2 gaming rosters going up against each other last. And 3 of those teams are going to be eliminated. 3 of those teams will be 2-2 going on to another BO3. So a long road still for those teams that are 1-2, as they've already gone and faced elimination once. Now they've got to do it again and try and continue the road. It's very, very rough. But we do have the matchup of Team Liquid against Paravision on the main channel right now. That's
going to be the spicy one as well, because if you remember ESL1 Bangkok, this is where Paravision, they had a different carry, but they also beat Team Liquid, and they also beat them in the grand finals. This is the first tournament win for most of these players on Paravision squad, and I gotta say, they looked pretty good, and this is a team that has been improving over the years. Like, the core of the team is still the same with some like new addition, etc. But I think they've found their groove, they've found their play style, and it's working out amazingly for them.
Yeah, it's definitely working out. Both these teams 1 series away, but one of these teams is going to be, well, Liquid. If they lose today, they'd be going from 2-0 to 2-2, which is now you're going to be on your 3rd BO3 tomorrow if that happens. And
yeah, yesterday we were so enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Oh, they're 2-0. They have 3 more
chances,
potentially best of 3s to play. But yeah, Liquid, we can check their roster to see who's going to be playing. It's like, it's not a mystery, but we'll have to check it out.
Yeah, let's take a look at their intro. Team Liquid on your screen right now, and they went from 2-0 to 2-1. You've got Mickey, Nisha, Saberlight, Boxy, and Insania. Insania going through his Waluigi arc, I guess, with the facial hair. But he's been playing pretty well. This whole team, obviously, they started 2-0. It's definitely interesting to say so because it was 2 BO1s and then a BO3. So in the BO3, they're technically 0-1, and they've taken 2 games and lost 2 games, even though they've played 3 different opponents.
All right, so long story short,
as I extend the math and the statistics, they're doing well.
They're doing well, okay.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're 2-1, but they're doing well. Technically, game-wise, 2-2. It's all right. But, they look all right. And you know who also looks okay? Paravision. We're going to take a look at their intro and introduce you guys to the roster. Paravision there on your screen, and now they've got Satanic on the roster. Satanic was here at the previous Fissure event. He was here with Spirit at the time, and now he's here with Paravision, playing with No One, 9 Class, DM, and Ducalis. It's a strong roster, and I feel as though no one's kind of hitting that not redemption arc, because he's such a good player already, but it's that second wave of...
Pretty much. It's very hard for a player to come back because he's been on the top for such a long time, his VP era, and now he also like disappeared for a little bit. He was playing for some of the teams, and I think he found his groove after joining this team one more time.
Yeah, so we're here with day number 3, and remember, if you guys want to follow the channel, get behind the scenes, and join us on the playground, you can put !F into the chat, and you can follow us on all socials. That's Twitter, Instagram, as well as YouTube and Twitch. You can follow along and see some more content, and follow both streams to see all the Dota action coming your way, as we'll bring you into some Dota action with this first BO3. You can see it on the bottom right.
Wow, that was 50-50 and you nailed it.
Oh yeah, 50-50, big 50-50 there. But bottom right of your screen, and well, you'll see as that match will start in about 5 minutes, but we've got an interview with Ducalis coming your way, so let's take a listen.
I got Ducalis here from Parry Vision. Thank you so much for joining me before you head into your match. The biggest change for you guys is you have Satanic now. Obviously, you're laning with him as well. So what's been that biggest difference for you having Satanic over Chrysalis?
The biggest difference that every time I miss a creep on laning, like deny, after game he will annoy me, hit me, and try to get from me a lot of emotions.
Do you ever do the same when he misses a last hit?
No, because if I touch him, I'm gonna go to jail.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Is there anything that changes in the draft for you guys at all, or is it still pretty similar?
I think it's pretty similar. Just now, I think we're not stuck at the point where we need to play a lot around mid. We can also play around carry now, which I think is good.
All right, I look forward to seeing that for you guys. Ducalis, thank you for joining me. We have to head on over to Team Liquid and check in with them.
That's right. I'm here with Mickey from Team Liquid. Who are you going to blame if you guys lose?
I'm going to blame my coach, always. It's just draft diff if we lose.
Is that the point of having a coach, so you can just hold him accountable for everything?
Yeah, it's like a feel-good, you know? You don't blame yourself or any of the players, you just blame the coach.
Okay, well, we'll see if you need to do that. Good luck in the game.
Solid interviews there from both Nat T as well as Jenkins. And I mean, is it really the best thing for having a coach is you just blame them? Because you do have the option when you go into pubs, and if you could blame every pub on a coach, I feel like people would feel a lot better about themselves.
There's always an argument about whose fault it is, and it's very easy to blame it on a coach, blame it on the draft, as Mickey said. But yesterday, when Team Liquid played against BetBoom team, maybe they should blame it on the coach, considering that they had Jungle Enigma off-lane position for Slark at the same time. This is the first time I'm seeing a guy playing 2 different roles, but Boxy was very familiar. He was a menace in that lane. He was being very annoying, but yeah, Jungle Enigma, even though they had like some success, he was getting the farm on this Jungle Enigma. They gave a complete free farm to Gyrocopter, which was... they had a lot of different issues because of what happened in the off-lane. We saw some great ideas with the Io Marcy from BetBoom team that they had no response for, and also Io and Abba, which was even more devastating than the first combo.
Yeah, that combination was insane. When we saw it come out, it was after a non-ban. They had like a minute 30 coming into that final ban, and they said, you know what? We know we've won the draft. We won't even need to ban
anything. Such a Giga Chad move from BetBoom team.
Yeah, it really is, and they went on to pick that Abaddon, which looked very strong, and ultimately they won that series with ease. But now you've got a second shot here for Team Liquid coming into another BO3. This is a close matchup in my eyes, and I'm interested to really see how it goes, because now that you've come out of the BO3 for Liquid and the series went the way it did, I think last night you really needed to talk about how you're drafting coming into this one.
Yeah, Team Liquid is also a team that they had some interesting ideas. Like, this is how they try to counter the lane with the Gyrocopter, because Enigma, like, you need Eidolons to win the lane, and if you're summoning the Eidolons with the flat cannon, you're gonna die. So there was a nice idea coming out from Team Liquid. I was memeing a little bit about the Jungle Enigma. This is what needed to be done, or maybe put like safe lane against enemy safe lane. That was also done before in the past. But yeah, if we look at the 2024 results, it doesn't look too good for Team Liquid, because at TSL won Bangkok, they did lose 3-1 in the grand finals. They lost 2-0 in the groups at the Blast Slam. They also beat them 2-0. So Team Liquid seems like they don't have what it takes to beat Team Paravision.
Yeah, and Paravision, of course, coming in with a new carry, which is Satanic. I think a lot of expectations on this kid. And, well, if your expectations are on Paravision, you can vote in the chat with !P for Paravision. But if you believe in Team Liquid, !L. And we'll get your results as we get into the predictions for game number 1. So start your vote now, and we'll see what you guys think. Because chat started hot.
They did.
They had 4 points very quickly, I believe, on that first day. And they've only gotten like 1 point afterwards. Chat had it.
Chat is the biggest team. How many players or members do they have?
48,653,
nice,
to be precise. And this is the coin flip on your screen. Liquid won. They chose second pick. And, of course, we're still sticking with the trend of Radiant. Do you have an update on those numbers for Radiant Dire?
I can check it.
All right, well, as Lacoste gets to that, it's definitely been the trend. We'll see how this works out here for the side of Team Liquid. And as I was saying, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Satanic to kind of live up to the hype that he had. And
yeah, it's been going down slowly.
Yeah.
Yesterday when we did check the numbers, it was 66 against 33% or 34. Now it's down to 61 against 39 in favor of Radiant, of course.
Interesting numbers, considering. I feel like we saw... I'm trying to think. Did we see all Radiant victories? No, because BetBoom team wasn't Radiant in the second game, at least against Liquid, and they won, so they were on Dire. So the numbers start to even out. It felt very lopsided. Even the day before that, I know you said yesterday was 66%, but I think it was even higher the day before that. And now it's finally starting to even out as we get on into draft for game number 1 here. And Paravision, they ban out the Magnus as well as the Tiny. And then the bans for Team Liquid are going to be Nyx Assassin, Venomancer, Alchemist, and Monkey King.
Yeah, Paravision getting rid of these beefy boys, beefy initiators. Tiny so far looked extremely good from the mid lane, being played exclusively from the mid lane. 9 out of 10 wins. This hero has everything, and this is the hero that Team Liquid likes to use a lot. On the other side, Team Liquid did remove most of the heroes that 9 class likes to play. His Nyx Assassin is really a menace to deal with. His Venomancer as well, where he leaves DM alone and kind of jungles with the facet where you can put the snakes on top of you, the Slytherin facet. So you become another core. You can have like 6-7 minute mech coming out of the jungle easily. And this time around, Paravision will open up with Phoenix. This is the hero that they used twice on side of Liquid yesterday. And this is also DM's specialty hero because he plays it from the off lane.
Now we've got the Lich here for Team Liquid. We're seeing more and more of this hero. We've seen it be very aggressive. Kateomi had an amazing performance the other day with it. He was level 6 at 6 minutes with that Lich. And we've been seeing this hero maybe not paired up as much with, say, the Muerta, which we like that combination, but this hero just feels strong.
I don't like that.
You really don't like that?
That's your combo, no.
Oh, all right. I don't know. Every time I see it with the Muerta, or at least it gets banned against them with the Lich quite a bit as well.
It was the other way around, where Team Liquid yesterday, they opened up with Phoenix, and then BetBoom team picked Lich as a response, so seems like they learned something from that series. I want to see how they're going to be able to protect this Phoenix, because Lich is just a menace to deal with. This hero has everything. Good laning stage, you have insane amount of team fight, physical damage reduction, good scaling as well.
We've been seeing the 2-0-1 build for many Liches, foregoing the Frost Shield early to have Sinister Gaze. Tidehunter, an early ban there for the side of Paravision. We'll see what the final ban of the phase is here for Team Liquid as they get their one and only ban in this second phase. Lich against Phoenix is quite the opposition that we've been seeing so far. We'll see if they have anything maybe a little bit more evolved as we've gone on through this tournament. But they banned that Lycan, and we've been seeing a lot of Lycan bans. We were talking about...
It's a flex hero. It can be played across 3 different roles nowadays, mostly from the offlane and safe lane, but also some people play it from the mid lane because of the Alpha Wolves. I like it the most from the safe lane because you buy that Hand of Midas, you get that level 11 quite fast, and then you have those wolves that can kill pretty much any hero on the map.
Yeah, the Alpha Wolves, like you said, level 11, definitely the jumping off point for a Lycan, and very annoying, especially with, we've seen it against Phoenix as well. Phoenix Lich, like even Frost Shield doesn't feel like enough when you're going up against the Lycan. You just get run down.
It's way
by
too
these
much
wolves.
damage.
Yeah, the hamstring is just way too much. So we'll see how they want to get into this second phase of picks for the side of Team Liquid, using a decent chunk of reserve time, and you can see that rubbing of the forehead thinking process there for Paravision.
Radiant team pick.
And now they go into the Muerta. So
There's your combo, your favorite combo.
I think it's a really strong combo. You set up the dead shot with the Sinister Gaze, and with that, you're also setting up the calling. So you've got lockdown for quite a long time with the fear and the silence, and it makes things really difficult.
It gives you a lot of team
fight.
fight. You have the circle, keeps you inside, slows you down for the chain frost. It's a silence as well. Now, I don't know if Mickey wants to play. It's most likely going to be Boxy's hero. From position 4, these two are looking like a supports. There's some reasoning for Muerta as a carry if it's a good game for it, but most of the people don't want to toy with it too much because it has so many bad counters. And Clockwork is going to be picked up. Clockwork really good against both of these heroes. They have no ways of escaping. So most likely this is going to be Phoenix. They're not revealing anything yet, but from what I've been seeing, Paravision, they want to play this Phoenix from the off lane paired up with the Clockwork, so you have a really strong lane. That's a killer lane, and then you also have a sniper. This is some keen boys from, what was it called? Dota Underlords. You never played it?
No, I played a little bit of it, but you're the only one who remembers that kind of stuff for Dota Underlords that long ago.
Yeah, I like the game.
Do you remember the upgrade it gave you when you had 3 together?
Not really.
I don't remember either. I just figured you'd know, considering you were the one.
No, I just remember some of the things. I'm getting old, B-Cup.
We got to get you that Omega 8 so you can get your brain capacity up there.
Omega lol.
Earth Spirit getting picked with this Team Liquid lineup. Do you think this goes up against the Sniper well enough? Obviously, a hero that rotates pretty early on. You get level 6. We've seen how strong Magnetize can be on 3, 4, 5 heroes. It is devastating, but how do you think it does against the Sniper?
In the game, it's going to be good. In the lane, not as much. I also want to see rotations, try to pressure this Sniper slightly more. Do they want to pick up some? I was thinking maybe Centaur, maybe Dawnbreaker. Centaur would be my first guess because you can disengage against the Egg. You can find the Sniper. That's pretty easy. Not the best against the Clockwork, against the Cog, so it's not as effective, but still sometimes you have to take an L in one department. This is also a big one where you have another circle as well, so you have Earth Spirit rolling in potentially with the Dawnbreaker ulti, and this is one of the Saberlight's better heroes, I would say. It also allows you to break a lot of enemy combos, especially if they have a lot of team fight from now on. They don't, but they still have 2 picks to go.
It's a little bit of global presence with the Dawnbreaker. In my head, I'm thinking, would you ever go to, say, Spectre and have even more global presence in the draft as they pick up that Morphling for the side of Paravision? As we get closer and closer here to the playoffs, we're getting closer and closer to the LAN portion of this event in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. That's going to be January 31st to February 2nd. Type in !ticket to find out more information on tickets and get yourself here for the first LAN, the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. Tier 1 teams on your screen right now, too, on their final phase of bans.
So Morphling picked up, which also leaves potentially this Muerta to be a carry, but most likely it's not, because it's such a good matchup when we talk about these high edgy, high armor heroes against Muerta. But I haven't seen too much of carry Muerta recently, so most likely that's just going to be Boxy's hero.
Right.
And what they're banning out right now is that global presence that you did mention, this Nature's Prophet that Team Liquid likes to run.
Maybe we'll see the Spectre ban next, but for the Muerta safe laner, is it still so reliant on, like, I heard it a lot where Muerta, when you're playing it into the carry role, you're just playing for level 25.
You're not playing Dota until you get that 25?
Obviously you're playing 20, before that, but the big spike at 25 or 20 and 25 is, you're playing a pretty late game oriented lineup with Muerta carry.
I think this hero excels the most in the like mid-game, 30 to 40 minutes. When it comes down to super late game, this hero has way too many counters. Like, you're building the hexes, the stuns, refreshers, etc. So you're not going to be able to deal as much damage during your ulti. A lot of the times you would see Muerta getting kited. And now banning out Batrider. So this Clockwork can still go to 2 positions. They can pair it up with Morphling, or they can pair it up with... Because I think this is going to be Phoenix from the offlane. Paired up with either Clockwork, or if they want to run a different position 4 hero, 4/9 class, and he's been spamming a lot of different heroes. This guy plays pretty much anything. He's setting the trends as well with position 4 Ricky. He loves to play Marcy. He's a Pudge spammer as well. He's playing Zeus position 4, Leshrac, this Venomancer that we talked about. So his hero pool is quite different, and definitely not a standard position 4 pool. And there's that Marcy that we mentioned.
It's interesting the ban on the Marcy, because we were talking about it yesterday, where it feels like it is a huge chunk more effective, obviously, with the IO, but it feels like it's only viable mostly with the IO. Obviously, you can make it work outside of that, but that is definitely a combination to think about when you're working with this hero. We've seen it in the position 4 as well. Yesterday was it had one game in the position 4. It went sort of in that scaling support alley where you're going into the BKB second item and trying to be a part of these fights. We saw how difficult it can be playing against the core Marcy. It was devastating. BetBoom had it in the offlane role and was destroying a safe lane Weaver with an offlane Marcy.
That was insane to watch. Like, basically not having any silences. Yeah, there's that Spectre, that global presence that you wanted to see. It's completely gone. It makes Dota to play so much easier because you have these 2 heroes who can easily run in. Earth Spirit setting things up, Dawnbreaker ulti, he provides you with vision, and then you can jump with either Nature's Prophet or Spectre.
Yeah, just Shadow Step right on top of the sniper, take him out of the fight very quickly. But they get rid of both the global presence heroes in that final phase of bans. They've got 53 seconds to think about their final pick and kind of give us a better feel of where everybody's going. You were saying they were going to go with the offlane Phoenix, and they go to the Elder Titan here for Paravision. Would you ever think about going support Phoenix and offlane Elder Titan?
Yes, there is a chance because they don't have the last pick, so they're going to keep that open. DM is also a very interesting offlaner because he plays all of these different heroes. He's going to bang out some, Tidehunter, which is not the most popular hero. He's playing Necrophos. He has his Enigma up his sleeve, but also playing the Phoenix, playing the ET. So having big hero pool does really benefit this team a lot.
Yeah, we've talked about the hero droplets, the hero buckets, the hero puddles, the hero pools, and when you've got a big
hero pool. He has Hero Lake.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of heroes to choose from, and now 14 seconds remaining here for Team Liquid. Hopefully they don't accidentally pick up something in this last pick, but they go to the Phantom Assassin, so something that can jump, something that's certainly going to benefit from Solar Guardian from this Dawnbreaker when jumping in and committing into a fight. Do you think it's enough here from the Phantom Assassin to beat this lineup? As it is the offlane Phoenix, by the way, as they commit to DM on the Phoenix.
Yeah, this Phantom Assassin carry-to-carry matchup, it's not that good, considering the high armor on Morphling, of course, and Morphling will turn into Phantom Assassin, get that extra attack speed, get that chase potential, because heroes inside of Team Liquid are not that easy to kill. You have, in terms of control inside of Paravision, also not the easiest one to execute. You need the Elder Titan to use his Stomp, so they need to be in place. Morphling doesn't really provide you with much. You have Sniper with his Shrapnel, and pretty much the only lockdown that they do have is Clockwork coming in, keeping them inside with the cogs. So not the best one, but I'm also leaning slightly towards Paravision in this one. The EM, when he played Phoenix last time, he looked absolutely amazing on the hero, and I don't think Phantom Assassin is going to be able to... Like, this is a strong lane for Team Liquid, don't get me wrong. You have Phantom Assassin and Lich, a lot of slow, especially if Phantom Assassin decides to pick up some more early game-oriented items. We do see Blightstone, we do see Orb of Venom if you want to go for that chase potential, but also you're going to be playing into Clockwork, so yeah, this time around, what did the chat say? Chat
said Liquid, it's 63%
for Liquid. And yeah, I'm going to go against chat this time around. I'm going to go with Paravision. I've been listening to chat for the last couple of days, and it's not been working out amazingly for me. Only 2 points.
Yeah, you've only got 2 points. I'm going to go with Paravision as well. And I'm going to have myself Paravision. And by the way, I'm combining points with the Platypus, so we are a combined effort. And to make this work and always guarantee a point, the Platypus is going for Liquid.
He's going for Liquid as well?
It really covers all bases. It's really good when you have a team of 2 in 2 guesses.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Paravision, but that's okay. And yeah, we're going to hop into the game because it's about to start. And I think this one's going to be super interesting because of all the global presence that they do have, like the way they can set up the ganks easily on side of Liquid. So going to be very interesting. And it's also Satanic Morph. Satanic Morph, always a treat to watch. This guy just has that oomph. A little bit of oomph that you need to play the hero. And every single time I watch him play, no matter how bad of a lane he has, if he's like either winning or losing in the early stages, he always delivers in the mid game.
This is definitely one of the heroes that he got known for when he was coming up the rankings. But it is one of those things that when you've got those signature heroes, you always expect them to show up with it. And we're going to get into this game number 1 here between Paravision and Team Liquid. So we'll see how he does with the Morphling. And see if there's any first blood going for these Bounty Runes. Liquid kind of meandering up out of the high ground. Just for a moment. Battery Assault coming in from 9
nice
class.
Dodge.
Missed a dead shot, but Bloater Smash comes through. That slows down 9 class for a moment. The Battery Assault's about to run out, but the Blood Grenade, the Shrapnel down, Boxy low. One more shot. No one's going to get first blood and a double kill with the Shrapnel. And here come the tips around the horn.
Oh, God.
Dear.
This mid lane, it's going to be much easier for Sniper. He's already bringing classic
Wraith
to come.
Band, stick classic from Dukas.
And some tangos as well. But this is the starting build on Sniper that I really like, where you're going all stats. So, and also he did go for the ghillie suit. No scatter shot, which means that those shrapnels are going to last longer. Man, I could never play Morphling again. Like, it's just, I'm getting too old. It's too stressful. It's too many buttons to click.
Yeah. It's a lot.
It's like you're always on low HP and you got to be careful.
That's why I told you the story about how I got into Dota. I was pressing one button with Wraith King. Satanic hit by the dead shot. Fear back at his Saberlight as well as Boxy. But here comes Dukas, and he's got that Spirit. Satanic going to TP to the tier 1. So
if they kill him now, there's going to be
brutal.
some dead shot from Boxy. That's going to be a lot of recovery, but at least the mid lane is doing well. And how many bounties did they pick up? They also destroyed Observer, already 1k gold lead.
It's over.
1K
3 per minute.
First blood, 3 bounties, and an obs.
Oosh.
Okay, Dukalis balancing things out
by giving up his courier. No one. Not the experience lead that maybe he was hoping for at the moment, as it's already 3-3 for the Earth Spirit. But 2-2 there for the Sniper, now starting to even it up, and they're really hoping to make sure that they get everything out of this, as they want to start it off with the double kill to start and move from there. 9 class. Can he get this away from Insania? Making sure that the pull is not going to be available for this Liquid lineup, and DM on this Phoenix. We don't see many off-lane Phoenixes outside of like DM. We saw Seb play it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's been popular in pubs. People have been theory crafting with it, it's a strong off-lane hero, but you need to have a good position for with 9 class. Dropping low, but he is going to be fine. He does have a healing salve. Once you hit that level 3 with this off-lane Phoenix, this is where we're going to start to seeing much more trouble with the regeneration department on side of Liquid.
Right. Nisha taking some damage here as he was under the tower. But just a 1,000 net worth lead, as Nisha's going to go bottle up the water rune, and then no one's going to pick up the other one. So he resets the Wraith Bands, picks up the water rune, plays it pretty efficiently. Still just the 2 kills from no one in this game. But the lanes, overall pretty quiet. Like you said, though, Clockwork Phoenix can be a very killer lane. And as I say that, Insania getting chased, Battery Assault, but gets under the tower. Some damage being dealt here to the Lich. They don't really worry too much about Mickey either on this Phantom Assassin. Roll across the creeps. committing to get that range creep, but you could see no one just trying to put the harass on
He's going
Tanisha,
for it.
committing under the tower, and with the shrapnel, now no one's on a killing spree as he gets a solo kill on Nisha.
It's just the way Dota works. He got that first blood, he got that extra gold, all of these smaller items that he did buy, double raid band. He has the stick as well to replenish some of the mana. So solo kill, not something that we usually see. 3 minutes in, mid laners dying solo. He's a bit low on the region, but he is bringing some on the courier.
Now you just try to worry about maybe just giving up the kill right back, but immediately no one continuing to right-click down this Earth Spirit. Not doing a hell of a lot of damage, but doing enough. And like we said, a killer lane top is certainly feasible, and Insania finds that out the hard way by dying. And I believe Phoenix actually passing over a Tango to his support.
He's not getting harassed. And the build that you go on Phoenix is you go for Shiva's Guard. This is going to be like some of the faster Shiva's Guard.
No one glyphing the creep wave as he goes for the boulder smash to try and get that range creep. You were talking about it yesterday, mids having control of that first
You have to be the one using it. Nisha is going to be another one.
Jesus, getting sent all the way back. Under the tower, the commitment there from no one, but DM now dealing with these two heroes. Icarus dive, Frost Shield, DM low, but Mickey, he also can't fight into this. They've got the Battery Assault and the Cogs to surround Insania. A couple more right clicks, they'll get another kill onto him. He just showed up back to the lane.
All right, time for 9 class to give him back the tank that he
shot.
got. Uh-oh! That was a nice silence. Nice combination from Liquid. Gets them first kill on the board.
Yeah, that dead shot with the calling, when you ring the phone and nobody's there to answer, well, you find out the hard way and you end up dead on the Morphling. That is a rough one, but 2 seconds, he'll be back up. 26-6 and 25-3 for the top 2 CS heroes. That's the Phantom Assassin and the Dawnbreaker for Liquid. Despite the fact that the kills are 5 and 1, it's still going okay for the cores of Liquid.
It is. They are farming nicely, but they are giving away the kills. Lich is going to be the one suffering. Usually Lich is the lane winner, but not against what they've been playing into so far, because this is Phoenix, who's about to crack level 5, so that's going to be... Like, if he gets caught inside of the cogs, he's straight up dead. So look at 9 class.
Oh, gosh. Battery Assault. And Insania in trouble. Cogs are there. Mickey looking to come through with this one, but an Icarus dive and another kill. 9 class also on a killing spree. So the 6 kills are divided by 2 heroes. It's 3 on the sniper, 3 on the clockwork.
What is 9 class? Did he miss his class at 9?
No, it's a class that comes after 8.
Oh, I see.
Which is...
Another shrapnel. Nisha's bottle will be refilled. You can see how much Nisha is getting pressured. He has double his net worth almost.
Kalis putting the sentry down. That was a ward recently placed by Nisha there to help him kind of figure out and have the vision of the lane.
Liquid was ready for this move. They even brought level 5 Dawnbreaker. Boxy was stacking, making sure that they pick up the rune or try to grab some kill in the bottom lane.
The D wards right now from Paravision have been on point. And you could see a lot of creeps there for Dakalis to get a little bit extra. Right-click, oomph. And Saberlight's going to go through and put some hurt onto Satanic. But Dakalis is coming in with an extra 63 damage on the right-click. They also get Nisha's Courier. 9 class, he's level 4, 6 minutes into the game. It's not the Kateome 6 at 6, but they also get Satanic again here, and that's with the Deadshot calling combo once more from the Huerta. That's certainly the way to do it. You don't let him shift. He's going to die.
This is such a deadly combination. This is the killer lane for Liquid, but speaking of killer lanes, yeah, Insania, dead one more time.
Who's going to get it? It'll be DM this time. He's level 6. Going into the Veil first. So Saberlight, a much better lane than we saw. Obviously, the Enigma, which was Jungle Enigma, but that game wasn't that bad for him in terms of farm. It just, you know, when he had to commit to the jungle, it left pure free farming on the gyro. But this is just a solid game for him. Definitely going better than the Axe game yesterday.
That's for sure. And this time around, they don't have to stack for him as much. Also want to see who's going to be clearing those stacks. Maybe they need to give it to Nisha, considering how bad of a game he's having right now. Mickey definitely can't clear it yet. Not until he gets Battle Fury.
Hero win rate on your screen for the Phantom Assassin. 8 picks, 4 Radiant wins, 1 Dire win, so 5 for 8. Didn't 5 for 8, some number. I missed it. My math isn't good enough to remember. But Mickey forced to jump out of the cogs. Icarus dive. Solar Guardian, they're going to commit with the Supernova, so you come through and Starbreaker onto a 9 class, but the battery assault stops that from really being too effective. Magnetize being committed here on a no one. We'll see if they get that kill. The dead shot lands. They get the kill to 9 class, but they lose Saberlight. Ducalis is the one who gets credit for that kill, reapplying the Magnetize, looking for the roll, trying to get another kill on a no one, or, well, take away the killing spree on a no one. And they'll reapply the Magnetize again.
For the 15th second.
It is so long. Think about the
is in trouble now.
But DM's coming over. They're looking for the Assassinate onto Insania. Maybe they're going to Icarus dive and throw some Fire Spirits onto this Lich and get this kill. But so far, doing a good job of disco stepping.
Yeah, problem is he doesn't have Boots of Speed. Isha. Eventually, he's going to die.
9 class gets that kill. DM and the Lich will high five. Icarus dive finally finishes off Insania, and that will be 2 more for Paravision. This has left Satanic unchecked as Saberlight went top with the Solar Guardian.
The map is opening up so much, so it seems like Saberlight
stacks
is going to be taking those stacks, and the first item of the choice is going to be Echo Saber for him. There are different ways to itemize Dawnbreaker if you feel like they have a lot of magic. You need an item in between where you are going for some like Blade Mail. 9 class is Invis, level 5, and he's going to catch him. He waited until those creeps died and will secure the kill on Satanic. This is pretty big.
Yeah, Satanic getting that kill and taking out this Phantom Assassin who desperately wants to find anything here in this lane. But it's 11-3 and a 4,000 net worth lead as Paravision starting to pave the way to getting to the playoffs and getting to the LAN portion of the event, which you can come watch. Just put !ticket into the chat. And you'll get more information on getting tickets. Joining us here in the luxurious Serbia, or Belgrade, Serbia. Joining us at the Saba Center. 5,000 net worth lead at 10 minutes into the game is pretty brutal. A lot of stacks.
This is what Liquid does. Yeah, they're always stacking a lot. Even when they're winning the lanes, when they're losing the lane, Boxy is always the one there on the top. The one who's really struggling is Nisha. He was unable to find any of the kills, use that Magnetize, but needs a little bit of extra help. He doesn't have a single item.
Look at his net worth. I mean, 9 class almost has more net worth than the mid. He's going Axe first. When you're having a game like this, why not?
He has 60 gold. He can go for nothing, nada right now.
Well, yeah. Well, he'll lose some of that 60 gold.
Well, at least he got an earn charge. This is one of the coolest changes that we had. I'm a big enjoyer of the earn.
It's not feeding or griefing if you're getting the earn charge. Icarus dive and the Fire Spirit burning Mickey. Whee!
That was so close. If he had a different neutral item, he would have died there. That extra stats from the tree actually saved him.
Extra attributes. Ducalis also level 6. Don't have Chain Frost available on the Lich. Everybody has their ult except for said Lich. Only level 4, 12 minutes into the game. They're really going to need that next Wisdom Rune to the 14-minute mark.
This is going to be 13, 14-minute Shiva's Guard on DM.
Oof. Brutal.
Nobody's going to kill. They don't even have the heroes to kill the egg. They have good way of protecting the egg with Clockwork, with Shrapnel, ET, one of the better ones out there.
Yeah, you set up a sleep. You're at least getting another second or so in terms of protection. No one continuing to just farm for free, and he's not even the top core on his team. He's actually the last core on his own team, despite his lane being immaculate. Saying so, Assassinate comes in, and Ducalis will get credit for that kill. Both supports wanting to not allow no one to get into a larger killing spree.
They're still pressuring Anisha. He can get to the creeps. He can farm. Look at where no one is. Near the tier 2 tower as Sniper, knowing how tanky he is, rest of the team ready to back him up. I just don't see the play that Team Liquid has. They need that level 6 on Lich. Insania still very far away from it.
Satanic continuing to farm for free, and Saberlight is level 9. He's having quite a good time, but you can see 4 heroes here for the side of Paravision.
Thank you for the stacks, boys.
5 with Satanic right over to the side. They're going to take this stack. They've got the Shrapnel as This is going to be even more gold to go in the way of Paravision. They're leaving the entire side of the top part of the map open, but they know that they're just so far ahead that they're going to try and squeeze the map out in different ways. It's leaving Mickey to go and get closer to this Battle Fury, but the struggles of this Phantom Assassin and the struggles of this Earth Spirit for sure are showing.
It's still going to be a relatively good timing on that Battle Fury. It's just the rest of the team is also not doing that hot. I think they need to use Saberlight because he is the most farm hero. He just finished off his Echo Saber, Echo Saberlight. He's going to be ready to go.
Needs to join in with that Solar Guardian, play aggressive, maybe a roll Magnetize, just to get the ball rolling. You really gotta get Nisha involved, and I think Magnetize, whether or not you're behind, is a decent spell to go with.
Nothing to jump to. Creeps are coming, though.
They are coming, but they do have Hookshot waiting for the creeps to come and jump over. He won't follow this up, but they've got the Veil, the Icarus Dive away. Look at this damage onto Boxy. The sleep while he pierces the Veil. The Assassinate flies in, and Satanic gets the last hit with the waveform as that Assassinate hits.
And they're doing it from the distance.
They marked it up.
You have Hookshot, you have this dive from Phoenix, ET with the sleep, Hookshot, maybe some sniper as well. So very difficult. And what is no one building into after finishing off Maelstrom? He wants to pick up Shard of his own. So that's going to be a good way of disengaging against Phantom Assassin, jumping away from Dawnbreaker and Earth Spirit.
Icarus
Ian is
Dive
playing so aggressively.
with the Veil, just so much damage on Mickey. If they had the hook shot, maybe a little bit of a follow-up, he could have just been dead, but they TP over, expecting maybe a further jump from Paravision. Drums picked up for Takalis, and 9 class behind the tower. He'll pull these creeps away, and they're going to smoke up as they're forced to. They want to go for DM. They want to get him inside the calling, but the hook shot comes through. The Chain Frost is there. Can he get his Supernova off? No, he can't, but Mickey Box and Insane are already dead. Saberlight's going to be next on the list. And the calling was all right. It stopped the Supernova, but the rest of your team is just getting wiped out. The Magnetize committed onto Satanic. Saberlight finally falls. Nisha having to roll back up to the high ground. A 4-for-1 is not the trade you want to make.
You got that Phoenix before he could get the net off, but at what cost? This was just a disaster. Ducalis lands 2 or maybe even 3-man splitter. They disappear immediately, and the rest of the team, they're going to have more than enough damage. This Vlad's, when you have Morph in the team, he always builds into Vlad's pretty much, so everybody else is life-stealing, is having that extra damage. Now, Manta Style completed. Team Liquid, they're in a lot of trouble because in the next 2 minutes, I expect Paravision to go for Roche as well. On Dire's side, they do have more than enough sustain, more than enough damage.
We'll see if they make that move. Didn't use Supernova in that last fight, so what they could do, theoretically, is maybe go, fight, Supernova, win the fight, take out 2 or 3. Like you said, go for Roche. I mean, they could smoke if they really wanted to.
There's also Amplify damage in the top, so could pick that one up and go for Roche.
There it is for no one. Yeah, I think Roche is just an anytime option for Paravision at the moment.
They don't have to rush it.
Yeah. Hook shot, Cogs, Icarus Dive, Nisha dead.
My God.
The damage is just so quick.
And also the execution. They're pressuring 2 towers at the same time. These are 2 tier 2 towers we're talking about. So that's gone.
Sunray.
This is going to be
no
another
back
one.
To high. Health and Mjolnir.
They know exactly where Team Liquid is.
Coming through. Not just yet. He's got that recipe flying out to the secret shop. He'll get that full Mjolnir soon. Wisdom Rune picked up by 9 class. He doesn't have as much farm as Nisha.
Look at this
anymore,
tower.
but
No one is
definitely-
addressing
nobody's coming over. There's just 2 illusions hitting away at it. Half the health of this tower is gone.
Creation, Water Boy.
Ocean Man. Completely just pushing in. Long are the days of the Ocean Man meme for Morphling. Hook shot. And with the shard, just trying to survive a little bit longer, but it's not going to matter. Saberlight eventually will die to the Assassinate of no one, refreshing it. We're also going to get the Phylactery soon to the Morphling, and there is that Hyperstone purchased on the Courier for no one, so that full Mjolnir will come through, and they are just moving as a unit cohesively through the map to shut down everything that Liquid has had.
Have we seen Chain Frost?
Yes.
Maybe in the fight where they killed Phoenix?
Yeah, I think so. Quick Mjolnir.
Now this was not just rushing Mjolnir, he also picked up the shard in between. No one having pretty much the perfect game, 4, 0, and 9.
Foxy piercing the veil, assassinates, and that will be a dead Muerta, missing the dead shot. Senya's gonna die here too. So they get 2 more kills, both supports falling by the wayside from Liquid, and it's kind of spilling over for them. Tough game if you're this dire side Liquid. It is a 14,000 net worth lead, and it doesn't seem like this train is stopping any time soon.
We're getting closer to that 1K per minute, and then it is officially over. Satanic. I mean, their heroes also don't have that much of a comeback. Mickey, he's farming okay. It's just that they don't have enough Damaggio, considering how many items they have, and also Power Vision. When they decide to dive in with the Phoenix, I'm not sure who's going to be killing that egg, because if they use it one more time, everything they had in the previous fight, the rest of the team is going to be ready to clean up.
If and when the Phantom Assassin does get to that Sanjin Yasha BKB, I can see them wanting to take a fight there, because I think that's just going to be one of your only timings to kind of find a fight and maybe take a couple of heroes. It just seems so much of wishful thinking.
Yeah, this is 5-7 minutes ahead without PK dying, we're talking about.
Yep.
They don't have a single tier 2 tower. Roshan is going to be in the top for another 30 seconds, but seems like they want to kill it on Radiant side, because they have an outpost to TP2. Maybe they also want to get a pick off, because right now I see Power Vision, 2 supports. They are smoked.
Truthfully, they can kill somebody themselves. It's a question of whether or not they're going to find them, as they are grouped up. Mjolnir armor is there. Geomagnetic Grip gets the silence onto this Clockwork, but the hook shot after it wears off. Saberlight's going to be dead immediately. Not the guy you want going in first, considering you want to work with his Solar Guardian. Boxy low, but not dead just yet. They will go in with the Geomagnetic Grip as well as the roll of the Magnetize. There's the buyback from Saberlight. They go to the Supernova. Still trying to get the kill there onto the Muerta, but the egg is not being touched, and they're going to get the kill on Anisha. Chain Frost bouncing around back to No One over to 9 class. It gets the kill onto No One. Now they'll get the kill to 9 class, but Mickey's dead. Buyback coming out from Boxy. They'll look over at Insania. They're going to Sunray and burn out, melt out this Lich. The roll in from Satanic. He turned into the Earth Spirit. They've got the silence with the Geomagnetic Grip coming through onto Saberlight, but that Starbreaker immunity is not going to be enough. Boxy ends up dead. Full team wipe here for the side of Paravision. Ultra kill for Satanic.
They killed 7 heroes, B-Cop, and they're ready to close it out. I think it's too late for Liquid. Let's see, 5,000 damage, turning into Earth Spirit in every single fight, and casting better spells than Earth Spirit, actually. They did kill Sniper, but again, at what cost?
Yeah, they killed. It was the Chain Frost that finally looked good, bouncing from No One to 9 class multiple times. It's not enough.
I know there's going to be a comment after this game is, why did they let Satanic play Morph?
Gonna definitely need an answer. Oof. God, Mickey. Now working on the BKB, and they're actually gonna give them a bit of a reprieve as they back out of the base. 9 class looking for a high 5. Instead, eats a concussive grenade from his own sniper. Looking for the BKB, he'll have that with the concussive grenade, and then getting onto this sniper is going to be very difficult, and sticking on him with the Phantom Assassin. The win, yeah. I mean, I'll take your words. This even feels generous.
2%.
My favorite milk. 2% milk.
So you're telling me there is a chance for Liquid to win this game. They're going to go for Roche now. They could have gone for that Roche so long ago, but they were too busy destroying the tier 2 towers.
7 kills.
Getting multiple kills, exactly. 20k gold lead. Now they're going to take Roche. Satanic going to pick it up.
Gives Liquid some time to breathe. Boots a travel for DM, and well, we see Nisha close to the BKB. And no one back to farming. Okay.
Wants to finish off his BKB.
9 class. Oh. Was it Saberlight who spotted him, or him that spotted 9 class? Either way, Saberlight's dead.
It's just very difficult to play Dawnbreaker into Clockwork, and we can see why. Like, even if you do have a shard, it's still not going to get you out of the cogs. Combined with +1 hero, you are going to die. Satanic wants to go for the high ground. DM keeping in with Boots of Travel. They also don't have the buybacks. They use 2 of those. And they also don't have gold. The only one who has buyback on Dire's side is Lich, which is not going to be the most impactful. He dies in 1 adaptive strike from Morphling.
Certainly with that Conda. Hurricane Pike being built there for Satanic. And with the signature hero of the Morphling, he has had a pretty perfect game despite the early deaths. Well, he just really didn't hold back this Paravision team because of how well the sniper of no one did. And honestly, that top lane was pretty aggressive too. You called it in the draft that it was going to be a pretty killer lane, and it certainly was. Thinking about the Assassinate, forcing Bo3 to pierce the veil. They'll shrapnel down, and they are going to get a kill here on a
Nisha kicked Bo3.
Bo3 dead, Saberlight gone, and Sanya falling into the grave. They're going to buy back and look to get the control onto Satanic. They take out the Aegis. Maybe you're in a little bit too far, but they're going to have help from everybody else. Supernova used. Roll, and the Earth Splitter, the Silence, the Boulder Smash, and the damage on Anisha. It's not going to matter if he's in your fountain or not. They will wipe the team out. Paravision will take game number 1 over Team Liquid with the utmost ease.
Yeah, this look, the way the game started, they had the double kill for no one, which did allow him to get a solo kill on Tanisha. 3 minutes into the game, they picked up 3 bounty runes, and they also got an Observer Ward kill. I think during the Dream Leagues, we had the interview and talked about, like, with the players, how important it is. Like, what's the comeback chance if when you pick up 4 bounty runes when you get the first blood? I think, like, the chances are less than 10% to win the game. It's that impactful.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is quite the impact, especially minute 0. Technically, yeah, if that happens.
You're getting that extra stats, you're getting extra regen to the lane, and also you can see the boys. The MN9 class, this Phoenix plus Clockwork combination, they ruined the lane completely. They were unable to kill Mickey, but they were able to kill Insania multiple times, and that one kill where 9 class was camping on him was just beautiful to watch. He knew exactly where he's gonna come from. He traps him inside. We didn't really feel the impact of the Lich, which we do say a lot that he is a lane winner, but it just didn't happen in this one. And coming into the second game, I think Team Liquid, they have a lot of issues to try to fix quickly because man, Paravision, the way they draft, the way they set up their lanes, it looks so dominant.
Yeah, it really was, and now you got to think about giving up this Morphling to Satanic. And they gave up this sniper early on in the draft. You really need to figure out what you're willing to give to Paravision, as now Paravision 1 game away from getting that advancement into the playoffs. And if they do so, that's Team Liquid going down to 2-2 from 2-0 and losing back-to-back BO3s. But getting ahead of myself. Paravision only winning game 1. It is a BO3, so there is, of course, that opportunity for a comeback that you didn't quite have in those BO1s in the beginning of this. But you could see, man, Lich 0-11 struggling to even exist.
Compared to support on the other side, Ducalis, we didn't mention it, 4-0-22.
That's
as
crazy.
Position 5, not dying a single time. This guy has been playing, like, he's been very high rank for a really long time, and I'm really glad that he found a home for himself. MVP, gonna be Satanic, 17,000 damage, 20,000 net worth. After dying 2 times in the lane, didn't die a single time afterwards.
Yeah, the dead shot calling combo that was able to get him silent so he couldn't shift. He ends up dying twice, but other than that, they got him free farm when they started moving around the map. No one was able to really do as much as he wanted to in that mid lane, especially with it opening up so early on for him with that solo kill that he got onto Nisha. And it was quite an amazing game there from the side of Paravision. They are 1 game away from going on to the playoffs and potentially that LAN portion, which you guys can join us at if you type in !ticket. Buy yourself some tickets to come to the gorgeous Belgrade, Serbia. Join us for the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. That's January 31st to February 2nd. Think about it, because I think it's a good, fun time here on the playground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good time. And, well, we're going to come back with a good time with the Dota going and resuming soon. But we're going to leave you some highlights. We'll see you in a bit.
Всем привет, это адекватный FISSURE Playground Dota. Мы с вами находимся в Белграде, в Сербии. Здесь готовы поговорить прямо сейчас с одним из самых обсуждаемых, сильнейших мидеров Dota 2. Это No One. Let's go! Привет, еще раз, Вов. Наверное, прямо сразу хочется тебя поздравить с камбэком вот на Олимп, да, так называемый. Победа на мейджоре — это то, к чему ты, наверное, стремился последние 6 лет. Расскажи свои чувства, когда ты поднял кубок. Наконец это случилось? Как это у тебя внутри? Что происходило?
Честно говоря, у меня мало было эмоций. Даже после победы на следующее утро просто было приятнее жить. Не потому, что я привык выигрывать, конечно, но просто вот так вот. Работа и теперь. Просто работа закончилась успешно. Вот.
Да, там последние 5-6 лет карьеру можно описать вот такой дугой, когда ты был на Олимпе высоко, да, допустим, 2018 год, где вы выигрываете там последний мажор Куала-Лумпур. А что тобой двигало, какая у тебя была мотивация все эти 5 лет продолжать трудиться, несмотря на то, что не все получалось?
Личная мотивация — доказывать себе, что я могу, доказать себе, что я еще могу играть на том же уровне, на котором я играл, потому что очень многие люди так не считают, а я хотел показать, что можно. Это раз. Второе, мотивация, конечно, выигрывать и быть чемпионом просто. И играть на хай-тир уровне, потому что мне очень нравится именно профессиональная эта игра. То есть мне нравится быть на турнирах, мне нравится тренироваться под турниры, и мне нравится быть в команде. Вот мы сейчас букем провели, еще неделя очень крутая была.
Самый главный вывод, который ты сделал, вот пройдя такой большой путь последние вот несколько лет, что нужно сохранить в себе, чтобы все-таки прийти к конечному результате, там, к высокой цели вновь?
Я бы сказал, меняться, наверное, каждый день надо просто. И становится
подстраиваться.
Если раньше можно было быть бухать пивко перед игрой, ну не перед игрой, а за день до, то сейчас не прокатит, тебя снесут, скорее всего, задроты, просто без шансов. И тиммейтом нужно быть классным, и в время вне игры тоже быть приятным человеком, как бы очень много составляющих, и при этом поддерживать себя на самом высоком уровне именно есть от роли, конечно, зависит, но именно микроскилле, вот.
Мне кажется, в твоих словах присутствует только такой скромности, потому что вот тебя по факту называют одним из лучших лидеров прямо сейчас, и это не мнение одного человека, а тебя называют коллеги так, говорят, что сейчас...
Да, потом, когда я будет называть, что я худший, это классика.
То есть мнение будет меняться?
Дота мнение всегда очень быстро меняется. Я Тора, я помню, когда он выиграл 2 инта, тоже почему-то мусором называли в пабликах, я типа смотрю, думаю, ну, ребят.
С Кристаллисом вы выиграли мажор.
Да.
Ты довольно тепло отозвался после ухода Кристаллиса, назвал его очень хорошим игроком. Все-таки почему нужно было сделать эту замену?
Это была не вынужденная замена, просто Алан появился буквально там после Нового года, через пару дней, нам пришли спириты и сказали, что есть такая опция, он сам захотел, и мы начали думать об этом.
Это было желание Сатаника поиграть с вами?
Это было желание Сатаника поиграть с нами в первую очередь, да. И, ну, то есть он его проявил, как бы мы об этой возможности узнали и начали думать. Конечно, мы думали еще перед Бангкоком, у нас у команды были вопросы, потому что нам казалось, что у нас трио коров, возможно, немножко не стакается. То есть у нас все коры очень сильные, классные тиммейты, но именно чтобы выигрывать в хай-тир 1 доту, там у Фальконов, у BetBoom, у Spirit в прайме, нужно что-то добавить. И мы все на этих мыслях сошлись, но неожиданно выиграли турнир. То есть мы сами, мне кажется, мы не сильно ожидали, прям, что мы можем прям топ-1 занять до турнира. То есть мы топ-3, да, как мы и занимали все эти, но как будто нам чего-то могло не хватать. И когда вот Алан появился как бы у нас перед глазами, мы начали об этом думать, и мы очень как будто быстро приняли решение, что это должно быть только усиление для нашей команды, потому что, ну, там очень много как бы вопросов игровых, которые Ремко мог не делать на керри, потому что он реально круто играл.
Окей, Сатаник пришел, успели ли вы что-то поиграть, хотя бы обсудить игру, КВшки, что есть?
Мы играли неделю кланваров, честно говоря, результаты просто поражают, и меня это страшит, потому что обычно, когда
слишком
так
легко,
слишком много выиграли, мы проиграли 3 игры, наверное, 24 где-то, и мы играли против супер топ-тим, и меня это пугает, потому что это обычно нехороший знак. Но я говорил людям, давайте хоть проиграем пару раз.
Все, спасибо большое.
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 of the Swiss stage here at the FISSURE Playground Dota 1 tournament, brought to you by FISSURE. I'm BCOP, joined here by Lacoste, ready to bring you some more action here in the Paravision Liquid matchup, and Paravision taking game number 1. Dominated game number 1, to be honest.
As simple as that.
Yeah, it was really as simple as that. Liquid got to go back to the drawing board because this is going to be a tough one. They are one game away from being on the brink of elimination in the next series. And Paravision, they're feeling good. We saw them after game number 1. They got up from those seats and they were relaxed as it's ever been. That's for sure.
They look good. And I also liked No One's interview because he seems so mature. The way he talks about Dota, about his motivation to be playing on the same level as he did before, proving people wrong. And also why Satanic joined, because they felt that even after winning the tournament with Crystallis, they needed a little bit of a boost. It came down to different playstyles that they do have, and we can see that Satanic is fitting like a glove for this team.
Yeah, definitely fitting like a glove. If you had to make a prediction this early on, I feel like you'd have Paravision in your top 4 of the tournament. Who else would you put there with Paravision?
I would I would go with BetBoom team. They're my top contender to take the whole thing. I would put Team Spirit probably as well, and Heroic. And these are my guesses.
Okay, I respect it. I think that's pretty much the thought process here for everybody as we've seen the days.
It might change over the next couple
Always
of days.
Subject to change. Yeah, after the tournament, we'll ask you again, see what your top 4 is. Anyway, the coin flip on your screen there for Paravision, who had choice, because I think it's the coin flip for game 1 and then they go game 2 and they swap. So Radiant for Paravision, and then it's going to be second pick for Liquid. We've talked about the win rate here for Radiant's side, and it is definitely been favoring that way.
Yeah, most definitely. Radiant just overall feels better, and this time around they are going to be choosing Radiant for themselves, so we are almost ready to start the game. And the way the previous one has been played out, especially in the draft, because I think this is going to be very draft reliant between these two teams, because we've seen yesterday when Team Liquid was playing against BetBoom team that BetBoom team thought that they outdrafted them immediately. Like before the draft even ended, they knew that they already won the draft, and it really showed, especially in the second game. In this one as well, this Earth Spirit didn't really work out. It was considered to be a counter to Sniper in the game, but he got shut down so early on that he was unable to achieve anything. Even though Saberlight, he had a great time from the off lane, unable to connect to these two spells, and no one was very slippery as Sniper.
Yeah, you were kind of talking about it during the draft, right? You said if they get in even out of the lane, Earth Spirit can do well, but the lane's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it didn't expect it to be as much of a struggle, but that first blood, this is a very weird way to play with the mouse upside down.
I was going to say, do you think that works? And, well, maybe you think it does work to the point where you're going to vote for !L for Liquid in the chat, or !P for Paravision in the chat. We'll see what your thoughts are as we get towards the prediction after the draft. Last game it was 63% for Liquid, and maybe the chat not feeling that confident anymore.
Chat was a little bit biased, but we'll see. I think the numbers are going to be lower after what just happened, because Paravision completely dismantled Team Liquid in this game number 1. Also, one of the rare occasions where we see position 5 being last pick. This was 23 pick ET, and for a good reason. Ducalis completely owned that game, 4-0 and 22. 0%. All right, we're getting there.
Early predictions. Paravision left on our screen at 100% to the Liquid 0, but we'll see it even out. A lot of people coming in with Paravision early on. I like this little live look at the, it feels like a stock ticker. You see it going up and down, see who will come out on top. Yeah, we talked about, because you're talking about the final pick being for the position 5, but we did talk about that during the draft, how that was left open because they didn't have the final pick. You said there was the possibility of seeing the ET go to 3 with DM in that position because he's got that hero lake, and they ended up going to the Phoenix. So I wonder if they'll do something a little bit off meta, I would say, because that's not stock meta, right, with the Phoenix off lane?
Oh, definitely not, but I'm really glad that Team Liquid decided to ban it out. Some of the other openers that Paravision tend to do is straight up pick up Morphling. They also love to pick up Gyro because it is a flex pick for them, and they also love to run Enigma when they pick Gyro, so that there isn't that lane counter as we've seen.
Ducalis having a bracelet with his name on it, with the beads. Wonder who made that for him. That's a good question for the host. I would like to
write it down because you're going to forget it. Text them right now.
I already forgot.
One of the best questions I've ever heard.
Yeah, very Dota related. You know, it's one of those cute things. Who made this for you? Did you make it for yourself? Dragonite as the first pick for the side of Paravision. We talked about how strong this hero is and the fact that it does get banned out in the first phase pretty often, but it's the Lich this time that takes over a spot and the Phoenix that takes over a spot.
So they're still going to respect the Lich as a counter to Dragonite because most of the damage coming from the Dragonite is that physical damage, which can get pretty absurd once you get to his item timings. Mask of Madness, Armlet, SNY, or a BKB. And let's see how Team Liquid is going to respond to this. Beastmaster immediately. They want to be able to secure the lane for... Because Beastmaster is such a strong laner. It also fits the playstyle of Team Liquid. It's also one of Saberlight's better heroes, I would say, because Team Liquid, as we've seen in the previous game, they are going to be stacking a lot, and what better than to clear the stacks with the Beastmaster. But we've also seen Paravision invading the enemy triangle 10-11 minutes in, clearing some of those stacks, playing super aggressive on the enemy side of the map.
Razor getting banned by Paravision. Beastmaster timing, usually about 13 minutes if you're going straight Ags. We've seen 2 different builds where it's Ags first item, but I think what we've been seeing a little bit more of these days is the Helm.
Into
Ags, but we have seen Helm straight Overlord afterwards. It depends on, of course, the matchup and how that's going. So there are 3-ish ways on how to build that up. The DK, we'll see where that ends up going. I know the last game we saw it, initially we thought it was going to be safe lane DK, ended up being mid Dragonite.
Most likely going to be played by Satanic, seeing what they are also banning out. They want to secure his lane, because mid Dragonite, he does build into slightly different items than the carry Dragonite, where you're building into some like Hurricane Pike, which could be good against Razor, of course, to be able to break the link, and it's also a bad matchup if you are staying ahead as Razor. So I think this is just going to be Satanic Classic. He was the one who pioneered this newer build with Mask of Madness and Armlet.
Ban the Monkey King. We have seen how strong this hero can be. Was it Makoto who was on the Monkey King who dominated the other day?
It was.
Just using that simian stride to jump around and really make life a living hell once they got to, I think it was as early as level 4 or 5 that they were moving around the map, seeing opportunities to get kills, leading with that Boundless Strike. But of course, getting banned out here in the final ban of the phase, the only ban of the phase for Team Liquid will be Sniper. So they don't want to give that back to no one. They already saw how strong it can be. Why not get rid of it? It's something we talked about post-game in game number 1. You need to get rid of the Sniper based on its performance in the last game. You really don't want to give it up. And that's also with them assuming, of course, like you're saying, Satanic on the Dragonite.
10 seconds remaining.
It also makes a lot of sense considering which heroes Nisha has been playing so far. He's been playing Tiny, which is banned. He's been playing Earth Spirit. He's been also playing Earthshaker. So these are all melee heroes, which they don't tend to do well into sniper matchups. So most likely there's going to be something similar coming out from Nisha. Right now they need a support. I don't know if they want to straight up pick up Muerta again. I wouldn't mind seeing Muerta paired up with the Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, that's not a bad combination. Throwing boars and hawks at somebody or using those axes as well. Just having that dead shot to pull them back your way, and they end up going to the Bat Rider, something that was banned in the final phase of game number 1. Bat Rider, definitely an aggressive hero. See where they ultimately go, if it's going to be with the Beastmaster or their carry.
2 heroes so far for Liquid, and both of them have BKB piercing abilities. So it makes the game a lot easier to play, which also means that this Dragonite might not even pick up a BKB, might opt to go for SNY instead.
Enchantress coming through. Seen some Enchantresses go Spellbound facet recently. Want that extra oomph on enchanted targets. End up going to the Clockwork too, so not afraid to go back to the Clockwork, play aggressive. How do you feel about this being the support duo?
Can be very aggressive. Like these 2 heroes, when they group up 6, 7, 8 minutes in around the mid lane, heroes are gonna die. You can always scout things out. You are very good at protecting the runes as well for your mid laner, which we saw was very important throughout the tournament. In the previous game, not as much, considering that no one played Sniper, but taking away runes from the enemy mid laner can mean a lot. There was a game yesterday where GPK was also relying on the runes every single time he had something cool that he showed up in a fight. Clockwork, not the best hero against the Batrider because you can get bounced back. He has the protection of his own with the Firefly, so I don't know if they want to run this Batrider as a position 5 just to have something against that Clockwork, to have a little bit of extra protection for the carry.
Right, well, we'll see what this next pick is for Liquid, probably giving us a better idea.
Maybe they are looking for that Nature's Prophet. I'm just thinking how they're going to be able to deal.
Ooh, so back to the Enigma idea. Could you just go mid?
They love jungle Enigma.
Well, I was going to say, couldn't you just go mid DK and now pick up a Gyro?
You could, yeah.
And then you're almost forcing
jungle Enigma again. Yeah. Insania is also position 5 Enigma player. This is something that he really likes. So not sure if there's a case for them to pick up some Beastmaster in the mid lane. I think this is going to be offlane Beast, position 4 Batrider, 5 Enigma.
And they go Lycan, so Lycan at level 11, it is going to make Enigma's life pretty miserable. Makes everybody's life miserable.
It's also DM's hero, so he could play it from the offlane. Doesn't necessarily need to be carry. They have a lot of options left on Paravision.
Mm-hmm. Well, as they finish off and get into this final phase of bans, don't forget that as these teams go into the playoffs, they are going to be joining us on the LAN portion of the event, which takes place in the beautiful Serbia, Belgrade, Serbia, and it's going to be ! ticket in the chat. Get more information on how to join us at the first Tier 1 tournament of 2025. You'll be seeing a lot of great players, a lot of great Dota, and enjoying the event space as well. It's a very fun tournament. Join us on the playground, guys, as we are inviting and welcoming to all
5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid and Paravision in these final bans. Pangolier getting banned out. Saberlight, one match on the Axe, which was yesterday, he lost, as well as that Enigma game, but he does have a win on that Lycan. Not exactly the biggest analytical statistics available. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not many games. It's a
small sample size.
Thank you. Small sample size is what I was getting at.
So banning out Invoker, seems like both teams are looking for a mid laner. As we suggested, DM has been known to play these summon heroes. It's always been his specialty. From the off lane, these Beastmasters, Enigmas, Lycans.
Would you ever think about going safe lane like in these days? I know Sylar back in the day loved it.
People play it across 3 different roles. They don't have the overall last pick, but I could see them pick up something different for No One. No One doesn't strike me as a guy who would play Lycan from the mid lane. So Pango's gone. So far, he played only 3 heroes, Templar Assassin, Sniper, and Pango. 2 of those are banned out. And I think going for something like Templar Assassin is a little bit too much physical because you already have Dragonite, you already have Lycan. So you need some kind of a mixed damage from the mid lane, some magic damage.
If you had to guess, would you think that DK is leaning more towards mid? I know you're dead set, it feels like, on it being played by a Satanic, but if you had to maybe look at it.
I just think they need magic damage because right now the way they can itemize is we've seen some like Crimson Guards later. We saw Crimson Guard on Enigma yesterday when Saberlight was playing it. Could be the same thing. Like it's very easy to itemize. You're building these Heaven Halberds, you're building Solar Crest, which buffs up your team by quite a lot. And this would have been a great pick. I really love the Timber Ban because you are playing into Dragonite, you are playing into Lycan. As we said, it's mostly physical damage, even though there is slightly bad matchup against the Clockwork. There's some pure damage from Enchantress, but overall for the game, it would feel really good if they could have gotten their hands on that Timber.
Tidehunter as your final pick. It still kind of leaves the draft a little open with some questions here. Where you want to put everybody? But the Tide last pick, I like it. Love his shard, by the way.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just trying to find a hero that's gonna be
5 seconds remaining.
able to go through all this stankiness. We're talking about Lycan, Tide, and Dragonite.
Not a lot of reserve time left. Let's get that back up there. Earthshaker. All right.
Choose your hero.
I'm not convinced by the Earthshaker pick. But it is off lane Tide. It's going to be safe lane Satanic Lycan. Mid DK. Gallus on the Enchantress with 9 class back on that Clockwork. Then it will be, like you said, that position 5 Enigma with the off lane Beastmaster, 4 Batrider, mid Earthshaker, and the safe lane Luna. Not a hero we're seeing a lot of, though, Luna.
No, but they also picked Tidehunter into Luna, which is considered to be the lane counter to Tidehunter, where you have this mixed damage, and especially nowadays where you are maxing out your Lucent Beam with all the changes that did happen to Luna over the last year or so. So you can definitely get the kill in this lane, but I don't know if they have enough. I'm just looking at these beefy boys. There was also a similar game that we were casting on the first day with like multiple refreshers. I believe it was Falcons who were in that game, losing that first game. So Earthshaker, Enigma, Beastmaster, if you get to some like super late game timing, because overall their team fight seems much stronger than what Paravision have, and they also have slightly longer cooldown. But yeah, Paravision, they also have long cooldowns on Shapeshift, on Dragon form, and also on the Tidehunter's Ravage. So I'll give a slight advantage again to Paravision. I like the way they rounded up the draft with the Tidehunter as well. I think this lineup is a bit slow because you have Dragon Knight from the mid lane as well. He's going to pick up the Blink Dagger. Damage is more static than what we had in the previous game. They don't have that explosive damage that they had in the game number 1. So yeah, I'll go with Paravision again.
Okay. So you're going to go with Paravision. Chat, completely opposite this time. 63% on Paravision. And you've gone Paravision. I'm going to lean Paravision as well.
Hey, how'd you get to 4 points?
I got Paravision last game.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I
thought you went with Liquid.
No, the Platypus. Plaxico went with the Liquid, and we'll do so again so I can control both points. I'm going to go Paravision. Liquid there. Your Paravision. Chat's Paravision. I can catch up to Chat in this game. Actually, no, I can't, because if I get it right, they get it right. So, still have 6 points.
I think you should stop doing math on Stream B Cup from now on.
It was a quick thought. You know when just the no filter before you say something, and you realize
you have that
as you're saying it, it's something as stupid as possible. Yeah, I wouldn't say a lot, but 80% of the time we're still doing math here, and getting into game 2 with our amazing observers, Roland and Stubborn. Let's get into it. Wolves are going to be annoying. And Smoke's going to be used here by Paravision. As we take a look at the facets, it will be Alpha Wolves there for the Lycan. Overprotective Wisps for the Enchantress, so not the Spellbound one. Anything really standing out at you here?
No, pretty standard stuff coming out from every single hero. Kraken Swell, which means that you are going to get that permanent damage block when getting a kill with Kraken Shell. Alpha Wolves are the big ones. We talked about it, and you can already see Satanic going for the same item build that he's been doing in pubs, going for Power Treads, and then picking up Hand of Midas. He wants to have that XP. Talent are really good on Lycan. Most of the time, you will go for the 2 right talents, and then I see a bit of a switcheroo, so you're getting that Howl armor reduction. The big one is level 15 as well, 350 HP on the Wolves.
That one always
makes them
makes
unkillable.
me chuckle. It really does. It really makes them kind of insane. And actually, speaking of Wolves being unkillable, one was killed by the Eidolons early on there by Insania. See how Nisha does this time around. I just don't think it's another game where you are really allowed to... Okay, that was some long melee range there from Nisha. But I was going to say, I don't think you're really in a game where you can kind of find yourself sacking Nisha's lane again. Because last game, they sacked it pretty hard, and he was never able to find a way back in.
I think it's different when you're playing Earthshaker, because Earth Spirit... the
courier dead.
Boxy is going to kill Satanic here. Satanic will deny his own wolf. There's going to be a lot of summons in this bottom lane. Ducalis can take over the creeps.
Boars this game.
Yep. Eidolons as well.
Pretty intense amount of summons here, and we'll see how the lane goes for Satanic on the Lycan. Lycan, I just remember the days of Sylar playing this Lycan. 9 class. Just getting body blocked a little bit by Mickey, who played the Phantom Assassin the previous game. 9 class was such a nuisance on this Clockwork previously. So he'll get a couple of CS there.
The reason why Luna is not as popular anymore, because this hero during TI was one of the better carries that we've seen, especially when paired up with something like Treant Protector or Clockwork, a killer lane, very difficult to kill, is the changes to level 20 talent. Those 2 Moonglaze fired on Lucent Beam have been replaced by 110 Lucent Beam damage.
Big changes. See if the Luna is effective in this one. So far, though, pretty quiet. Definitely way quieter than game number 1, where no one had a double kill to start the game off.
Yeah, it's going to be a slower game. Seeing what Paravision drafted for themselves, this is a lineup that needs a little bit more time. Dragonite wants to pick up his Blink Dagger. Tidehunter, some Vlads into Pipe build, I believe, is going to beat this game because there's so much magic damage. A lot of the times you would see Mage Slayer, but this time around, I think he needs to protect his own team, so we'll go for the Pipe, but I also like the Vlads. 9 class. Also, we're not going to be seeing that super aggressiveness that we've seen in game number 1 because he's paired up with Tidehunter, which also means that there's not going to be that much of a kill threat. And there are summons as well from Insania, so that damage from Battery will be shared between all of them. Got him.
Mickey's Courier tried to go back, but that was the misstep that caused it to die to 9 class, who's continuing to be a nuisance with these creeps. He's got himself 5 CS already. Tide's got 10, but you could see Mickey doing way better and way more comfortable in this lane. Like you said, it's not really the killer lane that it was previously for 9 class with the Phoenix of DM. But he'll have the Tide, and we'll see how DM does with this Tidehunter, already level 3. You said the Luna's the pretty big counter here, especially when they focus more
Not if
on
the lane is like this.
Lucent
If we're
Beam,
talking about, you know, not having pool open, not pulling the creeps so that he can get the farm, and now he's playing into like 5 Enigma, which doesn't put any pressure whatsoever on Tide, so he's going to be completely fine getting to that level 3, 2 points in Kraken Shell, basically not receiving damage from anything other than Lucent Beam.
Yeah, so should be able to stay safe in this lane. It makes me wonder if they're going to send the Clockwork to play aggressive elsewhere.
And look what Ducali's got. Ogre, Vampire Mage, who just died, but that extra shield makes a lot of difference. You can't really initiate, so yeah. First Blood, probably going to be around like 5-6 minutes. More likely around 6 minutes when they group up around the mid lane, both supports, to try to secure the 6-minute rune. I don't see Luna dying. Never mind. Never mind.
Boxy getting first blood, even with the extra armor onto Ducalis.
I mean, Ducalis just straight up died. He could have lived. He had 10 Magic Wand charges, and he had Lotus, so a bit of a misplay from here.
Yeah, definitely could survive. Maybe saving it for a little bit later.
No.
Well,
you did not want to give away First Blood.
Yeah, not really the exact response that you want. They do have Batrider coming through towards mid, but not the easiest hero to kill. Looking for a high 5. This is leaving the Beastmaster alone. Getting just some solo farm there, which is something that maybe I assume they'll do with the Tidehunter. Flame Break, 5 stacks of Sticky Napalm. Finally, a TP comes out. They think about turning this back around as Ducalis comes in. But both supports rotating over, and now they find Nisha. They'll go to the Enchant. They'll slow him up. They've got the Whirlwind to pull him back in. And now they've got Nisha dead to rights. That's a great move there by the Enchantress. Using that Hurricane, I believe it's called, to pull him back and get him into the cops.
Yeah, nicely done. Saberlight's putting a lot of pressure into this bottom lane. Does have Catapult to work with. Satanic dropping fairly low. When Batrider shows in the bot lane, there is a possibility for them to maybe grab a kill on him. Boxy, again, trying to go for the stack, but Ducalis already, he knows, and he wants to secure that 6-minute rune. Nobody from Team Liquid did go for that 6-minute rune, even though they have Earthshaker.
Solo lane right now for Satanic. He's happy to have the experience. He's dealing with the fact that he's quite low health, and you can see that Saberlight is 40 and 11 already. Satanic not too far behind. He's just trying to keep up at the moment and find himself getting to level 11. We've talked about how strong of a point that is for the Lycan. What's the biggest differences here for offlane and safe lane Lycan?
We see most of the time from offlane Lycan going for Helm of the Dominator / Overlord, and then you try to maybe pick up the shard so that you can always push out the wave, get that extra gold. But yeah, then you start to itemize as well for the same thing. Sometimes we see like some drums, etc. But yeah, you want to get some of the big items. Even go back for the Echo Saber, Insania.
So both supports TPing in. Actually, it's not both supports. It's the Dragon Knight coming in. Okay. Well, Wisdom Rune and a kill.
Look at where lane is. He did push the lane in the mid lane, so that also means that he doesn't care too much about losing any of the XP and can easily go back to the mid lane, so nothing of value has been lost for no one.
You can see the farm really coming in for Saberlight, and he's got that Axe queued up, the timing about 13 minutes when you're looking to get that Axe first item for the Beastmaster. Flame Break goes into the ult, but there's the Primal Roar. He is running now and gets far enough away with some speed. He's still burning a little bit, but eventually will send those wolves the other direction. Boxy not working with a lot of health here, but pops that salve. Saberlight already used the Primal Roar. They've got the vision with the wolves coming over and checking in on him, but Boxy might even look to turn this around onto Satanic, who shows up again.
9 Class is backstabbing.
Ducalis, he's in some trouble, but 9 Class comes over. Battery Assault as well as the Cogs with the wolves. They should be able to get a kill here, and will on a Boxy. They still can't kill Ducalis, who's got that heal. And that is a good job there by Paravision, bringing both these supports over bottom, especially when you know you can leave this Tide alone. Satanic really playing with fire there. He was quite low during that entire exchange, and even looked to come back over at some point.
They'd survive, that's what matters. Insania. Yep. These guys, they love Jungle Enigma, don't they? Just from a different position right now. Level 4.5, 9 Class. Still trying to find something in the bottom lane. That extra slow, it's not gonna be enough.
This Clockwork, and you see it all the time, the boots windlace to start. Just so fast. 405 movement speed. Dead Courier for Saberlight. There's that Midas recipe for the Lycan. They're going to see that these stacks are here, and eventually you got to think about, well, what can you do to try and steal these? Maybe bring 4 heroes over, or both supports in the DK. Or maybe the Tide shifts over, you throw a Ravage, then he's in the area, you go for those stacks.
We're gonna see a lot of split pushing, a lot of ghost pushing as well with all of these summons without showing in the lane, without getting yourself in danger to die.
Yeah, a lot of summons indeed in this game, and I summon you guys to put !ticket in the chat to get more information, to come join us in the beautiful Serbia Belgrade for the Tier 1 LAN start 2025. You can see no one having an easy time. He sits top of the net worth now. Satanic at level 7. He's got that Midas to work with. No one's going into the Blink Dagger. Nisha, Dragon Tail, Flame Break only pushes him over to the side, but now 9 Class is here with Ducalis. They'll use that Rocket Flare, but can't get close enough for the enchant to slow down this Bat Rider. And they don't have Hookshot, no level 6 for either support, which means they couldn't close the distance and potentially go for a turnaround play.
This also leaves alone DM in the top lane, who's getting a lot of XP. He is level 8, almost level 9, about to finish off his Vlads. This item feels so good on a Tidehunter, gives you that extra armor, gives you that extra little bit of a mana regen that you desperately need to be able to continue to farm up with your Anchor Smash, and also Lifesteal. The turnaround potential is going to be there. Saberlight, or El Saberlighto, is getting scouted by Satanic's Wolves. He got 2 of them already.
Oh, the Wolves taking these Ancients. Gosh. Almost got another. Bit of farm for him. Gets those treads. He's just sitting here bottom, continuing to farm. The Blink Dagger's on the Courier for no one. With that next Elder Dragon form, we could expect him to move over, and he was able to get that Blink Dagger a little bit quicker because he went into the triangle of Team Liquid and took a couple of those stacks. He moved over and got himself some extra gold. He's still sitting here second to the net worth. The Luna here at the top hasn't been bothered in the top lane, but you could see Luna all the way deep inside the jungle, not really in a spot to be ganked unless they really want to search far and wide inside that outer area of Team Liquid.
Vision wants to find the kill. They have Ravage available. They do have Dragonite with the Blink Dagger. Scan did connect for a second, so they know exactly where somebody is.
Blink
they thought it was going to be Luna, but only going to find position 5, which is going to result in probably getting a tower for Vision. Mickey, he's already gone.
Shows over mid, so he comes from the outside of the jungle, comes back over mid, and they're going to try and get the jump here onto Satanic. It's the flame break into the totem, and if they need that Echo Slam, they can use it, but it doesn't look like they need it at the moment. Goes into the Wolves, shape shifts, Blink Dragon Tail, now putting the damage onto Boxy. Wolves go the other way, leaving Boxy, well, spotted by one Wolf, and the other going after Nisha. They get the kill on a Boxy. Satanic's Wolves get that, and now they can follow Nisha with the other Wolf, and they have this Dragon Tail eventually available for no one if he gets the mana for it. Will pop the wand, now has the blink, doesn't even need it. 9 class gets the kill, and they will get both despite the fact that Satanic died.
And DM tipping Satanic because he split the wolves. He did put one wolf on each hero. This is so annoying, and he's getting closer to those level 6 wolves. There are level 5 right now.
Very close. And those wolves will continue to be a nuisance. The one shining light here for Liquid is the fact that they have not lost Mickey, and he sits top of the net worth. Saberlight, 500 gold away from this axe, so about that 13-14 minute mark, what we talked about for him grabbing this item.
Big items coming up on side of Liquid. As you said, Mickey continues to farm up in the jungle, didn't join anything yet, but there is Blink Dagger on Boxy, 13 minutes in. Nisha about to finish his in 300 gold. This is going to be the big timing for them. Pick up that Blink Dagger and Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster, try to go for a smoke, and maybe even take Roche if it's going to be smoke on the bottom side of the map, because they already killed the tower there, so might look for something else.
Hook shot with the lasso onto the Dragonite. They go to the Eclipse. Soaking it up is no one, and I say soaking it, but he takes a lot of damage. The Dragon Tail's thrown out. The Fissure's perfect. They'll get the kill to no one. Now they'll look over to Kalis. He has the Wisp healing him up
around him,
but a Gush and maybe a Ravage going to be forced, but the Black Hole committed on a DM. That'll lock him down and give them the time to get the damage out and get the kill here on a DM. The Primal Roar is going to be onto this Clockwork, so that's going to set up a 4th kill for the side of Team Liquid. Pre-blink from this Earthshaker, they didn't even need it. Boxy ends up dying to Satanic, but at the end of the day, Liquid will take that hand over fist. I mean, this is really well done there.
They were so ready for that, and yeah. First time Mickey joining a fight, popping that Eclipse, dealing almost 3,000 damage in the previous fight. Satanic was on a different side of the map, but even if he sends the wolves, he can still be very, very helpful in the fight. And that's going to be this.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is just ridiculous.
That's the second kill he got with the wolves, because he got Boxy just a moment ago, and now he gets Insania with the wolves.
Dire are scanning.
That's disgusting. And they're going to look for some sort of play here with Nisha and the Blink Dagger. You know, you said Mickey joined the fight, but they were the ones going for the Luna. And it happened to be that the Batrider had the Blink Dagger to go blink Lasso to stop the DK from putting that damage on to the Luna.
This is a bit of a difficult kill to get, considering that Nisha is alone there, needs a little bit of
Saberlight?
extra. Saberlight dead.
The Wolves? Yeah, I'm scared to say that you're right, but he finally kills the Wolves.
He has Aghanim Scepter, and he also rooted the Wolf who wanted to root him, so it's insane what these summons can do. And now we're talking about the summons, Skelly Bros as well.
Fissure, Lasso, but even the Seeds of Serenity, Ravage used, and the Echo Slam committed, but here comes no one. They get the kill to Boxy. They're going to look over at Nisha. They do not have Black Hole. Try to TP out.
Nice done by
Nisha.
Pops
One
the
right
magic
click
wand,
away.
Strength Treads, and manages to TP out DM.
Blink.
They're still not done.
Dragon Tail, Gush, the Wolves hamstringing Mickey. Fine. Earthshaker wants to TP out. They'll get the life of Luna. They're happy with that.
Man, Lycan, what a hero. Like, people were experiencing Lina. They were complaining about Spectre as well, but this is the newest trend, where you are playing against Lycan with Alpha Wolves, and you just can't do anything.
Oof, gosh. And Satanic is super effective with these Wolves, because I have seen some good Wolf play, but man, this is... He's got these Wolves following every hero. Just like you guys should follow the channel, !F into the chat. You can follow us on all socials. That is Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, and more. Get behind the scenes action of the Fissure Playground as, look at where Bo3 has to go. He has to go on the cliff. 9Quest is gonna die here, but Bo3 is forced to sit on the cliff and basically go, shoo.
This also revealed the ward. Uh-oh, El Saberlito.
Yeah.
He's very dead here.
Wolves are here, and so is Satanic.
I think it's time to go for Roche. They have more than enough damage with Vlads and also Alpha Wolves. Let's see what the Ducalis is also going to bring. Mage Slayer picked up by no one, so magic damage that they do have on Beastmaster, Shaker, Batrider, and Luna is going to get reduced by that Mage Slayer. Really love that build from the mid lane, where you're going for the Mage Slayer, going for a different itemization that you're going from the safe lane, because you know that most of the right clicks is going to come from...
Oh my,
no way!
You just head to Black Hole Wolves!
The best support in the game right now. I'm trying to think something that's not going to die to Lycan Wolves. Here we go. Dark Willow with the Shadowrun, so you can TP out. Mirana back on the menu.
He just had to Black Hole Wolves.
Abaddon 5. Here we go. Something that just doesn't die.
Oh no, more Wolves. Nisha. Oh God. There's nowhere for you to go. The Wolves are just... It's so annoying.
It's also a bit of a mix of a build when it comes down to what he does when he plays Lycan.
Can I... Dead. Yeah, dead. Can I get an update from chat? I really want to know what they're saying about black holing 2 Wolves. Because that is... I don't know if I've ever seen a black hole used like that.
No, definitely. I mean, I've seen some missed black holes, but that doesn't count as one.
Or you accidentally get a wolf?
Because he saved himself.
That is so crazy. I'm flabbergasted.
And they have transformation.
Don't have black hole this
please.
time. Oh, somebody give this guy a break. Who would win? Enigma, who is like... I don't know the lore. I was going to make a point, but... Or 2 wolves.
Oh, he's stuck.
Up onto the high ground. Echo Slam, but Primal Roar. They go to the Eclipse. 9Quest to Kalis, and they get the Aegis out. But can they get another kill here without the Eclipse? No one's going to be into the Elder Dragon form. They're trying to get this kill. They've got the lasso, but here comes Satanic not doing enough damage. And maybe they do need 2 wolves. But Bo3, he's dead. DM on the run. He's got the Ravage.
The
Here's the turnaround.
for
Look at the damage onto Nisha. They blow apart the Earthshaker. These axes aren't going to stop you from 2 wolves and 2 heroes. Down goes Mickey, and that is 4 heroes dead on Team Liquid. And everybody thinking about tipping Satanic. So far, just DM. I wish you could tip the wolves.
Yeah. 2 transformation heroes. In the end, they decided to go with Aegis on no one, giving them just enough time for the rest of the team to connect, because DM and Satanic were not there immediately. Insania needs to go back to the fountain.
They have 7 heroes on their team. 5 heroes and 2 wolves. Unfortunately, Saberlight gets pushed by that cog into the high ground, onto the cliff, kind of griefing that kill. But Healthy Elder Dragon form has it here, goes into it immediately. No one trying to survive as long as he can, which does take a long time to kill him, but eventually...
And I like how they're pretending to be going back, and then suddenly DM pops that ulti, and Wolves just dismantle Luna. Let's see if Mickey... He doesn't have Butterfly yet, but I think this is going to be the big item for Mickey. They caught him again.
Oh, stopping the lasso, but now another Eclipse. Black Hole is going to be used by Insania. Is it going to be enough
heroes?
It's not looking good. 9Quest is dead. They lose Mickey. Here come the axes. They're going to focus their attention on no one. They use the Primal Roar onto the Dragon Knight. They'll get that kill there onto DK. A couple of impetus shots as well as a Splunk.
Wolves are coming.
Wolves are looking for Nisha. And forced to fissure, the Wolves run out of time. The overprotective whiff's not going to be enough to keep Ducalis alive, and it'll end up being 4 heroes dead, with DM finally, eventually falling here to 3 heroes.
All right, the big fight for Team Liquid. Even though they lost Mickey, this time around, Satanic was not, no way. No.
Oh, Nisha.
Nisha has enough damage to one-shot the Wolves, so even with level 15 talent, Satanic,
it feels like the shortest ult cooldown, because it's definitely not shapeshift. The ult feels like Wolves. It's your strongest ability by far.
Still chasing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh my gosh. Well, Nisha, he'll have Ags now. Oh no, don't stop the TP. There's the Ags. Insania, you gotta hope that you can, well, you don't have Black Hole available. Boxy, Blink Dagger, has Smoke, has Ghost Scepter for the Wolves. Saberlight, he's gonna try and continue to farm. He's third on the net worth. Satanic is top of the net worth by a significant amount of gold.
Because he's not joining the fights as
well, as Wolves
hero.
are also getting
Wolves
a bunch
are there.
of kills.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to
on a
join.
different side. Level 18, Hand of Midas ready. That's gonna get him to level 19.
Wow. Blink Dagger for DM, Sproink onto Boxy. Saberlight's coming over, he's smoked up. Blink into the lasso, pulling him up onto the cliff. If he can stay alive, he does maybe have a chance to Sproink down, but Nisha now cliffed. DM is here, he does have that Ags, but here come the Wolves, Dragon Tail. The Wolves are gonna do the damage to put Satanic Godlike Spree. They've got a Blink available on the Tidehunter, so Blink Ravage is an option. They'll bring over Boxy. They've got a 4-man Ravage from DM. That's huge. But the turnaround with the Eclipse, do they have the damage to have Mickey in the front lines? They're going to go to Saberlight. Eclipse is going to end the TP attempts. Mickey, the Root, the Wolves are just everybody's nightmare.
This is just ridiculous. I mean, DM, this is his specialty. Tidehunter just picked up a Blink Dagger and then blinks in, gets that 4-man Ravage. The fight is immediately over. Even though they have the items, like in theory, you have Aghanim Scepter on Earthshakers, so you should be able to run away from the Wolves, but he got stunned instantly. Then there is Enigma, who has Solar Crest. You have Ghost Scepter on the Batrider. 9-class found a really nice angle. The fight's over immediately here. Even though Mickey pops the ulti, it's just not enough.
Any damage?
No, it's shared between so many units. This is the massive kill if they can get it.
Big question if Lasso, Black Hole, they are not messing around.
That was Lasso during the Black Hole,
yeah.
making sure he's not going to run away. Boxy gets the kill, so that's 1,100 gold for him.
Oof, almost 1,200 if you're rounding up. They lassoed him into the event horizon there. That was a massive kill to get gold-wise. Finally slowing down Satanic's farm. They finally load up the silver bullet and take care of these Wolves. Because it is.
You talked about Muerta, level 25, what she plays for. This is why Lycan is getting Hand of Midas, because his talents are insanely good. Level 15 and 350. Extra HP on the Wolves, Shapeshift Duration, and you also have 2 Wolves summoned. So you could potentially get attacked by 5 Wolves, because he also did pick up the shard early on, which does push out the waves, which makes the game a lot more difficult to play for Liquid, because there's always going to have this information where the heroes are. DM, Ravage back online in 20 seconds. He also picked up Dead in the Water, so that's going to be great against Earthshaker pre-BKB. You leash him, and he can't jump.
I don't want to go to sleep tonight. I'll be having a nightmare about all these Wolves. And I think if this game continues to go the way it is, so will Liquid. I mean, it is just Wolves all the time. Hookshot actually hits off Ducalis, but it doesn't matter. Insania's dead to 9 class anyway. He's got that Ags on the Clockwork. You can see the triple rocket flares. That spots Boxy. Time to send in the Wolves. Usually, the phrase is send in the clowns, but this time it's send in the Wolves. A less funny version. Boxy TP's out. Now the Wolves will attack the tier 2 tower, so will Satanic. He's level 20. he's going into an Orchid on 9 class.
Everybody's scaling. This is the game where 25 minutes in, you feel the influence of the supports. We've seen many games where Enchantress can carry the game. Clockwork, he's also pretty massive. He does have Aghanim Scepter going into that Orchid that you did mention. And on the other side, Enigma, he has almost 2,000 gold saved up. He also might start to think about maybe getting a Blink Dagger on Enigma. For now, he has Glimmer Cape queued up.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the item to commit to. Saberlight going for the BKB. He's got that Shivas, Ducalis nearby DM, who's got the Pipe, the Vlads, the Blink. Satanic going into the BKB. He's picked up a Lincoln Sphere to protect himself from that lasso, if possible. And as the game goes on, the Midas is more effective and will be inching closer and closer to 4 wolves. And as you said, if you're in lane with the wolf with the shard, 5 wolves.
If you're in that lane, but they are going for the high ground. Still got to give some respect to Earthshaker.
Certainly so. You can't group up, but the wolves and the heroes working on this tier 3 tower in the top lane. And here come the wolves again to take the tower. Well, they got the deny.
Unhealable damage. Range barracks.
Yeah.
Roshan is going to be up in 20 seconds, and it's going to be on Dire's side. Almost took down the barracks. What is this?
Who would win?
What the hell am I watching?
Who would win? 5 heroes defending the high ground or 2 wolves? Because you're finding your answer. It's 2 wolves.
Dire are scanning.
Go back in.
2 wolves, 2 crows. Things when they come in pairs, very, very dangerous. Nisha TPing away as he gets that BKB. Blink Dagger now for the Enigma purchased and traveling to him. So he did commit to the Blink Dagger after he had the Glimmer Cape queued up.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You are going to be so much more impactful because there's going to be chaos in the front line. You have Batrider who's going to blink in, Earthshaker. Saberlight is very tanky, doesn't have enough to buy a recipe for a BKB, but still with Aghanim Scepter. So they want to contest this Roche. Scan, not going to find anything.
Let's see if they can cause pure chaos in the fight. Link Ravage onto 4 heroes. They're going to look to get the kill with the Black Hole. That's going to come through on the DM. They get the kill on Ducalis. They finish off DM. Jumping forward, the BKB is Nisha. He's got that totem to jump with the Ags, so they get the kill on the 9 class. 3 heroes down to the side of Paravision really quickly. Paravision hiding no one, blinks away, but the blink follow-up coming in from Insania. The BKB is going to be popped by Satanic. They'll buy back on 9 class. They're going to try and get something out of this. They've got the wolves rooting up Saberlight, as well as DM in here. But the Lincoln's on Satanic, though. He stays alive for a little bit longer, has a little bit of protection.
Low.
The Primal War is there. They get the kill out of Satanic. They take out 9 class for another kill. No one in trouble, surrounded and gone. Full team wipe here for the side of Team Liquid.
What a nice counterplay from Insania. He was waiting until that Ravage is popped, knowing that Paravision is going to commit to it. And I want to see damage coming out from Mickey, because I think he was doing so much. It was actually Saberlight who did the most damage in the previous fight, even without having that BKB immediately. But it's about to get delivered. So that's going to be Roche.
They're drumming, they're slamming.
They are, and you can feel that the Wolves are not as strong as they were before. If they are holding hands together, we're gonna see that replay one more time. It was a nice initiation, but there was no real follow-up. There didn't have any damage that would come through immediately. They needed Lycan or they needed Dragonite to focus down the targets once they popped that Ravage.
And you can see no one not really able to help. He's on the outskirts of this fight initially. When you take out 3 heroes so quickly, Mickey's got the damage, and they try to reinitiate. They buy back on 9 class. They've got 3 heroes up against 5, just trying to get something.
Satanic, knowing that he has Lincoln's, and Lincoln's got popped. I believe it was Boxy's Force Staff that did remove it. And then suddenly, Earthshaker from downtown jumping in, and while no one gets isolated, everybody with that extra damage that they do have from Lunar's Blessing, and also Mickey with the Butterfly. That was the big item that we talked about, because they have nothing to deal with Butterfly right now. There is no MKB, there is no Bloodthorn, so Mickey is going to have relatively free entry to the fight.
That was all done with them having Mickey about 5,000 net worth behind the Lycan at the time, but you can feel the the Lycan's effectiveness, like you said, the Wolves not feeling as great, but also the Lycan himself not feeling too amazing. Even with a Ravage that hit 4 heroes there, it was not enough. It caught the Earthshaker as he was jumping with the totem away initially. And when you've got a Luna lineup like this, you have the ability to push in pretty hard when you win fights, take objectives, you get yourself Roche, and you got to be careful about your buildings. Sanj for Saberlight. Mickey trying to get through the back door. They've got the obs and the sentry down, giving up that information by taking out those wolves. Wolves quite annoying. Satanic soon for Mickey, and they were able to kill him earlier. But like you said, when he gets this butterfly, these wolves are not going to be nearly as effective.
Satanic trying to find some money to buy MKB because he sees this butterfly and it's a bit too much. Also, the reason why he died so quickly was he was holding onto Nemesis Curse as a neutral item. I was wondering how he vanished so quickly.
So that's on a 9 class, gets spotted hiding and searching for an opportunity, and now there's an Axe coming out of the Bat Rider.
And 9 Classo gone.
Like that.
That's the big item. We talked about scaling from both of the supports on each side. Aghanim Scepter, and now we have Enigma, who has a Blink Dagger. He showed it in the previous fight, has 2,000 gold saved up. So we might see some refresher, because BKB is not... I mean, he also could pick up a BKB, because they have nothing that goes through debuff immunity to have that free entry to the fight. It says 4K gold lead for Liquid, but definitely feels like it's a lot more. I'm also seeing what items they're building. DM seems like he wants to pick up AC, knowing that most of the damage from the right clicks, from Earthshaker, from Luna, it hurts a lot, but it also doesn't allow you to pick up Refresher, because he's running out of slots, and if you pick that up, you need mana for your pipe, you need the extra mana for Refresher. Your mana pool is just not that big, so if he's planning to go for super late game, he might need to change his mind, maybe pick up Shivas instead. Because you need to have either Shivas or Hex. Hex is a better option when you are going for Refresher for that late game.
Flame Break, Shapeshift used immediately. Hookshot actually lands onto no one a little bit. They've got the Ghost Scepter now. Boxy goes to the lasso. Do they have the damage? No, he's going to be pushed away with the cogs. They've got themselves the Eclipse being dropped down here on a Satanic alone. The Force F, the BKB, he's trying to run the Axes now, as well as the Hawk to lock up Ducalis for a moment, but with the Shapeshift and the extra speed, it's just 9 class who dies. They committed the Eclipse. They used the lasso, not the longest cooldown on that, but no Black Hole committed, no Echo Slam committed. So maybe there's a chance that they go back in, but that would require them to want to fight without the BKB on Satanic there either.
Ooh, Boxy just blinked in. No one. He's ready.
Finds him. Yep, that's a kill and a Wisdom Rune. Knew exactly the timing and wanted to get him after seeing him in lane.
It does seem like Paravision wants to dodge the fights until they get to their MKB, get to their Bloodborne, next set of items.
Echo Slam on an Enchantress, but why not? Only an 80-second cooldown. And they've got the anchor on Tanisha, following DM for a moment. The cogs to block them out. 9 class slowed up. Blink over from Nisha. Now the Fissure blocks him in with the cogs. Hook shot back up to the high ground. He'll hit that on the DM to get away from the side of Liquid. So they're on the cusp of forcing a game 3 here. They're up 6,000 net worth. Like you said, it feels a lot more than that. We talked about Satanic getting to level 25, but that progression isn't exactly as high. Now there's an Axe coming out here on the Luna. Damn. Well, he needs the... Nah, he's got the gold for the point booster. That'll go over to Luna, and then he'll walk over to the secret shop once
so
his
he can
86
have
bars.
slightly later entry to the fight, doesn't necessarily need to commit, be that close. Pop that ulti on your Earthshaker, on your Beastmaster, try to grab a kill and then come in.
Paravision holds the highest average rank on the professional Dota 2 scene. Currently, every player on the team is in the top 50 of Europe.
And it's been BetBoom team for a really long time.
If they go to the NA region, they can all share the top spot.
Top 5.
Yeah. They'll put a substantial gap. Ags there. MKB for Satanic, but the thing that worries me is Satanic's not surviving.
No, he's dying, and he also needs to find a different neutral item. Sure, you do deal a lot of damage with Nemesis Curse, but if they also focus you down, you're dying so quickly.
And you deal a lot of damage with Nemesis Curse, but not a lot of damage if you die with Nemesis Curse. +2 power cogs. Hit needed for the clockwork on that 15 talent. DM, like you said, going for the AC. He's got that plate mail. But they need to be careful about how they set this up. Shield Rune, an extra 2,000 effective HP for Nisha. You think there should be a cap on Shield Rune?
Not really.
You think 2k extra health is okay?
I mean, amplify damage, double damage before. Yeah, double damage, people do
double
complain.
damage, but...
People did complain. There's the amplified damage that's just going to get denied by Satanic. Nicely done.
These rocket flares are annoying. This game kind of turning over on its head after the fight top, where 9 class bought back, and they lost everything on Paravision. No one blinking forward, but now the lasso. DM comes in. He'll have black hole, but it's only on a Satanic. He'll pop the BKB. They've got the hook shot coming in. Nisha's going through, trying to get a kill here on a Satanic, whose BKB's going to run out in a moment. And blink into the Echo Slam. Nisha gets the kill on a Satanic. Ducala is not able to heal him up with those wisps. Roar was used. They'll get the kill in a 9 class. They'll look for more. There's the Enchant Totem jump with the Lucent Beam. They've got the lockdown to get Ducalis with the Fissure. And that is another kill. 3 heroes dead, but they lose Boxy. It's just Boxy lost for Liquid.
Yeah, Nisha being able to blink there because of that Shield Rune that you mentioned, not canceling his blink dagger. Black Hole was there for second and a half until it got interrupted by a hook shot. No one still has his BKB.
Bad spot. He'll TP away. Mickey's going to lose that Hurricane Pike. His courier dies. But back up into the high ground, though, Glyph. And like I said, Luna can really wipe through the buildings here once you open it up on the high ground. And that'll happen very quickly, especially with the Enchant Totem damage. They will be able to rip through the racks and the buildings there, too, with some help from the Earthshaker. They're searching to finish this game. Not sure how easy it's going to be for Paravision to get back into this. Almost level 25 here for Mickey. Only buyback available is Saberlight. And now Insania gets the gold for his. Level 22 for DM. Only level 15 for Ducalis.
They had this opportunity where they were being super annoying with the Wolves, getting these solo kills pretty much. Clockwork finds any hero, and now this lineup is falling off quickly.
Satanic hasn't really been able to stand in a fight.
Yeah, he can't deal damage anymore.
It has to be a pickoff. Maybe if they get this next Roche, that'll give them an opportunity, but they are down quite a bit.
Because Team Liquid was doing such a great job going together and not allowing them to get picked off. 9 class. We'll scout things out with rockets.
That shows that they get shard, but this is an opportunity to take a quick Roche. That's going to have Ag's Blessing on it. If they can sneak this, that would be Aegis and the Ag's Blessing.
So let's see who picks up the Ags, because...
Could be no one?
Dragonite, if he picks it up, that's a good one. But if they give it to Lycan...
He can bite.
He can bite Dragonite. Problem with that is that he becomes melee. If you bite Dragonite, he becomes melee in dragon form.
Hey. Huh.
So do you want him to be melee or range?
I guess. I mean, I would say range. That's the whole point, right? Yeah, I thought about it for a second, and then I'm like, what am I thinking about here? Feels pretty simple. Clear cut in my eyes. Sentry down, and Liquid looking to finish this. They also gave the Aegis to the DK.
All right, keep an eye.
I'm keeping.
On Lycan.
I am.
Who's going to get bitten. Test it out.
You might want to realize the mistake that you made before you...
I mean, it's still good if he doesn't have Elder Dragon form and then you bite him, so you're still getting the benefits from it, so that's nice.
They don't exactly have to fight into this. You know, I was scared of 4 wolves earlier.
No, not anymore, huh?
No, not anymore. I think my dreams are safe. Level 25 for Nisha, by the way. Feels like the experience difference is ballooning.
And he did go for Enchant Totem cooldown with Octarine, which makes your Enchant Totem down to 2.6 seconds, so can jump in and out multiple times. 4.5k HP on Nisha, and also AC that we didn't mention, most of the damage, again, being physical on side of Paravision.
Satanic not even close to level 25. It seemed like he was level 20 minutes ago. And since then, the experience progression has not been that great for him. Trying to get another MKB here for no one, which would be pretty important. Yeah, it's a surprise that the experience difference is so high, considering the 4,000 experience difference gained from the Wisdom.
The difference is Liquid has been winning these late game fights, so they're getting a lot more XP.
Blink Lasso on the two of them. It's on a Satanic as well. Nineclass is gonna die. He's got buyback, and now Satanic's there with no buyback.
He popped the BKB, bought Satanic, he bought himself, but he doesn't have enough to buy himself out.
Uh-oh.
That was such a clutch play from Boxy.
The Ags showing its strengths, but no buyback available on Satanic. You gotta hold for 70 seconds, and now you picked up that Ags on the Lycan for what? He's dead. You can't bite anybody when you're dead. It's not like they can pick up your teeth and bite themselves for you.
These are gonna be long 55 seconds.
It's at least
Liquid, it's hard to tell whether he has or does not have buyback at this point of the game. And they know he does not have it, so one set of barracks left in the bottom lane, 40 seconds. Let's see if Liquid decides to go for the finish or if they want to get Mega Creeps.
Fissure used, 4 staff away. Lucent Beam, DM needs to be careful. He's almost level 25 if he gets to that opportunity. I don't know, they might just get Megas. Blink Dragon Tail, Shiva's used. And there's the Hurricane Pike from the Dragonite. Right clicks on a Saberlight, not really doing much of anything. Blink in, Anchor Smash on a Mickey. He's sitting with about 67% health, but he'll Satanic, right click. He's got the leash on him thanks to the Anchor put on by DM. Boxy, hook shot. Satanic's back alive. That's a big Ravage. BKB and Sega looking for an opportunity to go with the Black Hole. It's going to be on the DM. They'll go and get the damage on no one. Trying to get the kill here onto the DK. They'll take out the Aegis.
dying.
But Mickey's dead. Mickey's gone. He's got buyback, but will he come back into the fight? The Aegis was used. They'll look over at Nisha. They can't stop the TP out, but they do lose Mickey. It's just the Luna dying, but they did get the Aegis out of the hands of the DK, showing that if he didn't have it, they'd have that advantage. BKB and Black Hole committed onto just DM, not exactly the best targets for you, and it leaves the rest of the team open to do damage like that.
Most importantly, they are not going to be playing against Mega Creeps right now, so there's always that comeback chance. And also, we need to see Wolfbite in action. No one needs also MKB. He did sell that Mage Slayer of his. And there was also such a nice play from Nineclass because Batrider blinked in and he immediately silenced him, so unable to use the lasso, doesn't have a BKB of his own.
They're going to try and force at least the buyback from Mickey, but I guess technically they already had the top set of racks, or well, the top half of racks.
They also got to be careful. You are playing into Earthshaker, into Beastmaster. If you overextend, they have more than enough to lock you down from 100 to 0. Black Hole, not going to be up for a really long time. 87 seconds. Mickey's out in 30.
But Lasso, Roar, Echo Slam, all enough. Blink, Dragon Tail. They're going to start this attention on the Saberblade. They've got the hookshot to follow it up. The blink into the Echo Slam. That's coming through from Nisha with the BKB. They'll jetpack the run, but the Roar, it's on to just Nineclass. They get the cone to Nineclass, well, they'll take out Saberlight. That's a lot of gold for them to get, but they got to try and run out of here. The Fissure, as well as the Totem with the Shard from Nisha being very annoying. They take the tier 3, they start to back away, Mickey up in 2, and they'll start their retreat.
Not too bad of a trade for Paravision. They did get the big kill on Saberlight, they did kill tier 3 tower, and yeah, that's about it. try to force some kind of a buyback, but didn't happen in the end. Satanic and no one, they still need to farm their own buybacks. Level 24 on him. I think in this type of a game, you just might go for other talent instead. You go for the Howl, reduce total attack damage rather than going for the 2 extra wolves.
Yeah, I don't think the Wolves, at least at this point of the game, if he had gotten that experience quicker, it felt like he really struggled to get to this 25, especially compared to the side of Liquid, maybe, but I agree with you. The other talent's looking much juicier. Wisdom Rune, I think still available for Paravision. Taking some of these Lotuses, Black Hole back up. Nullifier for Tidehunter. You were talking Refresher.
He went for more right-click oriented build.
Yeah, now,
level 25, 50% chance on Anchor Smash.
These
when
Wolves
he
following
attacks.
Mickey, by the way.
Mickey's dead. We would be saying that 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Not as much now.
You know what? He could bite Tidehunter.
That's what I thought. Heaven's Halberd, by the way, for Saberlight. Very big. No one now level 25. He picks up the extra regen on the right side of his talent tree. Satanic 1 or 2 creeps away from just getting this level 25, and no one swipes the Wisdom Rune.
He's gonna get there. He's very close. No one.
Yeah.
Gets the shard. The shard is really not good. That's why Dragon Knights are not picking it, and yeah, no biggie. No one not typing anything in the old chat after getting the shard also shows that it's not that good of a shard.
Still over 24. All because that Wisdom Rune was picked up by no one. And he's not. If he goes to get these creeps, he might put himself. This could be. It could have been level 25 before, but now he's got it. Now, and he takes the Howl reduces total attack damage. So goes away from. Ooh, uses that ulti immediately. Saw Boxy. Uses that to run. No one. He's up pretty
He's biting
far
Tide.
forward. Yeah, he bites the Tide, the Fissure, and the Totem. They've got some push mid.
You don't know who that is. Like, you see this blue wolf?
Just looking to bite something.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
DM Wolf just going for Axe here. And then they all TP'd back because he hit the racks twice. Okay. Yeah, sure. All right.
So he gets critical damage, he gets extra attack range, extra lifesteal that he already has from Vlad, so that's going to be nice.
Next Rosh in 15 seconds, by the way, and they just forced everybody on the side of Liquid to TP back. So you won't have that opportunity to TP into the outpost. If you can smoke and swipe another Rosh, you're getting yourself another Ag's Blessing.
There is a really big ward placed by Insania. It's in the middle, it's scouting pretty much everybody right now, and they're also placing Vision.
Rosh is up. Refresher on the Courier for the Earthshaker.
That Observer ward just got killed. DM.
They're all here near Rosh. This is a very important Aegis.
9 heroes with the buyback. Clockwork, his buyback still on cooldown for 40 seconds and needs to find some extra gold.
Double Echo Slam and double BKB. They start Rosh. They're in here with the drums of Slam. At some point, Paravision, they need to react to this, but these heroes are going over towards Rosh. That's Rosh at half health. They gotta make a move. They gotta look for something, but they're gonna come out of this one. The blink into the Dragon Tail that's gonna be through onto this Batrider. They go to the Ravage and start this one off. There's the Primal Roar. DM Echo Slam first off from Nisha. They get the kill on a Boxy. They'll take the Batrider. He's gonna buy back. They look for the Black Hole. It's on a 2. It's on a Satanic for the whole check.
Cook shot from 9 class.
They found the damage onto Insania with the BKB. It's not gonna be enough. They get the kill there on the Enigma. He buys back. He'll come back into the fight. The Echo Slam the second time with the Fissure and the Shards. Pretty decent, but not enough. They got the kill on a Satanic. They'll take out no one. 2 heroes gone. They've got buyback. 9 class on the run. They've got the control. The cogs are not enough, and they will finish off a third. They'll buy back on Satanic. The heal, though, not going to be enough to save Ducalis. 4 heroes dead on the side of Paravision. and they will be able to set themselves right with Roche, but the bottom tier 3, that's also taking a lot of damage, and they also have pushed in mid for the side of Liquid, but they will have an Aegis in the next one.
It's really difficult to fight into these big team fight ultis when you have Refresher, Shaker with 2 BKBs, like the Eclipse from Luna dealing like 5,000 damage in the previous fight. But that was such a nice play. 9 class blanking in and getting the angle to cancel the black hole.
I say they're going to get an Aegis, but because that fight took so long, Roche went down to bottom, and they didn't go and get that Aegis. They'll buy back on 9 Quest, they'll buy back on Ducalis, and these heroes are going to commit forward from the side of Liquid to go and get themselves Mega Creeps. Ducalis has to be careful. They didn't buy back on no one just yet. He wants to hold that and have a second life, but that's going to be at the cost of Mega Creeps. Some damage done here. Nullifier. There's the Blink looking for the last one, but the Orchid comes out from 9 Class. That silence is all up again. Buyback finally committed by no one, and now they've got the silence. They'll look over at this Luna, but the big Echo Slam onto Ducalis. He's going to be dead for 94 seconds. They take out the Tidehunter. DM, he buys back. So does no one, but no one's dead immediately. This is looking like game 3. All they took out was Boxy. He's got for 100 seconds. Satanic with that ult, trying to do what he can. They got this Earthshaker low. They'll look over at Mickey. He's going to try and stay alive, but the Fissure comes out from the side. They're able to get the kill on a Satanic. They'll find DM. It'll be a full team wipe. We're going to a game 3, all to decide who goes to the playoffs.
Oh man, what a second game here in this 3-game series, considering what the Wolves have been doing for the first 25 minutes. Everybody was just dying to it, but Team Liquid, they kept their composure and they kept their cool, managing to get a lot of sentry wards down, getting to their items, getting to Solar Crest, the Glimmer Capes, Aghanim Scepter, so that they're not dying. But this is something that is super annoying for them to deal with. I think 9 Class had a great performance, canceling some of the black holes and also having that Orchid when Batrider jumped in 2 times so that he can't get the initiation. But in terms of scaling, they had a hard time fighting into black hole, fighting into double Echo Slam and the Beastmaster as well.
Yeah, you saw, and you were talking about the scaling possibilities for Liquid as we were going on. They had the Refresher for the Earthshaker that was available for the double Echo Slam. Now with the Shard, the Echo Slam, they have that extra range with it. I mean, they do so much there with their team fight. They got an early Ags on the Luna to throw in that Eclipse, and they weren't really afraid of using those ults, and they had a lot of team fight ults that ultimately helped them win this game. Especially, I want to say the Batrider with that early Ags pickup. To have that double lasso, they had a couple that were pretty important.
Yeah, he did. He grabbed 2 of them instantly, and they got the kill, which did open up the map for them so much, getting another set of barracks. It was a difficult game for them, because you could feel that at one point, once Luna picked up Butterfly, they did not have enough damage to deal with her. Wolves were not dealing damage. You also had the right-clickers, you had Lycan, you had Dragonite, and they needed to get to their MKBs, which was slightly too late. Like, they needed to keep that pressure, maybe even prep for it slightly earlier, knowing what's going to come out from Mickey.
Yeah, you felt the drop-off from Satanic. He got to like that level 20-21 mark at around 25-ish minutes, if I'm remembering correctly, and then he just kind of hit a wall. Wasn't really able to do anything, and that, of course, has to do with the Butterfly that you're talking about, how these heroes got more tanky. The Ghost Scepter was a good pickup to try and survive these Wolves running around and trying to get these kills, and it ends up being Boxy as the MVP, 610 and 22, and you look at the damage to net worth, we talk about that weird stat. And when you're getting that close to 2-1 with a 16,000 net worth, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, he did great in this game. He was all over the place. He rushed Blink Dagger, got some great initiations, and at one point when he lassoed Lycan during the Black Hole, when they got his godlike streak, that was when I said, okay, Boxy, he really wants to he wants to be able to lock down this Lycan, because he's been suffering throughout the first 25 minutes of the game, those Lycan Wolves.
And that's, I believe, the kill that pushes him to the Ags, because he got 1,200 gold for that kill on that Lycan. I mean, that's a point booster right there. And Satanic was doing a lot, but Lycan is definitely one of those heroes that, you know, a lot of time you feel like you don't do as much, and that's something that we talked about in the draft. Is the Lycan going to be an offlaner, or will they commit to having him in the safe lane where you kind of maybe want to finish the game a little bit quicker? Ultimately, Team Liquid, they come back, they win game number 2, they force us to a game 3, which we'll be back with after a short break. We'll see you in a moment. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 between Paravision and Team Liquid here at FPG. It's going to be exciting to see who comes out up on top, as game 1 goes the way of Paravision, game 2 goes the way of Team Liquid. After a slight Paravision lead, it was really obnoxious, the Wolves, in the first half of that game. Second half, they dealt with it, and then ultimately they showed that they had the leg.
So strong, providing vision. All you have to do is have any kind of a stun. When he split the Wolves on 2 different targets, that was so nicely done. Because you're getting rooted, you're not deeping out against these Wolves, and all you have to do is have one hero who can lock you down, any kind of a stun to be able to get the kill. It's really insane, and we can see some players' comparison. No one getting, like, in the end, he did have that MKB, but in this one, Nisha had such a more massive impact, I would say, having that big team fight ulti, 2 of them being extremely tanky. In the end, he had almost 5,000 HP on Earthshaker with overwhelming blink and the neutral item.
Yeah, at early points in the game, he had about 3,800 health, as well as that shield rune at some points, giving him another 1,900 health. He felt pretty unkillable. It was actually one of the moments with that shield rune that was pretty important in that fight over mid, where he was able to blink because of having that shield rune, finds Satanic, has the Echo Slam, and they ultimately win that fight. And that was the beginning parts of taking that game and bringing it back. It was the kill onto Satanic when they used the Black Hole and the Lasso at the same time, making sure he doesn't get away. And a couple of big fights that were really put together by the Luna with the Ags as well, with the Eclipse. Like, there was a lot of things that were coming together. That Lasso, as well as the Primal Roar, everything that they had, and even the Lincolns was really not enough there for Satanic.
No, it wasn't enough. He was not really dealing the damage because he was getting heavily focused, getting kited. Most of the time, he was the one getting black holed as well. 9 class had some really nice black hole interruptions, but in the end, it didn't really matter. The overwhelming team fight from Team Liquid is what got them the dub in the end. And I also got to give credit. I don't think we talked too much about El Saber Lido, because he was really owning from that off-lane, got the really nice timing on that Aghanim Scepter as well, continued to build into right items, getting that Shiva's Guard, so they're not going to be life-stealing as much, and then also picking up Heaven's Halberd, becoming super tanky, picking up a BKB, being the front line for his team, both him and Nisha, so that Mike can't deal damage from the backlines.
Yeah, I feel like it was quietly El Saber Lido was doing a lot there, because there's obviously more showy ults in that fight, or in that game, where you've got Echo Slam, that's a big showy ult, Eclipse is a big showy ult, but him with the Slam, with the ability to, well, stay alive, first of all, against the Wolves, and giving the impact with the Blink and the Roar, and just having all that control. And early on in the team fights, he was finding who to pick off, and it was usually Satanic that he went after, forcing him into the Lincolns, and then
that's why this Heaven Halberd has been a great choice, so that he has something to pierce through that Lincoln Sphere, get the Roar on him, and give them enough time for Insania to find a good angle to try to jump him, because it's all about them holding him in during the BKB, and after that, Earthshaker is going to deal with him.
Yeah, it was a couple of good timings there for Boxy as well. You know, you talk about the Heaven's Halberd there to pierce the Lincolns, but there were a couple times where Boxy, and you even called it out in the middle of the fights, that he's using the Force Staff to break the Lincolns on Satanic, which allowed them to get a Roar out there, or a Lasso out there as well.
You could see like how high-skilled game this was, where he gets his Lincoln's pop, then he pops the Mantis style to try to counter it, but still El Saber Lido finds the right target out of the 3 almost instantly. And let's see what the Blitz and the boys are trying to cook for this 3rd game, because this one, like, they again lost the early stage pretty heavily down to Lycan, and his Wolves mid lane was also won by no one. So I want to see what he's going to be playing, what this mid matchup is going to look like, because no one, he seems to be on the roll. But again, Dragonite from the mid lane, you're not building into like SNY Daedalus armlet, so you don't have that much damage. You're going to be like secondary damage, a bit of a utility until you get to your 5th, 6th slot. But that MKB didn't come probably as fast as they wanted them to, because this Butterfly screwed with the lineup from Paravision quite heavily.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what they want to go for. And again, I've been kind of harping on this situation as well. Just the fact that Liquid, like, what's the mental going to be if you lose this game and go from 2-0 to 2-2 and on the edge of elimination? Obviously, the same could be said for Paravision, but I believe Paravision didn't exactly have the same road, right? It was their loss was earlier.
Yeah, they lost the first one when they were playing against Aurora. Then they beat Chimera Esports. They beat Yakult's Brothers. While Team Liquid, their road has been against Talon, I believe. And then they played BetBoom. And they also beat Avulus. But yeah, that loss to BetBoom was pretty devastating for Liquid.
Yeah, and it would be scary for Liquid fans and Liquid as a team to see that kind of become a 2-2 situation. We saw the coin flip there on your screen. And remember, in chat, you can vote for which team you trust. And I've seen the trend. Paravision won game 1, then they all voted Paravision game 2. Chat's 0 for 2 right now. I'm just going to say that. But Liquid is exclamation point L.
So you're calling
Paravision's
chat
exclamation point P.
flip-floppers. They always lean whoever won the first game, they're going to go with them. Whoever wins the last game. You've been mean to chat, Biko.
I'm not being mean to chat.
You called them out yesterday as well.
Yeah, chat, you know, don't leave yourself vulnerable. Been told that plenty of times. But I love chat. Chat knows I love them. I come in for a nice little hello in between games. We all hug it out and we watch some good Dota together. We're friends, I hope. I'm not going to look at chat because I feel like I'm going to be proven wrong. Anyway, game 3 here. I'm wondering what are the main focuses of this third draft based on the first 2 games.
I think they might leave Lycan in the pool, just showing that they can beat it, but have slightly more protection for themselves in terms of the heroes who can actually kill those wolves. I think Phoenix has to go. I don't think you want to give them Phoenix, and it's going to be Paravision having overall the first pick. When they had first pick, they did pick up Phoenix in the first game, and they picked up Dragonite in the second game. So 3 times in a row, they do have first pick, and this time around, they also do have Radiant plus the first pick.
So that must have been Liquid, whoever won, choosing Radiant and or second pick, because you usually don't choose first pick and get Radiant. But, ooh, Naga Hex mouse. I used to have that mouse. Cosmetics for me again, I'm sorry. Anyway, focused on the draft. Tiny Magnus and getting rid of that Morphling early. You don't want to put that into the hands of Satanic. He's already proven in this series already that he is very proficient with that hero. We'll see if they ban the Sniper again. That was a ban that came after game 1. That happened in the first phase of game number 2. You want to make sure
Radiant team ban.
you get everything you want. It was so now the Venomancer gets banned. That leaves the Sniper available.
It also leaves Phoenix available for them.
That was the switch as well, because now they banned Morphling, because the Phoenix got banned in the last game, and the Lich got banned in the first phase of the last game.
Let's see if they maybe gonna give respect to the Beastmaster and pick up Phoenix for themselves.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Ban the DK, and they get Phoenix themselves. Naruto mousepad. I can't stop. I'm sorry. I really try so hard not to comment about
whatever's on the screen. You have to talk about it. Is that how it works?
Kind of like my job, but I'm struggling sometimes to stay focused. Anyway, Phoenix first pick.
Looked really good in game number 1. So let's see what Liquid is going to get for the trade, whether they want to go for Lich route or they want to pick up Beastmaster again. I wouldn't mind seeing Beastmaster, considering how good of a game he did have in the previous one, and you're also going to have something to kill that egg with, because he did go for the facet that gives him extra attack speed in the previous game.
Snapfire used to be like the quick pickup to go after Phoenix Egg. Ooh. Now I'm worried. You just banned Marcy right here?
They might need... I mean, we saw 2 different combinations that Team Liquid lost to when they were playing against BetBoom team. One of them was Marcy, the other one was Abaddon.
That was also Abaddon with options. Because the IO, was with it in lane, but it was also Gyro, which would have been disgusting to tether with. So they do ban the Marcy. I feel like that forces their hand. You ban Gyro here as well? I don't know if you want to ban Gyro, because if you ban Gyro, it opens up having Enigma, right?
Yeah, for Team Liquid.
So they might be baiting that. Like, oh, we saw this, and
Both
There
these
was a
teams,
gyro
they
there.
like to play Enigma. We saw Team Liquid playing it from 2 different roles. Insania did play it earlier. And it is going to be gyro. So yeah,
now it leaves Enigma available.
Enigma looks really good, especially for Liquid, because they can flex it, and also the way you can set things up. One Malefice is going to set things up for relocate play.
I also think that this kind of
10 seconds remaining.
this IO also makes you not want to put Phoenix in the 3 for DM, because whoever you're tethering to is going to be able to handle that egg a little bit easier.
I would still be fine if they pick up Clockwork for Paravision out of the stage. He played it 2 times, and in both games, even though they lost the second game, Clockwork looked amazing.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Ban the sniper. Ban that sniper that no one played in game number 1. Got that double kill to start off. Now 3 picks for both teams. So they'll start off with a single pick for Liquid. You can see it on your screen, of course. But if you're new to watching Dota,
5 seconds remaining.
1, 2, 2, 1.
Radiant team pick.
Slark, early Slark. But
It is a position for Slark potentially coming out. This is also a hero that can be paired up with Io in the lane, which gives you insane amount of healing, insane kill threat as well. The turnaround potential is you're like, yeah, we're killing Slark, then they pop the stick. It's going to be Clockwork one more time.
You imagine Liquid takes the Abaddon? They're just like, well,
It's
we
a
saw that
statement.
this work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the information, BetBoom. We're taking this now. Always has been a Liquid strat.
Something that Miero did talk about in an interview before the series started was that there is some like new tech as well with IO Pudge from the offlane. They asked him about a certain combination of the heroes.
Kind of sounds scary. Offlane Pudge? Or I was going to say offlane IO, but obviously not. I'm just memeing over here. Clockwork, Phoenix, again, does leave the Phoenix option there for DM. I'm guessing that they're going to leave the offlane option for last. Or attempt to.
On side of Paravision?
Yeah. Because you'll leave the Phoenix, giving that idea that maybe they're just going to go Phoenix offlane, like they did in game number 1. They picked the Elder Titan, kind of kept it up.
I think you want to keep a flex here, something that can go between either position 1 or 2 or between position 2 and 3. Some Pango or something like that. Okay, it is 100% going to be Phoenix as a core, so they do not want to mask it anymore.
Could you theoretically go Pugna core?
No.
It's not good anymore.
I mean, you could. You can.
You could lose.
Go mid Clockwork as well.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Just figured I'd ask. Batrider, 18 matches, 78%. 18 matches there on the Dark Will as well for 61%. I like the Dark Will. Not seeing it as much, but certainly a hero that we could see come through during the tournament, more so. Liquid taking a lot of time here, but eventually go to the Primal Beast. So PB in that off lane.
Could also be mid.
Yeah.
Most likely going to be from the off lane. Usually, Primal Beast doesn't do well against Clockwork, and I don't think they want to set up the lane in that way where you have Phoenix and Pugna. It just feels like a really bad lane, especially if it's going to be against Slark. So Clockwork will need to be paired up with Phoenix no matter what. So this Primal Beast has an easier lane, but throughout the game, he does suffer against the Cogs and also against the Battery Assault.
If they do put it mid, maybe we see more rotations come out. Nothing to say when he used to play it mid. Onslaught to the side lanes, try and get in there. Onslaught in for initiation. If you've got that, say, with like Sark pouncing and a +1 in an off laner or a safe laner yet to be seen. We'll see, but definitely agreeing with the lean on off-lane Primal Beast. 30 seconds on this. Reserve time coming into the final pick for them in this phase will be the Snapfire, something I talked about to deal with the egg.
It's a really good Snapfire game, not just because of the egg, but also you can kill Netherward, and whoever gets initiated on by Clockwork, Cookie is going to do the trick. So you do have multiple saves in this game with Io's Relocate, Slark later with the Shard, Snapfire, Cookie. It was like Team Liquid came very well prepared for this third game. I like what they do have so far. They drafted some really strong heroes, combination as well. Good amount of team fight, a good way to reset the fight. Never going to lack damage with this type of a lineup.
See what Paravision want to do with this final pick of the phase. But what you could do while you're waiting for them to pick is type in !ticket into the chat and get yourself some tickets to the beautiful FPG, the Fissure Playground Dota 1 or Dota tournament. And you can put that into the chat. Join us here in the beautiful Belgrade, Serbia for the first Tier 1 LAN of 2025. And you had a lot of time to do that, but now they pick Naga Siren for Paravision.
It's been a while since I saw Naga Siren being played as core. Good way to reset the fight. We talked about Team Liquid having multiple of those, but this also stopped Slark from getting his ulti, relocate plays. Then you have like very big AoE that can stop Snapfire from getting the ulti. Primal Beast ulti is just, the question is, do we believe that Naga Siren can carry the games? I also want to check if Satanic has been playing it recently in the pubs.
30 seconds. Reserve remaining for Paravision as they have this last ban phase. They ban the Earthshaker. So thinking that Primal Beast is the off lane, Slark is the safe laner.
No, nobody has been playing this Naga Siren as a core. I see 2 games, but these are also not professional players on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Not anymore, at least.
It's me and who else?
Liquid's turn to ban.
Invoker banned. Let's see what this final ban is from Liquid. Because yeah, they're both teams are focusing mid bans. Lina,
10 seconds
maybe something.
remaining.
We saw Makoto have an amazing Lina game.
5 seconds remaining.
If they want to go with that for Liquid.
If they ban Lina on Paravision, there is potentially a QoP that could come out. But then also there is a puck problem, so
Radiant team ban.
They ban the puck, and now you
maybe
ban
they
Lina.
maybe they can ban Lina and use
then
this
go QoP.
opportunity to go and pick up the QoP. Because you don't care about the Primal Beast. They have, what, Slark's Pounce for the control right now, and then you have some AoE damage. I think you need some kind of AoE damage to deal with this Slark.
Remaining.
We still don't know where this Slark is going, that's the thing.
5 seconds remaining.
Most likely gonna be carry.
Would you swap the snap?
You could play some snap mid, like there's, because people do theory craft a lot coming into tournament like this. We are seeing some newer picks as well. The meta has been shifting quite heavily. Some of the heroes are still strong, like Alchemist, Dragonite, etc.
Ban Viper and go to the Monkey King. The only thing that's the same here is Clockwork in all 3 games for Paravision.
Well, I like Queen of Pain now for Team Liquid.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the QoP,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there is a good amount of lockdown. It's just whether or not you can...
You don't care about Clockwork rotations.
Yeah.
Primal Beast, this Monkey King pick means that this Primal is going to go to the off lane, safe lane Slark, and I think they are just going to be looking for Nisha's hero.
Yeah, and there's the QoP that we were thinking about for both teams, truthfully.
Yeah, because the bans did suggest that it's going to come out eventually, and now they use this opportunity, because I think this is a really good QoP game. You are playing into, what, Boundless Strike. You don't care too much about Clockwork. Naga Siren with the net can be a bit of a problem, but they also have a lot of ways of bailing Nisha out of trouble. And yeah, this time around, I think I will have to lean towards Team Liquid for the first time in this 3-game series. Even though they did win the second game, I feel like this game, I just don't believe in Naga Siren as a carry. I feel like even though it's Satanic special, all the like Eastern European carries, the way you come into the scene, you need to know how to play TB, you need to play Phantom Lancer, Morphling, and you need to play Naga Siren as the carry. These 4 boxes, they need to be checked if you want to play carry from the Eastern Europe, and that's exactly what the best carries have been looking like in the past couple of years, but I just don't believe the hero is strong enough right now to be able to punch back against what Team Liquid drafted for themselves.
So you are going Team Liquid?
Yes.
All right, I had to look at what chat was doing.
Of course, as we predicted.
Chat was going Liquid. They've gotten it wrong twice, and based on that analytics, I'm going to go Paravision.
There is no way the chat is wrong 3 times in a row.
Chat was right the first 4 times. They haven't really been right since, so they can be wrong 4 times in a row. I'm going to go Paravision. Plaxico's going Liquid. We're going to cover our bases here. And, well, you guys are all Liquid against me. I don't know. I have faith in the Naga Siren.
I just don't remember last time I've seen this hero being played in competitive Dota as a
new
carry.
tech. You said new tech is out there. This is it.
I'm not sure if there's going to be any kind of a new tech on Naga Siren. I want to see what the item build is also going to be. Manta style into... In this game, do they need... Well, they might need Orchid to be picked up, but also it's a very good defusal game. Not necessarily as a rush, but yeah. Nisha on a Queen of Pain, one of his signatures as well. Want to see how that one's going to go because he's playing into Bunky King, and want to see what he's going to build as well because in terms of the skill build. Because a lot of the times when you are playing against melee hero, you do put 2 points in Shadow Strike, which hasn't been the case for a long time, but against a certain matchups like this, I think it's really good because Monkey, he can't jump, and you're also, you know, getting some HP back.
Mickey across the river, and there is an OBS there. See if that ends up getting dewarded. I guess, like you were saying, it'll be interesting to see what this Naga Siren accomplishes. But there was a lot of smiles from Nisha and Team Liquid when they picked that Queen of Pain. The second they got that Queen of Pain, it was all smiles. Decent damage being done there onto the Naga Siren from Saberlight. Kritzkrieg for the IO, nothing too crazy from either team for the facets. But we'll see how the mid lane goes. No one here on the Monkey King against Nisha's Queen of Pain. Shadow Strike level 1 from Quap, and Ballast Strike used there at level 1 just to secure that range creep. Dakalis on the Pugnan. They might get first blood on Mickey and 9 class. We talked about this in the first game, how much of a killer lane this can be, and it gets off to the races immediately and kills the Slark.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy lane for Team Liquid by any means. You need to get some levels. You need to be able to sustain through all that damage. And also Clockwork, he is counter. If he catches somebody inside those cogs, most likely they're going to die. And giving 9 class first blood, look what he has queued up immediately. Orchid Rush after finishing Tranquil Boots. This man knows, I'm having such a good time. We are lacking a little bit of a control against the Slark, against Queen of Pain, so I'm going to be the one trying to get that Orchid going as fast as possible. When I said that Queen of Pain's getting the extra damage back, extra healing from her Shadow Strike, I forgot to update my Dota knowledge, and yeah, that has been removed. My brain just didn't pick it up.
Has to patch?
Yeah, didn't patch the brain.
10-4 already for no one mid. Doing a really good job as this Monkey King to start out. They obviously got that first blood top. I want to see how aggressive top's going to be, because they're able to get that first blood. It might be even more coming up. 17 matches, 15 wins for Saberlight on this Primal Beast. It's a high win rate with this hero. Mickey starting to get a bit of an open lane as Nisha Sitting low, but has that bottle. He'll refill it with the water rune eventually after taking a couple of sips that he had left over in the bottle. But no one, again, just feeling pretty strong. Battery assault. Cogs, Pounce used at the right time to get out of this, but the Icarus dive and the attention onto Insania. He's got tether, but doesn't go that far. And
no way,
Insania
between 3 creeps, he got clipped by that battery.
That's unfortunate. 9 class tipping Nisha?
Nothing's happening.
Okay. Sure. Saberlight forcing Satanic back, and TP's back into the lane. He's level 2. Just doing his thing and trying to farm. He's 12-0. And mid, you can see it kind of favoring this Monkey King. We've talked about how Makoto played the Monkey King, and he had that very aggressive, fast-paced game. It'll be interesting to see how...
Storm, but
yeah,
Queen of Pain is a bit of a different one, not that easily killed. Storm needs level 6 to be able to run away. Well, Queen of Pain shouldn't die in this matchup unless he makes a massive mistake.
I'm more so wondering about No One and how much he's going to rotate early on. That Simeon's stride just feels so strong when you can get across the map quickly. Full bore, Scatter Blast comes in, but they've got the root. The Nether Ward destroyed, an extra 20 gold there for Boxy. Using a little shredder to get that. And look at where DM is. He's level 4 already. Making life pretty difficult for Mickey overall. Pounce leashing, but DM not eating that much damage just yet.
Yeah, problem with this matchup is Slark, he has his Q on a very long cooldown because you're not, seems like he's not maxing it out immediately. He's also like level 3, but Fire Spirits, they do get reapplied after because you have 4 charges. So it's not as easy. Later on, it's going to be much better for Slark because he's going to be able to jump in and jump out.
And pushing Mickey again, he's in trouble. The Icarus dive to stay with him, and the pause right as Mickey dies. Not BM, he just wants to make sure.
Just some bug. Oh no, not another bug, not another feature.
Oh gosh. Which one do you think it is this time? A beetle?
Screen is shaking. I don't think that's a bug. It's actually, you can turn it off in the settings.
Yeah, and that's why I think they said settings. He's going to turn it off right now. And, well, they get that kill onto the Slark. Not going to continue on. Try for this IO. It's not easy under the tower. Again, just taking care of that Nether Ward. Ducalis putting it right in front of the Snapfire. And good amount of damage onto Saberlight. No one starting to go up towards the bounty rune. They've got the Obs there that sees him.
Watcher
and the Watcher. All eyes are on that Monkey King. All eyes of the Watcher, that is. Tranquil's already finished off for the Clockwork. Like he said, he had queued up the Orchid, and he still has it queued up with 400 gold, so early progress.
Trying to make a move, make something happen in the mid lane. Problem is you are Clockwork against Queen of Pain. Unless she uses her blink aggressively, you're definitely not going to be able to get the kill. And 9 class pinging out Vision that has been set. That Observer Ward that scouted out Monkey King earlier.
Yeah, seeing that Obs mid, there's an Obs right on those steps that sees 9 class again coming over.
And it's going to expire. He's bringing in Sentry and Obs. And when it gets there, it's going to expire because this is the first Observer Ward that Team Liquid did place.
Well, he's picking out the one mid as well. That just got placed. So they might be able to get that. They might be able to get the Quap. Sonic Wave, but Nisha's dead. Even with the tether. They've got a haste on 9 class. He's able to stick with these heroes. Insania. Rocket Flare slows him up. They've got the Jingu still working. Netherblast is going to be off the mark. No one going under the tower. And just needs a couple more hits, but the Balanced Strike will be the finishing blow, and it's 5-1 in favor of Paravision.
Interesting. I think Nisha had Blink available once he pushed him with the ulti, so could have jumped out. Not sure if we could see that again, that'd be great, but yeah, double kill for No One. First Sonic Wave being used and not getting a kill. I like Nisha's item build, what he has in his quick buy. Boots of speed and 5 sentries.
Keeping vision off the screen. Packet loss.
Not what you expected.
And another pause quickly. While you're paused, type into the chat ! ticket to get some more information about joining us here at the first Tier 1 LAN in Belgrade, Serbia from January 31st to February 2nd. You can watch some amazing Dota, like you are already, but with friends in person in an arena.
Yeah, come here, have some fun with us. You don't have to meet us if you don't like us, but...
You can just have fun.
Yeah, you can have fun.
Vicariously.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the previous one, but yeah, I heard all the positive stuff, so yeah, feel free to join us. Bottom lane, rotation from 9 class, he wants Saberlight.
Yeah, he's level 6, and he's got Pulverize, but Cookie to get some distance. No one's also here. Blood Grenade to slow them down. Onslaught to leave. 4 heroes are down here, and they're not going to get anything from it.
Saberlight is super tanky. Had 2 Lotuses, Raindrop, Magic Wand, Phase Boots, and Windlay, so that means that he's going to be running away. The one who is suffering the most is Mickey on Slark. Needs to get his level 6. DM going for the same item build one more time. It's just that he put another bracer in between so he can put slightly more pressure and have that extra regen.
DM not really afraid. We've seen it before of using Supernova if he feels as though he's going to get that kill. And he used it, but the damage is not enough. So Supernova's going to be on cooldown. He picked up that Veil. Maybe wanted to wait potentially for another hero to be with him. Felt confident enough to just go for it, and that Supernova ends up being a bit of a whiff. Not the worst thing in the world. He is sitting top of the net worth by a significant margin on this Phoenix. Like we said for 9 class, it is Orchid in his future, but still just sitting here with 600 gold. They might want to go again. If Mickey shows his face, he's only level 5. They know that they could probably get him with an Icarus dive and some fire.
Would need Clockwork to get a kill without Supernova, or if Mickey decides to play aggressively. And speaking of 9 class, he is making the rotation, trying to find the right angle.
Fire Spirits. No hook shot, but another Fire Spirit lands. Rocket Flare to slow him up. Boundless Strike just misses as he pounces away, and the Monkey King unable to get there. Primal Springs down to nothing, and no one is hurt. We'll go back towards mid. Simeon Stride makes it very easy for you to go back and forth from these lanes. Couple of stacks being taken by Saberlight. We saw this with the Beastmaster game, where he needed to secure these stacks, especially when Paravision was able to take some of them. This time around,
and using smoke.
Yep, not that easy
to clear those stacks.
At least for Paravision to steal, I mean. So they smoke, they take these stacks, but currently it's a 3,000 net worth lead here for the side of Paravision. You can see Mickey really struggling, and Satanic's got himself 4,400 net worth. Mid is not that big of a lead, but it's the supports too that have a lot of gold for the side of Paravision. Just the fact for you, no one is the oldest mid laner at the tournament. He is 27, while the average mid laner at FPG is around 23. Turn those numbers around, and that's how old we are.
27, the oldest guy. Nisha, he's going to be blinking out. Look at
Sonic Wave. No one's dead. Boxy gets the kill there with the Mortimer's Kisses. They're bringing Mickey over. They're trying to get a kill into Ducalis. The Netherblast is going to do some damage, but not enough. Icarus dive, but don't use the Supernova.
Did not want to commit. Between 2 of them, they needed Naga Siren as well. They have a big combo with Wukong's command, with also Phoenix ulti and the sleep, if they can combine that. But this time around, Team Liquid punching back, using Sonic Wave to get the kill, and also using that Mortimer's Kisses. So that's going to be, like, I'm not sure who's going to be buying into Pipe. I would love to see maybe DM get the Pipe after he finishes off his big first item. That whenever he plays Phoenix, he does go for Shiva's Guard immediately. That extra slow on the attack speed makes a lot of difference, and is just recipe away.
Ooh.
Just 1,700 gold recipe
Or in my terms,
2K gold recipe in general.
Very
but
close.
Yeah.
Expensive item, but straight to it, like you said. I'm interested, in this. The Orchid. How long this is going to take 9 class. He's got hook shot, and he's certainly not afraid to initiate. Especially with the Phoenix, when he's able to get an Icarus dive and some Fire Spirits help. With the Veil already available.
Team Liquid is fine playing a bit of a longer game because they need item on Queen of Pain.
They already pulled 3K net worth deficit back to even off that one fight.
For Dagon, which makes him super tanky. He just blinked in aggressively.
Life Drain, Cookie, Pulverize, Balance Strike, stops that. Hook shot on a 2. Battery Assault with the Cogs. Onslaught's not going to get him out of the Cogs. Wukong's is there, and both heroes die. They get Ducalis, but they lose. Net. Spirits again, the damage. Nisha, he's dead too. DM's got a double kill.
That was
I don't know if Nisha was expecting
executed. That hook shot into 2-man cog, bouncing them around while having Phoenix behind you and also Wukong's command in the middle. This was also before Monkey King finished off his Maelstrom, and they're trying to put in some pressure onto this mid tower, maybe even kill it. Ducalis will TP in, make sure that the tower is gonna die. Has mana boots available.
Primal Beast is trying to deter them.
One more blast and it's gone.
Diffusal picked up. They're going to glyph because they're bringing the Queen of Pain over. They want the Onslaught maybe into a Pulverize. Commitment, though, won't happen as Nisha blinks away. They didn't quite get the tower just yet. No one has that Maelstrom coming through, and the Manta is just about finished for Satanic. Mech for the IO. We haven't really spoken much about the IO just yet, but what we have to speak to you here is exclamation point ticket. Get yourself tickets in the chat. In Belgrade, Serbia Belgrade, we are going to have January 31st to February 2nd, an opportunity to come to watch the
They're
first
gonna relocate
tournament. They're going to relocate in. They're going to look over at 9 class. They'll use that Diffusal Blade. Get a kill there onto 9 class. Icarus dive, Balance Strike. No Supernova. Again, committed to this because they know that if they don't get the kill quick enough, they'll just relocate out. And that's what they do.
If they have Boundless Strike available, plus Supernova, DM would go in and place that one aggressively in the middle of it. Wukong's command was also ready, and there's that item build that we talked about on DM. Shiva's Guard completed, and has Pipe in his quick buy. The best item you can buy. Look at all this magic damage that they do have. Queen of Pain, anything from Primal Beast, and also Snapfire. Satanic has ulti available.
He does.
It's not enough damage.
Now looking for a high 5, and they'll reel him in after the Cookie. Life Drain, Icarus Dive. Mickey's here. They're hitting these illusions, but Mickey's taking a lot of damage. They already used the Icarus Dive, so the Supernova's not going to be great. Oh, they got the stun with the Song on the Edge while he was TPing out. Supernova's going to be used, and they got Nisha. 9 class got that, and Supernova's going to explode right next to Saberlight. He'll onslaught, but immediately is netted on the run. They'll get 2 kills out of this. Mickey and Insania can just spectate from the side as they'll TP out Insania. Ducalis. He's curious.
Mickey.
Curiosity usually kills the cat, but instead it kills the Slark. Satanic getting the kill on a Mickey.
Cat died there instantly. Oh man, I don't know what that was from Liquid. They try to go on Nagasarin. They still have tier 1 tower available. Even though they have vision behind the tower, it's still not enough damage. Even if they had Mortimer's Kisses, they needed a 3rd hero to be able to get the kill. And these Orchids, they're gonna come in relatively quickly. 9 class needs another 1,000 gold.
What about Satanic?
He's gonna farm that in the next minute or 2.
So double Orchid timing. Definitely a big push in damage as Ducalis pauses.
Man, Ducalis is having so many issues. His screen is shaking because of the settings, microphone. I think he's clicking too hard.
Feels like you might be in like a 4D movie theater or something like that, where you've got the shaking and the sound and the mic and the everything. And you ever been to a 4D movie theater?
No.
It's insane. I'll show you a video after. Like the seats
Don't
shake.
They have like 6D as well? That
with like you get sprayed by water. They had it for like Twisters
and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It's a lot. I've never been to one of those, but I've seen some videos. You imagine Dota like that? Well, 6D Dota.
6D Dota, I can smell rot from Pudge.
Yeah.
A bit too much.
Looking at the rune difference. 1 rune difference on the bounty runes. And then, well, they stole the enemy wisdom rune, an assumption based on the numbers there and the fact that they still have their wisdom rune. You were talking about the Phoenix going into the pipe. Cloak on that courier. Going into the pipe, of course, as you said, makes a lot of sense. It was a 3,000 net worth lead from Paravision, cut back to even by Liquid, but after that fight bottom, now it's a 6,000 net worth lead here for Paravision. You said that Liquid were ready to go late. I'm starting to worry, though.
Yeah, they will need a Dispel item on Queen of Pain. Nisha has Yule Scepter queued up. Dagon is just finished. Those Orchids are going to hurt. There's also Force Staff being made. They have Mech, they have Relocate that could get him out of the trouble, but they also need another set of items. It doesn't seem like they're fight ready right now. Just a naked Diffusal Blade on Slark.
Yeah, not that great. Rocket Flare comes in, Icarus Dive there on top of Saberlight with Balance Strike. He will burn away those Fire Spirits, doing a lot of damage with the Shivas as well. DM having a really great game as this Phoenix. The aggression that they got from 9 class and the Phoenix in the lane opened up a kill onto the Slark initially. And DM really hasn't slowed down at all. He's already level 12 and will have some extra shots needed to get the kill out of the Supernova. The Orchid timing coming soon. Very soon. Just needs the Cornucopia.
That's the most expensive part.
I think both him and Satanic just need the Cornucopia.
Satanic just finished his. So Nisha needs to be much more careful. Look at his illusions on the minimap. He's farming the whole map right now. There's a massive difference. 7,000 net worth on Slark, 10,000 on your Naga Siren. And also big level difference. Even though Naga Siren is not the hero that usually has this high XP, because you're farming all the creeps without getting the XP.
Yeah.
Slark has been tethered to Io, so level 13 against level 9.
Some mana back to that tree. There's the Orchid. Thinking about the relocate and leaving with the mech. But this wasn't that far away. They've got Monkey King coming over, so if they leave the Slark, he might actually be in trouble. This illusion's
underneath
trying
the
to look.
Liquid's vision.
All right, is he going to come back? All right, he came back alone. I was going to say, if he risked coming back with the Slark, that could have been interesting. DM getting the most expensive part of that pipe, by the way. Primal Spring not in the right spot, but jumping around looking for Saberlight. Eventually, they'll find that Rocket Flare, but the Onslaught, the distance, and trying to get away with Balance Strike in the wrong area, so he TP's out. Cornucopia purchased for the Clockwork, and now Orchid again. This time you don't have a relocate. I don't know if you survive this. Mickey's in trouble. The ult there, now the pounce, as well as the Mortimer's Kisses coming through into the Naga Siren. Uses that song. Will try to stop the Kisses and will, as well as a TP out and an escape. So tries to turn that onto the Slark.
What a play from Satanic. Goes in, tries to go for solo kill on the enemy Curie, forces 2 rotations, big ulti, and TP's out. While the rest of the team is getting some extra farm on the map. They need those 2 big items. They need SNY on Slark to have status assistance, and they need BKB on Primal B so that he can actually jump in.
Yeah, he's close to the BKB. Not quite there, though. Orchid for both Clock and Naga Siren, which theoretically could mean you just Orchid the IO, and then Slark's kind of left alone. That's exactly what happens. Orchid the IO, and Slark can't really do much, especially if the Naga Siren's there too. Oh God. Oh, we saw this in game number 1, just how strong the Icarus dive with a core Phoenix is. Nisha, well, Ballast Strike and some trouble. The blink away. 9 class doesn't have hook shot, but he does have an Orchid, and he might have vision. Nisha, Cogs hits him, and now has the Orchid. Battery Assault, Ballast Strike, and they've got the kill. The relocate's in, but Wukong set up. They know he's coming over, and Insania's dead for free.
Oh, Team Liquid, they're not on the same page. And
no, not
Orchids,
at all. Bucalis
punishing them
life
hard.
draining, TP out from the Snapfire, Sunray onto Saberlight. He's going to onslaught away. He's got this BKB if need be. Satanic comes over and probably wants to force him to use it. Gleipnir for the Monkey King. This is a 10,000 net worth lead here for Paravision. 87% to 13%.
Oh, man, when was the last time Team Liquid got a kill? Feels like so long ago.
How long ago was it? So long ago.
Trying to force a BKB.
He does just that. Hook shot. Mortimer's Kisses. He'll lose his life for this. They're actually going to focus their attention now onto the Phoenix, but this is kind of setting up for a solid supernova spot. Icarus dive away, may not even need it. There's the tethering to the mech, so Slark getting back to about full health. The Primal Spring, good force staff there to get Saberlight out of harm's way. DM not committing into the egg.
DM is so patient, not wanting to commit with that one. Reel in
with the Orchid. The silence through onto the Snapfire. Cookie and a Scatter Blast for their troubles, but they get the tier 2 tower with the Nether Blast of Ducalis. They find Insania, and now Mickey, he's in trouble.
No ulti for 10.
And Mickey does not have that ult like you said. He'll grab the Sanjinyasha in death, but that is a double kill for no one.
Such a methodical game from Paravision. They're all, like, look at where they're placed. They're on different sides of the map. Orchid. Another Orchid.
Yeah, Orchid on Orchid on Orchid on Orchid. It's a bouquet of orchids. Another kill there on Anisha. This is a very tough matchup, and I know we talked about Liquid going for the late game, but I don't know if they're going to get there down this much. It's not looking good, I'll tell you that much. And the Gleipnir is going to make things even more difficult for no one.
Another tool that Queen of Pain is not going to be too happy about. How's his Orchid looking? Needs recipe. So getting very close, but losing another tier 2 tower is going to give Paravision some extra boost in terms of gold, and they can also go for the enemy Tormentor. They have really good shards on both Pugna, mostly Clockwork if you want to get it. If you want to get it, it's like he has ability to get it, but there we go. Whoever dies, that's the rule. Whoever dies gets the shard.
You say that, but I feel like I've been a part of some games where I die as Ancient Apparition and don't get the shard. Hook shot, Orchid, relocate, but the Ballast Strike coming through, and now the Wukongs is there. They'll force the ulti from the Slark. Oh, relocate unavailable now thanks to that Ballast Strike. One more shot for the Jingu needed. Jetpack sticking with them. Mickey's in trouble, but the Mortimer's Kisses come in, pounce in the leash. They look over at no one, and he's the one actually looking like he might die. The Naga Siren's here to clean up Mickey. They've got the trample. They lost 9 class. BKB's going to be popped as well as the Song. So sticking with him despite the fact there is the Song. They get the Cookie. They have the Sentry. Glimmer Cape's not going to matter. Paravision getting a little aggressive here, and this is going to cost them. Cost them €4.
Yeah, because I didn't see what happened. Phoenix did die on the other side of the map while they were making this move. He didn't get the Supernova off. And who got the last hit? It was Boxy. So 700 gold going away of Boxy. This is going to give them another set of items potentially, because Primal Beast is about to finish off his Blink Dagger. Queen of Pain has Yule Scepter, so that's going to be the spell off her own. And also Boxy getting those big kisses onto no one.
Hey, look at the fight recap, and DM didn't use any abilities, so he was...
Yeah, he just died on the other side of the map.
Yep. DM now has that shard. Upgrade to the Sunray. Blink Dagger for Primal, by the way. Early gem for 9 class. Trying to take away this vision. He's going for the Force Staff as well. Lotus for the Snapfire. Need that Lotus against these Orchids.
Boxy going like really team-oriented build, which I really like. It's not going for anything greedy.
Can't really.
This Lotus Orb is going to be such a valuable pickup. I see that Insania has also been queuing one, but decided to go for other item after seeing that Bo3 is so farmed. Look at the amount of farm that Bo3 has. Almost the same amount of farm as his position 3 and position 1.
Quite a bit. Clockwork, very farmed as well, and now they're going to go in for Roche. Shiva's used. Eventually they'll get this Aegis. That will be the first Roche for Paravision. It was like 20-5. They got 5 kills there recently for Liquid. Didn't get Satanic, but he was able to escape with that song despite the fact that the BKB was used by Saberlight.
They've been prioritizing giving Aegis to no one in the game game 2 when he was playing Lycan, even though both of them were transformation heroes between him and Dragonite. And this time around, he thinks that he can't die, and no one is about to finish off his BKB. Needs another 200 gold. Blood grenade dropped here. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sanya losing that courier. Boots of travel for Phoenix. Icarus dive looking to get a kill here on a Boxy. Sunray as well as the life drain not looking like it's going to be enough before the TP goes out. And he is safely free. You're starting to feel it kind of slow down for Paravision.
In terms of tower damage, they do have Naga Siren and Pugna, so they can definitely keep the pressure onto the towers. That's going to be the last tier 2 tower going down right now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Hook shot.
Ooh,
Slark.
Very aggressive one.
Orchid, Balance Strike, and the Gleipnir. They have the control
Reload.
to look for the relocate, and they've got it. They've got it, no questions asked there. Boxy's courier just making sure that.
Ripping pepperonis, Insania.
Orchid, and a kill onto Insania.
Hashtag rip in peace. I need to get that tattooed on my lower back.
Rip in peace?
Yeah.
We can find an artist here. I actually know a couple.
Yeah, let's go after the series ends. Back to the game. 9 class for this gem. Getting some deep observer wards, and we can see the players' comparison. Boxy, 10k hero damage, 9 class, 12,000. Yeah, Boxy just stacks a lot, while 9 class loves to put more pressure on the map.
Definitely showing the differences in support styles.
Completely different play styles. Like, if you check their hero pools, what they've been playing in the last couple of days, I don't know if they would have like 2-3 heroes overlapping.
DM level 15. He was 12 very quickly. He slowed down a little bit, but he's still ahead of Mickey. Orchid, Balance Strike. Whoa, the damage so quickly out of the Sark. Sunray, Song with the Wukongs, waiting for that ult to run out. And Mickey ends up dead. They'll look over at Saberlight, who has to walk through this Wukong's onslaught, trying to leave, but there's the jump over with the shard from no one on the Balance Strike, right into the face of Nisha. Net reeling in, Nisha, hook shot, Yules, Icarus dive, and an Orchid. They've got the silence, but the relocate out, never in doubt.
They're still losing the buildings. Range barracks are going to go down instantly. And we talked about how much tower damage they do have. No one still holding that Aegis.
Sonic Wave, Pulverize, 9 class dead, Dagon and Nisha doing the damage, but Saberlight put himself in a compromising position. So he ends up dead. This illusion almost kills the Snapfire. They're down just the Clockwork. TP's forward, Mickey going in for Ducalis. Mortimer's kisses, but Ducalis healed up pretty much to full. Onslaught in, no one's gonna turn this around. They go to the blink, they've got the silence. It's gonna be the Supernova on the side, but they've got the Sunray going out on Anisha as well as the Orchid. They should be able to get the kill, but there's the Lotus Orb to get him unsilenced and back him away. They get the kill on a Saberlight, the Primal Spring on an Insania. Balance Strike lands. Insania, he's looking very dead, as the cookie will only bring him so far. They've got the net, they'll get the kill. No one's gonna get a kill there onto this Io, and they'll even look over at Insania and Mickey again.
They're back to full HP. You have Pugna. Pretty much every single hero has some kind of a healing except Clockwork. Satanic, he's back to full HP, and he also has Butterfly plus Elven Tunic. So Slark is definitely not gonna deal the damage. Boxy gets the deny on the melee barracks. Small victory.
Get the mid set of racks, get the top set of racks. Mickey trying to farm bottom, but this is a tier 3, and the bottom set of racks looking pretty bad, but the hook shot comes in. They've got the Orchid. It's going to be onto the Sark. Icarus dive over. No Supernova, but they've got the ult. They've got the Lotus Orb. That bounces back to Gleipnir.
And they're just going to get Mega Creeps here.
Yeah. Up 25,000 net worth. Liquid feel like they need to make a move. They don't have Saberlight, though.
Saberlight did buy back. That's why his respawn timer is so massive.
Strike goes to the other side. Going with the BKB. They look for the Wukong's command. They've got the tether onto Mickey. He tries to get out, but the song isn't enough control. They're on their steps. They'll go back into the fountain. They'll try to get the kill to the Snapfire. He's going to survive with a little bit of health. There goes Cyberlight in with the Pulverize onto No One as well as the Onslaught. They're going to try and get the kill onto the Monkey King, but No One with a sliver of health.
No way that he lives
Spirits
there. Gets a
won't
deny.
be enough to get the kill initially, but they get the deny. They get the kill here on the Ducalis. 9class trying to get away. Hookshot in. Everybody from Liquid still alive, but 3 heroes out of the side of Paravision. Just the Phoenix and the Naga Siren are able to retreat.
They got a couple of kills. Buyback from Insania, but you are playing against Mega Creeps. And looking at the heroes that they do have, these heroes don't deal well with the Mega Creeps. It's going to be slow and painful death for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it's just about 40 seconds until everybody is back up for the side of Paravision. Satanic has that heart, going Scotty next. He is super duper far. Oh, Mickey! Oh, dear.
Not enough status
that
resist,
ult.
keeping him alive.
Yeah, Sanjay Nash actually pouncing in, surprisingly. Oh, DM, he's got the boots of travel. He wants to come in. Nobody's killing the creeps. Saberlight's going to go through, but they're going to have an Icarus dive. The Pulverize stops him for a moment. The hookshot comes out. They get the kill on a Saberlight. They're going to look towards the rest now. It was the boots of travel that allowed the Phoenix to come back in. Boxy on the run. Blink away from Nisha. They get back to the tier 4 tower, but they've got the Gleipnir with the Lotus Orb purging that off. Boxy, Scatter Blast, Cookie over the Ancient. Mickey, though, needing to run. Pounce into a tether from Insania.
Mega
and everybody's here for Paravision. Silence the Cogs. That's going to be some zoning cogs there, not allowing them to jump in. They'll take the first tier 4 tower. Death by 1,000 cuts. Another tier 4 is going to be killed off. Wukongs, they're in their own well, but I don't know how well they're doing. As they've got the Hex, they'll have the Sunray, the Supernova. You can't even touch it yet, but they'll try, and it doesn't matter. The game's going to end.
Oh man, Paravision. I said I don't believe in Naga Siren as a carry, but I do believe in Satanic as a carry, because this guy can make pretty much anything work. And what a performance from No One as well. Was able to get the most out of the matchup against Queen of Pain, made some really good rotations. And again, Clockwork 3 times in a row for 9class.
Yeah.
He was all over the place. If he gets a good start, that also means that he's going to be all over the place, in your face, playing super aggressive, and Queen of Pain didn't get the chance to play the game. They kind of synchronized their Orchids at the same time, one after the other, and he didn't have the spell mechanic at the time. Boxy tried his best. Boxy had a great game on Snapfire, some really nice ultis, getting the kills and pushing people out of trouble with his 4-staff. Got enough farm to buy even a Lotus Orb in this kind of a game. Feels really nice, but yeah, coming into the next series that Paravision is going to play in the playoffs, it means that these teams, they need to figure out how to deal with DM's Phoenix, because this seems like a menace to deal with.
I think you need to start banning out 9class's Clockwork. You're banning the Veno, but the Clockwork.
He has such a massive hero pool. He is the type of a player that will spam a certain hero, but also plays a lot of different heroes. He also expanded his hero pool. His Nyx Assassin is always going to be up there. If you leave him Nyx, I think it's going to be even more impactful than his Clockwork. Yeah,
they're focusing a lot of their bans on 9class in the draft. That first phase of bans has Nyx Assassin, has Venomancer, and you're looking here, 9class 7-5-13 DM though. We talked about this Phoenix 8-1-11, very, very strong and fun to watch. That lane together too is just obnoxious. It is so obnoxious to deal with 9class and DM on the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's a killer lane. You do have ways, like they killed him level 1 immediately. Usually Flark is the one who wants to put the pressure, gets his passive ability, but yeah, when you pair up Phoenix with a hero that does have some kind of a stun, something that can keep him in place, so the spirits are going to deal the damage, this is the result.
Definitely is, and I was a little worried that maybe it would be a little slow from Paravision, but they were quick as hell. they started with, again, Simeon Stride just allows you to be everywhere. The Monkey King rotated with, Simeon Stride and TPs no matter what. They were going past the tier 1 tower top. They were defending the tier 1 bottom. There was that interesting move from Liquid when they were trying to get those kills over in the bottom tier 1 area. But that fight didn't exactly go well. And they were able to control these heroes. The quick Orchid from 9 class was genius.
It was. Also, the way they move across the map, the way they're setting up the kills with the inner Song of the Siren, 9 class getting a kill on one side of the map, TPing to the tower immediately, and then going for the hookshot type of a play. And also, this guy is just so annoying to play against because he's always in your face. He's playing these very, very slippery heroes as well. Clockwork, you try to initiate on him, he puts the cogs, runs away. So he draws a lot of attention for his team.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see this team kind of click, and we do have an interview with No One and Nat T, so we're going to send it to Nat. Take it away.
After getting to see you guys on Parry Vision beat Liquid here. Look, it was 3 games. You kind of went the distance, but No One. That series started off a lot of fun for you. You got the double kill on Sniper using the Dakala's smoke. Is this just like you guys are always going to do it, and how did it feel to get the double kill?
Actually, there was no smoke. We were just staying on our high ground, trying to use smoke, and they just come and just feed. I mean, Edgar dodged first spell of Muerta and just chased them, and I got double kill with Shrapnel. What is this? It's just like, we were laughing there for a minute, I guess.
Yeah, we could hear you guys laughing. We saw Dakala's do the classic in old chat there as well. When it comes to game number 2, though, it wasn't as many smiles. That one didn't go your way. So what exactly happened in game number 2 for it to be so difficult?
I mean, first of all, I felt a lot of stress because I didn't eat too much today, in the morning, because the breakfast is sometimes not the best, and I was really stressed out on the second game, and I think I made 2 big mistakes, big bad calls at the triangle and in their jungle. If we would not do this, I think the game would be pretty easy for us, actually, because if you saw the Lycan Wolf killing Enigma, but rather they're using every spell just on the ground, just not to die. They felt distracted, and I think it was easy game, but we just let them win. It's my personal opinion. We just go and let them free fights, basically.
So you still have faith in, a Dragon Knight mid and the Lycan carry, which has become quite popular now?
Yeah, of course. The mid I don't like at all. My team saying to me, you need just to be stunned, and I'm like, sure. But if it's working, I'm happy. It was working.
And game 3 was a little bit more back and forth. Game 1, it felt like you guys really won that one. In game number 2, Liquid had a really good comeback. For game number 3, it just was this big back and forth between you two. So what exactly was it? Did anything take you by surprise on coming up against Liquid, or were you really prepared?
No, we actually knew that they're gonna pick IO. We thought about Slark. We thought about they're gonna pick Primal, but Snapfire was surprised for us, and Queen of Pain mid, I don't know. It was kind of questionable, I would say, for them. But maybe it will, if it work out, I will not say this, but in the end, yeah. So I think we both know each other, Liquid and us. We played too many. We played Clarent finals. We played a lot of officials and clan wars, so we knew who's gonna pick what. So I think it was kind of serious. Everybody knows about drafts, what's gonna happen. But I think Naga 18 kind of surprise them. Yeah, but we played against them clan war with Naga, so.
All right, there was that Naga pick that really got it in the end for you guys. And last big question that I want to ask about is, I spoke to you at a couple tournaments ago, and you gave me insight that you were the one building this Parry Vision roster after TI. You guys had great success at Bangkok going on to win it, but then you made this roster change. You guys bring on Satanic. So how did the conversation go about? How is it working with him on the roster now? And where is the faith for this tournament in this new roster?
I would not put us at any place, because we could lose to Liquid, we could lose to any team in the future. So we're just gonna play Dota. That's first. And about Satanic, he's very young. I didn't expect this coming. I was like Kim and Ramses' team. It's hard, honestly. He's a really, really nice guy, but he has too much energy, and he wants to be involved in everything. He wants to be in draft, and we need to calm him down all the time. We need to calm down his calls, because he's calling a lot and stuff. But it's really, really nice to play right now together. Yeah.
Do you feel like, he's coming in, he's like the first into the prac room, last out, like that sort of energy as well, or?
No, he's just too energized about about things he should not be energized. It's like when you're young, you will do this stuff because you want to be involved in everything. And like we're like trying to maybe teach him a bit, not too much, but so like because sometimes he's just, I know what to draft, guys. We will draft this, and we're like, bro, you came not to this team not to draft him, like just show your best. Yeah. So. But.
It's working out for you guys. Look, congratulations. Knowing you guys making it to playoffs, I'm excited to see you in the future. But thank you for joining us and good luck.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, guys.
Bye, no one. What a great interview.
Yeah, always happy to hear from no
Smile
one.
on his face. He's got a great, one of the best smiles in Dota, I think.
Yeah, also a veteran of Dota, you know, putting people in place, like, know your place. You carry us. You don't have to talk about everything, and you can see the difference, the energy levels as well, because he's a cool, collected guy that, plays Dota, and then you have Satanic, who's like all energetic about everything, and that's the combinations that you kind of want to see. This is why throughout the history of Dota, we had so many of these like veteran captains. Puppy is a great example, bringing in new players, always new blood, and the combination of these players always work the best.
Yeah, he talked about kind of being the mentor, the father figure there for Ramses and now Satanic. So he's basically like, you're here to play carry. Yeah, just I'll figure out the draft. You
do your own thing.
Just carry the game. That's it. It's an easy role, just carry. No other thing you have to do. Just carry the game.
And Satanic had great performance today. Like even in the losing game on this Lycan, he was godlike. First game, completely nailed it. And in the third game, bringing out Naga Siren. Even though he said that they played a scrim against each other and they were able to show Naga Siren, but that also caught them by surprise a bit. Yeah,
the Naga Siren was interesting in what he was talking about it because we didn't know what to think of it, but it definitely feels like there's more.
Seems viable still.
Yeah, it definitely feels more viable for sure. And we're going to look at the MVP as, of course, Satanic, 37,000 damage there with 25,000 net worth. Farmed really well, 5-1 and 9. You said it too during the game that he was still getting experience. Usually you don't get as much experience when you're using illusions to get farm, but he was keeping up due to the fact that the Slark and Io were tethered together at all times, so you're not getting as much experience for the Slark.
Yeah, he's also super aggressive as a carry player, where you would see him go through the Twin Gates, you would see him picking up that Orchid, immediately starting to put pressure on the map, going for the kill on Slark, then again trying to grab a kill on the other side of the map, so knows his timings really well.
Yeah, definitely knows his timings. It'll be interesting to see Paravision as they move on to the playoffs. So we've got them going on to the playoffs, but Liquid, now they're 2-2. It's a dangerous moment for them, either elimination or playoffs now in their future. But in your future is a little bit of a break before we come back with 2 more BO3s. We'll see you in a bit.
And as the evening continues, of course, more Dota up here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and some more best of threes coming right up here with T-Pan and Harry Freak. We're going to be taking over the evening shift here. 2 more best of threes here on our A stream. Remember to also keep an eye open on the B stream, and most importantly, !F to follow all of our social media channels, not just the A and the B streams, but also our Twitters, our Instagrams, everything where all the important news of announcements is going to be. So you'll be up to date with everything that FISSURE has to offer. And of course, Harry, we already saw one of these series end. We got one more team more into the playoffs, and we need 2 more in the remaining series for the day.
Yeah, and that's why you and me are here to actually look at who is going to be going through. So that last series was close. And we are starting off late. To be honest, I'd like to go deep into the night because I think there's potential for both of these series to go the full distance.
There's a possibility. You know, we could have this nice little marathon run of 3 games for both. We'll see if that is truly the storyline or not. We did see some miraculous moves yesterday from Heroic and, of course, from BetBoom, taking their first spots as well. And now we have one more to add to the list. But, of course, we are going to be looking at Talon versus Team Spirit as the next one. So pretty hype series in terms of one team that is lit on fire, and another team that has, well, yesterday had to swallow bitter defeat of a 0-2 loss, not even getting a single map win versus Heroic.
Yeah, but they still got to play a best-of-3 series. In the second game, they adjusted quite well. It still wasn't enough to win the game because Heroic were awesome. But on the other hand, Talon is coming from victory, right? And that in itself, the momentum can carry you quite a long way. So I think both of the teams have something to fall back on, something to focus on, something that is good.
Yep.
But I think still it being the first best of 3 for Talon, that they are maybe at a bit of a disadvantage because of that.
Maybe so. Maybe the fans as well, because on our streams, of course, we do have some nice community drops too, and those are being awarded to some of the nicest people out there in chat as well. So do root for your favorite teams. Do also comment on what is going on, what's the good things about this event or the past, or what you're hoping from the future. But do it in such a way that somebody might pick up at, oh, that's a great comment. I think that should be taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, Tornado is the one who we had featured for his comment, and because he has been so invested in the chat and nice as well, right? He got himself an Arcana, and some people would say one of the, if not the best one.
Could say. Is that your favorite Arcana? I think I'm more of a TB guy.
The thing about this Arcana and why I think it's so good is because it is great with all of the other sets. You can combine it perfectly, right? Because of that, I would say that, yeah, it is my favorite.
Definitely out there as well. Maybe Legion Commander also has some cool ones because you can mix things around as well between the swords and something else as well. But you're not an LC guy. I know you're a support player.
Doesn't matter. I like LC, man. I've been longing to see it in the games, and we are getting some of it, but I am just not 100% convinced on the hero. I mean, you and me had a game where the enemy carry had more dual victories than the LC herself.
Well, let's see if more LCs are going to be showing up, but of course we have to start talking about Talon and Team Spirit. So let's get the first team on the board. As we are at the 2-1 stage, Gaimin Gladiators were the first ones to fall at Talon. Liquid then stole a victory away from Talon, and then Tundra fell to this specific team. And it has shown that these players have the grit, the hunger, and maybe even coming from their mid lane. And I think that is a huge impact that Mikoto has had, which helps the rest of his team perform.
I think that is the general consensus. Whoever you talk about Talon is like, dude, what's happening with Mikoto? Why is he this good? But the thing is that this is normal Mikoto, right? If his heroes are in the meta, everybody's always thinking, why is he this good? And then he becomes not as, if some of his heroes fall out, people forget about him, and then he comes back in the next meta, just destroying everybody once again. So he's in that mode where everybody should be afraid of him, and I'm a little bit scared for Laurel.
Truly. I mean, if you do talk about that matchup in particular, Mikoto might have a small edge in terms of the tempo and the momentum that's going on his side. Mental side, of course, is really important to take into account, but there again, best of ones. And the mid laner that you just mentioned has come from his first best of 3 already, so they're ready and warmed up for these BO3 series. And excited to see as well, how does Larl show up today? But only not just him, the rest of his team as well, Team Spirit. From Chimera to Yakult's brothers into a bitter defeat versus Heroic last night in a 0-2 fashion. Team Spirit ready to take upon the challenge once again to punch that ticket to the playoff stage. Hungrier more than ever, and it needs to show today.
Don't talk about punching. Rue is already in his guard, man. It's somebody's gonna be on the receiving end of that one. But yeah, Team Spirit. One thing though, you started mentioning it, the tempo between Larl and Mikoto. I think it's the overall tempo of these two teams that varies so much. Spirit, they want to slow the game down, and Talon, just because their mid laner is zoning so much around him, they can speed up the game by quite a lot and make it short. So I think that could be an advantage for Talon.
Potentially could be, and of course, how do they open up the side lanes most importantly too? Because we've seen a lot of these active mids, not only just based on their hero, but also the playstyle that they have that helps their carries, their offlaners, their supports, everything gets opened up from the mid laner. But do you consider the mid matchup as the true rate boss in this specific series, or would you look somewhere else towards the side lanes?
I think just because Mikoto has had such great performances that we are going to be focusing on the mid lane the most. That is going to be, at least during the laning part, the most interesting one. And then Larl is much better in the later portions of the game, so I want to see if he can make it work for him.
Well, let's see what the players think as well. We do have some interviews ready, so let's jump straight over to Jenkins and Nat.
I've been so lucky to get the chance to talk to you, Toro, before you head into this into your series here. I know it's been a little bit rough for you guys so far, but what is going to change today? What is going to get the win for you guys today on Team Spirit?
I think we're going to play our best match ever, what we can. So we will try to win today Talon or Team Mikoto. So I think the strongest opponent is Mikoto, so Larl gonna smash him up. So we're gonna play today, yeah.
All right, you've been prepping Larl, you've been warming him up, but yourself coming back to competitive, how does it feel after taking that break?
It's okay. It's good. Like it was a good education, and now I'm full of strength, full of motivated to play Dota and play like this team and play good competitive. So I like to come back.
I look forward to it. Yutoro, thank you so much for joining me. But we're going to head on over to, as Yutoro coined it, Team Mikoto.
That's right. I'm here with Mikoto from Team Talon.
Hello.
Do you know SpongeBob?
Yes, I know.
Who's your favorite guy from SpongeBob?
The Patrick guy. He seems fun to be friends with. What? What can I say?
What do you have to say to all the people out there that are saying, Mikoto, this guy is absolutely carrying Talon. He looks amazing right now. He's the best.
I'll say it's kind of like overrated because like we didn't achieve anything yet. So yeah, maybe don't think too much. Yeah.
Humble guy, I like it. Good luck in your series, my friend. Thank you.
Well, this indeed could be where the storyline comes full circle between these two mids, but it could also be left completely open if one team takes the victory now, the other punches a ticket to the playoffs later on and meet themselves again for a second time. That is a story that, of course, will not unfold until we can see into the future. We cannot. So, Harry, what do you...
You can't?
I try, but I
don't know, man. Your predictions yesterday look pretty much futuristic, right?
I try my best,
Okay.
you know, but not everything always goes correct. I got a couple ones missed as well. Though, again, they are highlighting quite heavily that Mikoto versus Laurel, as we heard from the words of Toro, this is going to be Laurel's day to crush Mikoto. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I liked his responses. Also, I loved how he hyped up Laurel, and I also liked how Mikoto put himself down a little bit, because what's gonna happen if everybody is just constantly saying you're the best, you're awesome, it might get to your head. But that was actually quite smart what he did. It showed experience. It showed that this guy knows what's up, that if he allows it to get to his head, if he thinks that he's just better than everybody else, every single mistake he's gonna be taking it much harder than he actually should. So both of the short interviews, they impressed me, and I think both of the teams are ready.
And maturity and humbleness, which I think also shined, but hopefully not too humble on the playground when it really matters. As we compare these two teams right here, stats looking pretty much the same. Of course, Spirit maybe a bit more games in this entire patch. This patch has been quite long, and maybe if you compare from the recent matches that these teams have been playing, their win rates are really, really high. So not only just the big comparison of 60%, because I'm looking at in the last 30 games, Talon is 83% win rate, and Spirit as well at 73. So most of their victories have been recent.
Yeah, they have, but the thing is that Spirit especially, they've played a qualifier recently where they were unchallenged completely, right? They didn't lose a single game, didn't even get close to it. So that might be elevating their win rate a little bit. I think that Spirit definitely are not at their best at the moment. It has been showing in this tournament. I mean, they barely won versus Yakults, and yesterday versus Heroic. They weren't playing bad Dota, but they weren't on the level of Heroic, and it was apparent.
I guess that also maybe leaves a bit of room for interpretation. That is the team still getting warmed up, because those are best of ones. Of course, for Spirit's case, they did already play a BO3, didn't get a map win in that specific series. So is there still something to wait for from Spirit? Absolutely. I believe in that this team is still growing into a speed, and maybe even to be able to overtake Talon as well, who are considered right now a very, I wouldn't even say somewhat of a favorite coming into this one with their recent form.
Yeah, I think the way that these two teams have been playing, that people are looking at Talon as the favorite. But I'd say that it is pretty 50-50 between the two teams right now. It's actually very hard to understand who's better before they play.
I mean, chat has been pretty on point with the predictions so far, and I think BCOP mentioned before that they have probably, 48,000 somewhat players in that team. Exclamation mark T for Talon, exclamation mark S for Spirit, if you think that team which you vote for is going to take this game for themselves. So, chat, you got to rely on each other. It's a teamwork game. But of course, you can't be a fan of both. Can you be a fan of both? Yes, you can, but of course you still got to pick.
Yeah, you still have to pick in the end. I mean, for me, it's easy, right? They have my country's flag, the flag of the country that we're in right now, where this tournament is at, on their Wikipedia page. So I'm always going to be looking at Team Spirit. But I've always liked Southeast Asia, right? This is where I started my casting career mostly. So I'm still connected to Talon as well. Kind of torn, but I can't go against my own flag.
As you can see, the picks coming out, we do have Dire first pick for Team Spirit, and then we also have the second pick, Radiant, for Talon. And in their recent matches, Talon is 90% win rate with those specific choices, and 83 for Team Spirit. So very high win rates on both ends.
Overall, as we mentioned, these two teams have amazing win rates anyways, because they have been winning a lot lately. But here in a competitive environment versus each other, we're really going to be able to gauge their strengths. And they ban out the PA. That is the only hero that Spirit has played twice so far in this tournament. Yeah,
that is something that I wanted to touch upon as well, which is hero diversity. So something that we sometimes bring up, talking about how much flex does a team have. And of course, with only a few games played so far, you would see maybe a lot of repeating heroes come up. Maybe they're bringing up something new. But at the moment, Talon, until this Monkey King pick, did have 100% hero diversity, meaning that they will always play a unique hero on a unique player. So it doesn't mean that you're flexing it at all. This Monkey will also be their second. And it has been Mikoto so far. So mid-Monkey by the looks of it. Of course, sorry, that is for Team Spirit. Sorry, so I'll take my words back. This next Assassin will continue to be in that 100% pool because they've not played it so far. But the Monkey King, believe that is also a first for Spirit.
Spirits haven't played it. I'm very surprised that they're still or maybe not. Maybe they're still experimenting. Maybe they still don't know like what their play style should be now when they're back together. And Spirit has always had these times where they're unsure of what they need to play. It takes them a tournament or two to really get the idea of how they're gonna be doing well, and then they fly off the handle. I'm hoping they do it a bit faster here because I'd love to see them on the on the main stage, but we'll see how it goes.
But what do you think about the idea on the Nyx Assassin here? We haven't seen a whole lot of Nyx. It's been banned quite a lot in the first phase. It's not even just about the Nyx Dawn that have gone hand to hand for so many weeks together. Is it about something bigger here for Talon Esports picking this hero?
So I can try to analyze if there is something
You're
bigger.
the Nyx specialist.
Yeah, I am. So here's the idea. Nyx really thrives if the mid lane tower falls relatively early. If we've been hyping up Mikoto, so we are expecting him to do well in the lane. Nyx is very good at rotating to the mid to help that lane do well anyways. So with all of that being said, it kind of makes sense for them to go to the Nyx, for them to be wanting to focus on taking those runes, a little bit of roaming, and then once that mid lane tower falls, for the Nyx to go hunting.
All right, let's see if that plan comes into fruition here for Talon Esports. They're also going to be bringing up the gyrocopter here to reinforce the lineup a bit. And of course, that is, could that be still put into the 5 position?
Yeah, most definitely. It can be done. Obviously, though, Kuku hasn't been playing much of it in pubs. But then again, neither has Natsumi been playing a lot of gyro in pubs. So I'm not sure what they're going to be doing with this one. It is more often going to be played as a carry.
As a carry.
Yeah, so you're going to expect that. And again, we see a Lich. We've seen so many players in this tournament talking about, yo, Lich, I can't stand this hero. And this is just some standard picks coming out from Team Spirit, nothing out of the ordinary.
I still want to touch upon that gyrocopter because, so when we were casting the wildcard series, bringing up It's Your Boy Speed, when he was still playing in the offlane, he had this video going through, I think it was 736 offlaner. So that's quite some time ago already. But he did list a Pause 3 gyrocopter in A tier. I got really interested about it. I started playing it. I was like, this guy is so much better than your Razors, your DPs, your Vipers from most case to case because they're supposed to win the lane, right? This guy is super good at his job during the laning stage. So I know they're not going to do it, but I'm just saying that it's also a really cool concept to put this gyrocopter in the offlane position.
Yeah, you're hoping that it can.
I'm always hoping. I'm always reaching, Harry. You know.
So now there's no Lich, right? And then what is left for instant lockdown when the Magnus jumps in? Rubik, Line, you don't want those on position 5s, right? When you already have a Nyx Assassin. So this Magnus plus the Lich was actually very, very smart from Team Spirit if you look at it. Because every single time we see a Magnus, we see those responses of instant stuns that are going to prevent him to go hunting. There's nothing like that.
Yeah. And we did see huge impact from this Lich yesterday, that the support positions are able to make plays of their own on enemy Pause 3s, kill them right away where they stand. So definitely a very strong pick to have if you want to look at the aggressive end of the game. But Talon, they're going to bring up the Doom here. That is a good answer to the Monkey King at least.
5 seconds.
Yep, for sure. And now we're probably going to be seeing their position 5. So Kuku has been playing a lot of Lich. That is not in the pool. Phoenix, not in the pool. Pugna, that is something that everybody plays, and he will be picking up. You need some magical damage extra when versus the Lich. You just want that person with the Frost Shield to somehow die.
We talked about those
keycaps?
Keycaps before. So the punch that was a little Yoda.
Really? He has a Yoda?
And it looked like maybe there's some kind of squirrel, not Hoodwink, but I think that will remain as a mystery.
Oh, I mean, we'll ask him. It's or shouldn't we? We can allow it to remain a mystery, or we can find out.
I prefer it to stay a mystery. Chat can guess.
Okay, sure. Maybe the chat knows.
Chat probably knows. I mean, they've been pretty good predictions so far. Maybe they know what it is as well. But yeah, Kuku Pugna played it before as well, in addition to the Ogre and the Phoenix.
Tiny's in the pool.
Tiny's in the pool. That hero has had some insane win rate. I think it was 9-2 at the start of the day. So that's about, what, 80+ win rate?
Yeah, I like a Tiny here, right? You have a lot of HP, so the pure damage of the Doom doesn't annoy you that much. You get buffed by the Magnus. Pugna gets destroyed. There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
So, guaranteed win? The numbers are in your favor.
Well, 9-2, right? But it was 8-0, so yesterday it didn't really do too well. I'm not sure people are getting used to it, but that is because I think teams were picking it a little bit earlier in the draft a couple of times, and now I actually think that this is a great Tiny game. None of these heroes is particularly good versus him, because what did you did? You got a lot of magical damage to make sure that the Frost Shield isn't that strong, and then here comes a hero who has such huge HP pool that your magical damage is just not as valuable.
Yeah, and also the early farming cleave from this Magnus to the Tiny, where Tiny might struggle slightly in terms of the farming output, if put in the carry position, that is. Of course, they can still move it around if they want to. Or it could just be a support Tiny too, which would mean they would have to play quite early tempo, otherwise their support. So I'm going to say the Lich, he doesn't need any items to be active and be strong, but the Tiny might feel a bit awkward if there's not a lot of kills going in Team Spirit's favor.
They banned the Bounty Hunter. I've been talking to you so much about it.
You have been talking about that so much.
Rue has like 1 billion games in pubs with the Bounty, and they haven't picked it even once for him. This is the type of lineup that actually goes for a lot of kills. Tiny, Magnus, Monkey, even the Lich, you could get a ton of track kills. I'm still not sure that they'd go for it. They're probably unsure of how they would want to implement it in their lineups. If they have been, they'd probably be picking it up more and earlier in the drafts. And something like a Willow, yep, gone. Okay, so what else can lane well with the Magnus? His bat is also out. Really not that many things that he plays. Like a Lion could be a way to go if they really want some extra burst.
Yeah, is burst what Team Spirit needs here? It is going to be Monkey, Tiny, and Mag as the cores, most likely reading the draft at the moment, especially from Talon's pause 4 bans coming out.
Oh,
so is
Muerta.
burst the one that they're missing? Muerta is something that they have definitely played.
Not necessarily. You have burst. That is why I'm looking at the Lion, not really thinking, oh, you need it here. It's nice to have it, but it's not necessary.
Would be also nice to have some tickets as well for the event here at Belgrade, Serbia on the 31st of January. So that will be in next week's weekend. On Friday, we unfold with this $1 million tournament with all the top teams that make their way through the Swiss stage. So we'll see who make their way there. You could also be there with exclamation mark ticket.
So what do they ban? They want to protect their Monkey King even more. So versus Mikoto, they did get rid of the Lina, got rid of the Storm, got rid of the Quap. I guess they're not afraid of the puck. They have some burst for him. And on the other hand, Spirit, what do you say, Lion and a Muerta. I think those are the ones that are left most likely.
Yeah, Lion, Bat Rider, which
banned.
is also... Is he banned?
Yeah, Talon banned it second.
Oh, right, it is in the first phase bans. Yeah, so then it definitely leaves just those two or something new for Mr. Rue.
Yeah, he also played some Coddle in his pubs, so could go that route. But there goes Lion. Yeah, it was...
Prefer this one above that one.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, you have a little bit more burst, and you want the if the Nyx is seen on a sentry, you want to have that instant X just to make sure Spike Carapace doesn't come out, because it is a very annoying spell for pretty much every single one of your heroes.
Out of the heroes that Mikoto has played so far, he's going to have to bring up something new. There's no Sniper, there's no MK, there's no Lina. Those were all both picked and banned by Team Spirit. So what do you think Mikoto's looking for here?
It's a rough one. I guess like
so much physical damage to pick a puck feels a bit scary. Shaker is in the pool, which could feel good.
Yeah, I'd be okay with the Shaker. I feel like that's okay, but it's still, it goes both ways. Monkey King is a melee hero versus a Shaker. Doesn't necessarily like it. Shaker, also a melee hero versus the Monkey King. I think it would make it so that the support rotations make a difference. And to be honest, I think Team Spirit's rotations are better here than the ones of Talon, even though Talon has solid rotating supports as well.
If only the hero was in the meta, it's somewhat of an OD game.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna be seeing that guy. I've seen some pubs and just doesn't do enough damage.
And it's going to be the Invoker, so this seems to be a bit of a classic when there's a Monkey King on the field for Mikoto.
Yeah, so when you have a lot of jumping heroes, Invoker is actually great. First of all, he keeps his distance. And second of all, you can often react with a Tornado, right? The Invoker is fine if people are running at him. He does have ways to protect himself, multiple ways. Ice Wall, Tornado, Deafening Blast, all of those come into play when you're running at him. And this lineup of Team Spirit, they want to be moving around the map fast once they get their timings and go hunting. And this is a great hero to prevent it.
A great hero to prevent it indeed. And of course, now with those both drafts on the field here, who do you think has better timings in this game? Or let's put it this way, maybe easier to get to timings?
I'd say better timing Spirit, easier to get to timings Talon. So why is that the case? Because Talon needs level 6 on the Nyx and 1 tower to fall. You have a Pugna to take down those towers. You get level 6 on the Nyx around 10 and 11 minutes for sure. On the side of Team Spirit, though, once you get your Blink Daggers or Blink Dagger on the Magnus, a couple of items on the Tiny are already leveled, ready to go, and the Monkey King will complement them no matter when they get that.
All right. Well, that just leaves us pretty much with our predictions and also what has chat predicted for this specific series. I'm curious to see how that one goes, because for me, I want to discuss something about Talon that I saw yesterday from Heroic, that they are on a very good high right now in terms of their performance, how well they're playing, but maybe not as strong as what we saw from Heroic. So I think that would also give a bit of a bigger edge for Team Spirit. That's why I believe maybe Team Spirit has the better lineup, and I also feel like they're more ready for this game number 1. That Invoker and Makoto can do some great things, sure. But I do still think that Team Spirit is the one that's going to take game 1. That's my prediction.
I think I'm going to go with Talon. I'm just a big fan of the Pugna and the Nyx support duo, and the way that Pugna takes down towers and opens up for the Nyx to have a game, right? It is one of the support duos that works really well. And what does the Nyx do? Do a lot of burst damage, doesn't finish people off. Pugna does it as well. So I think just with these two, they can do a lot, and they're always going to have Mikoto around with the with Invokers. So I'm going to go with Talon.
And chat is also 82% on your side, Harry, so 18% only with Team Spirit. But that's sounding pretty much like your win probabilities in some of those games, 4%, 6%. One of them was a win, the other one wasn't. So let's see if they can do it and pull it off, because it is a best of 3 after all. So if you get a lead here in this one, that would be a great way to start your punching your ticket to the playoff spot. That is what's at stake here. Not still going to be over from the first game, of course. But mid lane has been highlighted quite a lot. The matchup as well. Do you think that this Monkey King has to quickly move away from that mid lane, try to make some moves towards the side lanes, or are we going to be fairly passive? Because even, like you say, Invokers should get on the move and help out the side lanes. A lot of these Invokers also tend to get stuck in mid lane. We'll get to that in a second as Cuckoo. That is a morning wake up for him.
I think now there is a clear answer to your question that the Monkey King is going to have a pretty decent time, especially with that first blood. But very rarely we should look at the Monkey King as a classic melee hero. He does have a decent amount of range, very good animation, solid damage, way to secure the range creep. So he doesn't really lose a lot of the mid matchups, and even the ones where he can sometimes get dominated, you make one mistake and he turns it around. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be a huge problem for him.
Trying to do some early damage here onto Laurel in terms of that laning stage, because he did get the first blood. A great way to start for your mid laner indeed. Get a slight bit of an advantage versus the Invoker. But let's see. Also, is there anything special about the wards here? Not the mid wards, but mostly the 2 bottom wards placed by each team.
I mean, the rotations are going to be a big deal, right? And both the Lion and the Pugna can be annoying when rotating. I'd say maybe for Spirit, the rotations of the Nyx might be a little bit scarier, you know, Tornado into an Impale, but that is why they have this ward in the mid lane that is going to be scouting those rotations as well. In general, you want to protect Laurel. On the other side, protecting the Invoker, not the biggest of deal, right? Because he shouldn't get caught.
And also in terms of camp blocking and stacking as well, as Team Spirit does have sentries on both sides of the map, blocking the easy camp from Talon's safe lane, and also trying to deny this Doom from getting his hands on a neutral creep. So you'd see the Infernal Blade leveled up first at least to allow a bit of poke.
Yeah, to annoy the Tiny. I mean, we talked about just how much HP this hero has, and even you know in level 1, that percentage-based damage is going to be great for him. As Spirit, they're applying pressure, but this is normal for a Lich lane. He always runs forward because has such low cooldown on his spell and just spams and tries to get you as low as possible. But Nyx is one of the better heroes to deal with it. You're very unlikely to kill him from 100 to 0, and Nyx likes that. He has low HP. He's gonna and high regen, so he's gonna be getting back up fairly soon, even if you try to annoy him.
Did mention you as a Nyx player and a Nyx specialist. Have you also been doing the same thing in your pubs where you're just emptying your shop from clarity so that nobody else has their access to it and you're just going around from camp to camp burning all the clarities, getting all the jungle? Of course, yeah.
Before Nyx had its spell, I was a Mirana player, so I did the same thing with that one. So
arrow to arrow.
Exactly, right? So obviously you're gonna be getting all of the mana items that you can get. You just want all the gold, all the experience, especially for Nyx. It's very important to get that level 6 early.
So far, so good for pretty much everyone here. Doom especially getting himself a good start, even with the Nyx Assassin. Most of the time, not in the lane. It would be a bit awkward if your Bo3, who's somewhat soloing the lane, would be falling behind in levels, but he's already level 3, and they are targeting Miposhka here. There's the Blood Grenade thrown in, the stun from Jokum, and Miposhka will drop. WS will bring Talon up to speed. And Natsumi does go down as well. Looked like he got pushed under the T1 tower.
Yep, I mean, when you have a Lion and a Magnus, there's just so much lockdown coming from Lion that is going to allow the Magnus to get the skewer off. So you'll always have to be careful about it. And Gyro is just a hero who doesn't have that much range. So
and Pugna just stares. Where you going?
Yeah,
where you going?
What is he supposed to do? Pugna is hard to catch in this lane, so it's nice to have a very high movement speed hero. But maybe this is one of the games where it should have been an afterburner Gyro because of this.
They're going to repeat it again. They're glyphing the wave. Really smart move here as well, so that the creep wave doesn't die ASAP. And I think that also hurt Larl a little bit too.
Yeah, maybe it was glyphed because of Larl, to be honest.
Maybe,
a lot of those creeps were quite healthy, so maybe a bit unnecessary, I thought, for a second. But considering that he got the Jingu stacks in the mid lane, maybe it was Mikoto that went for it.
You can only make that play every few minutes, so pretty much that glyph used in the laning stage is meant specifically for your mid privilege, or mid diff.
Yeah, when it was first used, everybody was laughing at like, what the hell are they doing? Imagine people were doing it just for a CS. For a Monkey King, though, it makes a lot of sense. If you don't do damage, you don't heal up, and then you can die. And look at how much that First Blood has impacted this lane. He has 9 denies in the Monkey King. Overall, you still do well versus the Invoker, but I think this is a bit too well.
Collapse can't quite get an angle for the skewer, and Natsumi and Kuku able to dodge the majority and actually deal quite a heavy amount of damage back with those explosions and the flat cannons. Magnus low, Lion feeling a bit more healthier. They're both salving up by the looks of it, regenning themselves back to full.
I mean, that's a Pugna for you. 330 movement speed without any movement speed items, but they're gonna kill him now.
Are they gonna get Kuku? There's the skewer. Yes, they will. Rue will fall.
What cost?
And Natsumi getting some damage out on Collapse with a Hex is there from Rue, slowing him down a bit, but that Rocket Barrage is pretty serious. And now, in return, a glyph to the other direction so that Rocket Barrage doesn't only target the heroes.
He does have a Healing Lotus, but they really did... a Healing Salve. They really did a good job there at holding him and not allowing him to kill the Magnus. And also, because he tried to go for the play, they forced out the salve from him. Team Spirit are playing that lane really well.
They sure are. Doom getting closer to level 5, and Nyx Assassin also sitting at 3.5 at the moment, so we're still gonna have to wait a bit of time for that Vendetta to be available. Radon tosses Miposhka in, hoping to slow down this Nyx Assassin enough, has the Sinister Gaze, and they do have another toss coming off cooldown in a couple seconds, but it doesn't look like it's needed, with Nyx being such a squishy target. Onto Mikoto, 1 versus 2, nice tornado, dispels Larl. Will keep himself alive.
Remember what Yatoro said, Larl is just gonna smash Mikoto. He is smashing him, Panda, and now even the rotations are coming through from Team Spirit. We talked about their supports being really good.
3v1 right now.
Rotating, yeah, poor Mikoto. They're really shutting him down. They're taking him seriously.
You got a hero between the Pugna and Mikoto, and Rue gonna get the stun out. Miposhka's coming in, and they will lock down the Invoker. Mikoto to fall to Larl, and Kuku can't do much to protect his mid.
If he was there maybe a second earlier with the crap to stop the damage from the boundless strike, maybe would have been able to save his life.
Such a narrow space as well. You could see from the fog of war, the observer highlighted, there's a hero in between us, but there's only such a small spot of area we cannot see, and they get surprised by it, and Pugna's late for it.
Spirit are closing them down. Also, they have a ward behind the tier 1 tower to be able to catch Mikoto, and he thought there was one in the mid lane, but it's not in front, but behind the tower.
Yeah, Talon hungry for some vengeance here and looking to kill off Miposhka, but he gets denied by the trolls. You got trolled indeed. Cuckoo will drop Delarl and collapses low against Natsumi. Is there any backup coming in? The RP's out as well, and here comes Radon with a TP. Tiny gets the avalanche and the toss out, and Natsumi dead as well. 7-1 on the board here for Spirit. Those are Brazil numbers right there.
The games that you and me have cast, Spirit haven't done well in the lanes. I think this is the first one, and they are crushing it through and through. It started off with that first blood, but it is not the main thing. They've really been playing well on their side lanes. Larl knows what he needs to do. The rotations of the supports to the mid lane have been on point, and their warding has been on point as well, defensively and offensively as well.
Also on social media for Team Spirit, they did highlight in one of their player videos that they were unlucky yesterday, and they have sorted out their mistakes that they made, and they are ready to crush this game.
Yep, and well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but you know the famous sentence from Wu Dota, it's not a matter of luck, it's a matter of skill. So Team Spirit now definitely looking more skillful than yesterday, and that is what we want to see from this team.
Natsumi playing a bit aggressive there, farming, but at the same time the mid lane are going to be pressured again. The same 3 versus 1. Mikoto getting shut down here. Larl is on a dominating spree and leading net worth with 4,200 to the 27 on the Invoker. That's a 1.5k gap between the mid laners now.
Maybe he did get to his head, Panda, right? Because he's being destroyed, and we talked about it, that killing the Invoker isn't going to be easy, but Spirit are finding ways to do it by just perfect warding there behind the tower. They always know exactly where he is, and then you get one stun from the Fog of War. The rest of it is easy.
Yeah, it comes back to, like, is the mid laner the raid boss to take down? And certainly it has for Team Spirit. That boss status has been taken away from him for now, but that could still build up. Larl has had these games where he has had the most abysmal laning stages as he just dies right after his first items are getting built, or just bullied in the lane directly, but has been able to recover and convert for his team. His performance has been getting better and better as we speak, but Mikoto, the mid laner we were highlighting to be on a hot streak, well, there's so much you can do in the early levels when it's 3 versus 1.
Those level 6s on the talent supports, those are very much needed, especially on the Nyx Assassin. And guys, what you should especially do is write !ticket in the chat to come here to my hometown here in Belgrade, Serbia, and watch the main event with us from the 31st to the 2nd of February. It is gonna be an awesome time here at the Sava Center.
Absolutely. Your hometown, and also seeing you at the venue.
Oh, that is a beautiful sight for sure.
Also something surreal to say out loud, right, as well, as they are going to go on the bottom tower here, diving straight for the gyrocopter. Larl has been dropped quite low. They did get the Decrepify on the RP, so they're not able to hit this gyrocopter. The Doom comes out. That's going to seal Larl's fate, and WS will get the kill for it. Can they get Collapse as well? That is the Doom charging in as close as he can. Rue with a good stun with just a little bit of mana, able to throw it out, but they can't get to Collapse, and they're going to call this one off. They got the Monkey King, so you could say job well done.
Does it feel like a reverse of what we've been seeing from Spirit? It usually is them who are losing the early game, and then the enemy teams go for these over-aggressive plays where they turn it around. Now it was a completely different thing. Spirit in the...
There's some truth to that.
Yeah, they are in the seat, in the driver's seat, but they get baited in to go too deep.
Quick microphone pause, so... I think this is also a good moment for a breather, considering if they do these overextensions and they don't quite work out. Quick mental reset there and continue with the game. Mikoto still has Rue in the mid lane, just stalking him, and also Miposhka. Now they're bringing in the numbers. That is the Nyx Assassin at level 6. Getting rid of the sentries first. There's another sentry on the other side, though, so if he does decide to pick either route, Jokum will get spotted.
They want to be playing around this mid lane. It is a bummer for Talon that they lost the lane, because now the Pugna cannot pressure the tower, thus your Nyx is not going to have the map open as much as he wants. Not a single tower has fallen, and Spirit have such deep vision that they're always going to know when they're getting hunted.
Finally, a safe area for Natsumi to farm as well. I feel like he's been targeted quite a lot. The last time they almost killed him under the tower. Saved only by the Pugna.
We've seen a lot of the gyros go for like a Hurricane Pike and not go for this Crystallis into an Axe, but finally we're going to be seeing a gyro going for the industry standard, right? Crystallis into an Aghanim Scepter is something that we usually see, though this is a good Hurricane Pike game if you look at it. A lot of stuns, a lot of reasons to reposition yourself.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Having a bit of discussions on those camp stacking numbers as well, that usually teams are averaging about, at the minimum 10, at the maximum 20. When you compare like Extreme and Falcons, for example. But both of these two teams do fall in the middle ground area. And this game, particularly, Talon has been setting up quite a lot for this Gyrocopter. But for Spirit and the heroes that they have, I'm a bit surprised they haven't been doing more stacking, but they've invested more in the lanes instead.
They have been moving a lot to go for kills. I mean, even bringing in Yatoro a couple of times. But, you know, we spoke about Yatoro. That's one side lane. Other side lane collapsed very close to his Blink Dagger. Their mid lane tower is still standing. Taking that one down when the Magnus has a Blink is very, very difficult. You get yourself out of position, you get skewered back, you are going to be in trouble. And he's less than 100 gold away.
Jokum hasn't really been able to convert these Vendettas so far, at least a couple first ones. Now just getting some stack information from the triangle and walks into Rue.
He can't do it alone.
He does have Dust, but he doesn't have a sentry with him right now. There is one flying on the courier, so if he drops it down right now, he's going to spot that Nyx Assassin.
He's probably not.
Jokum's able to walk away. I mean, he did have the Monkey King. They could have jumped him if they thought that this might be a Nyx moving in.
Yep, so with his movements there, he saw exactly where Team Spirit were going, and this is gonna give some info to the gyro. He's farming under enemy vision. If the Nyx didn't scout that, the move from Team Spirit could easily take his life. But these wards, the D wards from Spirit, haven't really done much other than watch the gyro farm. They haven't given them much info other than that either.
That is very true. Natsumi, with that time given, now tops net worth, only by a small margin, almost even. With this Tiny.
Mikoto got scanned. They know about it, Spirit. They're not going to get caught, but look at what they're doing with the Blink Dagger in the mid lane. They're trying to bait something out.
They want someone to defend this tower, right? I mean, Kuku's in a very smart position in the trees, but it's not the target they want. Maybe something else. Jokum. They know the Nyx is here now because the smokes are popping, but because of the Carapace, no skewer to fall off from that shockwave. And now looking for the chase here. Laurel is quite deep. WS in a good position. If that monkey overextended, that would have been an instant doom in his face.
Talon knows about the Blink Dagger now, so they're going to be increasingly careful.
And talk about being careful. Talon finds a time to strike. Strike right on top of this Tiny. And Miposhka, he'll be there to help him out. The Carapace stun is blocked for a moment, at least the damage, but WS is dropping low, and Natsumi's coming in. Wukong's is placed down as well, the protective barrier. How much can they do? This gyro is melting quite a lot, so Natsumi has to reposition as Kuku's fallen, and then it's 3 heroes down, and Spirit is finding themselves the better fight around this time. And for Talon, not really a lot done. Just the Tiny. They felt like they sent everything on this Tiny kill. At least they get their carry away, but that is quite a costly loss when you put it this way, that the scoreline is 12-3.
I think they underestimated the damage of the Monkey King, right? They were just staying inside of the Wukong's command for so long, staying inside it. Why is that? Because they are used to the Monkey Kings having a Maelstrom, and even the Maelstrom would do a decent amount of damage there, but the Echo Saber just makes it so hard. I mean, we're gonna see it again. Them just walking through the Wukong's command, it completely destroyed them, and they got baited in. They killed one fat hero, and then they wanted to go for the Magnus. It's too much.
A little bit too much indeed, and this is where I thought that maybe Talon could turn things around. Mikoto Alacrities himself above the gyro, but the gyro did take quite a lot of crowd control here, and he wasn't quite able to dish out that flat cannon damage onto his opponents.
Usually you don't see the enemy carry when you're a Monkey King just running through the whole Wukong's command to get smacked by every single Monkey Warrior. And that is where the gyro has to go back. He's your main damage dealer, the one that should be bringing people down, and the one who has to be deep inside of a fight to do that damage. So at that point, when he starts running away, everybody else is a goner.
Yep, came for a quick visit and decided, hell no, I'm out of here.
WS not sure who else is coming there with the Lich, so he's better off just moving away. And also a big deal in that last fight was the Chain Frost. The Nyx Assassin couldn't stand his ground. He went to the neutral creeps, and they made sure that that Chain Frost was going to stay alive to attack a couple of more Talon heroes.
They are trying to set up on Laurel here, at least information-wise. That is 3 versus 1 for the time being, but there's backup arriving. They smell something is up.
They're protecting the mid lane tower. They understand just how important this access point is. The Pugna is going to try to pressure it, and losing the Pugna, not the biggest of deals. Kuku is willing to give his life away for this.
Absolutely. But it is Rue that gets jumped on first by Jokum, and the RP hits the Invoker in the back, and he's pushed all the way to the low ground. They cannot help Mikoto. And that means Jokum will drop as well, as Radon will find the secondary kill. So Team Spirit bringing in those TPs early. They were ready for this, as you mentioned. They want to protect that tower, and they'll do it successfully.
And you can see the importance of this Invoker being shut down. He just doesn't have the damage to bring these supports down quickly. So then you have a Lion that is surviving way too long from 2 heroes that should delete them instantly, giving time for Team Spirit to respond and get themselves 2 kills.
And the way that this game is going, that is building nicely towards Radon's direction with this Tiny as well. For the Gyrocopter, Axe is about to get finished and setting his sights towards the BKB. There's quite a hefty amount of crowd control on Team Spirit. Is needed. Kuku. Well, that is the tower pusher that we were talking about, trying to finish off the T1 in mid, but gets caught by Collapse and Miposhka.
Yeah, he didn't really do that much damage to it. Overall, you're fine dying there if the tower falls or gets like to 1 Nether Blast from going down, but Spirit have been doing an amazing job at protecting it from so long. 18 minutes in, you have a Pugna on the other side, and you've been able to keep it up. Beautiful.
It's a bit of a DK syndrome where you pop your form every time you respawn to finish off that tower, and the opponents rotate in, they kill you, and you do the same thing when you respawn again. You go straight to that same tower, and you just can't get it out of the way. But Team Spirit will.
Now it's gonna be even harder because they okay, the Nyx is fine because they took down their mid lane tower, so you don't have that access point, something to fall back to. Mikoto being hunted again.
See how close they can get. They are ready. They're under vision as well for Team Spirit, having to back out from Talon's territory. Instantly dewarding as well. Seeing with that move coming in, they can protect themselves by grouping up the same way that Spirit did under that T1. And a 2K net worth lead built up as well. Everybody's otherwise feeling quite good this game, except maybe for the Invoker, while the Tiny and the Monkey King are feeling excellent with their current farm.
All 3 of the cores of Spirit are gonna have Echo Sabers. Laurel did disassemble his one for the BKB, but he intends to make a new one. So everybody is gonna have that item, and then when you put Empower on top of the Monkey King, Tiny, and the Magnus, the amount of damage they're gonna be doing is insane. These tornadoes are gonna need to be on point, getting at least 2 of them purged off, so that the damage isn't as insane as it could be for Spirit.
Let's see what Talon has on their minds here. For Natsumi, mostly it's just going to be a farm game. We talked about the timings at the post-draft. For Talon, might be easier to reach those timings. Certainly has looked a little bit more rockier because of the performance in the laning stage, and after, as Team Spirit has looked more energized in the early minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is the Spirit. We all know that they're gunning for the late game, but you need to do a little bit better in the early game from what we have been seeing from them. Versus Yakos, they barely won because they got demolished early on. And versus Heroic, they lost the series without much chance of getting ahead in any of the games. So I really like that they put a little bit more emphasis on even bringing Radon to the early fights.
Setting their priorities straight, for sure. This smoke is also going straight through the Radiant jungle. They did scout the Invoker half a minute ago down the bottom lane. Will they venture all the way deep in? Well, Jokum is giving them important information here, seeing Miposhka's position and Radon hitting the tower, that there's definitely more than just 2 heroes here, but yeah.
The thing is, you don't. This is what he's doing to your tower without the Empower on him. Imagine if that was not the case. That is a tier 2 gone. And we've been talking about the Pugna taking down towers so that the Nyx can make something happen. They've only taken 1 tower down so far.
Rue couldn't quite see where his opponent was, guessing in the trees that maybe the Nyx Assassin is here. So Nyx is able to TP back home. But for Talon to get those engines running, We're looking at the BKB timing of the gyro being the most important one. Or is this, again, one of those games where one item's not going to solve your issues?
It is going to help, for sure, right? It is going to allow you to stand your ground versus the Lich, versus the Lion. So it definitely does help. Is it going to be like a complete game changer? Oh, I cannot die? No. But if you are holding an area properly and not allowing the Magnus to skewer a hero back, the gyro having that BKB is a huge deal. But please just do not run through the Wukong's command through the entirety of it. That's
that's going to hurt more than it did last time.
Probably, yeah. This Monkey King is hitting a bit harder at this point.
Well, the Tormentor was already picked up by Talon, and the Shard from Team Spirit goes to... Taking them quite a time.
Why is it not dead
Why is it not dead yet?
What's happening?
My post goes like, let me live. Give me some time, bro. All right, he's going to get the Shard.
Yeah, he deserted his Tiny, and he still got a present for him.
But I saw a good clip of a Pudge and a PA taking the Tormentor, and PA is like, I can't finish this off. And then the Pudge hooks him back, and then he kills his own teammates with the Tormentor.
Yeah, unfortunate, right? It happens a lot, even in competitive games. We haven't had any fun Tormentor interactions, apart from yesterday, where Miposhka killed the enemies on the Tormentor, but not a lot
of... Schofield's deny on the Tormentor as well, which was also pretty cool.
But not the screw-ups, you know, the funny ones. As Spirit, they're coming with the smoke. Talon need to get out now.
Let's see what they can do. Laurel in the tree's going to get tornadoed. Jokum is following in straight with that Vendetta and gets the stuns to connect on him. He gets his BKB, but the Doom is already out there, and WS will make sure that this Monkey King's got nowhere to go. Rue will drop as well, and that should maybe open up Talon potentially for a Roshan if they consider it. But those are two pretty important kills, and 9-second BKBs used for the first time this game.
They're not the fastest lineup at doing it. We'll see just how much they're going to commit. They're going to have to go through the Twin Gates and then try to do it. And this is just the power of making a move when your enemies are making a move, right? Spirit are in a smoke, they're finding targets, those targets are TPing out at that moment, and that catches the Monkey King off guard. As the game goes forward...
wait for it.
Oh, nice stun!
Nice stun onto two, catching Radon and Miposhka. Might come at the cost of this next assassin, but they're controlling them nicely. Collapse is there to find Makoto. The Tornado comes out, though.
They don't have damage.
And they cannot get the RP off as well, because Radon is on the other side of the fight. They just smack Cuckoo down to the ground. Collapse is still hunting. If he can get a blink onto Makoto, that could maybe lead into a kill, but too far away for them to catch. But that's two heroes dead from Talon, and it looked like they were somewhat ready for that engagement, because it was started by them, and it ended up them losing both of their supports.
We're again coming back to the Invoker is having a really bad game. He just doesn't have the damage. You have the Nyx, you have the Pugna, and they do not have enough. Yep, he's not looking good, but the Nyx is looking good, so maybe at some point you are going to be getting that Dagon. No, he's going for a Force Staff. A long time since I've seen a Nyx Assassin just not go for a Dagon.
Seems to be the pub meta trend as well, that they just max out Dagon in most cases on these Nyx Assassins, but... Well, Sunstrike on top of this Miposhka Lich, and it's not enough for a kill, and they actually kill Jokum as well. So, Invoker's not having a good game. And that, I think, shows everything. If they cannot get this global combo, level 3 Exort is not enough to kill the Lich.
Oh, that feels so bad.
It was the gem as well that they could have gotten off of him.
I think he just delivered it, though. I think...
Maybe, okay, maybe it came after, but still. Just highlights how difficult it is right now for Talon.
Now it's impossible, and you want to have the gem. A lot of the teams take it around the 30-minute mark, but in this game in particular, versus the Invoker, versus the Nyx, you do need it early. And you've already taken down 2 tier 2, so the timing is there.
Probably one of the highest win probabilities here for Team Spirit in all of the games they've played so far. And they're happy to be in this commanding position. Could also lead into a very soon taken victory if things go as planned. As Radon will live through almost everything thrown in his general direction. TP's home. The Rocket's going to follow him all the way to the fountain.
Yeah, we are going to see that little shining part of the map that is just moving towards Poriarero.
Nice little spotlight.
Yeah, he'll be fine though. So no problems. Talon are instantly going for a smoke. They know that there's no BKB on the Tiny. They're going towards the top lane where there is a Roche ready for them.
And while Radon is done, is a good time to go and write exclamation mark tickets into chat. and take a look at how you can make your way here into Belgrade, Serbia for our LAN played next weekend.
This was a fast move from Talon, but the thing is they don't have those towers, so the waves, they are creeping in quite quickly. Spirit are ready for it.
Auto warding there down the lane.
Finger is the only spell it's
Do they
missing.
see the spirit wards? Yes, they do. All right, I was thinking if that's like 1 pixel too far away. But they got the initiation onto the Tiny, and here comes the RP as well. 3 heroes gonna get caught into it, and huge damage coming from Spirit. But Talon, can they fight back? They got 3 heroes still alive versus the 4. Tiny is at 1 HP at the moment, and seems like Radon lives from this entire engagement. They've only lost the Nyx and the Lich so far, and we're gonna get a reset on this as well. So bit of a calm before the storm. Big abilities being used there, and only 2 supports die. 5,000 damage as well dealt by this gyrocopter, and Tiny lived with less than 5% in his HP pool.
Yeah, it was literally his HP bar. We lost the red part here at the top of the screen. We don't know how much HP he had exactly, but definitely less than 100. So now we're gonna get to see a replay. That RP saved them, but this goes to show that through the BKB, the gyro is gonna survive through it all.
Of course, Cuckoo was keeping up the gyrocopter, so only survives by decrepifying himself.
Big fight. The problem is now that Radon is going to have his BKB, so Spirit can just walk into the pit. There's no BKB on the gyro. Without that, Talon cannot fight. And I think this is the big downside of their lineup and being behind, is that they have to rely on the strength of the gyro so much because their Invoker isn't contributing as much as you would want him to.
And there's almost a full item difference in net worth as well between the 2 cores. So this Tiny is truly a unit at this point. Something that the gyro still fears. And that's going to be an Aegis picked up by Radon.
And he's not really going to have to use his BKB for quite some time. It is going to stay on 8 seconds. Plus, no outer towers in the mid lane and the bottom lane. You're already in position to take away all of the outer towers for Talon. You make that happen. The effectiveness of the Nyx, of the Invoker, the effectiveness of your own gem, it is going to be that much bigger.
Wisdom runes also taken by Jokum. And did they actually get both Wisdoms there on the side of Talon?
Yes, they
So
picked it up, and Jokum was on the other side of the map getting it.
It's quite a lot of experience for those supports, sure. But how much do they do with those extra levels on these 2 supports against what Team Spirit has?
80 rune on the Doom, maybe they want to go for this, but the thing is that the Talon lineup is very bad versus the Aegis. You want to Doom this Tiny, you want him out of the way, and if you don't, he's gonna kill all of you. But if you do him in Aegis, it is kind of a disaster.
It's not something you're gonna do with a light heart. Collapse is gonna be there to grab the first one, and this is the classic Collapse Magnus show that you're expecting to see a performance from this man. Grab one, kill one.
You need
on to the next one.
Back in the base. Yeah, he's coming back. You need that tornado, not only to dissuade Team Spirit for the push, but also to protect your teammates once something like that happens. Collapse is going to be extra fast every single time somebody needs to get caught.
Let's see who grabs who. They got Jokum in the front. He's going to be a difficult one for this mag to grab because of the Carapace, but could end up getting caught. They're keeping a very safe distance. That means they cannot protect this tier 3 tower. With the ward on the high ground too, Team Spirit sees even further.
They're letting it go. Look at the gyro, the way that he's moving. He knows that he cannot do this. The Tiny is even doing damage to the backdoor, and the creep wave is of course coming, so that backdoor protection soon will be gone.
Yeah. Letting this one go. Gyro is moving to the other side of the map. He's pinging the secret shop. So is there an item that he's going to be picking up? Well, he's got the money to finish his Daedalus.
He has to. You cannot save your buyback. The gyro needs the damage, especially to kill the backline with his flat cannon. During his BKB, a lot of heroes need to die or get low enough that they cannot fight. Lucky for him, it is still an 8-second BKB charge.
Half an hour played in this first game of the best of 3 between Talon and Team Spirit for an advancement series into the playoff stage. Currently in Team Spirit's hands in terms of a 9K lead and 2 more minutes of an Aegis on the Tiny.
This is a kind of a desperation smoke. You're not going to be getting anything with this one. Maybe just placing some solid vision, but versus a gem that might not even do you any good. They're still going for it. The only thing that Spirit, I think, needs to do till the end of this game is stick together. And just think about how you're using your BKBs. You should be fine.
Smoking up as well. No more outer towers for Talon to protect. And that was the Nyx Assassin walking very close. So his position has been notified. Spirit also aware about that, but they will continue to push in the lanes, choke out the map.
They place this aggressive vision, but I'm thinking, how do you make that ward work? It's very hard for Talon, other than giving you info of if Spirit is going to the mid lane or to the bottom lane. It's not going to do much for you. But Team Spirit in this game, I don't think they have to think about it much. They can just go and push. Wards placed. Magnus is going to go hunting.
They actually caught the Doom at the same time in the topside jungle, while Collapse and Radon Miposhka are finishing off the Pugna. So this might lead into 1 or 2 hero kills, but Doom actually TP's home, and now they don't have the Monkey King here. So it's a 5 versus 4 for a moment. Actually, 5 versus 3 for a moment here for Talon, but they cannot find an angle to open in and get towards Team Spirit. So Talon has to hold at their own high ground. And there's an RP going to grab a couple heroes from Talon's base. An absolute annihilation takes place as they get the Doom and the Nyx Assassin. Natsumi and Kuku stuck in the low ground. Gyro gone for 75 seconds. And I think that is what seals the deal. Team Spirit. For a moment, the fight splits for a second. And they find an opening on the high ground. They catch Talon with their pants down and secure game 1.
I can't believe that Talon allowed those wards to live in the base. I mean, Kugu got skewered back. He knew that they saw him, and then it took like 10-15 seconds for Spirits to go for another move. They allowed their core to get caught with an RP there, and it seals the deal. Even without that though, Spirit were in such a dominant position that it was hard for them to lose that game, but you still had a shot, and
Exactly.
I think they lost focus there at the end. Also, I think Team Spirit, after their yesterday series versus Heroic, whose warding was awesome, their warding was incredible in this game. They did lose a couple of those wards pretty early, but even when they were losing those wards, they were getting a lot of info and getting some fights going their way. Just the movements and the wording from Team Spirit in this game, they worked great, and they got into victory.
Yeah, the initiative was definitely on the side of Team Spirit from start to finish, all the way from shutting down Mikoto, the player, the hero that they thought would be the one to carry Talon, take his whole team on his shoulders. They took him out of the picture completely, and from there, they set the pace for the game, they set the tempo, and they felt very happy advancing from moment to moment in their command. So for Talon's case, it must have felt pretty awkward seeing what was happening down to Mikoto in the mid lane and constantly playing 2 steps behind.
I mean, Spirit said that they were gonna do it. Yaro in the interview, he literally said, Larl is gonna smash Mikoto. You know what happened? Larl smashed Mikoto, the supports helped a little bit, the first blood helped a bit, but it happened nonetheless.
It happened nonetheless, and of course with those early engagements not quite working out for Talon either, so when they had a small moment, they'd be able to fight back versus Team Spirit. It didn't go their way. That Roshan fight as well, that didn't go their way either. It was heavy trading back and forth and some good saving from Talon, but that was the last moment they were able to do something in terms of the result of this game. And of course, you already discussed about the warding on the high ground, taking away even the smallest possibilities of Talon for a comeback mounting this game. For Team Spirit, obviously, they showed why they were ready for this game 1, and the scoreboard looks exactly like that. We're looking at another tiny MVP once again. Harry, we've had plenty of those. Not this time around. It is Larl's Monkey King coming out this time around with well, I would almost say redemption story, but let's say Larl improving from game to game. It is a pleasure to watch.
Getting back to what Larl actually is, this is a TI winner, right? We cannot really think, oh, well, he's not that great of a player. Maybe he's just not in good form or didn't really feel like playing a great game of Dota on that day. Overall, I would say Collapse maybe played the best game because he wasn't given too much and he still got the blink at a great timing. He still got a lot of skewers, but the most valuable player, the most valuable hero is undoubtedly Larl, because why? He kept it down, the most important hero of the enemies, and the entirety of Talon's lineup couldn't get those kills because the Invoker didn't have enough damage. That was the story of this game.
Absolutely was. And of course, that is going to set the pace for, or set the story for game number 2. What does Talon find out? How do they figure this one out? And of course, a reminder for all of you folks who haven't yet done that, exclamation mark tickets, to find some information about how you can make your way to Belgrade, Serbia for our LAN plate next weekend. So that is not too many days away from now. Make sure you activate, write that exclamation mark ticket into chat, and we will see you guys in a couple of minutes for game number 2 of this series. Welcome back. You are watching the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. I'll try to do that so fast that I almost tripped on my own tongue. As we are approaching game number 2, and game 1 was definitely a team spirit show. But where is the talent show, Harry? How do they answer the problems they had in game number 1?
Well, maybe they're relying a little bit too much on Mikoto making tempo for them, right? And it showed in that game, right? He didn't have a great game. The entirety of the team had issues, but overall, I'd say the team spirit just played so well that they shut down every part. And they shut down Mikoto, shut down of taking down the towers, consequently made sure that the Knicks cannot find any targets, and got a very, very early gem. So they did everything right, and when you do everything right, no matter who's on the other side, they're gonna lose.
Well, hopefully they can address those issues that they had in game 1 and start to shine in game number 2. Maybe with those supports as well. You look at Pugna, you look at Nyx Assassin. How much can they really help in the mid lane compared to heroes like Lich? Is Lich finally a hero that should start to get some bans out there because the hero is ridiculously strong?
I don't know, every core player hates it, but you know what the thing is? That the support players are the ones that are usually drafting, so they just let it in.
They let it in this time around. But of course, from Talon's side, for all of you folks out there, we got the chance to talk with Cuckoo, so let's hear his thoughts at the start of the tournament.
Welcome to the FISSURE Playground tournament here in Serbia, Belgrade. And we've arrived at the Zemun Tower, an ancient location filled with maybe some ancient Dota players as well. And we're going to be talking to one in just a moment. So we're here at the Zemun Tower with Cuckoo from Talon Esports. Welcome. So you're a player of veteran status. We have this new generation of Dota players coming up as well. How do you feel Dota has changed, seeing these new young players show up compared to the early years of your Dota career?
I think the young ones are the one bringing joy to the old ones. It's like we're just here to guide them to perform well.
That's the most important about this tournament is you have had your prep, and now I just wanted to talk about your team. What's the atmosphere like in Talon Esports right now? You've been with the guys for a couple months. What's the vibe like with the team?
I feel like we're really improving as a team, and right now I think all of us is like feeling like really confident to each other that we can really fight amongst the big teams also.
And maybe something of the same in your team as well. They look to you as a leader. Do you feel like that? Is there a vibe of you are the clear, I'm the one to guide us to victory and everybody else follows? Or how does that work with your team?
I think I just have a loud voice in the team, but if he wants to get like battle refill every time I die, it's like, okay, I just TP. Yeah.
About Dota playstyles, what do you think is the right composition for a Dota team right now? It doesn't have to be all-in aggression, snowball style. What kind of a playstyle a team needs for it to work and make the best out of it?
I can see it like the aggressive style, like you're the one making the enemy keep reacting for your plays. You still need to have like those timings. Like you cannot just be aggressive and you know you're not hitting creeps. So it's like you still need to be aggressive and efficient at the same time.
So outside of Dota, does Cuckoo play any other video games like Baldur's Gate, Stardew Valley? Do you play anything outside of Dota?
I'm playing like the FPS game, like CS and GTA.
Waiting for GTA 6? About Dota and the past, of course there's been a lot of patches, a lot of mechanics, something that you've maybe hated or enjoyed. For me, for example, the Centaur Stampede stun, that was crazy. Is there something that you miss or hate from the past of Dota?
Actually, when I'm mid laner, I remember there's a tri-lane mid.
Ooh.
Then there's like a single hero on the both side lane or just gonna go neutral. So I kinda like the tri-baited mid because I'm the one making the team like annoyed, you know.
In the future, there might be a Dota 3, a Dota 4. Gaimin sends you an email. He wants you on the development team, and he wants to ask for your opinion. What would you change if a Dota 3 ever came out?
Maybe just put like 5 lanes, so everyone just have farm. Yeah.
It's an interesting concept. This was Cuckoo from Talon Esports, and we wish you the best luck of the tournament.
Thank you.
And for all the Talon fans out there, Raknaitu!
Oh.
For all the Talon fans out there, indeed, it was a pleasure to talk with Cuckoo, a true gentleman, a scholar. It was fun being with him at the Zemun Tower, enjoying some of the sights of what Belgrade has to offer, and interesting thoughts from him as well in the team. When we talked about leadership, and do they look up to him with that veteran status, being the most experienced guy? And it's like, maybe he just has more of a loud voice is his response to it. But how do you see Cuckoo?
Oh, I see him. I always look at him as a guy who beat the pinnacle, old roster OG, if you remember that one, when he was playing his Huskar and he was versus a Miracle who had rapiers on an Ember Spirit, right? So that is how I remember Cuckoo as a core player. And, now when he was talking about more farm for people, I guess he, considering how big the map is, a lot of the supports players are thinking, man, I have so much farm. And a former core player, what does he think? I need more farm, right? So, yeah, that is, I see him as a leader. I see him as a big representative of the region for sure. I think he has been in the scene for a long time, and in a good way for sure has influenced it. So I'm really glad that now he's here in my home country. You interviewed him at the Zemun Tower. That is where my brother lived, right? So it's pretty awesome. Plus, Panda, you're very good at pronouncing our words. That was hella impressive.
Thank you. I tried my best, at least on that one. But I wanted to ask you the same fluff question too. If there were some changes into Dota, what would you maybe change in the game? I hear this so many times. I know a lot of chat people will say the same. Remove illusion heroes is what I hear quite a lot. What would you do?
Does it have to be a... I don't like that, though, to be honest. But does it have to be the mechanic removal, or can it be something that improves the experience of pubs? Yeah, well, sure. Get the technology that when we're playing pubs, we all teleport to the same room so that we're nicer to each other, and then the pubs are going to be much better.
Certainly something to look forward to if that happens. But for all of you folks out there as well, do remember to vote. It is !T for Talon, !S for Team Spirit. I believe I might have overtaken chat, so I might have to go with chat on the next one, what do they think. But it was pretty loud for Talon in game number 1. I wonder how much that will change based on what we just witnessed.
Dude, it's not like you only overtook chat. Chat is here for every single game. You are here for the half of them, and you are smashing all of us. So I'm hella impressed, Panda. I'm hella impressed.
Bad at my job.
Yeah, we can switch it up, right? I can try play-by-play. You can try the analysis. You've definitely been nailing it here, but overall, I'm hoping we get ourselves into the draft, because I can't wait for what these teams have in store, and it has started. We should just have it on our stream.
We'll get there in just a moment, but in terms of those first picks and second pick side selections, those numbers are of course on the very upside, because both Team Spirit, Team Talon have won the majority of their games of late, so those are very high numbers as well. Nothing out of the ordinary in terms of those picks as well. One thing to note maybe is that first pick Radiant, if Talon were to have that, is 100% win rate. They've not lost a game when they have had that choice for themselves, but let's just see what the draft tells us, because that is a whole different story as well. Whoosh! And it is going to be Team Spirit's first pick. And coming out from this last ban, what do you think they're aiming for here?
So there's no Magnus. There's... that could be something that you would want as a first pick, but it's not that. Lich is still in the pool.
Lich is in the pool. Tiny is banned out. And the Bat Rider, and that is most likely going to be Rue's hero.
Yep, he is the one that has played it last time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yes. It was... they played the Chen with the Bat Rider, and there's only one more ban for Talon Esports. I think they have to be thinking about that Chen, either banning it out or having heroes that are going to help you deal with it.
Absolutely. And of course, I'm not sure, has Natsumi actually been playing a lot of Spectre? Because we did see some interesting interactions from Team Spirit specifically with the Chen versus the Spectre, or pretty much any butterfly hero with their enchant. They were able to grab themselves that Thunderhide. Was it? You said it was the Rumbler or the Rambler?
Yeah.
Which gives accuracy for the team. So that's an interesting concept to look at if you're looking at butterfly heroes. That Team Spirit, Chen, or Enchantress, whatever they get their hands on, to keep in mind as well. They're going to lock in the Sniper, though, which has been so far a pretty effective hero for Talon.
Yeah, they played it in the mid lane, but I think Natsumi is one of the only carries in the tournament that consistently in his pubs plays a carry sniper. So it is still something that is...
flex.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Even though I'm still not a fan of it, I'd rather see it on Mikoto, to be honest. And it is a mid lane hero who... It's even harder to shut him down than it is to shut down the Invoker.
Yeah. Definitely think that's going to be a difficult one to match up in the mid lane. And Larl, already a great performance in game number 1. How can he match up a performance like that back-to-back when there's a sniper against you in the lane? So I'll have to wait for that one just a little bit more. The Clockwork will be removed by Team Spirit. And with that second ban, maybe opening up something, because we did mention Talon only has 1 remaining here before they have to start locking in heroes. And Team Spirit has quite a lot to pick still in that second phase that they're able to do. They have a huge hero pool.
Now the question is, are they afraid of the Lich on Team Spirit? Because there is a very good chance that Talon are going to be getting it. You have a sniper, you want some protection for him. Lich is the hero that people go for. Cuckoo plays a ton of it in pubs. There is very high chances that they're going to pick it up on Talon if given the chance. The only thing, and also if you are thinking about going for that Chen, having a hero that's going to slow down your pushes is a nice thing to have. And Team Spirit have picked up a Chen with the Batrider last time around when they first picked this hero.
I'm also angling to the Ogre and the Muerta direction a little bit too, which have been Jokams and Cuckoo's most played heroes so far. And I think those could also work out nicely. But it's going to be off-lane bans and continuing with the Doom storyline here for Talon.
Okay, so they might just be preparing for the Chen, right? We know that you like to run that support duo, so now we're going to have a Doom that's definitely going to help with those. Can build auras, can always come to fight, doesn't care about your heals, can eat your units. Pretty good preparation. It might actually dissuade Team Spirit from going that route.
When you see that Doom come out, though, questions start to arise about the super situational carry hero at the current stage, being the Medusa, who doesn't really care about the Doom, but definitely cares about the sniper. So I don't think we're aiming towards that direction yet, but I think there's a world of possibility that could open.
For sure. I mean, they have the 18 pick. If they see that it's such a great Medusa game and they have catch for the sniper with some of their other heroes, you are going to go, you could go that route. But yeah, generally, Talon Esports have covered those bases. One of the reasons that they picked the Doom is because they have a sniper to cover for it versus some of the, if not the best counter to the hero.
So we're going for the Zeus.
Extra vision.
And we're not going to get Zeus Mac this time around.
No, we're not. Did they play the Zeus on Spirit already? I don't think so.
No, they have not. So
10 seconds remaining.
that is going to be a first one. It's just been the Chen, SD, Ench, and Lich for Miposhka. Lion, Batrider, Muerta for Rue. Now him playing the Bat.
Did you just go for a Mars? The Dragonite was still in the pool. I guess when you have to ban out the Monkey King and the Tiny, it does leave space for him. It looked to me like, okay, you could get an offlaner that gives you team fight, something that is good in the lane versus a lot of things. So I thought Mars, but having a flex at this point in the draft on this pick is actually quite nice. So now whatever Talon does, this Dragonite can find a way for him to have a decent laning stage, and he's a solid laner versus both of these.
And throughout the game, it's been considered that Doom is scary versus DK when you're building an armlet, but now you can just pretty much skip building an armlet completely, go SNY early, and not care about being doomed. So that is also an option, and Radon has had some good DK performances.
People have always liked a Morphling versus the Dragonite, but I don't think Natsumi has been playing a lot of it in
has in this tournament, but not probably in pubs.
Yep. So I'm not sure if they're willing to pick it now on the 16-17 pick. It is kind of risky, especially because there's a Zeus on the other side.
There's only 2 heroes available from his pool that he's played. That's the Naga and the Morphling. And we're getting a Ricky. This is the first for us, at least here.
Yeah,
you've been going on about this quite a lot with the Bounty Hunter, both of these Invis Pos 4 supports. How do you think, how do you feel about getting this Ricky here for Talon?
I'm fine with it, right? I don't necessarily think it's like an awesome Ricky game, although I've just I'm countering the Spuck or I'm countering the Storm or something along those lines. But Joachim does play it a lot in pubs. He almost exclusively goes for the defusal. He doesn't always get the shard. I actually think he has only gotten a shard in one game in his pubs that he has played this hero, and then after the defusal, he gets what's ever good for the game. The thing is that both the Zeus and the Batrider are completely fine getting 4 staffs, and that is kind of the main item that you counter the Riki with.
So you want to act early and act fast. Is that what Talon's building up here?
Yeah, it's some vision also, even more vision for the sniper, because there's a Zeus on the other side. He's gonna be using his ulti, right, to find the sniper. But if you're in a good position with the Riki, your sniper is gonna have a bigger chance of surviving even during daytime when he doesn't have the extra vision. There's the Lich. I thought they were gonna be picking him at the start of the second phase, but it still makes it through. Both of the supports, however, on Team Spirit are already decent versus the Lich.
What about the timings, though?
5 seconds remaining.
Right now, it feels it's somewhat slow-ish, and I think they need a hero that maybe activates their tempo a bit earlier. This is a classic versus sniper throughout the history of Dota, Centaur versus sniper. But from their mid lane position or carry position, depending where they want to put this DK, I feel like Team Spirit maybe needs something to hold up that tempo they had in game number 1. But can they get away with playing defensive and passive and farm it out and out-farm Talon Esports? Is that an option?
They could go that route. The snipers are sometimes fine with farming, but I don't think versus a Dragon Knight. But overall, guys, if you want to be fine, better than fine, come over to Belgrade, Serbia at the end of this month from the 31st to the 2nd to watch these teams live. ! Ticket in the chat to find out how to get yourself those juicy tickets and how to join us here at the Sava Center. But yeah, overall, Team Spirit, when you get the Centaur, you just make sure that every hero on your side is a sniper counter. And not only that, also save for the Riki.
So continuing with the same plan of shutting down Makoto, which could just work out with the heroes that they have at the moment. And they are reading this as a potential core Zeus with the SD ban coming out from Talon Esports. Of course, you have to look at both directions, if there is still room to squeeze something into the draft. And if that Zeus ends up being a core, how do you like that idea? What does it give for Team Spirit as a core, and what would it give as a support?
Well, as a core, it gives you more burst, but it also gives you comfort, because Larl, when he joined Team Spirit, he played exclusively Zeus, right? He was doing it all the time. They weren't looking too good back then, though, so I'm still kind of leaning towards the Zeus as a position 5. But overall, it just gives you more burst. That is basically it.
And 2 support bans to finish off the bans from Talon Esports, and now Team Spirit to release the flex on this Zeus, were it to be support, were it to be core, and of course, where is this DK going? As it has been played as a carry before, as mentioned, not in the hands of Larl, who has played Storm, Puck, and Lina.
I mean, if they want to go for support, the Chen is still in the pool. Sure, Lich good at stopping the tower pushers or slowing them down. Chen can eat your creeps, but the Riki hates playing versus unit lineups, and especially hates if his stars are being ran down. But no, yeah, they're just gonna leave the Zeus as a support. Go for a Spectre, another great catch for the sniper. I think Team Spirit outdid themselves with this draft. It looks really good.
Yeah, we touched upon the Spectre at the start of the draft, and now closing out Team Spirit's draft with this hero pick for Talon. Still some answers required here. Natsumi only would have his Naga that he's played in this tournament. Outside of that, we've already gone through a couple options he could be considering, but it looks like the decisions have been made and the team is ready to launch and embark onto game number 2.
So is it PA in the pool? No, Bristle is.
Somehow it always surprises that a Bristleback has made his way through the entire draft.
Yeah, I don't know how, right? Everybody plays it. They play it on position 1 and 3 on both Talon and Team Spirit. So not really sure why that hero isn't considered for an early pick. I know there's a couple of counters, but considering that you can move him around, it really isn't that big of a deal. Bristle is solid in this game, but I think Talon have a big problem on their side, and that is, how do you catch somebody?
You send in the Lich, right?
Yeah, I guess so, right?
It's like, we're sending you to the slaughter. Get something done, Cuckoo. We believe you can do it.
Ricky scouts, Lich goes and catches somebody, and then you just run in.
Yeah.
But when I see a sniper, I want a counter-initiation lineup when my enemies are coming towards him, not for him to just be wobbling around with his gun and chasing forward. So I'm not sure about their lineup. I think it's just very, very hard to play.
It does feel like it could definitely have some loopholes that Team Spirit easily can exploit. Based on the tempo that they were also able to establish in game number 1, Talon has to be fast with their reactions, and they also need to set a game plan of their own, right? And I think that's where the draft issue kind of shows.
You know, this is one thing, though, that Talon seems to have in this game, and that is stronger lanes, because you have a zero armor Centaur versus a Bristleback, definitely not great. Sniper doesn't really lose his lane too much. Versus a Dragonite, it's probably going to be even, but also the lane, their off lane doesn't look too good. So, or sorry, safe lane doesn't look too good with the Spectres. So, but I still like Spirit more, so I'm gonna go with them.
You're gonna go with Spirit. I believe maybe Talon can pull it off this time around. I think they got really upset from that game number 1 and not building up their plans. So I will go with Talon on this one. Chat also says 69% will be rooting for Talon's victory on this one, and I think we are in unison.
Yeah, you are. You're just gonna be following the chat now. You're gonna be the best guy with it. But as soon as I saw your prediction differ from mine, I knew that I'm screwed.
I mean, maybe you're going to start catching up. Who knows? Reverse psychology, right? But let's see which one of these two great teams is going to win, because Team Spirit is just one victory away from getting into the playoff stage. You could forget about these BO3s for at least a day and have tomorrow off, look at the games, rest a little bit and get yourselves ready. And of course, as advertisement has been saying, to witness Yatoro on the stage. Will that happen and be at least confirmed today, you know, Harry? Because them getting 0-2'd yesterday by Heroic, a 2-0 victory would be some kind of a heroic feat for them as well, considering how rough that one was and how good they've now looked.
Yeah, I think they definitely elevated their gameplay from that series, and them talking in the interviews, Ru, that they looked at their mistakes, and Yatoro as well. It wasn't just talk.
Exactly. It was action.
Yeah, it was action. They knew that they learned from those losses, and they're gonna be doing better today. So I'm gonna put the faith back into Team Spirit. They are somewhat of hometown boys as well.
I mean, yeah, they've been boot camping here for quite some time.
5 years.
Yeah, quite some time. Yeah, sure.
Living here, not only boot camping. So, yeah, it is home turf for them. Parivision, I think, have moved relatively recently, right? So they also have a Serbian flag on their side, but overall, these guys have been here for a long time. They've definitely met the locals. They know people, some people who make them coffee. They've been recognizing them. We've already talked about it. Yatoro talks about it in his interviews, so they probably feel at home. It's a boost.
It's definitely a boost, and for the opposing side as well, for Talon. I mean, I would love to see Talon play on the playoff stage. Will they get to the main event part? Well, that's a whole different question, because they still need to at least mount a comeback in this particular series. But I do want to believe again on the mental side of things, because for Team Spirit, a lot of the games have looked a bit rocky, and even with this one looking so clean in game number 1, I don't think Talon will allow that to replicate 2 games in a row.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Their lanes need to go well on Talon. They picked strong lanes. Their lanes can go really well, and if they are to win, it's gonna be on the back of that. Sniper can do solid versus the DK. The Spectre, we all know, is not that great in the lane, and of course a Bristleback versus zero armor hero. I just want to see, is there a ring of protection on the Centaur? Yes, there is. Lucky for him. He Collapse definitely knows what he's doing, of course.
Yeah, you do have quite a ton of physical damage to go up against, so can't go into a lane with almost barely any armor. Nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, we don't see quite a lot of Ricky. Can you tell me more about this Exterminator facet? Having an extra agility bonus when attacking non-hero units. So it sounds more like a core Ricky thing to do, but Ricky's facets in general.
Yeah, the thing is that you need to get your items earlier, right? That is just the case, right? You cannot think, oh, I'm going to get a Diffusal Blade at 30 minutes into the game. It is it is going to be pretty bad for him. And since we don't see him too much, you know, we have the Exterminator one that they saw right now, and the other one is that Ricky receives bonus experience for assists and kills. And, you know, people have really been hating on those extra experience facets and innates.
You sure have. There's been a blast from the past when we still had everything like respawn talents, extra GPM talents, and now we have facets doing somewhat of a similar job for particular heroes. So whatever the next.
I think those were okay, right? Some heroes.
No, you can't say that.
They are okay.
You cannot say that.
Some heroes just need it, right? Okay, maybe not the GPM talents any longer because the map is so big, but it used to be that some heroes cannot be played because they just can't get any farm. And then you had a bit of a GPM talent. I mean, look at what they did to Nyx Assassinating. He had the GPM talent, and then they remove it. They had to give a spell so that he can kill creeps.
Oh, Maposhka in quite
He's
some
in
big
trouble.
trouble as Joachim is diving under the tower, and he's going to get himself the first blood. He's going to get traded as well with a split kill taken by the tower. But, I mean, we agree and we disagree on some things, but I was an absolute hater of respawn talents. I mean, just from just from pub games, that one undying player, he dies, he respawns, he dies, he respawns. It's like this guy just keeps on coming back, and now he literally has
it's even
the
worse now.
never-ending dirge that was kind of brought back, and I'm okay with it because it has a cooldown.
Okay, Panda, if you say so.
If that had no cooldown, I think we'd only be seeing Undying the whole time, and that laugh would be haunting people's ears.
Laurel is doing very good in the mid lane. Sorry for changing the subject, Panda. I can see that you're getting You're getting way too emotional about this.
Struck a nerve in me.
And Laurel is striking a nerve in the mid lane because he is crushing it so far. Five denies. Of course, though, he is taking a lot of damage, so might need a little bit of help.
Just like you need to do, as Cuckoo will be the one to drop in the top lane for Collapse. With Rue with the assistance, Natsumi running out of mana. Bristle can't do much to help out the Lich.
These lanes are going okay for Team Spirit. The talent side still hasn't started crushing them, but as they get more levels, it is going to be tougher and tougher for Team Spirit. That is why it's important for them to get these early advantages.
Yeah. That was one of the, I think that was one of the weaknesses for Team Spirit in their previous series, is that their supports were early targets, led into kills for Heroic, and then they could start focusing on the cores and push Team Spirit's laning stage into quite a difficult position to bounce back from. They had to forfeit their tier 1 towers quite early. So them finding these early kills is kind of a replication of what they saw, and now they're doing it themselves and getting back up to speed as they're supposed to.
This mid lane is still not looking great for Mikoto, and as you get more levels on the Dragonite, you become stronger and stronger. Poshka really doesn't want to turn his back.
Cuckoo in trouble again. The Lich is going to drop for a second time.
Nope, they're doing an awesome job here. So here's the thing. It's not as easy to execute, but the Batrider and the Centaur are similar to a Rubik and the Centaur. You can reposition the enemy to get them closer to the Centaur, and we all know just how much damage this here can do. Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, you're gone.
Flame Break Stun. Always an easy way to set up for kills, and as you mentioned, executing it perfectly. We're not even 3 minutes into the lanes, and Talon has already suffered a couple losses on both sides, despite the first blood.
Very important. We always emphasize it. Spectre doesn't need to have a good lane, but he needs his other lanes to do well.
Yes.
Collapse is doing better than you would expect versus a hero that is exclusive, massive amount of physical damage versus a zero armor hero. Not anymore, but you get the idea. That's awesome. And the Dragonite, Laurel, he came to play today. He came to smash Mikoto.
He's overtaken the sniper by quite a lot. Well, I wouldn't say really overtaken in terms of CS, but the denies are starting to show, and that could just continue with his higher damage output. Plus the Breathe Fire that we've discussed a couple times. It is 14 seconds cooldown at rank 1 with an 11-second duration. 14, 13, 12, 11. It's 100% upkeep with Breathe Fire. I think that is not quite balanced, but it is what it is. Minus 30% damage for a sniper in the lane who already doesn't have quite a lot of damage to start off with in the lane.
Yeah, he's hoping that he does get the connections on a lot of those headshots when going for the last hits, and literally does have a solid chance. So, you know, you can hope for those, but definitely hasn't had as much luck as he would want to.
But when we talk about like these Spectre lanes that they don't always... Okay, they barely ever win the lane, but how does this Zeus make this lane stronger? I know he hits hard, he has his life wire talent most of the time, so his right clicks pack a real punch.
Natsumi is in trouble, so we're gonna have to hold that thought because he's
we
dropping.
will. Let's see if Rue can finish him off. Collapses on the other side as well, and they're like, well, who do we go for? Can we get both? We'll take the Bristle.
That's so big, and the way that the Zeus helps the Spectre lane is by being annoying, by doing a lot of damage to the opponents, trying to get the hate onto himself. He does have a mobility spell to get away. There's just two melee heroes. I mean, he's always going to be able to do a good job. But
I can see it is really chunking this Doom's HP with the lightning bolts, but can they finish off the Spectre? Just a little bit more required, and Radon will drop the Jokum. Miposhka has a couple hundred HP. There's still a Lotus, a Fairy Fire, and almost a full Magic Wand on this Riki, and they're looking maybe for another angle. They're just going to connect the wave, keep that wave pushing in, and make sure Spectre's going to miss some last hits as Mikoto. Going to be chased by Larl, and of course with the backup of Rue. They do bring in Jokum for the assistance, and this DK is not suddenly feeling so good. Larl will die first. Rue will also get taken down by Mikoto, but he will lose his life in the process, so it will be a bit of a trade. With both mid laners falling, WS tries to finish off. Miposhka actually gets him down, has the chain lightning, and that helps him finish him off. But Radon also gets a solo kill, solo XP for a Spectre, so quite a lot of kills happening here, Harry.
Yeah, and I'd say that this is okay for Team Spirit. You're getting a lot of levels. This is what your heroes do need. The side of talent, they need the first round of items. That is basically what you're looking at. The Diffusal on the Riki, the I guess a Maelstrom on the Sniper, the Ags on the Bristleback. That is what you're looking for. Whereas the other side, they're just fine with getting a couple of levels, and it's going to allow you to get even more kills. But Laurel, they got him again.
But there is Rue. Can he help him out? Has the Flame Break. Pushes Mikoto and Kuku away. And there's the Centaur Stampede coming into play.
Collapse is so strong in this game. The Centaur is such a great pick for the game, and he's having an awesome time already.
Yeah. And that also means that WS is struggling a little bit in his own lane because of his supports helping out in mid. A good read there from Miposhka and Radon. Jump straight on top of this Doom.
Yeah, you want to punish him immediately.
But when we look at net worth as well, as Rue's fighting out with Kuku and Natsumi and ends up in a pretty awkward position to be in.
Help is coming.
Collapse, can he get there in time? Kuku is dropping very low, and Rue gets almost denied. Kuku gets a right-click squeezed in between, collapses on his dominating spree now, and Natsumi...
Assassinate.
Well, yeah, he's assassinate. He can't TP out of this one. The Sniper, good reaction there from Mikoto, and Natsumi, he does not have the goo, but he's got the spikes, and he's quilling up Collapse. Is he faster than him? He's 16 movement speed difference. This is going to be a race to the finish line if he wants to follow Collapse, but he'll let the Centaur go for now.
Yeah, he knew that he couldn't get that kill. That would have been a huge one to kill a 4K net worth hero. He's just way too tanky at this point. There for a second, I thought they might just let Kuku live. They thought he was gone, and Collapse was already stunning the Bristleback to try and save his body or allow for that deny, as you mentioned. In the end, it almost went badly for them, but an even trade nonetheless.
They did get one indeed. And what I was about to touch upon was when DK was doing such a good time in the laning state, he was like 600 gold actually behind the Sniper in terms of net worth. And now that gap has slowly narrowed closer and closer. Mikoto does have the backup of the Riki. Jokum is moving back and forth. And Riki is actually pretty high level too. So level 6 is soon on the supports. Same for the Zeus. Not quite as much for Rue's Batrider, who's about to get targeted here by Jokum and Kuku.
So be careful. He's fine, though. He still has the Flame Break to keep them away.
Spectre jumped the Shadow Step right on top of Mikoto, but the Frost Shield is there to protect him. Miposhka cannot take him down, and they do not have a Zeus ulti at their disposal. Another blood grenade thrown at Kuku. I don't know how many times this guy has been soaked in fake blood, but he continues, at least this time, to live. But Mikoto will finish off the Zeus.
You know, it's not fake blood. It is not like when in real life you get soaked in fake blood. This is the real deal, Panda. And Kuku gets out of that one. We saw a smile from his side. They knew that they responded really, really well to that aggression from Spirit.
3 versus 1. Backups arriving though. Lich is they're already reading that Talon might have to act on the bottom lane, and Rue is the one who's dropping faster than WS. The Doom has been dropped quite low on HP. Jump in from Jokum to isolate Miposhka. Cannot continue as he runs out of mana. Good moves coming in from Talon, responding and replying. And feels like Team Spirit now, they're not quite getting to play the tempo because Talon is responding and replying faster. Just what we needed them to do in this game.
Yeah. Very, very fast coming out from them. Guys, now when there's no action, fast exclamation mark ticket in the chat. We want you here in Belgrade, in Serbia, to watch the last 3 days of the Fissure Playground 1 Dota here in Belgrade, in my home city. It is going to be an amazing ending to the tournament, and the games, they're already announcing, so be sure to be here.
$1 million prize pool and some Tier 1 teams. Can't get better than that. So make sure you get here in Belgrade, Serbia. 31st. Got some stacks here for Team Spirit to clean up for Larl on this DK. And we can see that that blink is coming up fairly early here. Need a playmaker for Team Spirit. Take the sharpest edge off of Talon. Because right now, the moves from Talon have definitely been working and have been slowing down Team Spirit by quite a lot. So they're looking to their first items to make an impact.
One thing that Spirit did well in this game is that they put pressure on the Doom. By putting pressure on the Doom, also placing that aggressive ward on the lane, you're protecting this tower. Right? Just as it's good for a Nyx Assassin to lose towers, and they're probably gonna lose Miposhka. Sorry, Ru. Oh,
well, the Stampede is at least forced out, and Jokum, one hit from Larl. Well, okay, let's make it 2. And Radon also comes in here with the Shadow Step.
He's going Midas, right?
Oh, he's going Midas on the Spectre. Okay, something different.
But back to the point, Ricky wants the map to be open, right? Because if there's a lot of towers, a couple of sentries can cover the entirety of the map, and you're not really going to be as useful as you would want to. But if the towers start falling, it becomes increasingly difficult for the support, so Spirit, even the cores, to keep tabs on where he is. So Talon would love for those towers to drop, but Spirit not allowing it.
We are going to need some farming items as well for Talon, knowing that this Bristleback is going to need at least an item or 2 to really get the game going. Sniper also with that Maelstrom lined up. It's a must-have.
Spirit have to get away from here. A big smoke rotation is coming. They seem to be aware, especially after the glyph usage.
Yeah, that's a lot of activity. And of course, with their wards placed down, they didn't see the heroes in the smoke, but they did have a hunch something is up. But unfortunate for Miposhka, as he is pretty much just tag-teamed here by Jokum and WS with the help of Mikoto Sniper getting the kill in the end. Collapse has also been forced completely away from this top lane.
He doesn't mind. He's farming some ancient stacks. He's doing well. And Team Spirit, despite letting that bottom tower fall and not losing much for it other than the Zeus, they're also putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane tower. And
another Shadow Step. This time on the WS. Looking for the deny on the tower. He'll get it. Larl finishes off the mid T1 as well. So a tower trade.
How does he get out?
Does he get out of this one? That's the big question. That's the Stampede, and it runs out right now. They need to get a little bit closer. And the distance is too much to close up. So Radon is safe. Got the tower deny. Keeps his life.
What a crazy guy. These defensive stampedes have really worked out. Later on in the game, Spirit are going to be using them aggressively to make sure that the sniper has a bad time. But so far, most of them have been to bail people out. And again, successful.
Does feel like it is living a bit to the story of Team Spirit now, looking to play a bit more defensive instead of aggressive and just farm it out. Out-farm Talon in a way if they can do so. Got some pretty speedy farmers in this team, maybe minus the Spectre. But you do want to have a playmaker, right? Otherwise, the Spectre doesn't get going.
They have it now, because the Centaur got his Blink. Goodbye,
Does the
career.
DK also have Blink?
No, he bought a Mage Slayer.
Okay, so he swapped his itemization.
Yep.
Sure. Well, there's the Blink reveal right on top of Cuckoo. And that's Radon. The Shadow Step to secure this one.
Larl with the Shield Rune, not really a great target to go for. Imagine a Dragonite with 210 HP. Sorry, 2,100 HP right now. Yeah, 210 would be pretty crappy.
That would. Sounds like a bit like full Agimorph to me.
even less than that sounds like.
But now the shield is gone. They do ping him. There is Bristleback moving straight back to the lane.
You need him more isolated to get the kill. The tower is way too close. If they start TPing in Spirit, they're gonna kill you all.
14-minute wisdom as well, but that's secured by Ru. Jokum couldn't go in that deep to snatch it away. Mikoto secures the other one for Talon.
Stampede is going to be back now, so Larl is not done.
Another defensive Stampede, well, probably not right away.
No need.
Pops the Dragon form, sees the Lich maybe coming in. I think they saw a glimpse of Cuckoo.
He was hiding in the tree, so maybe if a good angle was made there from the Dragonite.
Yeah. But a good posture there to just
sure.
recognize we don't need to use our Stampede for this one. Radon is quite low on HP. He's looking for that. Regen rune is being protected by Collapse.
Yep, and Collapse still has that Blink Dagger. They took away the mid lane tower, just as it's good for the Riki for the towers to open up when you have Blink Daggers. And when you have the Spectre, you want that mid lane tower to be gone so that you can go hunting.
Another denied tower, potentially. Laurel, does he do enough damage to the tower? Forces the Bristle back away, at least for now. The drum charges are being popped as well as they're going on the hunt. Here comes the Nasal Goo. Thrown into nice stun there from Collapse and onto Natsumi with the Shadow Step Lich ulti, but Natsumi is still alive for the time being. Finally falls to Collapse. Collapse will be traded. Radon will die nevertheless. And that's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Of course, dying. But there's still the Hunter in the Night, Jokum. There's no low hero nearby. And if he decides to jump in, it has to be a quick reaction from the Sniper and the Lich. And maybe now he's gone a little bit too deep, thinking that they've already left the area. There is Miposhka. Yet again, another Blood Grenade flies in. But Laurel will be taken down. And that's a third core, every core from Team Spirit to the graveyard.
One thing that Talon had better in that fight is vision. And during the fight, they were placing some wards as well. This is what allowed them to bring down Laurel as well, because they knew that he was coming back. Thus, they lingered around that part of the map, and they got the kill. And on the other hand, why wouldn't you? Still have a tower your enemies don't.
From that fight, Mikoto's net worth is really skyrocketing now. 8,500, 8,600 even, as he's got the Maelstrom and a straight-up Mjolnir by the looks of it with that Hyperstone in his quick buy.
Now is his timing. It is nighttime. From 15 to 20 minutes is usually when the Sniper is the strongest. Then he tends to fall off a little bit, maybe even get killed a couple of times. But if with the Mjolnir he asserts dominance, it's going to be a huge deal.
That reveals the Sentry. Just a little bit more on Miposhka. Radon is here to snipe this Riki as well. And with the help of Laurel, they'll secure the Riki kill. There's another potential fight happening here with Collapse quite deep in. No real damage dealer until now. Natsumi arrives, and Collapse will most likely drop here as well. But the Aghanim's ready on this Bristleback. A lot of quill damage to be thrown in.
A little bit too deep coming out from him. He had a deep ward in the enemy triangle that is going to be taken out right now. That gave him a false sense of security. He thought because they weren't there that he can get away with it, but they got there quickly.
Yeah, they got there quickly. And of course, now you have a moment of time to follow all of Fissure's social media, our Twitch channels, our Instagrams, our Twitters, or X's, like you want to call them these days, with exclamation mark follow, as or exclamation mark F, as we are continuing here with WS dropping to Team Spirit. Cuckoo does get his Lich ulti off, and it's a pretty good bounce as Radon is dead. Jokum gets out.
Barely. That lightning bolt from the Zeus should have connected on him. He has an ulti, but it doesn't. Oh, the dust was still there on the Riki. He could have killed him. He forgot about it.
Talon has a very slight net worth lead, but how does that translate? Doesn't feel the scariest for Team Spirit, knowing they have the Midases on the Spectre. They have the late game, pretty much a very strong setup with DKs and Centaurs as Rue and Miposhka together. The Zeus ulti take down the Riki.
The Spectre is still underfarmed, right? So I think this is quite solid for Talon. They're going to be able to keep this Spectre down for a long time. Yes, he has a Midas, but Radiance is maybe even the faster farming item. So it is going to take some time before the auto row is a real threat to just go in and murder somebody. And I think that's what he's gunning for, because when you're going for a Diffusal Manta Spectre, you just want somebody to die fast. So that is what you want with this build. And it's still going to take some time. He only now finished the Diffusal.
And that is pretty good versus the Bristle, and also versus the Sniper. If you want to get that quick Shadow Step jump on somebody, usually with the Diffusal, and maybe even a Manta on top of that, there's no running away, and that is serious amounts of damage dealt by the Spectre. Not to even talk about the Disperser later on, which allows you to just run at people. Then you have Stampede as well. But Collapse indeed is in a 1 versus 5. Let's send everybody on the Centaur. Sure, let's take that, and maybe the tower with it.
He had such a good game, and now he's last in net worth out of all the cores. He has been playing a little bit too aggressively, and it definitely hurt him. You have 2 very greedy cores, so he's the one that has to make the plays, but just hasn't been able to make a lot of successful ones, and Talon has done a great job at shutting him down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe the good feel vibe still for Team Spirit strike later on, but surely Talon has been making this game too. This entire series is now turned a lot more competitive. And that's what you love to see, when you're really that close to advancing to the next stage of the tournament. This is not still elimination. That would be tomorrow for the team that loses this series to have a second opportunity and advancing.
The force staffs are starting to come around for Spirit. You have Hurricane Pike on the Dragonite, and the Bat Rider is already thinking about one. That is definitely a game changer versus Riki, and pretty much the entirety of this lineup.
Dire are scanning.
A lot of lines being drawn on the map here. I think this is Larl's line as well. That more of a defensive or movement line? What do you think? All the way from the bot T1 to the top tier 2.
Well, they are coming to fight with it, so let's see what they're going to do with the smoke. And you have to be on the aggressive. There is a Diffusal Blade on the Riki. They still only have one Force Staff. That's not enough to protect your supports.
And if you catch multiple heroes, only one's going to get out, right? Talon slightly spread right now. Natsumi and Kuku finished off the Tormentor. There's the Zeus ult. He scouts them out. It was a close catch. Almost killed the Bristleback. But it was more for vision and information. And Jokum able to jump from time to time. But that Blink Strike is now on cooldown. And he is left to his own devices after that, with Larl getting the kill. And now with his Dragon form up, he's looking at that T1 tower to fall next.
Talon are going for a smoke. They think they can fight, and they most definitely can. They're very, very
They're smoking up, they're connecting. They're coming in from the right. They're going to run into Collapse.
Look out.
Oh, he doesn't get it off. Catches him right away. There's the Stampede. And this is the group up from Team Spirit on the low ground. The Talon trying to get closer and closer. Good flame break there from Rue. Doesn't allow any vision to be provided by Talon. Of course, with the lack of this Riki, not really an opportunity to chase Team Spirit. So they'll get away with a Riki kill and the tower going down.
So Riki has a shard, -5 armor for anybody who is inside of the smoke screen. When you have a Bristleback on your side, it really does make a difference because it is an AoE.
All right, finding Kuku. There's still a time when this Glimmer Cape's going to save your life, but later on, there could be a nullifier that shows up.
Also, you cannot target your allies when they're in the smoke screen when Riki has a shard, so even if somebody else has a Force Staff, they're not going to be able to do much for you. This is
huge counter.
This is a huge deal for sure. This Riki has to die at the early stages of the fight.
Public enemy number 1. If Jokum can achieve that status. Roshan is being taken here by Team Talon. So an Aegis for Natsumi, and now Talon Esports can look to play a bit more aggressively maybe on the map. Tier 2 towers are up, every single one of them. Skimming through the top half of the map is Mikoto with Jokum, and the rest spreading around at the bottom half of the map. There's a pretty deep Bat Rider. Not sure if Rue is actually getting some aggressive vision. Yeah, he's placing himself as a ward. Giving info, where are their movements going to be with that Aegis? Where are they most likely coming first?
The Spirit are usually good at thinking about what the enemies are going to do after the Aegis, so they knew that they couldn't fight it.
Oh, this is the plan. They wanted to find a pick-off here with the Spectre, and I love this plan from Team Spirit, but it's not enough for a kill, and Rue needs to get out as well. Lack of crowd control shows for Team Talon. They cannot interrupt that TP.
I really love this, right? They are making some plays to delay the Aegis. They know that they're weaker right now, Team Spirit, but that's not going to be the case for too long. And if the Spectre has a Manta there, the Lich goes down. So that is also another thing to think about, and he's going to have it in like 700 gold. It is done. These supports going to be easy to take down. Even the Sniper himself is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Had a couple pauses during the course of this series as Miposhka seems to drop from the server for the moment. Tiny bit of lackey issues reported there. So, I mean, I have to still highlight that last play that Team Spirit, exactly as he said, they tried to delay as much as possible from Team Talon, claiming the map, claiming these tier 2 towers, not to cause too much damage and allow them to get away. But is there something that they're looking for here? Of course, you have a ton of items you need to get. We talk about the Silver Edge. I believe the DK had it lined up at one point. Yes, he's almost done with it. And then the SNY. That Silver Edge will be huge in taking this Bristleback out of play. And since it is your pause 1, and it's a great target to try and nuke away. I know Jokum with that Riki is going to be the huge issue. but I believe the Silver Edge on any of the heroes for Team Spirit can play a huge role in this Bristleback.
Oh, it definitely helps, right? Because, well, that is a very dead Centaur.
Tries to TP out.
He will, but
he's still going to die to the Doom. He took way too much damage.
Yeah, in those situations, even if you buy Yules, you know, get a little bit cheeky, it's not going to be enough to save your life. But yeah, I like the Silver Edge either way. Not only for bursting down the Bristleback, but also positioning-wise, you find a good starting target for a fight. That is how Team Spirit wanted. Their lineup is very good at if they find the initial jump to delete that hero and then go for a chase. You don't necessarily always want to be on the back foot.
And unfortunately, has been a bit of a story for Team Spirit in previous games that they've had to play from behind. But it has given them some success. Most notably, we talked a lot about day number 1 versus Yakult's brothers.
Sure.
Which was definitely one of those huge comebacks from Team Spirit. And that was actually off of a Silver Edge. It was a tiny that time around, but that was the changer here. However, Miposhka is spotted, so Talon finally revealing themselves on Team Spirit's side of the map. And that should be a tier 2 tower with the wave pushing in.
Yeah, look at Talon, the way that they are itemizing. They think that they have more than enough damage, and I would agree with them. So they're going for defensive items at the moment. You don't really need your Daedalus or something. You need the Lincoln Spheres, you need the BKBs, maybe the Lotus Orbs. That is the way that you win this game, by staying alive. Your heroes naturally just do a lot of damage, and having the Riki, that is just the 4th core that is going to contribute a lot.
AD Rune at the top half of the river too. Wonder who's going to pick that one up. Ricky's going to spot it first. Doom is next to him as well. And they find the Batrider, and that's a DD Ricky, while at the same time Larl is trying to TP away, and Cuckoo will catch him with the Sinister Gaze. And this DK dropping, and potentially the Bat. Well, he got the TP away. Radon wants to actually capitalize on this situation with the Chaos on the map. Almost finishes off the Sniper, forces BKB down to 300. So a good response from Team Spirit despite them suffering a loss.
That concussive grenade is the only reason that he survived. That's why when I saw the BKB, thought, is maybe a Hurricane Pike a better defensive item in this game? He's still not thinking about it on the Sniper,
Bruce got
but
no TP here, by the way, because he just escaped Jokum, and now Jumping jumps him again. This Ricky hits like a truck.
Oh, he tried to lasso him, didn't manage to do it, but Ricky's still dead.
And there's the Doom coming out from WS, and it's on Radon. Miposhka will find a kill. WS is actually dying to the Spectre. Those illusions hurt him quite a lot, and they're dancing around the trees, and they take the Doom down. Will Radon live? Will he survive? The Doom is ticking him low. No, he will not survive this time around. Natsumi helps with that. Zeus gets torn to pieces by Natsumi.
Just two-shot at poor Zeus, because he was constantly gooing him up while he was running away. So when you got close to him, there was almost no armor, and you have like 500 damage per hit. That was a really good response from Team Spirit, but they're always responding. They're not the ones making the plays.
Dancing around the trees here for a while as Jokum had WS to help him out. The Doom started feeling super threatened by, oh shit, this Spectre actually hits really, really damn hard. And they had to bring in some extra heroes, and it was Natsumi. Collapse nicely assisted with this situation. And then Natsumi, that's 3 stacks of Nasal Goo. 1 and 2.
Yep. Poor Zeus. Yeah, he couldn't do anything about it. It's a puny god moment. If everybody remembers that one, that is pretty much how it went in the movie as well. But overall...
Or a crappy wizard.
Larl? Do they have vision for him? Of course they do.
They absolutely do, and he's being held and just nuked down. No tankiness whatsoever.
How does he think that this is gonna work out? I mean, it is nighttime, the enemies have a Riki, they have a gem, and he's going for these plays over and over again. Dying in split push is something that you should never allow yourself to happen that easy as a core. And he wasn't even that far out on the map.
Yeah, they're gonna lose a 28-minute Wisdom Rune because of this too. Talon is already here. Cuckoo will get his level 15. And we're getting level 15 as well on the Riki, so he's got the smokescreen cooldown talent picked up. Radon, quick poke there on WS, a reminder that he's still in this game. Last someone, Jokum. Pretty good kill here for Team Spirit. Just needs one more hit to finish him off. Natsumi's coming into the rescue. And they know there's no reality on Radon, but this is Natsumi surrounded by Team Spirit heroes and no backup.
Well, he thinks he doesn't even need backup. This is a guy with a gem. Usually you're going to think, oh, we can get him, but he has a Bloodstone. He has Vampire Fangs. You are not killing this guy. You need a lot of stuns. You need all of your heroes to make sure he goes down.
You need Laurel for that.
Exactly. Silver Edge needs to be there. He doesn't even have the Silver Edge.
Yeah, he hasn't even finished it yet. He's trying to get to that deep. Maybe that's why he's extending these lanes, because he was so close to the secret shop and so close to finishing the item, so that probably explains why he was that deep in the lane.
Ru wants to return the Wisdom Rune. Will be able to do it. Let's see if it's going to cost him his life.
He sees the Firefly. He knows that the bat's been here recently, but can he find him? He's basically just not aware where he could be. He could be anywhere. Could have already TP'd out by the looks of it, so
the only reason,
gets away with the Wisdom.
The only reason Doom runs forward there is because he knows that they used the lasso just a couple of seconds ago. Because if he gets lasso there, the Spectre comes in and rips him to shreds in a second.
And he has been scared of that for a while.
Well, he should be. The damage output of the Desolate with so many illusions is insane. And you have a perfect build on Yadaro to just be bursting people down with the Midas, extra attack speed, and then Manta Diffusal.
Team Spirit coming in with numbers here down bottom, but Lich is able to TP out. Natsumi's able to TP out. And they're stacking up for a smoke of their own. Roshan, minimum timer in 5 seconds. Any guesses, Harry? I say 30 seconds.
I say a minute 20, but you're unbeatable.
2 minutes, 30 seconds, just like I said. As it's going to be a very long Roshan spawn, and Radon is spotted. Cuckoo gets the grab on him first, and there's the Doom as well from WS. Sees where he goes, and even a Lich ulti follows him to the low ground. So the Spectre's gone for 70 seconds. However, Talon, is that enough for them to maybe sneak a Roshan? They look at that tier 2 tower first as the creep wave is around. Team Spirit is instantly cutting waves, knowing that they need to at least again slow things down a bit without their carry alive.
Yeah, we know when the Roche will spawn, but the teams don't necessarily know about it. Talon, I think you're gonna poke high ground right now, so
really,
at least
it's a really good move.
Force them back. But I think without the Spectre, the Spirit are just lacking damage.
Jokum, deep jumping, gets stunned by the DK. He's just gone.
Gives an opening.
He just dies right away. Collapse just popped that Stampede. 30 seconds for the Spectre. The lasso comes out. They're thinking that Spectre's coming back, but he's not. As Mikoto will go down. WS is dying Laurel, and the boys are doing it for now. But Natsumi, this is the big bristleback that everyone's been afraid of, as he'll take down Collapse and now put his sights towards Laurel. But 10 seconds on Spectre, as he said, it's going to be very close. He takes down Laurel, and now Miposhka and Ru, but he will not follow them. He's getting warnings from his teammates that this Spectre is coming in, and Cuckoo's jumped on by Radon. He bought dust for this. He sees where the Lich is going, and he'll die to it.
Can he get Natsumi?
He's going to be all alone here. He takes down Ru, and Radon has to move away. And at the same time, Miposhka, oh, poor Miposhka's going to get smacked in the face. He's trying to fight versus Natsumi, and he might be able to win this with the help of the Bloodstone. The heals are too much. Radon tries to get in there in time, but it is Natsumi who gets the Ultra in the end, and he was basically at, what, 200 HP? Jokum, what are you doing? Can he get Radon as well? So close to winning the illusions, tear him apart. The Ricky's gone.
Yeah, if he's attacking from the front, he's not doing enough. And talking about attacking from front, that Bristleback just crushing the fight. How much damage did he do? Let's see it. Almost 14,000 on the Bristleback, solo carrying that fight, double Bloodstone usage, 2 times, getting so close to death, and he just comes back from it and basically alone destroys Team Spirit. Natsumi is a hell of a problem.
Look at that XP he gained. He's 25 on Bristle at 32 minutes.
Insane. I mean, he was winning the fight alone. All of those kills that he was getting, an ultra kill when pretty much the majority or all of your teammates are dead. This is going to be the result for it. And what happened with Laurel is that he wanted to finish the Doom and he didn't hit the Bristleback with the Silver Edge, opening up possibilities for Natsumi to turn it around. We're gonna see it here again.
He's already down to half HP on that high ground jump. We didn't get the full picture. That was such a long replay that we'll probably see it on the highlight reel later, or maybe another recap as we're still continuing with fighting here. Laurel gonna be chased by Natsumi. He sees another target to the south side. It's Ru's Batrider, who's hiding in the trees and able to blink away to safety. Barely has any movement speed there after the snot. But Roche is up. It's in the Radiant side of the map. Team Spirit, do they have any buybacks? Because they have the outpost that they can TP to. Because that is the one thing.
They only have one on Zeus.
So that's not a good situation for Team Spirit, despite having the TP advantage.
And there's going to be a buyback on the Bristleback right now as well.
Zeus ulti for info. Mikoto backs away. They remove themselves to the Lotus Pool area. Team Spirit holding the Twin Gate. Spectre's the only one not here. Doesn't have to be here.
He can join.
Pay attention to where he shadow steps. What is the target that they're able to get off of Talon? He's going to cut the wave for now, and Talon are making the pincer move here from the left side. They see the scan connects. The scan expires as well, so maybe they're thinking they're moving completely away.
Laurel revealed himself.
Hey, he did. Kuku catches him as well. Natsumi gets the early damage. Stampede comes out. WS catches Laurel for now with the Infernal Blade, but they push Laurel to safety. Sending some of that snot back as well. They hit Kuku in the back line as well. Rue trying to cause some hail, but Mikoto is just taking the bat down before he gets anything out. The lasso never went off. Laurel's low on HP. Laurel, he will fall. No saving Private Laurel this time around, as now the the Centaur is in trouble. TP's home, he's got Doom on him, he will survive, but Natsumi's like, give me the fountain. Your base is mine. I'm going straight for you. Fountain diving, hoping the scent is there, but at least takes Miposhka with him. And in a godlike spree now for this Bristleback. A high ground push happening with the creep wave coming in.
They had an opportunity in Spirit in that previous fight to bring down Natsumi. Now they're not going to have that opportunity yet. He is going for the throne.
Considering it at least, but at the same time, Radon snipes Jokum. Gets the Riki out of the way.
You're only killing supports though. The cores are still in your base and they're not going to go out. Why would they?
2 versus 3, but they never got the lasso out. They have to give some respect to Rue, but Radon does not have that shadow step for now. Rue getting in position at least to find someone. There's the tier 2 tower. They're looking to make a move. Natsumi, he's being approached from north, from south, from the east. They're going to get the jump. They're going to make an attempt on it. He did.
It's not
Maybe
close.
he survives this one as well with the Bloodstone.
Satanic.
Regeneration. Satanic comes in the Creep Wave. Glyph as well, but he lives. He lives. He continues to stay alive. Collapse is going to get sent in as well, but a sinister gaze by Kuku brings him out. And Miposhka bought back for this one. Laurel looking for the stun. It's into a Lincoln. So WS is going to be fine. He's going to get pushed away. Natsumi's going to be going for the chase here onto Laurel. And maybe this Bristol's going to be able to catch him as well. Nobody's coming to help him out right now. He's out. This DK is going out as well. 70 seconds gone. And going for a continuous push here. Looking for maybe the Megas as well. They would have to get the tier 2 from the mid lane, but potentially just end the game. Natsumi already made that move for a second. With that aggressive posture, Harry. Can Spirit still hold somehow? It's a long wait for the DK and the Centaur.
You don't have those stuns for the Spectre to do her job. Now they have the Lincoln Spheres to protect Natsumi as well. You're not killing this guy. The towers are getting low.
Nothing done right here. He drops the 700, 500, less than 100 and gone. But he does have his ult, but time is running out. The tier 4's fallen. The other one is down to half HP. WS, it looked like he was about to doom an illusion, but he did let go of the cast. Still has it, and there we go. It's landed on him, and Team Spirit's gonna have to tap out of this one. Talent. They're gonna tie this series up.
Natsumi going in again. He knows in the fountain he cannot be stopped. Okay, he might actually give his life away.
But 55 HP, come on. I mean, obviously what's gonna happen, that Collapse is gonna finish him off, and Mikoto is fighting to the end. The Ancient is so low.
Natsumi.
They're not hitting the Ancient yet. They're poking Collapse, and now they're finishing the game, and that's gonna do it. We're going to a game 3.
What a performance coming out from Talon. They didn't have any heroes to make plays, and then Jokum on his Riki, he makes sure that they find so many openings throughout this map. And Natsumi gets to a point where he is an unstoppable force. You got the Silver Edge, you have the killing items on the Spectre, you have everything. He drops to 20% HP. It is not enough, Panda. Just too much HP, too much heal on this Bristleback, and Team Spirit were unable to do it. They had a couple of opportunities. Maybe if that Silver Edge hit connected onto the Bristleback earlier, maybe they could have killed him. But even then, it might not have happened. He did it. It looked like he was a one-man army, but he was brought to this point by his team.
Those couple deaths on Laurel's DK, about to finish the Silver Edge, but doesn't quite get the money for it. they don't get an earlier timing to fight versus Talon to get advantage of that silver edge, and that probably also seals the deal because then it gets to a point where is it too late?
Yep. Pretty much. Versus a Bristleback, there is always that point. Then maybe in the ultra late game, you get a lot of those items. But usually when a Bristleback hits a timing like this, he's not letting you be in the game for another 3-4 minutes. He's ending it right here and now. He just ran forward after that fight, knowing that there is nothing they can do.
Clear goal inside, absolutely. So that is where Talon now ties the series up. And we kind of discussed that as well about the mental fortitude. Mikoto getting trashed in game number 1, and now a whole different performance. And why that Ricky, why we've been bringing it up from time to time. That hero looks pretty scary from the support position, and when it played like that by Jokum.
Yeah, people even forget just how much damage you do when attacking from behind. It was insane in the lane. You saw there how the sniper, the Zeus was dying over and over again. And it is, I think it is that Ricky pick, his vision giving, and even a couple of kills that he made on the supports, even secured on the cores as well, that got you to a point where your lineup can get online. Because these lineups, they don't really have blink jumpers. Real ones do. You know, he's not the classic one, or some burst type supports. They need a lot of time to get to a position when they're strong. But when they do, they're unstoppable.
Maybe they take a quick look at those ending stats as well from game number 2. Some pretty clean stats coming out as well. Mikoto 8-2-16 on the sniper to end the game. And of course with Yatoro, Radon, he tried his absolute best. Some really good plays together with Rue. We talked about the aggressive ward positioning by Rue's Batrider on the cliff position just to get Radon these extra kills here and there, whatever they can do to enable the Spectre. And Collapse losing his early game advantage. He was topping net worth, went down to 6th in just a few minutes. So for Team Spirit, things came crumbling down way too soon, and it was a bit of damage control.
Yeah, I think Larl is actually pretty sad that he changed his mind about the Blink Dagger. Remember that both him and Collapse wanted one. And then you would have two heroes that are threatening to open up the game for the Spectre. But because it was only Collapse, they kept tabs on him with the Ricky at some point, and then later on, when they needed to keep the Dragon Knight down so he doesn't get the Silver Edge, this is the guy that they were focusing on.
This is exactly the guy, and that was what, by the end of it, a 5-slot Bristleback, so there could have been an even scarier Bristle in the end as well, what that 6th would have been. But still, a great earned MVP there from Natsumi. I think he was at the right place, at the right time, almost throughout this entire game. So I am excited to see what's going to unfold as the ending of this series, because now we've seen the best of Team Spirit, we've seen the best of Talon Esports, and when you put those together, they clash again for another Game 3. Hard to predict, but I'm really happy with what kind of high-level Dota we're seeing here in this series.
This is the real best of 3, right? When you ban some of their heroes, you change the game, and you put yourself in a position that you can equalize the series.
Well, let's see and find out. We're going to take a quick break, and after that, we're going to return with game number 3. 3 teams are already through into the playoff stage, and now time to find a 4th between our 2 competitors, Team Spirit and Talon Esports, tied. And now we go from BO3 to BO1 once again, because this next match is going to decide it all here, Harry.
Yeah, and you know what? Talon has played more BO1s in this tournament. That could give them an advantage, but overall, what we have seen in these 2 games is that these teams are very, very close in power. They understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they've been playing quite a lot around them. We've seen it in Game 1, how Team Spirit shut down Mikoto, and then with some adjusted bans from Talon, they put themselves in a position to get the victory in the second game. So, as I mentioned, this is a real best of 3, where now Spirit are probably going to be adjusting their bans.
Yeah, adjusting bans. The threats of that Lich hero, of course, reminded from game number 1. Didn't show that much in game number 2, but certainly a little bit of risk-taking required can change this game dynamic completely. Larl's game 2 looked a lot rockier than game number 1, and that's probably going to hurt him a bit as we have some support comparison here. It's not about the KDA, folks, if you get the results on the board.
What do you mean?
See Jokum's Ricky having an insanely good performance as his activity around and Rue's activity around. When you compare these 2 support players here, what do you see?
So here's the thing, how it went in the game. The early game was amazing from both of them, but when it came down to the later portions of the game, the Ricky just did so much, because with the vision that he gave to his team, he prevented Drew from making the plays that he wanted to go for. He didn't necessarily kill him, bully him, or whatever. The Force Staff came out on the Batrider relatively early in that game, but he made sure that the Batrider doesn't do what he does best, and that is find the backlines, find somebody with a lasso, and enable the Spectre to get those kills. So Jokum definitely had Rue's number in this one.
Yeah, he certainly did. But now what I'm really hoping to see in this game number 3 is who outshines who, and is there individual performance or more team play performance? Because game 1 was more about Team Spirit's tempo and Talon responding. Game 2, Team Spirit continued off of it, but then Talon adapted and got into the speed of the game a lot faster than game number 1, allowed them to make that change. How do things change for game number 3? It's always hard to say until you see the picks, how that true style changes. But surely when they were talking, Team Spirit that is, about mistakes and being unlucky, and they've corrected those errors, do you think that's going to show again in game number 3, just like we saw against Heroic yesterday?
Okay, so for everybody who watches the Team Spirit channel on YouTube, and it is a very good channel, they know that they are very quick after they end the game at discussing things that need to be changed for the next game. So I would assume that there are gonna be some changes to it. How exactly they're gonna adjust, how they think it is gonna be better, I'm not sure. But one thing that I would like to see is, you mentioned the team and individualistic play. I think Laurel went a little bit more individualistic in this last game in particular, and maybe if he looked more towards how I'm gonna enable the outer row, it could have turned out better. So maybe they're all gonna be trying to work together rather than, okay, you're gonna be strong, I'm gonna be strong, and then when we're strong together, the enemies won't stand a chance.
Well, things will maybe have to change a little bit, or maybe more than that, but you don't want to make drastic changes. Just take what you can from game number 2 and look to dominate this game number 3. For Talon's sake, they're happy they're still in the run for this one, tying the series up. But it does put Team Spirit thinking a lot as well. What is the right approach for this game? Because we've seen Talon adapt that quickly, play a slightly different type of Dota. Mikoto also shined as well with this sniper too. They had a really solid draft. It was, as we said, quite hard to execute when we saw the drafts on paper before the game even started, and it looked really rocky at the start. But when they got to play that lineup, damn, did it look good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that is how it goes with those lineups. We mentioned it at the end of the previous game. When it comes together, it is very hard to stop, right? This death ball, but it's just not a death ball from like 20 minutes, but 30 plus is when you really get online. But the thing is, you had 2 vision heroes, the sniper and the Ricky, to get you to that point without too many deaths. So everything went according to plan.
And you have to give kudos to March as well, coaching the team, that they have been able to get these good results when it was required. And the funny thing about Miposhka's nickname.
Yeah, do you think it's really about the Meepo?
What else could it be?
I don't know.
Do you know if that word has a dual meaning?
No, I mean, our production guys are mostly Russian speaking, so they would know if it does have one. Yeah.
Yeah, production just confirming that there is no dual meaning in that language, neither in the Finnish language, even though you'd like to make some kind of combinations come out of that, but nope.
Nope, unfortunately.
You could change maybe one letter. You could get Pipo, which is woolly hat, like a winter woolly hat. But that just doesn't work. That's like a
yeah, but you don't wear it, right? You wear it only at like -30. I saw you there on the Zemun Tower when it was 0. You're like in a t-shirt, so I don't know what kind of weather it needs to be for you Finnish guys to wear hats. But guys, don't worry. Here in Belgrade, Serbia, when you come, it's not gonna be cold. It's actually gonna be very, very nice weather. So. In between games, you can go for nice walks as well. There's nice places around the venue as we are waiting for the teams to get back into the game. And I'm still looking at this Bristleback as something that teams could start to pick up earlier in drafts. We haven't watched all of the games, obviously, because there's another stream and we couldn't catch them. But I haven't really seen like an awesome counter to the Bristleback, especially because of
that is a good point. That is a good point. I was about to ask you that have teams figure out this Bristleback or not, if it is picked up that early, because currently it feels like they have figured the Bristleback out, why it's being picked so late into the draft. So there could be some truth to what you're saying.
Yeah, so there are some heroes, like a Primal Beast would be a prime example of how you can deal with him. He doesn't like playing versus a Shadow Demon and got banned out there just before they picked it, right? There are definitely a couple of heroes that can be played in the current meta that the Bristleback doesn't like. But also you guys, if you like Talon or Spirit, !T for Talon and S for Spirit in the chat to get your votes in.
Bristleback from the last 11 games is 63% in win rate, so pretty back and forth. Not the shiniest numbers compared to, for example, Tiny, who is still rocking the boards with a crazy 86% win rate from 14 games, was banned in Game 2, and maybe slides through this time around. I'm pretty sure Talon's targeting it more than Team Spirit is against them.
Actually, it made it through.
Well, we're going to get the draft on our screens in just a moment because we can see that Tiny is through.
Yep. So they allowed it to...
You're a true oracle. You saw that one.
Well, yeah, I literally saw it, right? So, anyways, there it is, right? We saw it in the game as well. Or we are going to see it in the game as well. Talon, they let it through. They think they have a response. What is the response for the Tiny?
And do they bring the Bristleback now? They do the Clockwork instead. Interesting.
Okay, so hold them in
I was
place.
thinking this would be the moment to maybe pick up that Bristleback, despite the threat that this Tiny could still build a Silver Edge and break the hero, which Team Spirit has been doing quite a lot on their DKs and their Tinies.
I mean, that Tiny could be the reason that people are not picking as much Bristleback as they would like, right? Because you lane generally okay versus the Bristle. Yes, you have low armor, but you can toss him away. You have the Avalanche to slow him down. When you think about it, the Tiny is actually quite good versus Bristleback lineups because they usually run forward, you know, like madmen. And one of the best heroes to slow it down is the Tiny because of the Avalanche.
A little bit of Curio as well. We have seen Team Spirit play Phantom Assassin on Radon before. That would also provide with another break possibility if they wanted to. Yeah, well, when they see their core matchups come into play. Of course, with this Clockwork, has been shown as a bit of a threat to the Shaker. Shaker has not really been enjoying the Clockwork, and at least the ones that we've seen from mid-Shakers, they just jump the Clockwork, Echo Slam them instead, return the favor, so they don't have to worry about the battery assault.
That's analog. That's South Americans, right? They're crazy. Whenever I see them play, when they're getting smacked, they're laughing. When they're destroying you, they're laughing. They're just always laughing. They don't think... They have a different view of Dota than we do here in Europe, right? Completely different view. I love watching them in tournaments. It's very unlikely that a European team would pick up a Shaker into the Clockwork. You just have PTSD so much from that hero.
Well, I'm a bit curious about Talon's approach as well with what are they going to ban next, because now the Chen question arises once again. Clockwork doesn't directly answer Chen himself, and Doom is also out, so it could look like they're aiming towards that direction.
It wouldn't be a bad ban from Talon. I don't think that they want to pick it. So yeah, I'd probably think about getting rid of it or thinking about heroes that are going to help you defend your towers in some way. Lich is still in the pool.
Lycan is also there. We see the tiny Lycan combo already happened a couple times in this tournament.
Talon's turn to pick.
And it is the Lycan ban.
Okay, yep. So preparing to not have to deal with all of the zoo. And Lich, of course comes out. I don't know when teams are going to get sick of this hero, but Team Spirit just don't see it as that much of a threat. When you have a tiny, though, it might not even be. That is the carry hero that doesn't really get bursted down, even when he doesn't have the BKB by the shard and the chain frost.
So do you look for a nullifier builder potentially in a game like this?
Shadow Demon is in the pool. I mean, if you really wanted the purge, you could go that route. It's not half bad, but of course when you see the clockwork, you are thinking they can find me, and it is gonna be somewhat annoying.
What about the? I mean, you don't see the enemy cores, so do you need to see something to pick Muerta if you're Team Spirit?
Not necessarily. Muerta, you can always go for. The hero is just pretty good all around.
You're going to stick with him at Poshka Zeus.
They want a vision hero. They are understanding that they were losing the vision game a bit even when they had the Zeus, so probably are afraid that it is going to be a problem if they've got nothing when the enemies have a clockwork.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the other thing that you would want? What's a Rue hero to go for? Batrider is out of the picture.
Leaves him with the Lion, right? The game 1 Lion that he had.
Lion is fine, but there's no Magnus in the pool. People usually go for it when that's in the play. I mean, we could see his Bounty Hunter if you really want to go for it, because Zeus and Bounty isn't a half-bad support duo.
Maybe now's the time to do it, exactly. You have the Vision heroes on Zeus. They don't really have something that shows into Invis unless Clockwork and Lich heavily invest into it. It's going to be an Elder Titan. Maybe suspecting Talon as well, approaching that agility hero route. Maybe the Morphling that's in the pool. Maybe the Nagas that's in the pool. And they just want to get more damage amp for this Tiny in the game as well. So now I feel like we're looking at a carry Tiny with an Elder Titan as well. But could this be... Could Collapse maybe play this Elder Titan? Can he play it 3?
He can, but he hasn't played it much recently, so I'm leaning towards this being a Miposhka Elder Titan, which puts a lot of possibility on a mid lane Zeus. Rue is not a huge Zeus player. It can be played as a position 4, but I'm kind of... I don't know if this lack of lockdown is going to be great. There is the Bristleback, so doesn't really care about the Tiny much, but now he's going to be dealing with a lot of minus armor, a lot of magical damage also coming his way. Already, this could be a harder Bristleback game, but it is also a flex pick. You can pick your mid laner now.
Yeah, it could be also the right-click damage coming in if they play a Snot Rocket Bristle from the offlane position, if WS wants to do that. So I think you are right. Maybe the answer to the Tiny with the Bristleback is probably just put him offlane.
Yeah, the thing is, though, there's a lot of good mid picks, but they can be countered, right? The Pokers, the Pangos, the Ember Spirits. Though, to be honest, Laurel doesn't really play those big lane dominators, so you could pick like an Ember Spirit for Mikoto and not really care much about it here.
If only they had Lina, which they banned themselves. Doesn't really care who she goes up against in the lane and still does just fine.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
But they go Sniper again, so it's just Talon are looking for vision. That is the case. They are going to be showing their mid laner. With this, a Snot Rocket Bristleback can also work, but also we saw a Bristleback and a Sniper as a 1-2 duo working out quite well for them. That's nice, and really when you look at Team Spirit, they don't really have catch. Maybe they can go for a Centaur once again.
If they go Snot Rocket, I'd kind of like Sniper Carry maybe for Natsumi and keep Mikoto's hero pick alive for the last phase. And since they couldn't pick a Morphling of their own versus an ET, it is Spirit that actually snatches it for themselves.
I'm just going to look if Rue plays...
That takes the mid-shaker option from Talon away as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look too great, but you know, the Shaker can be picked versus a Morphling. You can just jump in Echo Slam and destroy him. So it kind of goes both ways. A long-range Fissure from Fog, it's not like Morphling just instantly wins the game by turning into a Shaker. It's generally nowadays, I'd say you'd rather not have an Aghanims anyways.
But can you play Shaker into Zeus? I think that's the question.
It's not ideal. Really, it's not ideal. I wouldn't think that Talon would want a commitment type mid laner. If they're picking a mid laner, it's going to be some poke, right? This Mars actually is giving me also some confidence that we might be seeing a carry sniper, and I want to see it. Even though I'm not the biggest fan, I want to see somebody who knows what he's doing with it, and Natsumi is one of those people.
10 seconds remaining.
Probably the ET then to the support position.
Okay, I'm gonna crush our spirits. The 3 games that he has played now in pubs in the last 7 days on Sniper all have been mid lane. Natsumi. It is when he was forced to go into the mid lane. He probably thinks that he can get away with this one.
So no flex really.
Yeah, probably not gonna be putting it.
But that again leaves us with what does Natsumi then play? We had the same question in game number 2. Now, what is he willing to bring out? But then, yeah, if he plays the Bristle, then of course the offlane is still open. Just like our tickets are still available, ! Ticket into chat. We will be playing our LAN finals next weekend in Belgrade, Serbia. At the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, so make sure you make your way here, ! Ticket.
So Spirit, are you willing to play mid-juice? I mean, you definitely need an offlaner unless Collapse is going to be playing a Tiny, which he definitely can. That is a really good ban on the Night Stalker. They've taken away almost every one of WS's heroes. No Lycan, no Beast. They might have to put him on the Bristle because he doesn't have much left.
Can you play Dawn with this lineup? I know Dawn is one of WS's most... every time I see WS Dawn, I feel like this is such a great hero for him. He does so well with it.
It's good with the Sniper. It's not necessarily great with the Bristleback, but it's good versus the Clockwork. Sure. Doesn't lane awesomely versus the Morphling, and I think Elder Titan is kind of annoying to you. So if there's something else, they could pick that up.
But they're going to bring up the Primal Beast, in this case for Team Spirit, to finalize their draft.
Yep. There's the hero that we talked about versus the Bristleback. Definitely works out. Timbersaw is something that WS does play, so I wouldn't mind that, especially because the Clockwork can rotate quite a lot. This is a solid Timber game.
And a couple strength heroes as well that don't really enjoy playing versus the Timbersaw.
Yep, and even the Morphling can't do much versus you at the start. Later on, he survives, but he has to play on such high HP that he doesn't CS that well.
Has he been playing Furion? That could be a very wild last pick, but...
A lot of people have been playing Nature's Prophet, and I've been looking forward to it in the games that we cast. Just no such luck yet.
To wonder if Nature's Prophet, not actually in the uncontested pool, instead it's going to be a Brood Mama.
Let's see where they put it.
The draft here for Talon Esports, Mikoto for the Sniper. Is it offlane or is it carry? Because if it's WS, then we have a Seeing Red Bristle for Natsumi, the carry position, and the Brood for the offlane versus the Morphling in the lane.
This is a solid Brood game, right? The only hero that is pretty good versus the Brood is the Primal Beast. I think this Primal Beast needs to have a really, really good time for Spirit to win this game. The other heroes are going to have a bit of a rougher time. If, on the other hand, he does have a good game and then you are just following with the Elder Titan, with the Zeus, right, with all of the magical damage that their team is doing, it is going to be insane. But Talon, I mean, they're just doing such a good job drafting good vision heroes.
They certainly have. And as mentioned before, there's probably also kudos to March, who's been creating some really good drafts here for Talon. But of course now, Harry, only one of these two from this matchup will advance. The other will have to wait until tomorrow for a second opportunity. Is it Team Spirit? Is it Talon? Who do you think is going to take this series?
Okay, so I'm not seeing much tower push from Spirit. And also, I'm not seeing a lot of vision giving from the Zeus. So I think Larl is going to have a tough time finding heroes. So I think I'm leaning Talon here. They're going to be able to control the map. They're going to be able to push down towers. You have a hero that you're afraid of, and that's the Primal Beast. And I think a division you can actually dodge in quite nicely. So I think I'm going Talon.
You're going with Talon on this one? Well, it's kind of hard to put at this point because I think we've seen best of both teams. I'm really torn with my decision here because I do believe Talon would be the one to take this one. They love the draft. I'm going to go with Talon on this one. I'll just not explain myself any further.
I got my prediction right.
I think we're all going to be unanimous with our decision with chat. I do see the strengths of Team Spirit. I still think that this draft can easily work for them. I just think Talon is maybe slightly more on edge here.
Yep, Spirit...
In a positive way on edge.
Yeah, they've definitely had problems with vision in the previous game, right? And they had better vision giving heroes, like with the Spectre as well. And then you had the Zeus, you have it now as well. But Tiny is the type of hero that really needs to see well. The Broodmother is going to be shoving out the wave. Your verse is a clockwork. It's not easy. Plus a sniper, right? During nighttime, it's going to be even rougher. So I think that is the main reason the Team Spirit could suffer in this game. If Laurel somehow finds a way to get himself huge impact in this game, that is a clear path to victory.
Make it sound so simple.
Yeah, it's not really. But you know what? Elder Titan sometimes just surprises the opponents, right? We haven't seen a lot of them. I think you and me, this is the first one that we are casting. And Elder Titan, sometimes just when you have these high magical damage lineups, the enemies just die. Right, they go down, and
30 seconds to battle.
It could happen to Talon that they overextend a couple times. It has happened in this series a couple times as well. So you overextend versus an Elder Titan 30 minutes into the game, you can very easily lose it.
The only Elder Titan so far has been Ducalis in the Liquid series for Parivision, and that was a win. So that's the only Elder Titan.
What else did they have? Do you have info on it?
Yeah, just give me a...
Oh, look at that. The Primal Beast went for Ferocity. Each pulverized hit increases the AoE bonuses of Primal Beast abilities and items. I think I've never cast a Ferocity facet on the Primal Beast. Quite interesting.
It's true. Romp and Stomp has been the way to go for these primals almost 100% of the time, so something different for sure. Also, I was looking at the necrotic webs. A lot of time these brood mothers, the first time we saw this facet in action, it was literally placed in the lane to give minus HP region for your opponent. So it felt like a 1.25 versus 1 mid matchup. You asked about the Elder Titan. You want to hear his allies or his enemies?
Allies.
So we had a Phoenix, Sniper, Clockwork, Morphling lineup.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of magical damage for sure, right? Even from coming out even from the cores.
Yeah,
that is what you want with the Elder Titan.
That was a 24-minute victory as well. So.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. I'm really curious about this mid lane though, because last time when I saw a Sniper Tiny got a little bit too much for my taste. A Sniper should definitely apply a lot of pressure to the Tiny.
Yep.
Because he has 0 armor, right? Just maybe even on level 3, get a second point in headshot. That is kind of how I feel the lane should be played.
So talking about interactions, because it is ET versus Broodmother, you know where I'm getting at with this compared to last game where Natsumi was able to two-shot the support Zeus. And as you can actually see on your screens, we didn't really highlight this too much, but the lane swap from Team Spirit, Collapse and Rue playing in from the bottom lane and deciding to put Yatoro and Miposhka in the top. So with that Zeus technically looking like a 5 and Natsumi dying here as well. All right, so double lane swaps and Team Spirit finds comfort with a first blood.
I mean, we mentioned the Primal Beast versus the Bristleback. This isn't necessarily why he's so good versus him, but you have extra armor in the lane, and it's hard for him to slow you down with the trample. You're one of the very few heroes who can commit to him. Of course, later on with an Aghanim Scepter, you're a clear counter to him because it's one of the longest lasting breaks.
Yeah. Radon taking quite a huge amount of damage from Kuku and WS, but is it enough? The stomp from Miposhka, the blood grenade thrown in, and maybe they even try a bit of a dive. Miposhka, though, doesn't get the creep wave under the tower. So it will not tempt their fate this time around.
Yeah, Miposhka went for deconstruction. Spirit are definitely looking to just surprise their opponents with the damage in this one. And really, when you're playing a Brood and the Bristleback, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to live forever. And getting bursted down is not something that you expect to happen a lot of the times. This Spirit lineup has the capability of doing so.
kind of hard for Natsumi to get in range of that Primal Beast, just soaking up experience for the time being, even with his 15 last hits that he's able to pick so far. But this mid is being crushed right now. Mikoto and the Sniper has been so good since the first games that he's played here in the course of this tournament. He's 13-8 to the 6-4 on Larl.
This is what you expect in this matchup, right? Last time when I saw it and we saw the Sniper lose, I was like, what the hell is going on? Yep, this is the amount of pressure you can put in. Exactly. Maybe a bit too much, Mikoto. Just tone it down.
Let's pretend we didn't see that one.
Yep.
As I'm still a bit curious about the lane swap here. Who initiated the idea of this lane swap? What do you think the thought process was between both teams on these lanes?
I think that the Morphling didn't wanna lane versus the Brute. That's kind of how I feel. The Bristleback in the safe lane versus the Primal Beast would do relatively okay, so he'd be fine in that regard. So I don't think that necessarily Talon had much reason to dodge this.
Yeah, I don't think Talon were. I think they were pretty happy with how the lanes were going to go originally. Seeing the drafts on the board.
Nope, maybe as a Brood Mother you are afraid.
Well, Natsumi's going to get jumped on again, but this time it's not a kill. Just some heavy damage dealt by Collapse. You do have another 20 seconds on the trample. And since you don't have Romp and Stomp, that also changes things a bit with how much damage you deal early. He's going to be very happy getting that one kill off of the Bristleback, as mentioned. Going to be a bit of a counter later on as Rue's going to get jumped on by Jokum. Looking for some cog pushes here. Burn some of the mana. He's got a courier in front of him, but he doesn't have the attack speed to hit it. And Rue
one more hit
will get this kill on Jokum. And Natsumi to drop maybe as well. Collapse is close to getting it, but the trample runs out of duration. And Natsumi can have a bit of a sigh of relief. Rue's still coming in, though. The situation's not fully over, because if the Zeus gets in position with a quick zap and one jump in from Collapse, and they'll do it. He's committed to it now, and they want to get this kill. Natsumi too deep in the lane, and he's not getting out of this one. Collapse will secure it. Patience pays off.
Yeah, Talon being a bit too aggressive there, especially with the clockwork and how he got outplayed there by the Zeus. That was awesome, right? He brought in the courier. He thought, oh, I'm getting it, and then your attack speed gets taken away by the heavenly jump.
So 3-0 for Team Spirit in the first 5.5 minutes of the laning stage.
But
now we see our support rotation to the mid lane, indeed. Bringing in the clockwork to assist the Sniper. Jokum is hidden for the time being. And suspecting that lane ward has actually shown his movements. They know about his presence, so Larl's going to be okay. Mikoto does have that level 6. We already saw the first assassinate being used.
He might be okay in the future, but right now he's not okay. He's 1,000 behind the Sniper and more than a level behind him as well. Jokum?
Ooh. And the toss is going to finish him off short. It's quite a lot of damage, and that puts the Sniper in an awkward position. Cuckoo needs to save him. Stomp comes out. They can get him into a better position. But Mikoto will not die. He's healed up by Cuckoo, and they're sending at least some extra damage back in onto Rue. And waiting, not even using the assassinate. Mikoto cancels it, right-clicks the Zeus down. And that's going to be Talon's first kill. Spirit do find one kill at least for the Tiny with that toss and keep the Sniper low, but that 80 rune, he has to watch out for it.
They almost completely turn around even that mid lane in their favor on the side of Spirit. If Mikoto had died, it would have been so huge, but at some point you lost your damage. Healing Lotus was used, raindrops on the Sniper, not enough damage in the end, and at least Larl got a kill out of that one and got out alive, so it is not going to be as big of an advantage as it was a minute ago.
Yeah. And he's forced all the way back home too. So Sniper will keep an almost 1,000 gold difference between these two mid laners. Mikoto has been so good on this hero. Just needs to clean up the game.
I really like the item choices of the Broodmother. Went for the Orb of the Corrosion. You're versus a Morphling. You want to have that item. It's actually much more valuable than what is like 800 gold is the price.
I mean, any bit of extra armor versus ET, right?
For sure. That is also a nice thing to have. 875. to be exact on that item. And Morphling holding the Healing Lotus, so he got one here in the top lane, so isn't an easy grab.
Yeah, the thing with these Orb of Corrosions as well, that they can be hit or miss if they time too late, but it will provide them with a heavy amount of damage as Rue's just going to get hunted. Sniper even bringing in, or brought in with that Assassinate. Mikoto will finish off Rue. And he takes first place in net worth, tying it up with the Primal Beast. And talking about the Beast, he's moved towards top. And WS might just be his target. Hitoro waiting on the edge of vision to jump in. Brood going back and forth, but doesn't allow an opportunity for Collapse to move in.
Have you noticed how well Mikoto has been moving in these two games with the Sniper? The way that he's contributing to these kills, securing them on the side lanes. It was beautifully done in the previous game, and he's already doing it in this one. That is like long range addition to every single skirmish that you have from your mid laner.
Yeah, he has definitely been on point, and it feels like he just suddenly appears.
Yep.
Oh, they have a sniper as well for this engagement. Sure, he's long range, but it involves that he's at least moved somewhat towards another lane to assist with a kill, or in this case, kill secure, as you mentioned. He is level 7, just like Collapse, who has spent quite some time here in this top lane. I feel like now we've actually done a lane swap at the end of the laning stage, which is pretty much over.
Yep.
Radon takes over the farm in the bottom half of the map, and people start to play around the Primal Beast with his Pulverize. Wonder if we can get our first one off. Natsumi is still scared of that Primal Beast because he's been missing for quite some time.
It's just easier to farm that area with a carry. It's not that easy to take Ancients this early on, and if the enemy tier 1 hasn't been taken, you really don't want to rotate to the other side of the map. It's just completely different to how Dota used to be played when the map was smaller. The carry would very soon, like 7-8 minutes in, rotate to the enemy safe lane and try to farm around there. Go for a camp and then for a little bit of farm in the lane.
Also deal some bit of some chip damage towards that T1 tower. And of course, a reminder about our tickets as well. !ticket into chat to get information about our LAN next weekend from Friday till Saturday. As you might have been looking up for those tickets, we're watching Radon die out of nowhere by WS. What was that? Like, that was like a Randy Orton type of move.
Actually, I said whoa because of the tickets, because it's so awesome to come over for the LAN. Didn't even look at what was happening with the Morphling. But yep, that was a huge rotation from WS. The Orb of Corrosion coming into play. You can't really morph that easily versus it. And this seems to be a bit too deep from Collapse.
Pulverize them too. And Mikoto also brought in with the toss and the stomp. They're going to get Mikoto here as well. Double kill for Larl. Much needed for this Tiny.
It's daytime. Now is the time to strike, right? Usually a sniper would have extra vision, and they did manage to find him. And this is just Larl doing Larl things. He sometimes doesn't do too well in the laning stage, but he knows exactly how he needs to move, who his main target is, and getting that extra kill on the sniper is huge.
Nice little bonus on top of the Lich. And that should maybe open up a tier 1 from the top lane with 3 heroes and a catapult wave. And Morphling also right in front of the T1 tower. Cuckoo, optimistic.
He's applying a little bit of pressure, wants to push him out of that lane, maybe force a couple of TPs, spook Team Spirit. They won't respond to it. They know that he's just bluffing, and
they're laughing at his face.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
And that's the Larl on his Tiny, getting the tower very close to his Blink Dagger. The map is being open already with 1 tower going down. It's not too bad. You would want to get that Blink in the next minute or so that you can use it during daytime. Once the nighttime comes, it's going to become increasingly difficult to control the sniper. But during this daytime, you get a couple of kills, you get yourself in a good position.
We're still missing a couple ultimates as well for the Zeus, for the Lich, for the Clockwork Lich. Literally just picked up his, but the hook shot is not available just quite yet. Still a half a level to go to level 6. Had an urn lined up. Is he considering a vessel on Jokum?
Well, he did put.
Or just a casual urn because they expect to fight a lot.
Well, considering you're versus a Morphling, vessel would make a lot of sense. So I'm leaning towards vessel. Plus, you have 2 very tanky other cores on the map for Team Spirit. It makes a lot of sense to go for the item.
Sometimes as you see just a casual urn picked up, knowing that you're going to be fighting a lot, we're going to need some extra regen.
Big items coming out. Blink Dagger on the Tiny, Orchid
on the Brood, yeah. And Sniper, by the looks of it, maybe Maelstrom ready as well.
You need some raindrops on the supports. There is a
They
bunch
need
of
to get
clockwork.
these level 6s. Like, that's... I mean, this Clockwork really needs his hook shot because, as you can see, WS is being jumped on by Team Spirit. Radon dies to Mikoto simultaneously. Where did the Morphling die?
Here on the in his own triangle, they went for a smoke on the side of Talon.
So simultaneous fight. I thought that was another surprise kill where it just goes from 0 to 100 in like a quick Thanos snap.
Well, he did go very quickly from 0 to 100 anyway, so yeah, it's...
looking at the fight recap, I saw like they did like 300 damage. Yeah, okay, that explains.
So he just got demolished in a second, unfortunately for him. Both of the carries die. The Broodmother also... I think this hurts her a bit more because you are not shoving out the waves. We talked about the vision that the Broodmother provides by shoving in the waves. Well, when she's not there, it gives more time to Team Spirit, and what they need is time for their lineup to really get together.
Trying to get some information down in bottom. There's Team Spirit at the Twin Gate, rotating top.
This was very smart from Talon. What they did is bring their supports to cover for the Brood to allow the hero to push out the wave more. Because in some of those situations, you can see the Team Spirit left a ward. They're going to wait for the Broodmother again, kill him one more time, and destroy his Orchid timing. But because the supports are there, you prevent from any kind of cheeky moves from Spirit. And now the Brood is again controlling the bottom lane quite nicely.
It's a pretty big rune for Bristleback to have at this stage of the game. Shield picked up for Natsumi. But mostly just going to be a jungle farm rune for him. It looks like there's no move to be made for the Bristle yet. He'll be just happy to stick around in the jungle while his team is making the moves. That Aghanims, he's got the money for it in this next last hit. There we go. And the, call it the hairball or the furball. Which one do you prefer? I mean, he's not exactly a cat.
Yeah, I guess a hairball. But the thing right now is we're gonna have another round of big items, a BKB on the Primal Beast, and of course the Ags on the Bristleback. So another round of it.
Farm is flowing in fast. There was the stacking numbers, 15 to 12. That was a feet tickling hook shot right there. Doesn't quite catch the man he was going for, Laurel. But Talon will use this moment to push the tower. Natsumi in front. That shield rune's about to expire. Collapses in position. The wards are going to get taken away right as we speak, but the tower's already fallen. Talon move away.
As soon as it's nighttime, Talon go forward. And unfortunately for Team Spirit, they didn't manage to do much with the Blink Dagger on the Tiny and now with the BKB on the Primal Beast. So it's going to be a little bit tougher right now. How are their wards looking? They have some on the bottom lane. That's why they're moving towards that part of the map.
One of those classics as well.
Oh, they found a Morphling, it seems.
How well things have been going. Cuckoo! Close call there. But at the same time in the bottom lane, we'll find Jokum.
Not as big of a deal. He didn't even leave any deep vision, so nothing to take down. He was wasting a little bit of time. That is not the worst death on him, especially if they would have found the Morphling, unfortunately. For Cuckoo, he just wasn't expecting him to be there. He saw him for a second, and you have the instant Sinister Gaze, but he just wasn't spamming his clicks.
So far, so good for Talon, considering they have a triple core net worth lead. Everyone ahead of Team Spirit so far, and Morphling has caught up to the Tiny and gone past him. So maybe even with Laurel picking up that double kill for himself. Talon's just simply farming faster.
You can see how...
Is this going to prove a problem for Team Spirit, the pace that Talon has in terms of farm?
Yeah, for sure, right? Because you are not using your timings. That is the thing. They are making sure that one of your heroes isn't really strong, isn't doing anything, and then at some point your heroes are going to start dropping down. You can see that the lane control, the wave control is much better and much easier, for the matter of fact, by Talon, because they do it by using creeps, using the shrapnels and such. And Team Spirit, for them to control the waves better, they have to get kills with the Tiny. It's just not happening.
Yeah, things have kind of slowed down to a halt for Team Spirit, but Talon also, they're quite fine with the situation that they're not getting many kills because they have a 5k net worth lead. But things could change. The smoke up here from the river. Talon right nearby. It's like they're not going to find anyone on their side of the map. Again, the same line drawn towards the bottom half of the Radiant jungle. Scout for some information. And that Zeus ulti is going to spoil the party for them, so Team Spirit knows something's up.
Spirit now finally have good vision here around the mid lane. You definitely want to fight there, because mid lane you can get to there fast with a lot of heroes.
Well, Laurel just blinked in. He might have set himself up for bait, but he might just end up dying here. This WS and the boys are right on top of him. Earth Splitter flies in. It does barely anything to Natsumi or to WS, and Laurel is dead. What a fog of war moment that was, because they knew the smoke was going on with that Zeus ulti, but they weren't expecting Talon to be like, all right, let's give up and head up straight down to mid and push the wave, and then Laurel makes a critical mistake.
Yeah, blinks forward. He could have walked to the wave, used the avalanche and the...
and now Radon is found as well. He's got 3 heroes around him. TP's coming in from the bristle to bring in the damage, and Radon's got no escape out of this one. You've got Hookshot. You've got oh so much damage, and he will not get out of this one.
Yeah, Spirit aren't sure what to do with their lineup, and I can understand it right now, right? The only one who is actually strong is Collapse. And with his BKB, it's still hard for him to start the fight. Is he looking towards a Blink Dagger? No, he's actually looking towards a Shiva's. I think layered initiation, they lacked it in the previous game on both of their cores, might be the answer in this one as well.
Talon has got this game at the moment at a chokehold, getting themselves the Aegis and protecting Mikoto. So instead of giving it to the Bristle, who's already pretty hard to kill, they don't have the items for it to make it clean. Same for the Broodmother, who's just too fast to catch. You give it to the one hero.
Can he kill Bristle? He's getting to a uncomfortable position.
Close ball here. Laurel gets to jump in on him first, and because he doesn't have that Aegis, he's in trouble. Natsumi slept as well. The hook's up. 200 HP, and he will go down to Collapse, but will they lose how many heroes for this one? Because Laurel is going to be dropping low. Joachim is going to go down to Collapse, and WS is going to be following down the Tiny. Make sure that they get this kill off of the core Tiny. And that is 2 heroes dead from Talon. Nevertheless, and just like last game, Team Spirit, the enemy takes Aegis, and they look to make a play because of that. They're waiting for them to split. They're waiting for somebody to walk into them.
100%. The biggest thing about Team Spirit is them recognizing when the enemies are on Roche, and if they cannot fight, the way that they set things up after that is amazing. So we are looking at this Talon lineup that they're very good at shoving out the waves, but when they're in the Roche pit, and Spirit are aware of that, they have some time to deal with the waves and set up for fights. Exactly what they did. That was perfect for them. You bring down the Bristle back, you bring down the Clockwork, you lose the Tiny. You don't really care about the Tiny there, especially because you forced out a BKB on WS as well.
Yeah. Well, that was some honest work there on the Tormentors. It took a while for Morphling to finish it off. As Cuckoo, with the help of Natsumi, will credit Lich a shard, and that is a pretty big one to have.
Yeah, much bigger shard than the one that Spirit got, right?
And he's almost got the blink as well on Lich, so he can start making these plays where he could maybe just jump the Primal Beast, take the Initiator out from the picture completely, or maybe even the Tiny.
Soloing the Morphling is not impossible. I mean,
that
we've seen this hero just kill people inside of the Sinister Gaze. Morphling is going to be playing on like what, 1200 HP, 1300. He's not going to survive that.
We've kind of discussed that Lich does about 2,000-ish damage, maybe even more. Haven't done the math, but it's a lot.
Very, very quick as well, right? Because if they're right next to the Ice Pirate, the ulti just goes right? It's not like bouncing around for a long time when it's flying and flying and flying. It just does the damage instantly.
Nice attempt on an imitation of Darude Sandstorm there. Getting there. As
I thought I did a good job.
Another setup here for Team Spirit to move down bottom and expect potentially somebody caught off guard, but there is already Talon vision. Nobody nearby either.
Look at the spiders on the map. They're just everywhere. No matter where you want to go with Spirits, it's so hard. And this was daytime. This is when you were supposed to be making plays. The enemies have the Aegis. They have perfect vision of the map. The waves are pushed in towards you as well. Spirit, just very hard for them to play. Natsumi, this was an easy move for him to read.
Activate the Lotus, maybe?
It's scary. Get out.
that's like the one thing you don't do is click the pool. Yeah. Don't give the audio cue. And we talked about soloing the Morphling. Oh, Cuckoo, Mikoto. You just spoiled it. Okay, he got the kill. Cuckoo gets the tip still. Easy clap. Easy clap in chat.
Yeah, no solo kill. He sucks on his Lich. He wouldn't have done it on his own. He needed help anyway, so it's good that the Mikoto was there to assist him.
But Larl is going in again, and he's going to get silenced right after. Collapse is right next to him, though, with the help of this Zeus, but it does not look good for Larl as Mikoto slowing him down. Kuku grabs the dinosaur by his chains, forces his BKB, and trying to blow the Aegis for the first time. Mikoto will lose his life. WS is backing away, and so is Jokum. Lich barely has any HP to work with, but it's just enough for Kuku. One stomp, quick sleep, reset things a little bit here. Morphling is coming back up in 4 seconds. Talon moving away, losing that Aegis there.
2 more minutes to survive in the daytime. Spirit would want to go for a smoke. The thing is that every single lane is pushing towards him. I think WS could have played that better. If he BKB'd when the stomp was coming from the other Titan, he maybe could have killed the Tiny. Your sniper was gonna die anyways.
Well,
first time.
Now he does not have that BKB, but he does have an onslaught. Larl jumping in on Kuku, finishes him off, has the damage to take him out. And now the nasal goo thrown out there from Natsumi on Larl slows him down to a crawl. Collapse is looking for another angle in 1 second for Onslaught to be available. He grabs the bristleback running in his arms. Jokum coming in from the side, gets the hook shot onto Collapse. Now a slept bristleback, low on HP. Can Radon finish him off? The Bloodstone comes up, the Axis there. Natsumi will die, Root gone as well. Radon though, disarmed by Mikoto and WS, but Mikoto still surrounded by hostiles. He's gone as well. Team Spirit already taken multiple heroes out of play. Radon lives, Collapse lives. WS is moving away with his BKB, and huge losses on the side of Talon. They'll get the Brood out at least, but Jokum to fall and Team Spirit, this is what they were wanting, what they've been looking for, and that is a sigh of relief right there because it gives a little bit of room to breathe.
I don't know if that was a mistake from Mikoto using the concussive grenade to get himself closer to the enemies, or if he wanted to get himself onto the high ground. Maybe that was the plan, but either way, it didn't work out, and Natsumi needs to be careful. This is what we were talking about, the Elder Titan with a lot of magic damage. You can surprise heroes. Natsumi thinks, I'm this unkillable bristleback. No, you're not. Let's look at it again. Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional, but definitely didn't work out.
And so close to killing the Morphling, right? But Radon lives throughout this. So this is a huge injection of cash into this Morphling's pocket.
Keeps them into the game, right? It is now nighttime, so Talon are gonna have that vision advantage once again. And the lanes are still gonna be pushing, it seems, towards Team Spirit. But as you mentioned, breathing room, time to think.
An interesting thing, though, Observer just highlighted about the Broodmother Insatiable Hunger is because you're playing versus a Morphling, you cannot really ever level that ability up, because if he turns into a Broodmother, there's so much lifesteal that this Morphling gets by just popping the Insatiable Hunger. So there are cases where you just don't level it up at all, so...
I just feel so bad, right?
That's why people think, why is Brood ever picked versus Morphling?
Well, because it's hard for the Morphling to control the map. Sometimes Kuku blink out just in time.
But still caught. And Lara will get the kill.
Odo needs to get out.
Odo, does he have any backup? WS is there. There's a bristle right behind him. Radon is quite deep for the time being. Airball slows.
MLB's from the other side.
Goo, he's down to 100 movement speed, minus 11 armor applied. But they can't get close enough to hit him. Maybe now Collapse actually pokes Radon to safety. Well, we talk about safety. These are still dangerous waters to be in. WS is the one taking a chunk, and Natsumi, Earth Splitter comes in. It doesn't quite connect the pulverize there from Collapse. Natsumi has to move away. Talon, they've taken a lot of damage, but can they kill anyone? Kuku finds Radon. He bought back, finds the Morphling, and this Lich, the one hero, the absolute nightmare of the enemy carry. Larl jumping in though as Rue falls to Mikoto. Larl is down as well. And now with one after the other, Talon looking for Collapse as well. They'll get it.
You don't ban the Lich, you lose the game. Next time you're smart, you ban the Lich, so you don't lose the game. But Team Spirit, they didn't want to ban it. And look at what he's doing to them. That was literally Team Spirit getting out of there. But because they lost Radahn, Talon, they smell blood and they go forward. If they had went forward while the Morphling was alive there, a turnaround, let's say this one with the Tiny, would have done much more damage to them, as you would have your carry to bring some of those heroes down. But it is Cuckoo who starts it all once again, and Talon, they bring back their previous lead.
Exactly in the moment when you're like, do they have enough damage to follow up? That's when the Lich question arises once again. He definitely has, and he solos the Morphling, and he finds another right after. So that has been addressed now, but for Team Spirit, it looked good for 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. And Talon takes that happiness away from them. But we did see at the start of that fight, Talon takes a chunk. They really need to respect Team Spirit's lineup. It's not that easy to just run them down.
Yep, you have to respect the amount of damage that they do. And you need to get used to how much all of these heroes do with an Elder Titan on their team. If they do that, Talon are gonna have an easy time to win the game. If they don't respect it, again, 1-2 more fights like that when you get bursted down and don't really get all of your abilities off, you will... you can very easily lose the game. That is what Spirit are gunning for right now. Their early game was definitely destroyed by Talon, but now that Elder Titan in competitive Dota thing is coming into play.
They smoke up in the river. Jokum's right next to him, and the smokes pop instantly, so they'll be able to dodge this one. Only 3 heroes around in the area. Morphling was charging into the area.
Natsumi is just...
Marl just got an 82.
Just playing this series like a god. He's going for a BKB. In the previous game, he didn't have it because he didn't need it. In this game, it is 100% a necessity.
It is a must-have. Roshan is already up, waiting in his pit. Team Spirit, do you yoink it under the eyes of Talon? As it feels like that's exactly what they might do here.
Versus a Clockwork, you don't kill it. You kill it fast, but I'm not.
Talon is coming in. Talon is coming in from the side.
They got
here.
Scan.
The Radiant Scan does connect on them, and that does mean that Team Spirit has to at least rotate and move around, but they're still not fully leaving this area.
Clockwork and the Sniper are not in the smoke, and now WS isn't gonna be there either. Jokam, his smoke breaks.
Clockwork pretty close to the Primal Beast. Rocket Flare into the pit, nobody there, but at the same time, Natsumi's already gone! The Bristleback was all by himself!
Run!
Talon does not have a fight.
Let's see what they can do.
They might just have to give away this Roshan. Because of that, he's 70 seconds out. Roche is going to go down to the Radiant half of the map.
Yeah, he's gonna travel fairly soon. 60 seconds till Natsumi's back. I don't think you can find it. They still have their tier 1 though on the bottom lane. There might be an access point.
That could help. That could, at least for the Clockwork, to try and make a steal happen.
No,
or maybe Cuckoo does something absolutely crazy and pulls off a Lich Rampage. I don't even know at this point.
The best idea right now that you should have is do what Spirit did. Shove out the waves and catch Spirit once they're trying to get the waves into a good position. You have definitely lost the Roche.
And Team Spirit may be getting a bit lucky there as well that Natsumi happens to walk into them.
He's not
all
respecting
by
the burst.
himself.
He thought with the BKB that he can do whatever the hell he wants, but if you're doing that, it has to be the Clockwork scouting people.
And this is the hero that's going to be caught on his own, as Cuckoo and Jokum, they just annihilate the dinosaur.
What the hell?
We're going to stop asking questions. Like, they have damage with that.
Yeah, yeah, it's just so much damage.
Let's just admit it at this point that it's completely fine. Yeah. Aegis is for the Morphling, for Radahn to carry. And we almost got the BKB money up for Laurel as well. Just a couple hundred gold short. Might have to buy it out. Just the importance of these team fights. Especially the next one that Team Spirit might be having to face.
That Silver Edge still isn't the biggest item. The biggest item that you're looking at is the Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast. That is what you want. Radahn has to be slightly careful, but he will get the shard for Rue, so that's some lightning hands for the Zeus.
Very helpful.
But overall, there is still a 9-second BKB on the Bristleback because he got bursted down as he did. He has those long duration charges to help him versus the Aghanims of the Primal Beast and of course versus the Silver Edge of the Morphling.
Net worth hasn't really moved in any direction here. Still, WS And Mikoto on top of the charts here with now Radon's Morphling following up suit.
So how are
bigger and bigger.
Are we getting closer to any 25s? Doesn't seem the case, right? Morphling only now hit his level 20 talent. So
and same for Mikoto. Last game at 32 minutes, we had a 25 Bristle because of the 8,000 experience that he got from one single fight where he was alone.
Yep.
So yeah, that just explains how big that Bristle was in the previous game.
If you're Talon, you want this Elder Titan dead, but the thing is that your lineup isn't really good at getting into the backlines. Your lineup is good at standing your ground. But if you can control Miposhka, make sure that his Spirit is not on top of your heroes. You are going to be tanky enough to survive through the damage of Spirit. That is the main thing.
Considering the Tormentor here, while Team Spirit is right next to them. Radon is low. The jump from Kuku. Can they get the Aegis out of the way? Yes, they can. That's kill number 1. But what about life number 2? Is it bigger? Is it longer? Radon waveforms to safety. The jump in from Larl as the Morphling moved away. Mikoto down so low. The Glimmer!
Got him!
Collapse! Rumples him down. Tramples him even down to the ground. Into his death. And choke him dead as well. Natsumi will take the fight to Collapse with the help of Kuku and WS. Another jump from Larl onto the backline with this tiny WS.
They do too much damage.
Kuku is gone as well. Team Spirit, 4 heroes down. Full team-wide buyback force out from Mikoto. And it's all by himself. And he has to do so much damage.
It's over.
The Elder Titan, the Astral Spirit on top of him. And he's got no resistance whatsoever.
They've been losing for 33 minutes and just one move forward. The Elder Titan damage coming into play.
It's over.
It is definitely over. All of their heroes.
Team Spirit, one single team fight. I'm getting their first TI shocks right here. The first time when they surprised was one team fight win into an instant push to force GG and surprised everybody. How the hell did that happen? And this is exactly that. They believed in this lineup. They believed the strengths of what they have, but that was a shocker for pretty much everyone. We know that ET Astral Spirit on top, the Kanda hits, then you have 2 of them in your team with the Tiny and this Morphling. Just wow.
The power of the Elder Titan in competitive gameplay. I don't know why we don't see more of this hero. I guess teams would get used to it and then they would respect the damage, but you have these tanky heroes of Talon, these heroes that you can't get to. The Brood died only twice in that game, and in this fight, he just got annihilated, just like Natsumi got annihilated in that previous fight in Roche. Look at them. They don't know what happened. Like, how did we take that much damage?
Shell-shocked is literally the word that describes Talon at the moment. Something struck them and they still cannot picture what. But it was Team Spirit. It was Team Spirit that snatches this victory away from Talon Esports and punch a ticket to the playoff stage thanks to that. Like, this was just an insane ending to a game that honestly could have felt like, is this an 80, 90-minute battle in a way? Because it's just one simple team fight that changes everything around, and wow.
Yep.
I'm just baffled.
Yep, that was a beautiful way to end things in the series. As you mentioned, would have enjoyed a longer game maybe, but this one was ended in style. I really have to give props to Laurel. They did everything in terms of drafting, in terms of gameplay, to destroy the Steiny's game.
Yeah.
And who is the one who made the most plays? Who is the one that without hesitation went out? It was Laurel. Man, that was a master performance coming out from him. The way when he sees the right target, he goes in and sets things up for his team. Remember when we looked at Spirit versus Heroic, how we were talking? This is not Spirit. They're not committing the way that they should be, the way that they usually do. This was the real Team Spirit. They see a target, they go for it, they delete it.
Absolutely. I mean, this was what you want to see from Team Spirit and how good they can actually be, even in a moment where it feels like it could all be over. Talon looked clean from start to finish, maybe slowed down slightly towards the end parts of the game. Maybe that is that BO3 last match where you have to start to take things surely, play the so-called boring Dota, make sure that you are playing it clean and your opponent's going to make the mistake. But it ended up them taking that big bullet from Team Spirit and just got shocked by that one. So just a crazy, crazy ending indeed for game number 3. And Talon, I mean, tomorrow's another day, right?
Yep, tomorrow's another day.
This one's going to hurt.
Yeah, it does. Though with the way that they're playing, I wouldn't want to be their opponent. Not gonna lie, they've been playing really good Dota. If you're looking at it from the side, some people maybe if they went to the bathroom, the classic Twitch chat comments. What happened? Talon were winning. I just went to the bathroom, and now Spirit have already won. So this series it was within their grasp a couple of times in this one. However, Spirit are just a team that you can never write off. And even in this tournament where they might not be looking the greatest, they've proven it a couple of times.
Yeah, they certainly have. I really want to look at those hero damage done numbers as well once we get the post-game summary as well, because they're surprising nukes at the end. They probably don't even look like they have a lot of hero damage dealt in this game at all, because of what happened. But still, I do have to give it for Team Spirit too, not only just because of how good they understood the draft. It wasn't the Lich winning it. It was the Elder Titan that took the spotlight completely away from Cuckoo. So that is also something really wild. But ladies and gents, we have an interview ready. So before we jump on to the post-game summary, let's hear from the players themselves.
Got Miposhka joining me here. Crazy game number 3, all right? I'm going to say it. You guys were losing for pretty much all of that. Did it feel that way when you were playing the game? You're like, oh, I don't know if we can come back and win this game number 3?
Yeah, we definitely felt pressure from them, and also their heroes, like that Brute matchup, which pushing all waves and showing us every time. It's really hard to play when you're not controlling map. But I guess our heroes was anyway stronger, so we just find our moments, and yeah. I think our draft was just better, so we just need to wait until we find right opening on them.
Look, with the drafts, you're willing to let Talon pick up the Lich game 2 and game 3 and that Bristle as well. Why are you so comfortable letting it through? Because everyone else seems to think that this Lich is kind of imbalanced at the moment.
I guess we just didn't find... we had no, like, how to say, free ban, Oh, okay. Like, yeah, we were scared about other heroes more than Rich. And, to be honest, I guess we probably underrating that hero sometimes, but I still don't think that he can kill Morph as solo. Actually, yeah. But I guess I expect some heroes, and we prepared. Like I knew that we will pick some Morphling, and if they pick Bristleback, that's why we let them pick Bristleback, something like that. Yeah, like all was under the plan.
According to plan, I like it. And the Zeus as well for you guys, game number 2 and game number 3. You played it for that game 2. You had the flex for game 3. But what about Zeus is making it possible to play as a support?
We just played that hero a few pubs, and he's really have good potential in our opinion. And sometimes, like for example, with Tiny mid lane is really strong because like Tiny jumps, Zeus using his spells, and any hero will die. Also, we had Titan, so our combo was very strong, and that was an idea. But I still think that Zeus is not that strong, but he can just work sometimes. Yeah, and also we saw Clockwork and Lich, and we decided this hero is good against both. Yeah, that's why we picked.
Do you feel like Talon was an underestimated opponent? Like they really were more difficult than even you or anyone else was expecting?
You mean, did we underrated any opponent? Yeah. Like, for example, Talon? No, never. we never underrated anyone. We trying to beat any team we meet. So, yeah, that's it.
All right, well, Miposhka, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Nat and Miposhka, as Team Spirit punched their ticket to the playoff stage with that victory over Talon. And I have to say, you can hear the genuine words from this man, basically talking about we underestimated the Lich. We did not underestimate our opponent. As you can see, that they're very humble in how they approach these games. But absolutely, it surprised them that Cuckoo can solo their carry Morphling like that.
Yeah, it's not like they've won everything there is to win in Dota, so they should probably stay humble until they do so. But yeah, I really like what Miposhka was saying there, because we were looking at the game and it felt like Team Spirit couldn't do anything, and he said it in the interview, right? We are pressured. We need some time. We need to find their opening, but it's Team Spirit. They create their openings.
I mean, now that I look at the post-game stats, Miposhka didn't even die in this entire game. It's like, how? There's not a lot of kills on Talon Esports, sure, but you were on the receiving end for, like Nat said, throughout almost the entire game, and you somehow managed to pull the biggest existing threat to your opponent and have a clean 18 KDA game with no kills, no deaths whatsoever. So I'm just like, wow.
Just give him the MVP. He knew what his job was in this game. I mean, Laurel can also be given one. I wouldn't say anything against it, right? But the thing is that Miposhka understood his job perfectly, and this is it. He tunnel visioned his job, which should be done in this game, and it's I stay alive, I give my spirit forward, and suddenly my team does more than enough damage to kill everybody on the enemy side. So it's just an experienced player understanding exactly what his job is. After the laning stage survival, he knew that he's just not gonna go down. And there was one fight where they lost 4 heroes. He was the only one surviving.
He was the only one who did indeed survive from that one. So well deserved by Team Spirit. We will see more of them on I believe on Tuesday when we start our playoff, our double elimination bracket. But ladies and gents, we still have one more series to go. It's going to be the final best of 3 for the day and our second final day of the Swiss stage. So stay tuned. It's not going to be too long until we unleash the next 2 teams. You are watching the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure and our final best of 3 for the day of the third day of the Swiss stage brackets. And tomorrow is going to be the finalizer for everything. We'll find out our top 8 teams to be playing in the double elimination bracket for glory, for $1 million in the prize pool. And before that, we still need to find a lot more teams to fill in the gaps. And this next one could be a barn burner. We've already had one 3-game series. We've also had another one before that. Are we getting a third with Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators, Harry?
With their current results and the way that they've been playing, I'd say that there is a decent shot that that does happen. These two teams know each other well. So adjusting during the drafting stage is definitely something they can do quite well versus each other. So I'm thinking there's a good chance this is going to be a very long day, Panda.
You see the title, Searching for Balance. What do you think it means here? Is it more like mental balance or physical balance or a patch balance, maybe something?
No, I think because, you know, Gaimin Gladiators were dominant in one year, Falcons in the other, so now they're losing a little bit just so that they're somewhere in between.
Finding their footing.
Exactly. It doesn't feel good really when you're destroying every tournament. You're like, where's the challenge, right? If people have watched Kuroko no Basket, right, and the best player there, at some point he just didn't have an opponent and he felt really sad and didn't really play basketball that much. That is how Gaimin Gladiators felt one year. Falcons probably felt like that the other, and now they're toning it down. They're making it a little bit easier for their opponents.
I didn't get anything off of your anime reference, but that's be okay.
People will understand. I don't know how people haven't watched that anime. Miracle, you know, some people look at him as the GOAT of Dota. His name is derived from that anime. So you should know, Panda.
All right. I guess I probably should. I just don't watch really that much, so I'll take that. Though, outside of Searching for Balance, of course, one of these two will advance to the next round, the next phase of this tournament entirely. And with all this dominance that we've been seeing, there have been some small, maybe missteps during the course of this particular Swiss stage bracket. GG did lose to Talon in the opening round, and so did Falcons versus Heroic, but now turning their course around to just W's on the board. We saw Avalus and Wildcard fall to Falcons, and then I believe we had Extreme Gaming and Aurora that lost to Gaimin Gladiators. So gonna be put two hard teams on who are building a streak.
Yeah, for sure. But overall, I think Gaimin Gladiators had, after their loss, a bit of a tougher round of opponents. Falcons, on the other side, they had the toughest opponent in the first round versus Heroic, but it was a 60-minute game. So still, when you look at it, Gaimin Gladiators did well versus Talon. It was a 44-minute game, but they didn't get completely stomped. On the other hand, we have Falcons versus Heroic. I think with the current performances of these teams versus other teams, we can assume that they're close to power. Maybe I would give a bit of an edge to Falcons.
Well, let's see how Falcons fares in this one, and we'll bring up the team roster for Falcons. Sometimes referred to as the kings or the creators of Dota meta, this team has picked up quite a lot of traction throughout the course of these years. If you yet do not know who Team Falcons are, you've probably lived under a rock, very likely, because this team has been a dominant force in Dota history in the last few years.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I'm most glad for Malrine, right? Out of the entirety of this team, he's the one. He was grinding really when I remember him in Division 2. It was insane. And then 2 years later, he is one of the best, or maybe regarded like the best mid laner in the world. I think that title right now is unclear, but probably looking to take it back.
Absolutely. It is just a huge story that Malrine has had. That improvement in such a short time, because not a lot of Div 2 players make their way out. And there's also some players that have been grinding for quite some time. It is Gaimin Gladiators. team mixed with experience and also some younger energy in the last few years. Gaimin Gladiators, ever since they got signed, has been rocking the waves of Dota and Dota esports in general. You look at the players that I have been watching since the start of actually my casting career. Celery was playing for a team called Unchained Esports back in, 2018? And these were what we would say the Marines of that time period. Will they make it ever out from Division 2? And what a stack they've managed to create around each other's. And of course, those TI placements still missing out on the brightest of those trophies. But to also mention Watson. We have been also watching Watson's progress for quite some time, all the way from Dendy's Bait team. We considered Bait kind of like this farm league team where they raise these talented players that soon reach the star potential. And then swapping the ratio to Watson, an interesting change for the team, sure, but has that led to the results that Gaimin Gladiators were looking for? Is it too early to say?
It is too early to say, but it has definitely been some time where Gaimin Gladiators haven't been looking the greatest, and it has been happening since the addition to Watson. He just hasn't gelled up with the team that well. They have probably been trying for him to adapt to the team, for the team to adapt to him, but it definitely takes some time.
Well, let's hear from the players themselves. We have some interviews as well with Natty and Jenkins. Take it over.
That's right. I'm here with Celery. How you doing, man? It's been a while.
Yeah, pretty good. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you. Your hair looks good, by the way. You've grown it out since we last spoke.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not only growing as a person, but also just my hair.
That's good. The question we have is like a lot of lags, and it's kind of was annoying and distracting us, but at the end, we kind of get to it and let's just try our best.
Who do you think complains the most on your team?
I mean, I think like it's gonna be Creed. The guy is he's just too boring to play the game with the lags and just going and play another game.
And can you tell me exactly what you're going to draft in this series?
First pick Prune Mother, then we're gonna double pick Zeus Bounty Hunter. I'll pick Invoker for myself, and the last hero is gonna be Brewmaster.
Okay, thank you, Mallory. We'll be sure to pass that information onto your opponents. Thank you.
That's right here. I'm with Celery from Team Gaimin Gladiators. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. It's been a while. I've already complimented you on your hair 3 times since we got here. Did you grow it yourself?
Yeah, homegrown.
That's good. That's good. Well, he's a vegan, grows all of his vegetables on the farm. No idea how to transition this, but how do you find that this meta is for you guys? Because it's kind of been out for a while. A lot of your heroes got nerfed when you guys were winning every single tournament for 2 years straight. How do you feel the meta is for you?
Yeah, it's not the best. A lot of Quinn's heroes got nerfed. He's very sad. And I'm also pretty sad. I don't know. I want to play Wisplash again. But not for now.
What about the Chen and Enchantress?
Yeah, they're doing fine. But I'm not allowed to play them. Because my teammates want as many stuns as possible. Even though I win every pub on them, I'm not allowed to play them. So it's very rough.
Well, we'll see if your team is right or if you're right in this next game. So thank you for the interview. Good luck.
I'm right.
Thank you, Sal.
Thank you, Nat Jenkins, and of course with Celery and Malrine from their thoughts. And Harry, he mentioned a hero you've been mentioning a couple of times. I've also been hoping to see the Bounty Hunter. You might be getting it.
Yeah, he definitely revealed all of his heroes there, and Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely weren't listening. They definitely don't have any spies, so I'm still doubtful before I do see it.
I mean, there's so many heroes in the Dota pool. Obviously, they might let that Bounty Hunter slide through, but also on the other side as well. Gaimin Gladiators were doing so well, Valve decided to nerf them, is basically what we heard from Jenkins and Celery.
Yeah, that's how he put it. He said that Quinn is very sad that his heroes are nerfed. Recently I did a different tournament and we got an interview with Quinn. And when we asked him, like, do you think that you're doing well right now? His answer was, something similar to, no, we're really shit. We don't know what the hell we're doing, right? So I'm hoping that's not the case any longer. Celery didn't give me those kind of vibes. He said they're not that great in the meta, but that doesn't mean that they don't know what they're doing.
Exactly. They are still great at the game itself, and that's why Gaimin Gladiators is looking as well for that W and advance to the next stage of our FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. As we are slowly approaching towards the game, I totally forgot what I was told just a second ago.
Yeah, you were told to tell everybody home. I'm gonna tell them to follow FISSURE !F in the chat, and you can follow all of our socials. Follow here on Twitch, of course. That's the most important one. And we have a YouTube stream as well for for the boomers. They don't like Twitch.
It took me quite a while to actually find those YouTube channels, so maybe am I not a boomer then?
Yeah, you're not a boomer.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's a good thing or not then in that particular case. But make sure to check it out as well for a variety of streams to look at. We are obviously looking for Falcons to thrive and Gaimin Gladiators to find their form, the whole theme of this series, finding their footing, their place in this tournament. And what do you think, folks? Because you can vote for your teams in Twitch chat, and I believe also in YouTube chat, with !F for Falcons fans and !G for Gaimin Gladiators fans out there. And if you're edgy, you can write both. So obviously root for whatever team you look, or if you're just here for the great Dota, do that as well and enjoy the ride with us.
I really like when production, they didn't do it on any of the games that we were on, when they put the percentages, how they're changing in real time. So I'd like to see that again, production, if possible. And here's Watson. We talked about him, right? And I have a question, Panda. Do you think it's weird that a guy coming from the team of Dendi, who says MMR is just a number, has been the #1 ranked player for years now?
He has been there for quite a long time, and it feels pretty special too. How many times have we had players hold that #1 position? Goes back to maybe Illidan Stormrage type of names in the ranked leaderboard, and that's a couple years back.
So I think nobody has held it as long as him. Weeha was in the #1 spot for quite some time, but he had like a counterpart. You know, him and Miracle back in the day were going back and forth. And
you got your numbers out there, so that was quick. Thank you, production. FISSURE production has been amazing this tournament, not only just the graphics, but surely here we see a lot of favoring Falcons here. Might change during the draft when they're like, maybe Gaimin has a slightly better draft going and they start spamming that !G, but it is living a vivid life. Do you abide with these numbers? Do you think Falcons is that much clear of a favorite?
I think with the recent, and when I say recent, maybe a couple of months back results between the two teams, it is natural that people are going to be looking at Falcons as a solid favorite. Not really a heavy favorite, but a solid favorite for the series.
All right. I guess that's fair to put it that way, that maybe there's a bit of a fan base creation there from Falcons that has been successful with the players that they've been able to pick up. I know Amar has been loud, and people enjoy the way that he performs in games, not only just his mechanical skill, but everything linked to it. But Gaimin Gladiators, you've got like the world's most handsome Dota player. You got Tofu out there. I'm pretty sure a lot of people agree with me on this one. So that's got to count for something.
I always looked at Ace, right? And
okay, another one.
Let's just put it. It is a very handsome team, right?
It is a handsome team.
Imagine how his team is looking. Like, yo, Tofu, you're very handsome, and then the other ones there are like, oh, what about me?
Celery's hair has been complimented multiple times, as given in the interview. So let's go with that. It's a handsome team. So let's see, as our picks have been shown on our screens as well, what the draft is going to start looking like, as that should be rolling on the screens. Ta-da! As now we can launch this best of 3, the final one for today, with Team Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators for a spot in the playoffs.
Yep, it's gonna be pretty standard bans to start things off. We got used to some of the weird bans, maybe, or weirder bans in the previous series there towards the end when we saw those Monkey King bans, but it's still also in the realm of normal. And goodbye, Phoenix. Goodbye, Magnus. Magnus has been the first pick a lot of the times in this tournament.
Maybe goodbye, Tiny. I guess that is the one that people are starting to bring into these first phase bans.
The first phase pick Tiny isn't that dangerous. I mean, we saw it in the previous game how well Talon shut it down in the draft. It still won, yeah, I know, but they found ways to make the Tiny just not as good. It is because Lara played the perfect game, and he just and he had his team to back him up. But we get a Dawnbreaker. You and me casting, we haven't seen much of this hero, let alone as a first pick.
And linked with the Nyx Assassin ban too. So there's obviously something about this hero, at least protected. Nyx Assassin, of course, if people don't know, the Carapace is the main reason, because if you see the Solar Guardian out, it does apply damage, and that channel breaks. But there are also multiple other ways to counter this Dawnbreaker. That's just one interaction in it. But who do you pair it up with? What kind of a draft are you looking for when you get a Dawnbreaker? It's a melee 3. Can you get a melee 4 to pair it up? There was a time when Dawn Tusk was a thing, but Tusk has fallen out of favor completely.
I mean, considering that you have Tofu in your team, I think, you know, your Hoodwinks, your Shadow Shamans, that's the way to go. Maybe a Bat Rider would be the way to go. I don't think double melee is going to happen just because the Tusk is out of the meta. And there's the Tiny.
There is indeed the Tiny. So that's something Gaimin is going to have to respond to. Falcons believe they should have at least 2 players for this role. Has ATF been playing offlane Tiny? It doesn't really sound like an Amar hero, to be honest.
Doesn't really sound like an Amar hero because we haven't seen him play it, but I think in terms of playstyle that he could pull it off for sure, right? Because he hates when his team tells him buy a pipe, and with a Tiny, definitely buy an item to.
You're so right about that.
To go and I've told him, I've asked him a couple of times in interviews. He's always like, my team, they're bullying me into buying pipe. I said I don't want to buy this item, and they tell him to do it. Luckily, the meta has switched a little bit, so he's not going to have to do it. But both Malrine and Skitter do play a ton of Tiny in pubs.
They do. And of course, how this draft is advancing, well, someone's done their homework, and they do not want to face the Wrath of the Lich, not the King, though.
So far in this tournament, they've played one Tiny, and they played it as a mid laner versus wildcard. So it's I'm looking at it more as a Malrine than a Skitter hero. I'd rather think Skitter would play it because he needs to, because it's in the meta, rather than he loves playing it, and it just feels like a great Malrine hero that he loves playing it as well.
He's a bit thoughtful here. Team Falcons with their almost full reserve time here, just 12 seconds spent off the clock. Can still build up this draft. Either through a very rapid one. Would you... Okay, so this might sound like a very stupid question, but I'm allowed to do that. What is your opinion on rapid drafts where you barely burn any reserve time? Does it have any impact on your opponent?
It can have impact on your opponent, yes.
And how does that show?
Well, you can... They are not gonna have time to think, guys, if they do this, we do this, right? So it can help, right? But it also depends who you're playing against. In a competitive environment, when it's the best teams in the world, it's less likely for it to be impactful.
Hence, we see more of the time actually being burnt away instead of rapidly picking and potentially missing a last phase ban. Has happened in this tournament as well. But I believe that was also done on somewhat purpose because they did get the hero they wanted. Maybe that's a secret we'll never know, but at least in the interview, the player did mention that out loud. It is going to be the Pugna, most likely here for, I believe, Celery will be the one to drive this for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, he played it twice already in the tournament. Yeah. So yeah, it's very likely it's going to be his hero. But though that doesn't go hand in hand with what his team said that they want stuns. This is not a stun hero.
Exactly. And does Quinn still play that Storm Spirit at all? Has he been playing it in his pubs lately?
Not a lot. Not a lot, really. So
because that would be like what we used to call the healing battery. Yep. Or the mana battery, even in this
gas
case,
station,
with Hodl or Pugna.
Butler,
gas station.
Yep, there's he goes by many names. They go for a Muerta. This might actually be a deny pick. Falcons like to pick up a Muerta. They went for the Zeus so that they would complement the Tiny. We saw Meposhka talk about this combo of heroes for a Zeus to follow up the Tiny, or maybe even for a Tiny to follow up the Zeus after Division was given.
It's a solid pick. It does provide a nice silence as well for tiny initiations as well. So the calling is always a very handy one to have, especially if it's a choke point fight. You have this Muerta that with such a simple ability seems to give so much impact in early game fights, mid game fights. Maybe falls off a little bit in terms of late game on how much impact you have with this hero until you get the second dead shot charge, when you can fear your opponents multiple times after they've BKB'd, catch them off guard, push them into positions they don't want to. But all around a solid, at least in terms of a support, but we barely ever really see him as a carry anymore because it feels like it's too greedy.
Yeah, the Crit does like his Shadow Shaman, and I feel like you might need some push, but they go bounty, so there it is. But he didn't lie to us, it seems, on Melrine. He told us what they're gonna do. And multiple times we've talked about it, that Tiny and the Zeus go well with the bounty hunter, because these are killers.
He absolutely was telling us the truth in the interview with this hero. I already forgot the rest, but we'll probably get a reminder.
Brood Mother, Brood Mother. It's actually, you know what? It's not a bad Brood game, but it is gonna be a Pango.
To bring up the Pango here, a lot of flex for Team Falcons with between their Zeus, their Tiny, their Pango. How do you think they want to lane these, considering they already know the Dawn Muerta lane?
Okay, let's think about it. I mean, one of the main reasons that you're picking this is the flex potential. You now have a flex between Tiny 1 and 2 and Pango 2 and 3. So far in this tournament, they've played it twice, one in the mid lane, one in the off lane. And I think that's one of the strengths, right? Because Melrine's and ATF's hero pools, they are quite similar in how they both play the Razor, the Timbersaw, the Pango, even the Tiny can go in there somewhere. So I don't think they've decided just yet. The idea here is to have a hero who can constantly fight, but also contributes quite a lot to the team fight. So now you really need to think of a way of dealing with them. Beastmaster is of the charts because you already have a Dawnbreaker. So maybe something like a Quap.
They have a good sort. They have a good sort of mixed damage here, and Seeker has been known to be picked versus this Pango quite often. Not only just because of the rupture, but in general, now that Pango is fully on the physical end of things, might look slightly better versus the Bloodseeker. Before, when it was magical, Seeker didn't really care too much about the hero. Like, he was just a controller. Pango would stay alive for a bit longer, apply the minus armor. But now, maybe slightly different as well in today's environment.
And also, if you guys want to be in an awesome environment from the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, join us here in Serbia, in Belgrade. ! Ticket in the chat. Very easy site to use to get yourself the tickets for the 3 days that we are going to be here in the Sava Center Arena. As they ban out the Lifestealer, you know what, Panda? I think Falcons knew that the Gaimin Gladiators were going to pick a Seeker, and they just don't care. I think the way that their heroes work is that they can burst down the side of Gaimin Gladiators and constantly poke at them. They don't necessarily need to be using the Rolling Thunder early on in a fight, because they can just delete 1-2 heroes and then go forward with it if needed. I think Gaimin Gladiators fell into the trap of it.
Who plays the best Bloodseeker, though, in your eyes? Because I only have one person in pretty much all of Pro Dota who I've seen excel on this Bloodseeker above any other player, and that's Bakaz from SA. He and his Bloodseeker has been amazing to watch. What about Watson's Bloodseeker?
Watson is really good on the Seeker, right? He has been good on the Seeker even when it's not great in the meta, so he knows this hero inside and out. Generally, Eastern European carries are solid at this hero, right? Because Eastern European carries, they respect timings, I think, the most out of them all, and always wait for the item timings to come. For a Seeker, it's very important. If with this hero, you fight earlier than you should and you die a couple of times, it destroys this game. Okay, now he's a little bit stronger in the meta, so it's not that problematic, even if you mess up once or twice, but versus a team like Falcons, it actually is.
Yeah, this is a whole different caliber of an opponent to start dying to. So absolutely changes the dynamic quite a lot. Falcons removing the Invoker and the Earth Spirit, so a bit on the early tempo side of things, which Gaimin Gladiators, they kind of needed a go-in hero. not just the Bloodseeker, but a +1. So what are there really left for this Dawnbreaker to play together with, who are just running in? Because the Dawn doesn't want to be the only one doing the job.
So no Word Spirit, no Invoker. You would want to have somebody who brings in the damage. I don't know how much of Shaker Quinn plays, but I haven't seen it much from him in pubs. Maybe an Ember Spirit, but then you might get the Huskar because you are versus Mallory. Maybe ban out the Huskar and pick up an Ember.
Not exactly the melee hero. Yeah, Ember was what I was also thinking, but Lina isn't exactly your go-in hero. But I guess if you want to play somewhat pick-off style, you could get it. But okay, I'll just take my words back. I don't think the Lina's such a great hero here.
No,
maybe the Ember Spirit's something I like a bit more.
You go Sniper. Yeah.
So they don't have a go at you hero.
Yeah, it's fine like this because it is okay to have counter initiation around the Sniper. I can't say that I love the pick. I can understand their lineup. I just don't necessarily think it's good versus what Falcons have. So this is a lineup with an idea, but also Falcons can punish you. But we still haven't seen Bounty Hunter in action, you and me. So I'm not still convinced, even though I'm a big fan of the hero.
Yeah, but I am on the same line with you here. Let's hope that the Sniper pick works out for Gaimin Gladiators, because I was also waiting to see something a bit different here. And there's the Lina, and that is for Malrine, most likely into the mid lane. Amar will pick up the Pango. So the Pub Killer, the Slayer, and going up against the Sniper in mid.
Yeah, I think Falcons got the edge here. Right, today when we watched Spirit versus Talon, not in one game. Okay, maybe in game number 2, I thought that that Spirit had a bit of an edge, but they lost that one. So, you know, anyways, wasn't that big of a deal. But in this one, I think that Falcons have the edge, because if you look at it, Gaimin Gladiators, what is their lineup good at? It's at standing their ground on the Sniper, and if you go for him, the counter initiation is great. But then what is Falcon good at? Bursting down. That is good versus counter initiation. Repositioning your enemies, good at counter initiation. Vision game, good at counter initiation. They have the tools to deal with this lineup.
I think so as well. I think it would be hard to say Gaimin has, in our eyes at least, a better draft in that sense. I feel like a lot of things have been made easier for this Falcons lineup to excel. But it's always down to Quinn can totally prove us wrong here with this Sniper pick, and it can just absolutely just break the game. I mean, we've seen some great Sniper performances already earlier on today, but I will go with Falcons in this one. Chat also seems to agree on that, and you also feel like Falcons. All right, so Falcons all the way here based on this game 1 draft. Let's see if they can pull it off, and for Gaimin to prove us wrong.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear here which is the easier one to play. For Gaimin Gladiators, a lot of things have to go wrong. Right, actually. Starting from the laning stage, but mostly it has to be those night times around the Sniper. Yes, I know that I'm boring everybody with it, but you have to be on the aggressive during that time, forcing enemies to TP so that once the time does come, you have more pressure on the enemy towers, you've shoved out the lanes more, and you have prepared for when they're gonna start running at you during daytime. It is not easy to do when the enemies, every single one of their heroes, can burst you down in some way.
Pretty much. And also just a nice combination of having Pango and Tiny in the same lineup. That's a lot of minus armor. And despite Lina being a caster, she still right-clicks really damn hard because she excels in scales and levels really fastly. And experience-wise, you get some crazy stat gain on the hero. You do a lot of physical and not just magical on this lineup.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. There is a ton of damage in general. Not as much as Spirit had in the previous game with an Elder Titan, but definitely a mixture of physical and magical damage. And then you add the track kills on top of that, which I'm really looking forward to seeing in full force. We still haven't cast the Bounty Hunter game. Now we're gonna get an idea of how good it can be.
We're exactly going to get that, so everybody get yourselves ready for Team Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators, as our best of 3 is well underway. And setting ourselves up with some aggressive moves from Crit already. Has him a Windlaze picked up as well, so has a lot of movement speed during nighttime, giving a bit of info. But that is going to expire in a second, so I wonder if anybody is going to maybe see that
No pings.
recast.
Okay. That was close.
That was a very close call.
for them understanding that that he is there. So I'm really glad that Crit is playing this Bounty Hunter for the first game that you and me are casting it, because he is a perfect mixture of really good mechanical skill and experience. And for a Bounty Hunter, that is what you need. It's all about movements. It's all about not getting too close, but getting close, finding openings. For that, you need a ton of experience.
One thing for Falcons that is really important here is that the Lina has a good laning stage. That's where Falcons' timings, they come online faster and faster, and this hero doesn't need a whole lot to get the game going. So Gaimin Gladiators, they know their targets this game, just need to get to them, and how well does Malrine play the lane will tell us quite a lot. Of course, how well does Quinn play this lane too?
Malrine is like the new king of the mid lane. I know when I was casting with Milan once, and he's like, you know, a lot of these older players, they still think that they can compete, but then this new kid on the block like Malrine comes over and you just cannot deal with him. He's just way too good. He's crushing every pup. He's crushing every competitive game. So I think he's gonna do well here. But overall, Quinn, I still think he's got it. And in terms of matchups, the Sniper does well versus the Lina. He shouldn't fall too far behind. Actually, it's kind of a 50-50 matchup.
And I think that goes back to like the skill build on this Lina as well, right? Because you don't get to see a lot of early LSA points on the hero. It's QE, QE, QE pretty much all the way. And sometimes you see LSA picked up at level 8, level 9, and that's like the earliest. Most of the pro players that I've seen, like Quinn, for example, only levels it at level 11. On Light Strike Array. So they fully maximize on Dragon Slave and their Fiery Soul.
Yeah, people are looking at the Lina as this greedy hero. That is how they're playing it. This is why in competitive games it sometimes doesn't do too well, is because people are a bit too greedy with it. But that is just how it feels the best to play the hero. So let's see. Overall, no action so far in the games that we had between Spirit and Talon. The early game was packed with kills, with constant harassments. Not here. I do want to focus on the top lane to see how they're playing with the Bounty Hunter, because it is kind of annoying when the Pugna is constantly attacking you, but Bounty is one of the better supports to take it. He just has so much armor.
He has a ton of armor. Level 9, he's got... level 2, he's got 9 armor. That's the way I was supposed to say it. And he has this great lane presence as well. Obviously, a melee support, that is sometimes easy to poke, but because of the given reasons, he has great HP, easy to amp up, has good damage. Not only just the armor side of things, but his abilities also do quite a lot of work in the lane. No need to pick up the Janata as much as it used to be before, and instead with the through and through, that Shuriken does a ton of damage, even without a Grimstroke or whatever you need in your team, or before he gets his Aghanims, etc. But those are the greedier type of builds, right? He's a great aura carrier from your pose 4 position, allowing Amar to not build a pipe.
Yeah, I don't think so. If you're looking at the bounty, he's most likely going to be going for like drums, but I guess Guardian Greaves can come out here and there. Pipe, very unlikely unless he's having like
my point being aura items in general for this hero. That can open up your inventory as a pause 3, but...
I mean, Pango will probably not be getting many aura items anyways. Like Echo Saber has been a go-to for the majority of the offlane Pangos.
At least for the given time. Currently the Tiny having the least amount of CS out of all 3 lanes. Sniper and Lina are pretty much even here, just the 3 denies more on Malrine compared to Quinn.
Yeah, so Amar is probably going to go Echo Saber into an SNY. That has been the build. You just become so freakishly tanky as a Pango. Tiny is really suffering in the CS department.
We've got 10 denies on Ace already, and looking for a potential first blood here. Gaimin Gladiators get the catch onto Snake King. And they'll get themselves their first at 4 minutes.
A lot of the times we see Lightning Bolt as a first spell. Arc Lightning just maybe gives a little bit too much in terms of stick charges to Gaimin Gladiators, and well, they use it quite nicely. They get themselves first blood. They're really doing well. That bottom lane, Quinn.
Quinn is in trouble as well. Yeah, that third point in Dragon Slave really starts to hurt. And indeed, that it is just about the nuke. No need for the stun setup.
That's Malorine for you. We haven't talked much about it, but even when Lina is not in the meta, Malorine tends to play it from time to time in the mid lane. And we're seeing that he's one of the few mid laners that are actually not afraid to pick up this Lina. Though this is objectively a really good Lina game.
And the amount of freedom you can get on this hero too, if you really get unleashed. The lane going well so far. That 6-minute rune, of course, more important maybe for the Lina above the sniper. But at least for Gaimin Gladiators to potentially take it away, as Crit has already moved towards mid, placing down that sentry a while ago, allows him the freedom to show up, but no opportunity to poke Quinn again. They'd love to drive the sniper away from the lane again, just like they did a moment ago.
Help is coming.
But Tofu setting himself behind Malorine, level 6.
Need to be careful.
Now doesn't even get hit by the first silence. The second one does connect, and the dead shot beautifully set up there from Tofu, as Malorine thought he got away with it for a second.
Yeah, it looked like he got himself out of the calling. The calling wasn't placed initially that well, but when you connect with a dead shot, it's actually in a perfect position. And of course, you do have nighttime, extra vision from the sniper, from the high ground, and of course shrapnel to assist you in that one as well. So far, so good for Gaimin Gladiators.
Snaking also takes away the Arcane Rune. Tofu hope to get a bit of poke there onto the Zeus, but with the Heavenly Jump, even if he is level 2, he's able to get to safety.
Mar is being kind of annoying to Watson there. So far, Watson is farming well, but the pressure from the Pango is going to start ramping up, and he seems to be getting his level 6 before the Bloodseeker. That is an opportunity to kill him.
3 versus 2 down and bottom with Crit moving in. Scott, maybe Ace as the target, pretty tanky one to try and kill. Maybe he's just going straight for the Wisdom Rune, as it looks like it's going to be. But as that happens, Snaking will fall to Ace and to Tofu.
If Crit gets a Wisdom Rune, that's fine, right? Because
oh, they're going to be more than happy with that. But if they get a second kill, maybe then it doesn't hurt too much. Well, the dust comes out, saving the dead shot for the TP cancel on Crit. So it's going to be a battle. He'll try to take down the Nether Ward. That gets denied by Tofu. And suddenly Falcons, well, they got the Wisdom Rune, but they lost 2 heroes. And Ace being left alone in the lane does allow Falcons to get a bit of poke back.
Yeah, but he always has so many one charges because of this Arc Lightning. It'll be nice for if we remember it at the end of the series to ask Nat or whoever is interviewing Falcons, if they win, to ask him about it. Like, why did he decide to go that route when every other Zeus that we've seen just prefers the Lightning Bolt?
Radiant are scanning.
Could also be a player preference build, but definitely something to think about here. 4-0 on the board for Gaimin Gladiators in the first 8 minutes. Let's see what happens in the next few minutes to come. We're at level 8 on this Lina. 4-0-2.
Nice. Very nicely done by Quinn. He was also in a perfect position to be at max range so as not to get caught.
Yes, another rune taken away from the Lina. First, the Arcane was forced to go to the Zeus, with the Lina dead. Now losing a regen rune. And now it looks like they're trying to look for maybe, is the Bloodseeker around? Amar is slowly going to start doing some chip damage to this tower. And Crit is going to run into Watson soon. Face Boots, Talisman of Evasion in his inventory. And they are setting up. Tofu is TPing in top as well. They spot Amar. Watson gives him he's loading up the Rupture, and he's got it out. The silence from the calling comes out as well. Amar has not... actually, now he's trying to load up his ulti, but he won't be able to, as Gaimin Gladiators just take his life away.
That's a 5-man rotation. They really wanted him dead. I mean, they understand just how tanky this hero can be, and really with 2, it wouldn't have been enough.
Certainly a tanky one. It takes a while to get, but what doesn't take too long is for you to write !ticket into chat and look for your tickets to Belgrade, Serbia here for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. And join us here for the LAN next weekend. Friday till Sunday.
Wait, Skitter is really, really struggling on this Tiny. And the hero doesn't farm as fast as he used to. People remember the Moon Shard meta on the Tiny? That was insane. Now people go for the Soul Ring and they use their spells to farm. He might be needing to get involved with some track kills. Speaking of kills, maybe they're finally gonna find theirs.
And which one is it to die? MR trying to get his ulti off, but again, the double silence is kicking in, and he doesn't get anything done on Celery. And instead, Gaimin Gladiators will find yet another kill. Even if the last time was a 5-man rotation, now it's a 4-man rotation, but they truly don't want to let MR get out of hands.
Push it to the limit there. And another deny on the rune. The Lina just can't get it, even though Crit is scouting them perfectly, getting towards them. They're just not allowing the power runes to go towards Malrine, and those power runes would probably help him for Falcons to finally get on the board. 10 minutes and 20 seconds, and they still don't have a single kill. It has been a very slow game thus far.
It sure has, and I wanted to ask you about that as well, because now that we're already past the point of a laning stage, and everybody has almost even net worth. We're inside 1,000 gold from top to bottom in terms of cores. Who do you think this favors more? Even with Falcons at 0 kills.
I mean, overall, Gaimin Gladiators is definitely happier with how the game is going right now. But the thing is that the timing of the Falcons is only now coming. When they get the level 6s on their supports, that is when you want to get kills. That is when you want to get your heroes together. Before that, it might just not be worth it.
Certainly could be the case if they get to play the game they want to. We got the Vessel lined up on the Bounty Hunter as Watson skulking about. We got an Assassinate loaded up, and here we come again with 4 heroes, just bullying Falcons completely in this top lane. It's always been the same place where all this fighting is happening, but this time not a kill.
Well, Falcons want to pressure the top tower. They want to be opening up the map, because once you open up the towers a bit, it's going to be easier for the Bounty Hunter to find the opening so that you are getting those track kills. So it only makes sense. And Gaimin Gladiators, they understand that Falcons are just not that strong right now, so they are bringing in the numbers to protect the tower so far.
So far, so good.
But he does have his level 6. Now we have to be looking at the Zeus, who is also very close to it. And then the supports are going to be ready to start enabling their cores. So we can expect Falcons to try to make some plays fairly soon. Their early levels are there. And Lina, she does have the bots. It's time.
Getting to a position as well where Falcons wanting to increase the amount of stacks that they have. Get those cores pumped up as soon as possible.
Skitter wants a blink on the offlane, on the carry Tiny.
Truly something to note here is that Falcons, out of all the invited teams in this tournament, they had the highest stacking average throughout this competitive season from 24 to 25. That isn't counting almost 100 games on most of these teams. They stack at around 20 stacks per game, while the lowest is at Extreme at 11.
Yeah, not really a lineup that utilizes it, really, right?
Exactly, yeah. So going a bit against the big numbers. They don't really have that many heroes that would love to farm that much. Of course, you could always make big stacks for the Tiny and the Pango, sure, but it's not your real Battle Fury carriers or big AoE damage that reliably cleans them up as soon as possible.
They're finally going to be opening up the map, and it needs to be done. But the thing is that the nighttime is coming, and I just don't see Falcons doing a lot before the 15-minute mark. And of course, once the 15-minute mark does come, it is going to become increasingly difficult to make things happen. I think I like the way that Falcons want to play this game, but you definitely want to start ramping up those kills. Or first, getting the first one on the board would be a good start.
I hope the viewers are enjoying this current Farm Fest as well, because a lot of people will be like, hey, where's the action? But you'll get to that at some point, as you can see right now. Time to get back from the fridge. We got a smoke going on.
Quinn knows that something is coming. He's not going to be poking his nose that easily.
So we're not getting an engagement. Well, see who gets run into. Tofu's also on the top side of this jungle.
Greedy. he has been farming for a long time, but you don't know where to go. You don't see anybody on the map. You're unsure. There's a Solar Guardian that can turn things around.
Well, they finally found somebody, and it's Celery, and that is Falcons getting their first kill 14 minutes into the game. So now we can truly call this a Dota match.
He barely managed to track him. He literally died before the animation connected on him, right? But it does give them the track kill.
That is the Vessel recipe flying over for this Bounty Hunter. Getting their first kill means he gets his first earn charges, now to be Vessel charges. Maybe then they can start looking for even more on the game inside of the map. We brought up quite a lot of times during the draft the defensive capabilities and the defensive draft versus pick-off style lineups here.
Yep.
How much is that going to happen?
Well, Gaimin Gladiators are doing a good job at slowing down the game. They are not losing ground. They are keeping the game even. Now they have a Radiance of the Seeker, which is going to be increasing Watson's farming speed quite a lot.
Is also ready for the Dawn, so...
Yep. All of the items are there. They're just gonna itemize in a way to stay alive. You stay alive versus the initial jump on Team Falcons, and Falcons are gonna be screwed. They are gonna have this Pango to constantly spam his spells, but some of these heroes, if they get out of position, they just die. It doesn't matter what is on the other side.
Try to mitigate as much damage as possible, and of course the healing you have to take into account. The Solar Guardian pulses and the Pugna. So definitely Gaimin Gladiators, if you want to stay alive long, surely with these two heroes, that's the way to look at it. And they are coming, all 5, towards bottom. There are Falcon heroes, only 3 of them though, and it looks like it's Pengo that might be the one caught, or the Tiny, showing in the lane. Skitter, that's a bit deep here. Ace is already revealing himself with the quick hammer thrown in. Assassinate to follow up. Has a big Lotus. Rupture is used at the back as well, and they will catch Amar with it. Silenced up 2 under his T1 tower. Falcons looking for the response. LSA in. Gaimin Gladiators find the kill first. Watson gets himself out with the pipe keeping him alive, and the heals coming in from his teammates as Watson finally drops. Skitter to drop, and Crit dies as well. Quinn, the last pick sniper, finds a triple kill. And this should also be the first T1 tower for Gaimin Gladiators, as Snaking is forced away, and so is Maureen.
It looked for a second that they were going to be turning it around, but there's just so many heals on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and that is without the Solar Guardian needing to be used. Double LSA and the damage coming through, but the pipe, you mentioned it just before they went for this play, and the reason they went for this play is the pipe. They know just how much it's going to be protecting them. This Falcons lineup, it is reliant on getting kills, and they just can't get them. They don't have the damage at the moment.
And they never got that Vessel on the Bounty Hunter either, because as looked on the courier screen on your right side, as we are watching this replay, is that he never got it delivered. So.
Yep. It is there now. Look at that. He was missing 100 gold in that.
Very close to getting it.
It's gonna make a difference for sure once it comes into play. But Gaimin Gladiators, by every minute, they're gonna be getting more and more defensive items. This is how you win with this lineup.
So from a bot T1 to a mid T1, Celery, a couple more explosions will do. Tofu holding the high ground to give protection, and they can finish off another objective. So for Gaimin Gladiators, things aren't going well for the time being. But for Falcons, what are they thinking right now with this lineup of theirs?
So what you're thinking right now is, how do we ward and how do we set up parts of the map so that we can get as many kills as possible? You're getting your item time, as the Aghanims on the Lina is done, but you need people to die.
Skitter's gonna make the attempt. There's the Solar Guardian protecting Watson, LSA, and the Laguna thrown in, but that was without the Aghanims delivered. It's still gonna be enough to take down Watson. Script will find the first kill. They're gonna trade their Tiny for this one. Celery will get the last tick.
Not bad, not bad. You need to make moves as Falcons like this one. It is not ideal that your Tiny is dying and well snaking. If Quinn finds a haste rune, that is going to be an easy grab. Just takes away the only problems that you have with take aim, and that is the movement speed.
Yep, that's a very fast man with very short legs, but surely Quinn is the one to arrive to the occasion to secure that one for himself. So now up to 11,000 net worth as well with this mid-sniper. Quite far ahead from anybody else. for the time being.
So what you have to do when your enemies are this close to each other is that you have to constantly apply pressure. Because the only way that you're going to break them apart, that you're going to force them into a mistake, is if you're constantly making moves. If you're making moves every 2-3 minutes, Gaimin Gladiators are almost always going to be ready. I mean, look at what they did. They bought a gem 18 minutes into the game. They just know how they win this game by protecting themselves. They're not even going to be using that gem to go on the enemy side of the map. They're going to be using it to get the control of their own side of the map.
All right, 1 versus 1, mano y mano. Tofu versus Crit, and a bit of assistance from Quinn, and that's going to be the calculated last hit there from Tofu.
Just enough.
And at the same time, Celery going to get jumped on, and Falcons will make sure that this Pugna gets deleted. Gaimin on the chase here. Quinn giving a bit of vision in front, but they're too far away for them to catch.
You got a kill, that's nice if you're Falcons, but it is not a track kill. And you need more. So I can see that Falcons know what they need to do, and also, oh, they took the gem. Okay, that kill is actually huge, right? Who cares about the track kill? That is the most valuable kill that you could have gotten on the map, for sure.
It's going to be a saving grace, at least for Crit, and maybe one of their other teammates too. You look at the vision that they placed down the moment that they got that gem for themselves as well. Gaimin Gladiators are fully focused on the bottom half of the map. Yep. There's a really deep ward as well between the T2 towers, but nobody's really been moving around that area. Now Gaimin are hoping somebody shows up under vision, and I think they caught a glimpse of Snake King, but they want a bigger prize.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be getting it. They're just going to run towards their ward, and in the end, the Zeus will get taken down. Nothing he can do to survive through this one. Snake King really hasn't been having the greatest game.
It's like, is the Assassinate going to land first, or is Tofu finally deserving of this kill? He'll take it, but at the same time, Alreen and Skitter will find themselves that Dawnbreaker, but damn, is Ace tanky and just gets herself out. The Rupture TP from Amar. And almost got hit by the Assassinate. That is going to be used onto Skitter instead, and Skitter's tiny. Well, he's going to have to suffer a 3rd casualty this game. He's basically working as your support tiny initiator and hoping we're going to get a kill, but Ace was not the easiest one.
Yeah, and also with the Celestial Hammer dodging the Rolling Thunder. If that Rolling Thunder connects and he doesn't get the Celestial Hammer off, you can hope for a kill. But it just goes to show that Ace knew exactly which items he needed in this game. You get the pipe, and suddenly this insane damage on the side of Falcons, it doesn't work. And it goes back to them not getting the kills in the first 12 minutes, right? You cannot allow that to happen. You gave way too much space to a Gaimin Gladiators without any pressure.
All right, Celery. Okay, held alive. That's just enough for the time being, but Crit will still finish him off, and we'll end up having a trade here with Celery and Crit both going down.
Ace didn't have mana for the pipe there. If he had the mana for the pipe, he would have saved the Pugna's life.
Could have been a game changer there for sure. And actually, when we talked about, like, he knows his itemization on this Dawn, as Melreen's actually found by Tofu, but they're so far away. Ace is coming in, but that's 504 movement speed plus flying movement speed. You're not really catching Melreen, despite him not having mana. He's quite defensive. So back to Ace. I've heard from quite a lot of Dawnbreaker players saying that Echo Saber is a trap, and people shouldn't be building that too much on Dawnbreaker and focus on other items instead. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel like it's currently like that, right? Because if you are going for an item that is very good in the meta, SNY is better than the Echo. And of course, Snake King is dead again and again. But so Echo Saber just doesn't feel great in that regard. And then there's obviously situational items that in certain games are gonna do better.
Come on, Celery, you can do it. You can do it. Time for the Viking claps, right? Because he's trying his absolute hardest to finish and solo this Tormentor, but he's doing less damage than the Tormentor is regenerating. So he's going to bring in Watson and get a friend to assist with it. And now Celery, just careful that you don't accidentally kill yourself there, as he gives Watson a bit of extra regeneration in the process. But the Tormentor is taken, the shard is secured, and the job's done.
Yeah, lucky for them that the Zeus was dead, and of course his ulti was on cooldown. That could have been quite detrimental. A lot of Zeuses, when they see the Tormentor dying, they press their ulti, and here it would be a nice surprise for Snake.
Absolutely. Not having his hands on it. I have to pass out on an opportunity. 3K lead still for Gaimin Gladiators. Net worth-wise, Sniper holding the lead, followed quickly by the Pango and the Lina from Falcons. Watson spots Samar. Would like to get another rupture off on the man as he's been given vision from the Bloodright to the Assassinate, but just, I think, slightly outside of his cast range.
I'm loving the MR item build. So he is now going for a Satanic. It's going to take some time for him to get it. But generally, you don't want a BKB. Yeah, an ATF.
Oh, okay.
Yep, but you want to have something to remove the silence, right? It's it's kind of a necessity, and also when you drop low from the rupture. Snaking is out.
It feels like a bit of a desperate chase. Quinn really wanted that kill on Snaking. He just dances his way out. Meanwhile, kaboom! And that's a late Solar Guardian. You cannot save your buddy from this Lina, as much as you'd want to. And now they might even find an opening to just chase them. Pango rolling right behind. Watson nearby. Rupture comes out and he just insta-TPs. Is like, hell no, I'm out of here. Crit will die. So it's again going to be a support trade of the same two guys. I mean, I want to look at the KDA stats a bit now. Is it literally just these two guys dying?
Yeah, it does feel that way. But, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they have more kills, but the Pugna has died 4 times.
Well, now you can add Watson to the list.
Finally. This is finally, I think, a clean kill for Falcons. Every single time that they were making something happen, they would lose a hero for their troubles. Gaimin Gladiators would respond quite fast. But when there's no Solar Guardian, and this is the thing that I told you, Panda, just constantly apply pressure, constantly try to go for moves, and the enemies, at some point, they're gonna start making mistakes.
So this with our 25 minutes on the clock. A reminder about the tickets for our next week's main event here in Belgrade, Serbia. Make sure you get yours, as Crit is also chasing for a kill on this Muerta. And after that, gonna advertise to his buddies to also make their way, exclamation mark ticket into chat, as Crit is gonna go down to Tofu with the calling, connecting in the end. Ace is still going for the chase here on Snaking Skitter. Nice toss to safety. Jesus has been evading trouble, but this Vigilante Ace wants to keep on chasing and get that Zeus kill. Has that S and Y, a lot of extra movement speed. Won't be able to catch the Zeus. But it looks like they might get the T1 tower in the top lane, and through that, maybe even Roshan. Do you think they want to do that now?
Yeah, for sure, right? Falcons are good at pickoffs. They're not necessarily great at teamfights. Their main teamfight hero is countered, or the teamfight part of the hero is countered. So you just walk into the Roche pit, you're gonna be fine. You're actually pretty decent at getting it down. Not the best lineup, but when you get 5 heroes inside of it, it is gonna fall down rather quickly.
And so Roshan will fall for the first time here, and Watson to pick up the Aegis for himself, and that is gonna be him protected for the next few minutes, and maybe during these next 5 minutes, he might even finish his Aghanim's.
Both him and Quinn have their 9-second BKBs. So Gaimin Gladiators doing this now in the next 3 minutes, Falcons are going to be very sad. The last 2 minutes of the Aegis when it's daytime, it's going to be fine, but you still cannot just sit with your hands behind your back. You have to find ways to make plays, to delay this, to maybe force out some TP. So I'd like for Falcons to continue to attempt to go for those pickoffs, even if it's gonna cost you a hero or two. You cannot just allow yourself to play defensive. For Gaimin Gladiators to control all the waves, then this nighttime vision advantage from the sniper will mean too much.
We also got Nimbus up here for the Zeus, so even more damage for this Lina to clean somebody up. Not that Lina needed any extra damage, but surely has been playing together with this Tiny quite a lot, and now you have the global presence increased with the Zeus having a second ability to throw into the mix.
Also, we haven't talked much about this shard of the Bounty Hunter. I mean, we talked about the...
Nice steal from Crit, by the way, there.
Yeah, he did that on 21 as well. He's just taking it over and over again. So now you have this this buddy Shadow Walk, and that is a huge deal considering that Falcons, they're all about hunting. So it is going to be much easier, let's say, for a Tiny to find an opening. Was that a smoke under vision?
I think that was a smoke under vision. So you can see Gaimin is already pre-dusting. And now Malrine shows himself dragon slaving the lane. But how deep do they dare fare in Gaimin Gladiators territory? Watson ready. Mars shown for a second. Watson charges in, but he cannot get the rupture out before the blink.
Yeah, he's
From
changed his
Bango.
mind about the Satanic. He believes in his mechanical skill with the Blink Dagger, and that's actually a good choice as well. Go Blink, go Lincolns, and protect yourself somewhat from the rupture.
Yeah, most of the times just been him forced out from these fights completely. But I guess the Satanic could make some sense, not only just the Dispel, but some great extra stats for the hero to have. And now Dawnbreaker also has a Blink, so Ace will make it easier for him to jump into these engagements, not only just through the ult, but what happens after for the Starbreaker usage.
They really haven't gotten a lot of the track kills in this game, but that
I don't
is just
really have any kills to
Yeah.
start with. As Amar, are we going to
Out.
TP out again?
Of course. They just can't stop it. They've got nothing to stop it. At some point, Watson is going to get annoyed by this, but also you're annoyed that every single ulti that you've used is just to survive.
Amar's thoughts is like, here we go again. They got the courier from the secret shop, delivering...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, it didn't actually deliver any item, I don't think, but the Aghanims parts for the Bloodseeker at the secret
Break
shop.
it on.
As Tiny gonna get caught here, and here is the follow from Gaimin Gladiators. Mass rotation, give him himself the invis by crit, and Skitter stands his ground a little bit longer, but not long enough to get himself out from harm's way. So Gaimin Gladiators, yet again, 2 more kills. They're up to 20.
Yeah, people still forget about the Break of Dawn. It is such a cool innate ability. You know, a lot of the times it doesn't do much in a game, but sometimes it just makes a huge difference. As Malrine, he is thinking about going for it.
That was
good attempt.
A good attempt there, definitely from Malrine. Quinn was ready for it. He knows he has a couple seconds to hit while that LSA is gone, so now he'll back away. But the thing with Break of Dawn as well, it's like players do forget about it, and maybe it's too late when they realize, because there's always that little jitter that happens, right?
Yep.
The moment that is going to get like fully like cleaned up, that you don't even get any jitters when it pops, that's when we're going to start seeing more and more mistakes. So I'm pretty sure they're never going to patch that, because you need to get some kind of a heads-up warning. But it might be too late the moment it pops. And then you're too deep, just like the Tiny was before. But let's see Falcons. It's been a while. It's been a while since they've made a move
That is
here
not a
onto the
target
enemy
that you
side
want.
here. And it is Watson's Bloodseeker. He's going to get jumped on first. He's down to 50%. The Nimbus and the heals from the Solar
only the
Guardian.
Aegis.
But the Aegis is gone. And Amar has gone too deep. And there's the blink in from Ace, hoping to find somebody in the river. There's no one there.
And Malrine DP'd out just in time. That was very close to that Starbreaker stop.
Crit is spotted as well. The gem is on the Pugna, but Tofu catches a glimpse of Crit's location. The dust comes out, and he doesn't really have a place to run to. Needs
That's
a
a
couple
great
more
healing
seconds
Lotus.
for his invis. And yes, as you mentioned, he does have that Lotus to secure himself some extra regen. And now maybe Falcons. At least a couple tracks out. They'll lose the mid-tier 2 tower. How long can they take this receiving game? At least they got the Aegis out of the way, but that was pretty much expiring. They hoped to probably kill him before.
Falcons need to go for these plays even more. You have to force out the BKBs on Gaimin Gladiators. They still have some long ones, and you shouldn't allow that. Watson very smartly there keeps his charge. That was a him being cold-blooded easily. Having the Aegis, he knew, okay, I'm better off
This
going
is
down.
something really cool when you have the Flame Cloak plus the Invis, and Tofu is already charging it forward, hoping to find somebody with the dust.
I mean, look at Malrine. He has a Shard, he has an Aghanims, Lincolns. This is a very, very strong Lina. What's his
Pretty much
status? Kaya.
pretty much the strongest that you can get with this hero.
Yep. I guess Kaya does increase your damage output a little bit more, and then it's mostly all about positioning. Sure, you can get a little bit stronger with items, but you pretty much have everything that you need.
3-item hero. Gaimin Gladiators still somewhat in charge of this game, but hard to say. I mean, they've been getting objectives, sure. Falcons have been on the receiving end. They don't have a lot of kills, but they're not bleeding.
I mean, they're bleeding, man. There's a Rupture. There's a Bloodseeker on the other side, so they're bleeding quite a lot. But yeah, either way, though, Falcons, they just haven't been able to find any openings. This is the thing. Still, it's it's definitely a game that Gaimin Gladiators are controlling, but it's anybody's game in a sense that Falcons lineup always has this capability of bursting you down, getting a couple of track kills, and chasing down every single one of your heroes. So it just needs to be a good angle that they find. However, Gaimin Gladiators have been playing so well together in this game, not allowing it, that I don't know if they're ever gonna give a real opening.
Could just be. So it's been a waiting game for quite some time now. Also a big rune waiting on the top half of the river, which Watson has his eyes on. Finished the Eternal Shroud, making him also a tad bit more tankier. Pugna also has a Shroud in mind, and they are... and it is the item against Alina. Crit. Spotted by Tofu and Celery. Nimbus thrown in for some assistance. The silences and the bursts are there, and he is going to drop that gem down on the ground, and it is going to be recovered. Did he get it?
Yeah, he did. It's in the career.
At the same time, Watson and the boys were looking for snaking, and another casualty for Falcons. And that Zeus is going to be gone for 50 seconds.
Skitter and Mallory on the hunt. I don't know if you should do this. They're way too close. All of their heroes, Tofu
They
in the
ran
minute.
straight through Tofu and onto the sniper. They go. Win saved by Celery. The Decrepify prevents the extra damage or right clicks from going through, and Tiny cannot hit him. And then the BKB to follow. Malrine
has a Lincoln's.
He is so low on HP. Skitter BKBs to teleport out, and Malrine is just flying and soaring through the air back to safety. So it's just the supports to fall, and again another objective in peril.
Yeah, this is just the thing. Your lineup, it needed more kills throughout the game. Now the lack of damage is apparent. It just went so. The Gaimin Gladiators slowed down the game, got the right items, and now it doesn't seem like they can die, especially when the Falcon supports have dead. It's not, if the Zeus was alive there, he had his ulti and the Nimbus, Sniper maybe dies, and it is awesome because that is a beyond godlike sniper at the moment, but that is also a sniper that now has a Lincoln Sphere. So many times in this tournament, the right itemization is just to stay alive, and teams have been awesome at recognizing it.
And that is creating quite the headache here for Falcons, considering that this game is not what they probably planned in their heads. They even revealed their draft strats in the interview and felt confident enough to go into this game, but 24% win probability is the result of that, as Gaimin Gladiators still continue to control the game. But they're not out of this one yet. Skitter shows, but nobody's TPing in. It's Gaimin just running across the map. Maybe we'll see an engagement to the top lane. Roshan, the timer is at 40 seconds to respawn. Both teams need info. Is it there yet? Gaimin Gladiators might be a bit late for the party, but Snaking spotted actually with that ward placed down, and he's moving away, so Zeus is not going to be nearby. Does at least have the outpost to TP to.
Will have his ulti
or through the gates
seconds.
at least.
They need that Zeus ulti for vision. Snake has been very greedy in this game, and you know, it's kind of ironic that he is at the bottom of the network chart, but he has been farming, shoving out the waves quite a lot.
Quinn spotted, but dodges pretty much everything thrown in his way, and he's hurting Skitter. But he's not dying yet, and there's a reinitiation coming out. Very low. Celery's there to save the Solar Guardian. Ace keeps him alive. There's the jump onto crit. The Bounty Hunter will drop first, and Roshan has literally just come back home as Amar battling it out, trying to take down this Pug. Now he cannot even kill Celery, and the Ruptures there. The TP's cancelled as well by Quinn Sniper. Amar will go down, and Gaimin will lose nobody. And the one-trick pony, I think we've seen this already quite some time ago when it might have worked out, but this has not had any success for Falcons.
It has to feel so bad. Imagine if you draft to kill a hero at the start of the fight, and all of your heroes are so good at doing it, but you get to a point where you're far behind enough that the enemies can survive through anything. And also, Gaimin Gladiators, their itemization has been perfect. Not only the item choices, but also the timings, when to get them, like what to get first, what to get second. Yep. It's just, everything has been done beautifully from their side.
Got a Hunter in the night here. Flame Cloak's about to run out. Ace was nearby, but doesn't show himself in the lane until now. Skitter doesn't have anybody to play with as people are moving away. And Sniper, the one that has been the target so far, is now protected by an Aegis. I believe last time he was on the Bloodseeker, so that he can farm his Ags during that time. And now Pretty tanky Quinn.
He's 11-0.
Now they're going to try a different target. It is going to be Tofu, who drops down. Skitter. BKB teleport out once again. This is the one thing that they can do. If Sniper was hard, Moritz is probably a bit easier. Amar,
Bonus.
Celery. Okay, Amar is probably a bit gutted after last time. He wants a bit of vengeance on Celery, and he'll get it. So what's the last time, or when's the last time even Falcons has been able to get a kill in this game? And now they got 2, and they also got a tower taken down by Malrine. So there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, maybe you're gonna start understanding that trying to kill an enemy core is too greedy. Get the supports first, isolate the cores, then run circles around them until you can bring them down. This is pretty good for them at the moment, but of course, doing that in a big engagement, it's hard.
Blinked in, and he gets jumped on right away, and now with Dawnbreaker dropping down to Skitter, Ace will drop. And Gaimin Gladiators, they had both of their supports still dead. They have to protect that tower somehow, but Falcons are already waiting there for you to show.
Malrine is level 25 with an E-Blade. This Lina is a problem. So you might now even see Malrine in a little bit more of an aggressive position, because if Gaimin Gladiators see a Lina, they're probably going to think we can kill her. But she's definitely not an easy target. With a Lincoln Sphere, with an E-Blade, and with a level 25, he has 3,000 HP. This is not an easy target.
Crit sees them coming in, but Tofu sees Crit as well, and he's going to get insta-ruptured.
Gem gone.
They will now recover it. Last time they didn't quite get it because of his courier being around. So both gems now on Gaimin, but I'm pretty sure Falcons have another gem available in their shop to buy. Probably not the hugest loss at this given time. Snaking Quinn. Quinn BKB's up as well, suspecting he's going to get hit by the back, but there's a secondary fight about to happen as they take down Celery, and Tofu going to get hit by a big Laguna Blade, but doesn't quite die to it, and is Skitter just going to do the BKB teleport trick once again? Yep, he's doing it, and MR just interrupting the back line, and he might just, well, he's got the Lincolns this time around, so he's able to roll to safety. Get out of harm's way, get all the spells off. TP!
Got him!
Oh, what a shot from Tofu, but they're too far to get to him.
He's gonna run over a ward.
Worth the tip, at least.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely got slightly annoyed by that one, but Falcons have been finding openings. I think they changed their tactic, that now they're trying to finish off these supports. It's allowing them to get more items, and at some point, you know, at some point in the game, you will have enough damage to burst down a core. And also, a opening might present itself when there's more heroes dead.
Activity down bottom.
Doesn't have a BKB.
It's going to be 4 heroes on this Tiny, and I don't think Skitter's getting away with this one. Nothing defensive for him. He won't hesitate to drop the Rupture on top of him. They'll blow him up, so he's been able to escape a multitude of times, but this one's going to be a little bit too much for him.
But he's so tanky. He's got 5k HP and 31 armor on the Tiny. Definitely not an easy guy to bring down, and Waves are in a good position.
I guess the idea for Falcons also is trying to utilize this bait, is that it takes a while to kill him, and can they do something on the map at the same time? We've had these splits happen a couple times now.
These are some hard decisions now that Gaimin Gladiators are going to be needing to make, because 2 of the lanes are being shoved in, both the mid lane and the top lane. They cut the mid lane, but look at the top tower. It's already taking a lot of damage.
And they've got backdoor protection on the other side. It finally falls off, but the top lane is in peril, and we're going to be trading lanes by the looks of it. Let's see who defends what. Who's going back and who's going in. There's Quinn. Poke and Snake all the way right next to the fountain, as Dawnbreaker is going to be battling Amar and versus Malrine. The tier 3 tower for the Radiant side has only just fallen as a lane of Rex has been secured, and now they're TPing in. They got the LSA on Ace, and Amar and Malrine have their TPs. Quinn's coming in as well. Amar's trying to buy some time for Malrine to escape, but the assassinate, the dead shot is there, and now it's just down to your Jukes. Got a Laguna Blade, sure, with the 25 talent barrier, but that melts really, really quickly. And that is a lane of Rex secured only for a tier 3 loss and Malrine's life.
Not too bad for Falcons. They
Not
really
too
did a
bad
good
for
job.
Falcons at all.
But Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't need to do this, right? They've been doing a good job at preventing the enemies from killing them for the majority of the game, and they panicked there. They thought that they could get away with it, but definitely turned out to be a bad call.
Coming in from darkness, but cannot get to Snaking. Hope to kill that Zeus by himself. Ace also has some almost over 6,000 HP with that shield rune.
Yep. And this Rax taken down, it has huge implications on the game, because you're always going to have somebody to defend it, sure.
They're coming in, but Skitter already got the jump first here onto the Bloodseeker. The Solar Guardian is out, and that will be popped on top of Watson. Still has his BKB. Quinn cleaning up the Nimbus, and they will equalize the lanes. In terms of Rax taken now, will they get more? Can they get more? Lina still gone for 30 seconds. Take up the toss on the Bloodseeker, and it's surely some honest work, but Watson's just not giving in. And with this tier 3 set to their sights, Amar charges in.
No rupture.
Hoping for some damage to go through, but they're damn tanky on both sides. Another toss back. The slow, sluggish battle. Ace is down to 50%. They've gone past the first 2,000 HP. And Celery again with the Decrepify.
back.
They'll get him to safety. Lina respawns now. And Gaimin Gladiators are moving away. But can Falcons still catch someone in Nimbles? Actually, lands right on top of this Dawnbreaker. Amar and Maureen right to action. Two-man LSA. Catches Ace, catches Celery. Quinn's TPing away. The harpoon from Amar. Catches Watson, but where is he going? They don't actually know where he went. He's too damn fast for him. But Falcons losing that lane, not needing to buy back the Lina, which is probably the biggest victory for them there.
This is the classic example of people not being used to playing versus the Bounty Hunter in competitive games all that much. Why? Because you would, under normal circumstances, stay there and TP in this kind of a situation. But because there's a track, because you overstayed your welcome, and those tracks came out, there was vision enough for Falcons to come in and to get these a couple of kills. And because Watson didn't have the BKB because of those tossbacks, he couldn't join in the fight. Only Quinn, his damage is not going to be enough.
You might have Break of Dawn, but we've got Track. And they definitely let go of that moment of focus lost there. They thought that we're all 5 here. We can happily send one hero TPing home. No, sir, that does not work versus Falcons.
If you're Falcons, you want to apply as much pressure as possible before the Seeker gets his level 25. The double rupture is not something that you would want to fight against. It really has been great openings for Amar because Skitter has been tanking those. But if there's 2, it becomes an issue.
Truly a systematic game from Gaimin Gladiators, but Falcons have found at least some relief in this game, that it's not all hopeless.
Seeker has a Dagon. That is quite nice, you know, when you have the Eternal Shroud, you have his Ags, you also have the 15 spell lifesteal talent. This guy is going to be very, very hard to bring down.
I think everybody's quite hard to bring down, considering how big HP pools we have, like a 5k Tiny, and got these big barriers on a lot of heroes. The Laguna Blades bring in some of that. Of course, with the Bloodseeker. Not to even mention Ace with all those items that he has. Like, he also has, like, what, over 4,000 HP. Pango's got 4,000 HP.
He has 5k on the Dawnbreaker.
Okay, so it's 5k now, yeah.
Yep. He got his Skadi, so that is going to be a bummer for the Lina if he gets on top of her, though. Maureen has an E-Blade, has the BKB. That is a 9-second BKB that the Lina is sporting right now. Sniper also hitting his level 25. He went for the minus 30 seconds on the shrapnel time charges, so there's going to be a lot more shrapnels in these fights.
Again, trying to push out these waves. Both sides have them quite passively pushing in the whole time. Falcons focusing on bottom, GG focusing on top.
Amar has his Titanic, so nice way to remove the silence and also to get himself back up to full. Getting a Nullifier and the Bounty Hunter, some very smart items on the side of Falcons. They're putting a lot of emphasis of staying into the fight a little bit longer so that you do not have to think about bursting somebody down, even though that's initially still what you want to do. Some Aeon Discs might be on the way for Gaimin Gladiators, but they're not thinking about any just yet.
Let's see what they can do here. Quinn is quite deep in, hoping to find some smoke. Popsy sees snaking and hears him easily taking those little flowers. So he's gonna have to use those instantly for some heals, but those heals won't keep snaking alive. However, Roshan.
That is a Rosh opening.
And 1.5 minutes until he changes sides. So Falcons,
they want to fight 4 versus 5.
Can they? They're coming through the portal. What can they do? Okay, they are canceling it for now, and maybe everybody shows up at the same time. Malrine, he needs to get a good LSA off of this one. That's the first one to come through. It's the Bloodseeker coming in with the Solar Guardian. Everybody's here, all clumped up in a short space, and that Skitter saving for the time being. Gets the TP home. Amar is going to TP out, and we've seen this movie before. Roche was close to bashing him. Dude. But we've seen this movie before.
Yep, they are gonna be getting the Roche, it seems. You just don't have enough burst if they all come together. There's just way too many things to help them. The Solar Guardian, of course, being the main one. But it is gonna be Roche.
Yep, and for Gaimin Gladiators.
Who got the axe? They give it to Quinn.
If they've had some issues in those team fights, well, an Aegis is always a welcome sight for themselves and an Axe buff. Sniper has been given the Axe buff now.
That is one of the best initiations in the game. Super long range. Malrine.
They're setting up for a kill, and Tofu gone. Wisdom Rune is right there, and he's not actually taking it himself. Yeah, the deny from Malrine. And now Skitter will have to give his life away. Again, the same case. No BKB, no hopes of survival.
That is why you use the shift click for the Wisdom Rune. That is why you do it. If you don't go for it, it can just make a mistake like Malrine and not pick it up in the end.
Meanwhile, Falcons creeps have almost finished a tier 4 tower. So they have been able to do some chip damage through the top lane.
And it's hella impressive, man, because there's a Dawnbreaker on the other side, and you're managing to split push in this game. You got a lane of Rags by split pushing, and now even a tier 4 almost dead.
Break of Dawn used. I think they saw the bounty for a second, but Quinn's shown here as well, so is Malrine.
He's fast.
Quick, Nimbus comes out, pops his BKB, teleports out. The damage is not going to be enough to take the Lina out. Crit will stick around for a little bit longer.
That's a 9-second BKB down the drain. Right, usually 50 minutes in, we don't say this sentence, but that is just how it is. Malrine hasn't been using it ever since he bought it, and I think it has been like 15 minutes.
Usually a sign of a good player, right? If they're holding on to their BKB charge.
And not dying.
And not dying.
Okay, the BKB TP out is not going to be possible any longer. The Dawnbreaker has the Basher. I mean, they've had enough on Gaimin Gladiators of this. And pushing when the Tiny is dead, Tiny is your main high ground defense.
Malrine gonna have to make a bit of a sacrificial play here. No BKB on him. Tries to TP out. No, sir. Quinn takes his possibilities of an escape away. And that's going to be a lane of rack secured down mid. Falcons are trying to split top and bottom simultaneously. But it is Tofu. Tofu is keeping snaking away from the base. He's TPing back home. Malrine buys back. Tiny's up in 3 seconds. Watson, how long does he stay in here? Amar is already loading up the Rolling Thunder.
He stops it.
Considering going in, but Gaimin Gladiators find a way out.
They need the outpost. They need to claim that outpost so that Tofu can come back. He didn't have a way to connect with his team. That is why Falcons could have went for this one. But still, you forced out a Malrine buyback. You got another lane of Rax. This is a great victory. And also, it is a mid lane of Rax.
As maybe a potential way to end this one. Celery down.
Amar has Satanic.
Comes in with an instant buyback. Can TP into the fight. Amar will just go down. That Satanic does absolutely nothing for him. Ace will take him out. Crit and Skitter need to get back to the safety of their base. So that is the Pugna buyback. They hope they don't have to use the Pangos. That's probably what the Falcons are considering right now. We might even have to sack a lane of Rax, but we don't want to if we don't have to.
No,
how do you do it before?
You have to fight. You have to fight toss back and then buyback. That is what they're going for. Great positioning from Gladiators.
Malrine's Lincoln gone for 14 seconds, and another opportunity to push. Ace sent up in the air. LSA is right there. The Laguna does barely anything on Ace, and Skitter will die. And now the melee Rax is in trouble. The glyph is used. Another stun onto Quinn. Malrine barely has the attack speed to do any right-click damage onto Quinn. And they're so close to getting it. Another stun on the Seeker. But that's going to be mega creeps. Gaimin Gladiators 52 minutes in. Malrine needs to stay alive for a bit longer. Again, the same thing. TP back home. Skitter bought back for this one. And he's just probably going to drop right away. Quinn's Aegis is down. And Watson turns his attention to the back line. Amar rolling in, rolling out. As Crit's going to be targeted by Ace. And the Solar Guardian out there as well. And Falcons lost 2. And are going to lose a 3rd. With the Pango dropping, there's still an attempt from Malrine, which will finish off Tofu. But that's pretty much it here. It's down to 3. And Tofu does have a buyback. If he wants to join in, and he will absolutely do so. As Mallory's going to get jumped up by Ace once again. The tier 4s are in peril, and they will lose the Zeus and maybe even dive the Fountain. Watson is tanky. He's thinking about it, and he's moving back in and out. And crit will fall to Quinn, and that is going to seal this game. Falcons tap out in game number 1, and Gaimin Gladiators, well, it took a while, but they got the job done, Harry.
People are just so good at playing the early game versus the Bounty Hunter. Yes, there were some mistakes when he tracked them and it allowed for a couple of kills for Falcons, but overall, the way that Gaimin Gladiators slowed down this game, and versus a Bounty Hunter lineup, you're always drafting in a way to get kills. So they played defensively, they itemized defensively, and they won the game. This was them just understanding from start to finish what they need to do. It maybe could have even been played better from their side, but it doesn't matter because the idea is what won this game for GG.
Absolutely, and I think with Falcons and their attempts to try and kill the cores early on, those didn't work out. Those were 3 separate fight opportunities that you can no longer reverse in that game. If they were maybe supports, could have been a whole different story, but since they didn't get those, there were barely any kills for Falcons, and they never got ahead of Gaimin Gladiators. So GG gets the job done in the end, even if it took quite a while to get it done, but it was systematic and it worked.
Yeah, I think that was the bad idea from Falcons, and maybe something that cost them the game is that they focused too much on killing the sniper, right? A lot of the times they focused on that instead of maybe trying to force things out on the supports, and then to allow that to present them with a better opportunity, like killing a core. And once they understood it, it seems to have been too late.
And that's going to cost them the game here as well for Falcons, as Gaimin Gladiators are going to take the lead on this one, and that puts Falcons maybe in a position where, are we going to continue with the heroes we mentioned in our interview and go with those in game 2? I'm just following fluff here. They're probably not going to take that route. How do you see things going in from here? This was a pretty gruesome game to play when you're doing it. They did so many things right, despite not having the team fight potential.
So here's the thing. If I was Falcons, the way that I would go about it is maybe a little bit greedier. Try to, at the start of the draft, give Gaimin Gladiators an idea that, again, I want to burst them down, and then maybe reverse a little bit to something greedier, a bit more team fighty, and try to win versus them in the later portions of the game, or force them to come out, right? Because Gaimin Gladiators never felt in this game that they needed to come out from their side of the map. So just give them a little bit of a tingling feeling, like, what happens if we go to the late game, instead of here thinking like, okay, if we go to the late game, we are going to be fine. So then you're just okay by not doing much and waiting for Team Falcons to come to you.
And not a lot of times do you see your pause 1 carry basically look like the offlaner in this case for Skitter. So surely he wants something else for the next game. But here is your MVP, the immortal Quinn, 16-0-17, to end the game with a nice 33 KDA, 60k damage, and part of almost every kill in this team.
For the things that he did and why he definitely deserves the MVP is that, sure, his teammates were saving him every single time, but it needs a certain type of player with a huge amount of experience to understand that with the sniper you need to go forward. A lot of people, they play the sniper, they play the drow, and they stay behind, but with these heroes it's much better if you start out the fight by the enemies going for you and your team bailing you out.
As we're going to head over to a break and wait what unfolds in game number 2, make sure you write !ticket into chat. You can go and search for those tickets of yours for next weekend's LAN event from Friday till Sunday here at Belgrade, Serbia for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament. Well, we will be taking a couple of minutes and then return for the next studio segment of game 2 here with Team Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators. Well, now that game one is in the bag, the series continues again in the lead for Gaimin Gladiators, one step away from getting that playoff spot for themselves. Here with T-Panda and Harry Freak, we're going towards game number 2 of our best of 3, the final one for today. A lot of Dota action of our series, mostly going into 3 games. And based on that last one, you could say that there's hope, but surely in an awkward position you think about for Falcons, because they did, like I said, they did a lot of good things, they did a lot of things right, and you also pointed it out quite heavily that playing a lineup like a Dawnbreaker and you're able to split push against them is quite miraculous to do without having the game instantly over. So it's going to leave us waiting for quite a lot of exciting moments in game 2 potentially.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm hoping that they can do better, and also we can hear a little bit of an interview from Elreen.
Всем привет! Меня зовут Василиса, и мы находимся в сердце Сербии, а именно в Белграде, где проходит турнир FISSURE Playground по Dota 2. Вокруг меня тот самый зал, где будут присутствовать зрители на стадии плей-офф. А мы с вами поговорим с человеком, который с вероятностью 99,9% будет присутствовать в плей-оффе, а именно со Стасом Маларином. Привет, Стас! Рад тебя здесь видеть, и на самом деле удивлена, что ты с обновленным имиджем к нам приехал.
Наверное, просто череда турниров будущих будет предоставлять достаточно мало времени свободного, поэтому я просто заранее постригся.
Год назад ровно мы сидели в Дубае, да, ты выходил с татуировками Hello Kitty, потом это появился пуховик, тоже начали все это вносить в тренд. На этом турнире что-то будет такое?
А у меня фишки-то и кончились. Но в куртке буду все равно выходить. В куртке тепло.
Получается, тебе просто нужна курточка и сзади, знаешь, такая вышивка
Можно
на всю спину,
надо
знаешь,
сделать
прям.
именную фалькону, чтобы сзади было Hello Kitty.
Да,
Может, еще розовую.
Да. Мало ли ты ведешь сейчас свой мерч, все. А я-то думаю, что люди только этого и ждут.
Ну тогда надо уже нотки своего начала вводить, там что-то с селом связанное.
Фанаты твои найдут какую-нибудь фишку, о которой ты даже сейчас сам и не знал. Поэтому надеемся на чат. Давай немножко поговорим и о решафу. На самом деле команда Falcons решила не менять никого из игроков, и вы остались в прежнем составе. Почему?
Мы просто считаем, что прошедший год был действительно продуктивным для нас, перспективным, и поэтому впереди у нас второй год для исправления ошибок. Постараемся просто принести больше призов, побед в нашу команду.
Какой решафл, на твой взгляд, самый лучший среди остальных команд?
Кик Дахака. Лучший решафл. Думаю, это просто закономерность его действий и его поведения. Ну, наверное, Ятора. Самое очевидное, что вернулся коллапс Ятора. Тем спереди, да. Хорошо, что вернулись в старый свой победный состав.
Предыдущий год вы начали очень громко. Есть ли какое-то давление от ожиданий, комьюнити, фанатов и так далее?
Это все зависит от твоего майндсета, как ты себя настраиваешь на турнире и вообще в целом. Если ты будешь ставить себе большие ожидания, конечно, ты будешь проваливаться из-за этого. В плей-офф хотя бы было бы выйти, было приятно.
В плей-офф как минимум? Или что-то больше?
Ну, хотя бы нет.
Победа — это хорошо, да, поддержка фанатов — это тоже хорошо, но у нас есть и другая сторона медали — это хейтеры. Вот Falcons победители, надо поболеть против них, чтобы они проиграли. На тебе это как-то реактит или нет?
Хейтеры — это те же самые фанаты, просто с обратной стороны. Мне лично все равно, а так, если высказываться, то людям просто надоело, что мы выигрываем.
Главные твои соперники на этом турнире из команд?
Ятора, потом BetBoom, потом Prevision.
Против кого тяжело стоять мид тебе?
В игровом плане я бы сказал, наверное, Квин какой-нибудь, потому что он очень заточен под линию, и он очень сильно акцентрирует внимание на ней. Ну, второй, наверное, просто ниша, но мы с ним часто 50 на 50 просто стоим, там уже как пойдет дальше. Даже условно ГПК, мне кажется, просел с Нованом.
А как ты думаешь, у кого вообще шансов не будет?
Валкар будет посмотреть, конечно, интересно. Химеру. Химера так еще и заменой будет. Но может и еще Аврора, на самом деле. Аврора достаточно рандомно выступает в последнее время, но мне всегда казалось, что у них есть какой-то потенциал.
Твои индивидуальные фишки в миду.
Задумайся о том, где может находиться вражеский вард, в соотношении с тем, как двигается враг, потому что это достаточно большой ресурс, который враг может потерять. Ну, давай, чтобы был топ-3. Это вот первый минутный вард, второй 6-й минутный, а третий пусть будет. Вся игра в миду зависит от ресурсов, и ты должен понимать количество своих ресурсов, количество вражеских. Ты должен балансировать защиту и прешер. Если у тебя есть возможность, конечно, больше прешерить.
Мы хотим сказать тебе спасибо, что ты пришел к нам на интервью. Не забывайте смотреть FISSURE Playground, который будет проходить с 24 января по 2 февраля. А последние дни у нас One, так сказать, стадия, так что вы можете поучаствовать и прийти в качестве зрителя. А с вами был Стас Малорин, большое тебе спасибо.
Спасибо за просмотр. Всем удачи.
Of insights and definitely not saving any words. Maloreen, that we've known rise like a phoenix in the last few years, from the Division 2 ashes all the way to the Tier 1 scene. And yeah, this man had a lot of interesting insight and thoughts about not only just the East European scene and his matchups around the world, but a man of many words.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I even won't focus much on the not nice words that he said about one player, but I'm going to focus on what he said about Quinn, that he thinks that he's so thorough in the mid lane and it makes it so hard for him to play versus him. We saw it in that game. Quinn ending it with, what was it, 16-0-17 or something along those lines. That is definitely a guy that you don't want to play against.
Absolutely. I mean, he did highlight Nisha as well with 50-50s, but I know a lot of hardcore Dota fans are out there like, no one losing his touch. I mean, of course, he's seen a long career in Dota, sure. You only have so much to give when you have these youngsters taking over our Dota scene, and then they start to be the rising stars and take over the place of the legends.
I mean, I loved how he touched upon everything. He probably gives us a little bit of inside info, maybe what's happening in the pubs, right? Because he's playing versus those players every single day, basically, in pubs, sometimes in scrims as well. And he can feel when they are losing the edge. We don't necessarily see it on the screen, but he can probably feel like, I can outplay this guy a little bit easier than maybe just a couple of days ago.
Also highlighted a bit of luck or skill, the statistics between these two teams, and Falcons having a slightly higher win rate despite just now losing game number 1 to Gaimin Gladiators, but they did have avenues and ways to try to secure a victory. Maybe a sneak victory could have happened in that one, maybe through the creeps. They did quite a lot of work. They were helped by, of course, their heroes, but for Gaimin Gladiators to take the lead here and just having one small step to take, and that step, you know, you have to kind of you just step on top of Falcons. Well, the Falcons fans won't let that happen. Exclamation mark F into chat if you're still out there, unless you're feeling too demoralized from game number 1. But true fans never give up. Just like exclamation mark G for Gaimin Gladiators. If you believe, they're going to take this game.
Yeah, maybe they had some dormant fans in the chat on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and I mean we saw what Maloreen said. He said that haters are just the different coin of the different side of the coin of the fans. So maybe Gaimin Gladiators are now turning it around and getting those fans into their corner. But overall, both of these teams definitely have a big fan pool because they've Gaimin Gladiators crushing it a couple of years back, and Falcons in the 2024 season were undoubtedly the strongest team.
Absolutely. And also for the viewers out there, we do from time to time have some small giveaways. We did earlier on today also give out a very handy PA Arcana at the start of the day for a very nicely written comment. So if you have something flashy on your mind, and some obviously on the positive side, maybe about the teams, the players, the talent, for example, some comments about Jenkins and his outfits, for example, do send those our way as well through chat, and you might be able to win yourself something nice, but it's only for the good people. Though into Game 2's draft, it's about to start, so let's unfold what kind of hero picks, and maybe is there something ban-worthy from game number 1?
I actually.
Is there anything really that you would actually... Maybe the Lich goes through this time around.
I think these teams are a little bit more respectful of the Lich, so I would assume that they take it out. They don't have an Eastern European captain. Eastern European captains, usually they're like, I can win versus that. I'm going to allow it through. I have an idea. Whereas when you look at some of the other regions' captains, they're like, I don't want to play versus this, and they just get rid of it. So unless it's a first phase pick, I could see a good chance of the Lich getting taken away.
Definitely something to look at. Also the Lina ban that arises from time to time. And then the Nyx Assassin is probably on their lips as well. Do they want to ban the Nyx and pick the Dawn again? It's going to be the Monkey King removed by Falcons. So Gaimin could repeat what they got in game 1.
Yep, and then there's gonna be a tiny response. I mean, in itself. So if they believe in this Gaimin Gladiators, they most definitely can go that route. And they felt the tiny problem in the previous game. It almost lost them the game. The tossbacks of the tiny were the only reason that it was very, very hard for GG to end the game there.
I would say, a very risky but smart adjustment that they kind of put this +1 tiny look more like a +3 or +4 tiny that wasn't your primary source of damage. Instead, they put everything on Mulreen to really shine with deletions, the hit and run style, playing around cooldowns, which is something that Gaimin Gladiators has also perfected throughout these couple of years on how well to understand the cooldowns of their heroes, when to extend and when not, and when they need to tank damage. So your highlights on itemization truly shined there, the way that they got to play that previous game.
Yeah, I think Bounty Hunter changes a lot of things, and this is why I told you I'm a big fan of the hero, but I just don't know how well it's gonna do in competitive. In the previous game, it really didn't do that well. Or, you know, with heroes like that, it just maybe you didn't draft well around it. I think they did. They drafted some burst, but maybe you should have drafted heroes that are gonna utilize the info more for farming rather than going for burst. 'Cause that's what Falcons did for the entirety of the game. They farmed.
I think the bounty was fine. I think it was just the approach on who they go on, and they kept repeating and repeating and repeating the same plan that just didn't work. If they did the adjustment, maybe the bounty would have potentially looked a bit better. Because that track gold, which could have given them so much, but they only had 7 kills for a long portion of that game. It's not really what they wanted. But we've got Doom in the first phase and Falcons to bring up the Dawnbreaker this time around.
Interesting. Like, first of all, you're now putting yourself in a position where you might want to ban an Nyx. Just give away your only ban in the second phase because of this hero. Second of all, your heals are not going to help a Doom target. I'm curious about this one.
At least you still have the stun and the damage. I mean, the damage is not really that big, but the Dawn in the first place just showing up and able to control right after could be something to look at, even if it's not the healing battery that did look quite effective in the previous game, obviously amplified as well by the Pugna.
Yep, but still weird, right? Usually you feel like the response pick in the first phase is going to be something to counter the enemy, something that at least on paper is a solid response. Dawnbreaker as a response to the Doom isn't like something that you expect to happen all the time.
There's a strat. If Lycan doesn't get banned, using those wolves for information, and playing the Dawnbreaker around the Lycan, which could also work. But then you'd probably play either Dawn carry or Lycan carry. And it does kind of somewhat look weird inside the draft, having 2 melee cores that have somewhat similar functions. Well, the other one's more of a jump in quickly and chase a target, do some damage. The other one is basically just chase and damage. So some similarities, sure. But not sure if they want to do it. Have they even played Lycan actually on either ATF or Skitter?
Skitter has played it in this tournament in their game versus Heroic, and it is his most played hero in pubs, so it is likely that they can go that route. I definitely would want an aggressive lineup with this Dawn. I don't want a reactive lineup with the Dawn versus the Doom, because the Doom target will most likely die even with the saves.
So they'll bring the Nyx Assassin. It is a good lane duo, considering the Nyx doesn't always have to be around. Dawn is strong on her own. And then you can also live off to the Vendetta timings and then start to play this global ganking lineup between the two. So they're always good together.
Phoenix is still in the pool, somehow. That hero hasn't made it through a lot, and that is a hero that Celery likes to play. So they could go that route, but again, we're coming back to the idea where he said that his team wants him to have stuns. Doom doesn't really contribute much in that department, so he might want something else.
Yeah, Phoenix has also a pretty high win rate from the last 33 games, 12 picks, 75%.
So they're just gonna go for the Lich, go for the safe route. The other hero that I could see being solid here is a Shadow Shaman. Yes, Dawnbreaker is annoying for you, but the Nyx getting hexed up before getting anything off, there it is actually a very nice thing to have.
Yeah, Shaman and the Lich. Something we talked about a while ago, that is Lich going to get the respect of being banned, and I thought that maybe it goes through this time around. It absolutely does, so that's Gaimin's support duo out there.
Maybe you really just do go Lycan right now. I really would like it, right? Because these supports don't deal well with it. Another hero that would be great here for Falcons would be a Night Stalker, but unfortunately Dawnbreaker Night Stalker doesn't seem like a good 1-3 duo. So I think Lycan probably feels a bit better.
Maybe, oh yeah, true. I was thinking maybe put Dawn support, but rather put it as a core instead. Well, we'll see if that is on Team Falcons' minds. If they bring up the Lycan, then what is their other support going to look like? Or are we literally looking at the support duo here? Probably not.
Lycan or a PA, those are the carries that I like for Falcons right now, right? That might change if they don't pick them right now, but they're going to go for the Lycan.
Yep, we have it. And what facet choice? Pack leader? Or the Alpha Wolves? Or the Spirit Wolves? Spirit Wolves is also pretty crazy when you think about its damage output.
No, you're looking to use your units to annoy these two supports. So I'm gonna say...
Pack leader has been the one pretty much everyone takes in this tournament.
But I really like Alpha Wolves.
I really like Alpha Wolves as well, I know. It's pretty strong. And there's the Phoenix as well. Okay, so Team Falcons draft building up quite nicely here.
So there's no Morphling. That would probably be the best one to deal with the egg. So you have to think about carries that are good at it. Sniper now isn't going to be that great because there's both the Nyx and the Lycan, but that would generally be okay versus the Phoenix.
I think maybe like TB Fury and Axel sounds good if you look at the pause one. In terms of the picks, Furion is super squishy, and he could just, with one quick jump from Nyx Dawn, just die. But he's certainly a flash farmer, and also deals a ton of damage. Terrorblade is also something that I remember Watson playing quite frequently. Could also be one of his go-to heroes. It's not a specialty, though.
I'm thinking Lifestealer is looking good here, but probably not the best Watson hero. Overall, what is the best thing in the world? To be in Belgrade on the next weekend, guys. Exclamation mark, ticket in the chat. Come to my hometown. We are great hosts here. Fissure is making an amazing tournament. Last time around when we were in Saba Center, it was amazing, and hopefully you come and you just feel the energy that is going to be brought to the venue.
Well, I'm certainly hearing the energy from you. It's like you're in this deep state, just thinking about what are they going to pick right here. Oh yeah, let's get some tickets. Obviously, get those tickets. We'll see you guys next weekend here in Belgrade, Serbia. It's going to be the Earth Spirit to come out here for Gaimin Gladiators. How do you feel about this pick? I mean, they don't have a hero that hits buildings outside of the wards right now.
So what you want to do right now in Gaimin Gladiators, because remember when we said Doom, you don't want to be playing a defensive Dawnbreaker. So what Gaimin Gladiators are doing now is that they're picking heroes to force out that the Gaimin Gladiators uses the Solar Guardian defensively, right? That is what they're doing. This is what this Earth Spirit is about. So I'm okay with it. And there's the Lifestealer ban. I think they should have picked the Lifestealer, man. I don't think there is a carry as strong as him right now, and mid laners, I think Quinn has a wide enough hero pool to find something similar to an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, the world of options, right? They don't have the last pick of the draft, so I guess that maybe put them in an awkward position, considering, are we going to lose 2 more mid picks? Are we going to lose 2 more carry picks? And which world is going to be bigger or smaller?
So they ban out the Naga Siren. Okay, so you're getting rid of the carry that shoves out the waves. That was the idea from their side.
All right, well, let's see what Gaimin wants to bring up here. Do they want to ban another mid here versus the Earth Spirit? Make his game a bit easier? Surely, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? Because, I mean, it is the last pick for Falcons, and they're most definitely going to be picking a mid laner. There's no doubt about that.
No Dawn mid?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, really. So maybe ban out a Storm, not really. You have a Shadow Shaman. Invoker, the Earth Spirit is good versus it. Monkey King is out. Maybe the Nature's Prophet ban. Malrine plays that. This would be... Ban it. Oh, they ban out the Timber. I think Nature's Prophet is going to come out. There's the PA that we talked about. But I really think Nature's Prophet could be an interesting one.
Could be the go-to, at least based on their frisky draft in game number 1. Maybe the Furion follows in the footsteps of that too, as you can see on the previous draft screen, that has a bit of everything and lacks a bit of everything. Maybe this one is a lot more wholeheartedly built here for Team Falcons. And Gaimin, of course, looking to close out the series. It's gonna be a Viper, a last pick from Team Falcons. And I know a lot of people out there are already feeling sick about this hero. How about you? Are you a Viper enjoyer or not?
Okay, so I really do enjoy a good Viper player because it isn't easy to play this hero. Everybody thinks, oh, you dominate the lane, that's it. No, you know why they say lose lane, win lane, lose game? Is because not a lot of people know how to play this hero. It's actually hard to understand how you need to move, how you need to itemize. So because of that, I am excited because it's Malrine. But on the other hand, I'm really going to be hating looking at that mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty rough matchup, surely, for Quim to play against. But if there's anyone who can do it, Malrine has already highlighted that Quinn is probably one of the worst opponents for him to play against in terms of the best players, that is. There's going to be a spicy matchup between the two. And of course, a highly hopeful Watson looking to get another high finish here for the team. If they can just win this one more game and take tomorrow off and get themselves ready for Tuesday's start of the playoffs bracket. So, I mean, two tough teams. Two really tough teams and also slightly different types of drafts on both ends here.
Yeah, and I have to say I love both of them. They're really good drafts on both sides.
You go first.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to go first. I'm just going to curse whoever because I'm not getting anything right. I'm going with Falcons. I'm a big fan of the Malrine Viper. I think he's one of the not so many hero players in the scene who can do this hero properly.
Well, I'm going to go with Gaimin Gladiators on this one. I think they have what it takes to take this game, basically, and win the series as a whole. I feel like a couple comfortable heroes, then, of course, the strength of the Lich. Hard to go against it, so...
Yep, that's very fair. That's very fair.
I'm putting quite a lot of emphasis on that Lich, because we've seen some crazy Lich plays today.
I mean, you should definitely. But I like this idea of, okay, we picked the Dawnbreaker and we're going to be using it for aggressive gameplay. Also, I really love the Lycan pick, right? Lycan is very, very good versus the supports that they have. And once we get into the game, we're going to see which facet he went for. Panda, you can start celebrating. It is going to be the Alpha Wolves.
It is the Alpha Wolves. Hell yeah, let's go. So I'm getting hyped up for that one. And all of you Lycan enjoyers out there as well. So it took me maybe a couple of weeks. Okay, let's go back maybe 2 weeks in time. I got really interested about this Lycan hero. What's so cool about it? And I got ideas actually from Spirit Wolves, was the one that people were first talking to me about, that it's easy MMR. Like, okay, let's see if there's any truth to it. And sure, you get a lot of HP, you get a lot of damage. The hero's damage output is quite absurd early on with an Echo Saber and just a Yasha, maybe a Diadem towards your Manta. And then I figured out the Alpha Wolves, and people are like, try this one out. It's even more wild. Gets to a point where supports are burning smokes under their tier 2 towers because the wolves are killing them. So
yes,
that is the absolute flavor of, if you want to really frown upon your opponent, Alpha Wolves Lycan. And that is, I'm not saying it's getting me more excited than seeing an Enigma pick, but I'm saying I'm excited to see it here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Also, Lich, of course, went for the other facet, not the one that we are used to. So he went for the Growing Cold. That is because there are units on the other side. So you just expect the ulti to be bouncing around a little bit longer. So you do want to have the extra jumps. And this time around, Falcons are the ones that are gonna have the Break of Dawn. So maybe it's gonna be Gaimin Gladiators that forget about the about this innate ability.
We will definitely see, but this is a Falcons must-win situation, not the end of their tournament, of course. It will still be tomorrow for another opportunity in the 2 wins, 2 losses series for the final BO3. But to win this one would allow you another opportunity versus Gaimin Gladiators and maybe pull off the reverse sweep upset. Considering they do have a higher win rate against Gaimin Gladiators in their head-to-head matchups, as brought up in the stats of the pre-studio.
Oh, I'm already impressed by Quinn and what he's doing. So what he's doing right now, he's going in and he's hitting Malrine. A lot of people would think, oh, is he stupid? He's trading with the Viper. You want to trade with the Viper when he's level 1. Force him to use his mana while he's level 1, so once he gets level 3, that he cannot bully you out of the lane, because that is when he can bully you out of the lane and kill you. So this is the perfect way to play the lane. I mean, you're going to lose it anyways, so you might as well do the perfect stuff. And it goes back, yeah, and it goes back to what he said in the interview, that Quinn is always thorough. He knows how to play each and every matchup properly.
Never submit and never surrender is the way to look at, especially when it is a 1v1 where you can only blame yourself if you didn't do enough in the lane.
For sure, for sure. And was it Kuku in the interview with you that mentioned that he really liked the 3 people in the mid meta?
The try mid lane, yeah.
Yeah, Quinn is not that guy.
Watson might just, well, he
Blood
doesn't
grenade?
exactly burn down because the blood grenade will drop him low. Crit and Amar were hoping to find a first blood of the PA and still angling in the trees. Crit hoping to get close enough, but PA knows he might have to sacrifice a couple last hits here just to survive and not give the first blood away.
Now with the PA it's a little bit easier. You always have the dagger to somewhat farm. I know that early on it's not like the highest range, but you're
still have the cooldown on. Can't get all of those last hits.
Yep.
Tofu's already getting bullied, and these aren't even high-level wolves yet, so keep that in mind. That's just level 1.
Yep.
It's truly the level 5 hamstring and the level 6 hightail. And I think I did slightly discuss those stats that the wolves have on your Alpha Wolves build. It's 70% magical resistance. And Hightail gives you 100% evasion for, I think, was it 8 seconds or 7 seconds? But that is a long time to just stare at creeps. You can't kill them even with the stare from the Lich. You might get one, there's still another that's going to bully you.
Quinn is a genius, man. He has 14 CS somehow in a Viper lane. Okay, things obviously get harder, or rather easier for Malrine, but this is just a beautiful performance coming out from him. I thought we were going to be looking at a complete bullying in the mid lane, but when you do everything right, it just, you get a solid result. That's just how it goes.
Get a feel-good vibe at least. Knowing that things aren't as bad as they probably are, as for Celery's sake, Amar will get the first blood for Falcons, finishing off the Lich. And a lot of these pause 5s have been the victims of these first bloods, and maybe even the second bloods as well. A lot of teams finding a kill on your pause 5 twice and then start focusing on the cores, and Watson is gonna need to back it from Celery, but the turnaround potential is here for Crit to fall into Watson's hands as Celery arrives there just in time. Also a big magic wand there for the Dawn, so Amar's gonna be fine. Well, as fine can be. They force out a raindrop charge. And a couple pokes there as well, drops him down to 100 HP, but he lives. That's the most important part, sure.
It's gonna be okay. The Lich was coming back. That's why the PA was fighting, because the Lich was saying, dude, I have a healing Lotus, just stay, attack. And the second the Lich comes, gives him the healing Lotus, more than enough HP to kill the Nyx and even put the pressure on the Dawnbreaker. Very nicely communicated by the side of the Gaimin Gladiators safe lane.
And a lot of fast moves really need to take place on these side lanes, reactionary as well. Maybe even see Snaking potentially rotate in and out, because the Lycan doesn't really need a laning partner after a couple levels. Of course, that could... the whole thing about this Alpha Wolves is you need a lot of experience, right?
Yeah, but also the Phoenix needs a lot of experience as well, and there's not a lot of heroes to take down stacks, so I don't think he's going to be leaving that lane too much.
So he's going to grief his carry by staying there a bit longer.
Exactly. Not grief his carry. He's going to get his level 6 super fast and create so much space for his carry. That's what he's going to do.
All right, that's the optimistic way of looking at it.
Yeah. Yep. It just goes to show that you're a core player, Panda, right? Everybody in the chat now knows that you're a dirty core player who doesn't respect his supports.
I started off as a pause 4.
Yeah,
and then I realized how much pain it is. Like, I'd rather be better off as a core.
Makes sense, makes sense. Either way, though, finally, Malrine is starting to bully that mid lane. That is a huge difference in terms of CS, but in terms of net worth, 400 difference between a Viper and an Earth Spirit 6 minutes in. If I'm an Earth Spirit, I'm already having a celebration.
Better not celebrate too early. Anything can change. The 6-minute rune, a lot of activity from Falcons. Even the Viper Strike thrown onto the Earth Spirit as their Invis rune spawns bottom for the Viper to take. Quinn will live off of this damage taken, but it is a bottle refill from Malrine. Quinn sticking around in the mid lane. He'll live off of the tower regeneration. Just an empty bottle that hurts him the most. But they're going to make a move and look for the kick under the tower, just on the edge of it. And the Sinister Gaze into the shackles and the tower. It's a 4 versus 1.
Yep, Quinn is just awesome. There's no doubt about it. Also, Watson. Did his TP get cancelled by crit, or did he just decide to cancel it himself? Well, 10 sticks.
Afraid of Amar there for a second that, yeah, they can turn this one around.
10 sticks healing Lotus.
And 10 sticks healing Lotus, exactly.
Too
It's so much regen. A lot of people would have gone for the attempt and then instantly regretted it and not even know what they did wrong. So I think that was a smart read from Watson. Probably hurts the Nyx Assassin more, being this injured, but he's still going to get his way to the Wisdom Rune, then walk back to the Fountain and show himself up, maybe get another bottle refill for potentially the Viper, as we only got 3 kills in the first 7 minutes of play. And again, just like game 1, net worth is so tightly knit around all these cores that nobody is further ahead than anybody else.
Yeah, pretty much. Even the mid lane, there's only a 500 gold difference, but everybody is very close to each other in terms of net worth, especially on the core side, even on the support side. I mean, if you look at it, Lich and the Nyx neck and neck, and same is true for the Shadow Shaman and the Phoenix.
Yeah, it is very different to a lot of these matchups that we've seen in the last few days here. That some already start popping off in the early laning stage. Got an offlaner who has like 3,000 gold more than the others, but now 2 games in a row, no difference.
That's smoke, and they want to go towards the bottom lane. The Nyx Assassin is already in a good position to break it, so no such luck to kill the Dawnbreaker. And not even the Nyx seems like he's going to be falling, so Gaimin Gladiators, their ideas have been read. And also they have that ward, so you understand that the Earth Spirit isn't really going to be staying in the mid lane a lot. He's probably going to be rotating.
Yeah. Ace looking for a very long cast on the Infernal Blade, but Amar shows up, drops the Solar Guardian, forces the Doom to back away.
A bit late there on the Solar Guardian. He could have done it earlier, but either way, no Solar Guardian, and now you have to go back. So in the end, it is a victory for Gaimin Gladiators.
There's not a whole lot of crowd control on Falcons. Do you think that's going to hinder them at some stage of the game?
Well, I think because of it, the Nyx Assassin might go for an early blink.
All right, maybe that's something that helps them early on with that controlling side, and at least the chase, and you might as well chase yourself to a Twitch chat command with !ticket. Hunt yourself some tickets for our main event here at Belgrade, Serbia next weekend for the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament.
First Doom unsuccessful. Snaking, he's okay, and it just goes to show how careful these teams are. But will Falcons get away with this, right? You're allowing the PA just to farm her Battle Fury with this, and if it does come to the later portions of the game, Watson will be the main dog on the map, even though there's a Lycan.
That Battle Fury is going to take a while to finish, but at least he's got the Cornucopia already in his inventory. His crit is going to get the jump on Celery, hoping Marine gets there in time. Just a little bit more to close in the gap, and the Viper Strike is out. Falcons bringing in 4 heroes here to punish the Lich. And also the AD rune will be secured with that, but there's a bunch of stacks here waiting in the Radiant Triangle. All for the PA. Now he just needs to get that Fury done, unless Falcons find a way to steal some of those stacks. They're not really great at cleaning them up either.
Yeah, he still needs some time for the Battle Fury, so he went to Treads. He has a stick as well as the Bracers, so it is going to take some time before he finishes it off, despite having a pretty decent game thus far.
Bringing in Mamar, they're bringing in the numbers here as well. It is going to be Quinn rotating with Celery, and the roll in almost connects onto Amar, but the kick's going to slow him down, and they will take down the Dawnbreaker. For Gaimin Gladiators getting their 3rd kill, and for Watson.
Tofu setting up mid, but he needs more heroes.
Nice little injection of money for the PA, and now with those TPs down bottom, they're going to have to run to mid, and hoping that smoke's going to be in there in time, as Tofu hoping to catch maybe Snaking or Melreen, but they are too far away. Maybe trying to bait them in again, and Quinn's going to go in with a roll, catch Melreen into the kick, and this time the Viper is quite alone, and just a catapult, just a beautiful Lich ulti set up there for Celery. There is Amar coming in with the Dawnbreaker to save Snaking, jumping in, getting a bit of damage, but does not quite finish the Starbreaker stun onto Tofu or onto Quinn.
I thought he was just going to go for the zoning egg after his Viper got kicked back. That might have saved the Melreen's life, but Snaking decides to keep it so far. That is the 2nd time that they catch the Viper. That is some very fast movement on Gaimin Gladiators, and I mean, it seems fast. Why is that the case? Because Falcons have a Viper. They're not really good at moving around, so Gaimin Gladiators are utilizing this nicely by knowing the enemy mid laner is pretty immobile. That's why I thought he might go for bots on this Viper, but nope.
Yeah, lack of mobility, lack of crowd control as Skitter's Wolves are causing a bit of a headache here for Tofu. And at the same time, Quinn is probably dead to the Viper's strike. One more tick, and he's got it. Tofu, Quinn, both dead. Egg also used. And Snaking spots the stacks here. He's going to farm them by himself. This is going to be a very rich Phoenix if he's able to take him out.
Got some small creeps.
But Celery and Watson already coming in. I mean, he got quite many considering the situation. But Watson, and as you can see, Doom also moving into the area, has a Midas queued up on Ace.
Lycan is level 8. He is approaching those stronger wolves. He now has 4 points, but the 5th one with the hamstring is going to be there soon. Panda, he has the Midas. This is the item that a lot of the carry Lycans are picking up right now.
Yep. And if he does end up buying that quick shard, that also allows the hamstring wolves spawning on the lanes to hit towers, which is really strong. Meanwhile, Amar released by crit, but Ace dooms the Nyx Assassin instead, and Tofu lives with his own wards to protect him as this Chain Frost from the Wolves is hurting Amar quite a lot. Crit goes down first. Amar, he will drop down as well, and onto a 3rd as Tofu will die from Gaimin Gladiators, but they will take 3 and force Skitter away alongside Melreen's Viper.
And it always looks so good when the dive starts, and then suddenly a Chain Frost kills everybody. Look at that. 1,600 damage for the Lich. He gets everybody low. They didn't have the egg. Falcons, if they had that spell, maybe they could have stood their ground.
And you know what's great about it as well versus the Lycan? Because of that high magic resistance. They don't die to the chains, but the heroes around them die faster than they do. You see this cast from Celery, and those Wolves are barely... I mean, they don't exactly have a lot of HP at level 4, but surely that allows his ulti to persist for a lot longer time.
Also, regarding that shard and the Lycan, every single pub, Skitter buys it even pre-minute 20, so...
Yeah.
Very
you want to get it early for sure. Amar, they're hunting for the right Shadow Shaman. They'll get it. Crit also gets the Wisdom Rune, but Quinn rotating in with Watson. And get the kill on the Nyx Assassin. Fend these Wolves away, and Snaking and Melreen, meanwhile, finishing the jungle as well from Gaimin Gladiators. Still leaves that big, juicy Ancient stack, which they cannot really touch. And
Crit has been awesome in terms of stealing the Wisdom Runes in the series. And yeah, he's playing heroes that are good at doing it, but either way, a lot of players play heroes that are good at doing it, and they don't manage to make it happen.
Stacks also, whoa! Hello, I hope you can still hear us as we're at the studio. We're just enjoying our time watching the games here with Harry. I can sit down. We have a game to watch in a moment, but
you need to look beautiful.
Unlucky little client crash by the looks of it, so we'll hope to get that on your screens right now in at least a little moment. But this game still has a lot of like, we have to wait for a couple items to come in as well. But is there something specific that maybe on the clock looks like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, where things are going to really start ramping up? Or are we already at the most active phase of the game?
Well, we are not in the most active phase of the game because Watson doesn't want to join, right? So once Watson feels that it is his timing to join, be it a Battle Fury SNY BKB or Battle Fury BKB, and then you fight if need be, but still continue farming towards your SNY, that is going to be the most active part of the game, where constantly there's going to be attempts at making fights happen.
Well, we're back into the game, ladies and gents, so you can already buckle yourselves back to your gaming PCs and get back from the fridge, as Crit's going to get jumped on by Tofu and by Ace. And this next assassin will be the one to drop next. Skitter does finish off a tower simultaneously.
It's so annoying playing a Nyx into a Hex, man. It's insane, right? The Shadow Shaman line, you hate these heroes, you also hate the Side of Ice, because versus a lot of the other things you can respond with a Spike Carapace, it is just these spells that just instantly lock you down, and there's nothing you can do about it. You always go down.
So with that, another kill for the Nyx, off of the Nyx assassin. You're mentioning Watson, of course, that Battle Fury still not enabling this PA to join in on the action. Celery also has an early shard lined up, which we would love to see on this Lich. 1300 HP with double fluffy hats. Can you stack hats? Does that work? Doesn't work in our country.
Yeah, because you guys are immune to cold, but yes, you can. You can stack hats, you can stack your... you know, your clothes as much as possible. We are not all...
What about a fluffy mask? That could work. Like a balaclava.
I mean...
I don't even know how to pronounce it. I have no idea how to pronounce that word.
I have no idea what that word is, so that's completely fine.
It's a ski mask.
Okay, okay. Then the ski mask. That's it. Either way, though, coming back to the game, Celery is being eaten by wolves. This is through the freaking frost shield.
Yep. And they have to bring 3 heroes to clean them up. So those wolves are going to be a serious issue for Gaimin Gladiators supports. And as you can see, the Ghost Scepter is already lined up to protect against them. And I'm also curious. When are we going to see a nullifier on either the Dawn or the Lycan? Because those are your support killing items in a game like this. While Watson's in big trouble and Amar will take him down. Ace almost made it there to the occasion. Celery coming out as well. The Frost Shield stuns, and Ace is getting stunned by the Scorched Earth, and they cannot catch Amar's Dawnbreaker, and instead they're going to suffice with a crit Nyx Assassin. So crit saves the life of Amar.
They almost got nothing out of that one because they were completely ignoring the Nyx. They knew that he was just trying to poke them so that he dies instead of them. But either way, a big victory for Falcons. And this is the thing. We saw the Dawnbreaker picked after the Doom. They thought, you want to use this Dawn aggressively. And that is exactly what Falcons have been doing for the entirety of the game. There wasn't a single responding Solar Guardian. Every single time that they have it, they just go for a play. I'm loving how they understand how they need to play this game, because it's working out really well. Here comes the Wolves. Hello, Celery.
Yep. Global howl, by the way, during the nighttime. And Celery is like, well, I cannot deal with these wolves, and this is probably gonna, if we can see his player camera, you could probably see a bit of a sigh there. This is just gonna repeat over and over and over again.
Oh my god, imagine dying like that. It's, I mean, everybody who's playing pubs right now versus Alpha Wolves doesn't have to imagine it. They live it every single day.
Some people do. Some people do. That's why this Lycan is a pesky one. And it is, and also the thing about what people see as a big strength on this Lycan, Howl gives you assist gold. So it works as a kind of budget Midas, maybe even better than Midas if you find a lot of kills with it.
And there it is, the evasion of the Wolves.
Mar trying to pressure a tower. Gaimin Gladiators sending in the numbers. Hello. They are going to get a multitude of spells off. The Nyx Assassin doomed away as Amar's fate is doomed.
You know when you hover over the scuttle, it says going fast. for the next assassin. That is literally what it says. Quinn, they're hunting him with wolves. There's the hamstring.
Now straight onto Celery, the nightmare
He has a
continues.
no
This
scepter.
Lich is just not having a great time. But maybe the other cores are in trouble too if Gaimin Gladiators are able to respond. But they won't be able to get that Phoenix in time. Shapeshift used in bottom, and here comes an even bigger wolf. So, Skitter jumps straight on top of Tofu. Cleans every one of those chickens. Those are just meat for the wolves. This Ace is being now chased, broken as well, and the dot damage is too much for him to deal with.
Would have been an even easier one if crit connected with the stun there, but no, turning into a chicken when being chased by a pack of wolves usually isn't the best course of action. Of course, the Shadow Shaman doesn't have much choice with the Cluster Cluck. Overall, though, Falcons have overtaken this game completely. It is Gaimin Gladiators are waiting for Watson right now, but a lot of their plans for the early game have been shut down. You haven't taken any towers with the wards. You really haven't been forcing out the Solar Guardian defensively and then just pulling out. No big grabs, no big movements from the Earth Spirit. Falcons have shut down every part of your lineup, apart from this PAS. They kill her a couple of times, but she's still up there in terms of net worth.
A waiting game indeed again for Gaimin Gladiators. Hope they can get Watson alive.
They're bringing in heroes.
They are bringing in heroes. The scan will also connect onto the Shaman, and a
Defensive
protective egg there for Skitter. They'll smell the burn of the sun. Can they get to Skitter? No, they cannot. No blinks. And Snaking also uses the edge of the map to teleport to safety under the T1 tower. And the Aegis on this Lycan.
Yep, that's it's a nice thing to have. Overall, Lycan isn't the best carrier,
Not
but
really.
You get some experience, you get some gold. That's quite nice. You'd probably like it on your Viper. He's a great hero to hold the Aegis. He loves getting both his HP and mana back, but overall, your enemies don't have it. They're shoving out waves quite nicely. This is
oh dear, Doom.
Again.
Holding on to his life, and
Chain Frost
can't even get enough damage off of the Chain Frost here. And Celery just getting chewed by these wolves. They're targeting Tofu next as well. They do get the shackles off and hoping to get a kill on Amar, but he's just damn tanky. And they will focus onto Watson, who also showed up for the fight, barely gets any damage out. He's gone as well. Was it too early
Wolf
to
is still
reveal
hungry.
the PA? As Lycan's gonna focus onto Tofu. He's going down to Skitter. And Quinn is left all by himself. Damage! He cannot even teleport out alive. That's going to be Falcons cleaning them up. As a full team wipe takes place, Gaimin Gladiators 9,000 gold behind now.
You would assume that Third Spirit has no armor, but he has a Blade Mail. That is a solid armor item to have, and the Lycan just chewed through him super quickly. This is... I mean, the game looks pretty easy for Falcons. The reason because of it is, one, you have the Lycan with the shard shoving in the waves. Two, you have the Dawnbreaker shoving in the waves. And then you have both the Wolves and the Nyx just hunting people down, finding opportunities. It's just almost impossible for Gladiators to play this game. There's too much info that Falcons are getting.
And this Chain Frost is just not doing any damage to the Dawnbreaker. And look at Watson, they're trying to hammer him down on the edge of that camera, but just not enough with the current itemization to even finish the Dawn. And it costs them so much more than they bargained for. So you could say maybe a bit too early to reveal the PA in this fight, because that's going to give a huge confidence boost for Falcons, knowing that even the carry on our opposing side can't do anything to us.
Sometimes you just have this feeling as a carry that your team is losing too much and you won't be able to win. Watson, he's been playing this game for a long time, so he probably feels like he is needed.
And on the hunt again, Howl comes out with a harpoon, and that instantly drops this Doom to half HP. They'll try to combine their stuns. The Nyx is the Doom target once again. They'll chew through Ace, hoping that they could maybe focus on Skitter at some point, but Quinn is left all alone. He wants that Nyx, but he will lose his life, and Watson is being chased as well. Manta cooldown from one more second. Jump to safety on Celery. It will interrupt the Starbreaker, but they're not giving Watson any mercy. Diving all the way to the tier 3 towers and hoping that they could finish him off, but the Shapeshift runs out on Skitter. And Falcons, well, they'll opt for a tower instead.
The Lycan is just completely unaddressed. right? The only thing that you have is the shackles in so many ways on the side of Falcons to cancel that one out. You could see that the Nyx Assassin, he doesn't even care about a big stun of stunning multiple heroes. He had a great opportunity to go for that one. He just understands, I need to stop this Shadow Shaman from controlling my Lycan, and then Skitter will kill all of them. Exactly what happens. He goes... I mean, he already had his ulti up, and as soon as he's out of the shackles, he just slaughters everybody he gets close to.
Tofu, oh, crit finds him in the trees, but he doesn't get that stun out in time.
It even looked there like he got the connection in time, but not the case. Also, while we were looking at the replay, the Shadow Shaman got the shard from the Tormentor, so that's why he has it, and that's why we saw those extra snakes in the fight.
Yep. Alreen opting for the Butterfly next on this Viper to make it even harder for this PA to deal damage to him.
Yeah, I think he's preparing for like level 25. His item choices feel like that on the Viper. It's like, I'm gonna be super strong in the late game if need be. It might not even be needed. The Lycan could do the job on his own.
Could absolutely back yourself up for the later parts of the game. As with ton of Dota being going on here in the last few days, and of course on our sister channel, make sure you have already followed. And if you haven't, !F to follow our Twitch channels, our YouTube channel, Twitter or /X. And of course, Instagram, where we have a lot of updates here on these Fissure tournaments. And we've posted quite a lot of social media content as well, with player interviews, Fissure staff interviews as well. Some interesting storylines that you probably, if you're hungry for Dota content, something to look out for is Crit will find Celery and the Wolves will seal him off. It's a godlike spree now for Skitter.
And if you look at it, the Phoenix, he bought a Hex. He went very, very greedy with his item choices, and you just want to have that initiation tool. I think Falcons, they understand that you can go greedy in this one, get game-changing items. That is a Hex. The small ones you don't really need, because your heroes, in general, do those small things themselves, shoving out the lanes, getting towers, protecting themselves. All of that is taken care of.
Just comes back to the draft as well, that one ban that you have in the second phase. And that they did not properly address this Lycan that did show up quite quickly.
Yeah, as soon as you see Lich Shadow Shaman, what do you think that you want to kill them? So because you already had your offlaner picked with the Dawnbreaker, you couldn't get the Night Stalker. So what is the other thing that Slaughter supports? The Lycan. The third is also a tiny, but that one was banned.
And he's slaughtering this game as well, because Watson can't deal with them. You pop Hightail, you can't even hit the Wolves. All your magic damage into that high magic resistance does nothing either.
They're gunning for the late game. They got a Midas on the Shadow Shaman. I haven't seen that in quite a while.
All right, let's see if it pays off. But right now, Falcons look to press the advantage onto Watson. Tofu there for the rescue as well, but Watson gets to jump out just in time. He's not actually fully safe yet, because there's Amar who arrives to the occasion, and they don't even have everybody here for Gaimin Gladiators. So Falcons, they will relish in this victory, take another 2 big kills, and look to push towards the high ground once again.
It's just looking easy for them, right? It feels like a 2-man show. Nyx Assassin finding them, getting the stun off, and then the Lycan killing everybody. The other 3 are there for the ride, right? Like, do I need the Solar Guardian? Sure, why not? Mallory's like, do I need to come? Well, sure, why not? But overall, Skitter and Crit would probably deal with them themselves.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely feels like such an easy game to execute for Falcons at this stage, when everything has gone your way. But for Gaimin Gladiators, it really feels like there are slim opportunities to find a way back into this one, especially now 13,000 gold behind, and not a single team fight's gone their way. You're still playing this PA lineup to the last.
Yeah.
But what do you need to get to solve this game?
Well, there's one more thing that's coming their way, or 2 more. Both of them on the PA, level 18, and the BKB. Both of them are going to be there in just a minute or so, maybe even less. So once you have the BKB, once you have level 18, you are going to go for a fight. If it turns out to be a disaster once again, at that point you're thinking about a GG, but not before it.
Win spotted by Amar. farming right next to each other on the dire side of the map. Quinn's going to quickly teleport back home.
He kind of doesn't
recognize that he's no longer safe here, and of course the break of dawn happens at the same time.
Amar is buying a Bloodstone. Not something that you see too often on a Dawnbreaker, but he is gonna go for it.
Dire are scanning.
Very interesting item choice overall. Falcons, they're in a smoke. They want to establish themselves on the map. So why are you smoking as soon as the Roche can spawn? Because it's not so much about getting the Roche right now. It's getting to an area where the Roche will be. And you know it's going to be a Radiant side Roche. So you just get there, you put good vision. If you get a fight and you win it, sure. But the most important thing is preparing for that looming Roche fight. It's going to be next. But overall, Panda, we might just actually see a huge fight. Because it is brewing here around Roche Pit.
If they connect, Gaimin Gladiators putting their wards down. Watson was already scouted by the next assassin standing on the twin gate position. And exactly
Perfect
scared
scan
of that scan as well. Another smoke coming in. The Wolves only see Watson. But if they're looking at any potential auras on those creeps, and now also the Wolves showing Tofu and the boys, and they will also smoke again on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. There's only so many left in this current time of being, as Skater's gonna get jumped on in the backline. Is it enough? Ace was thinking about the Doom for a second. He's got it out, and they will be able to clean Skitter away. They will instantly buy him back. Snaking's also gone. Gaimin Gladiators giving them absolutely everything that they can. Watson's BKB charges burnt out completely. And Marine is fighting it out, and here comes Skitter joining in the fight again, but they don't have their Viper, as they've lost a couple already. Huge stun there from Amar, but isn't enough. Watson has survived. Dieback on Skitter. Crypt on the Hoker high ground as well. Amar decides, I've seen enough of this fight. I'm going home, guys. Do whatever you want with that Roshan, but Gaimin Gladiators, wow. How... you explain, Harry. I mean...
This is how you find the Lycan, you kill him before he uses the shapeshift, you find the Phoenix, you kill him before he uses the egg. Goodbye team fight. That egg has been a big deal for Falcons. That is the area control, something that doesn't allow you just to continue chasing. But this is what we were talking about, the timing, the level 18 and the BKB of the PA. They change everything, they change the game, and they're gonna get the Roche as well, because it's gonna spawn right now as we're watching this replay with Falcons being slaughtered after 30 minutes of eating their opponents alive.
And look at Watson's HP. Huge stun there from Amar onto 3, and he's got like 100 remaining. He gets the blink out, an instant blur, and then focusing on Skitter, who gets stunned right after. And 100 HP on Watson, when in the previous 2 or maybe even 3 fights that he's been taking part in, hasn't really been able to kill anyone. Now he's surviving through 6 kills. Well, 5 kills in this case, because Amar, he got out.
They also got a gem from Falcons from that fight. Everything going their way. Of course, this game, Falcons, they're still in an okay position, but a late game PA, you don't want to go up against that. Plus, he doesn't have to use the BKB super early in the next fight. And he still has his 8-second BKB, 34 minutes in the game. That is a huge thing to say.
A game that has looked so far being completely in Falcons' command, and we also quoted it a bit. How do they make it look so easy? But there is spark of life on the side of Gaimin Gladiators through this PA on Watson. There, we just wait patiently for the Carapace to run out.
Pushed him down.
Managed just to push Watson away, but Ace will still finish him off. And Nyx is out for 50 seconds. Still all of the tier 2 towers, and 34 minutes, there's still a tier 1 in mid.
Yep, and you know what? The guys who haven't taken them down, they're the ones with the momentum. They're the ones that are holding the reins at the moment. That is the funniest and the most interesting thing of all.
Now mid lane completely pushed into their base. Quinn teleports home to push it out. The Wolves are causing some serious issues to these buildings, and I believe this is what the Lynx is going to continue to do. Celery is getting so unlucky with that ulti. It bounces into a neutral camp of all things.
I wouldn't have gotten
Earlier on today, we saw Cuckoo land some amazing chain frosts, but this one is a completely different one. Watson's going to be okay, fending off the Wolf. But will Falcons get chased to the high ground? Ace, He's pondering on it, but he's just posturing aggressively in the river, making sure that this fight will no longer stand. Oh, poor Celery. You gotta feel bad for the support players. Like, guys, I got them. Oh, where's my ulti going?
Yeah, you don't feel sorry for a Lich right now, right? Because we've seen the Lich a couple of times in this tournament, more
And
than a
you
couple.
call yourself a support player, not feeling bad for a support player. Damn, what a hypocrite.
Yeah, very much so. You know, at some point you think, can we just see this Lich die, please? And there it is. It does go down. But yeah, that was very unlucky. You know, in those situations, you really curse your own destiny.
So 35 minutes into play, kills almost even. 8K lead for Falcons, a tier 3 advantage. Bottom lane is open from that Radiant base. But for the first time in this game, Gaimin Gladiators feel like they can actually do something. Like, quite a lot said.
Take the mid lane tower down. Also, Watson, he just finished his Satanic, and there's an Aeon disc on the Shadow Shaman, meaning he kind of effectively has 2 Aeon discs, one at 70% and one just before he goes down. So that is quite huge for a Shadow Shaman. He's definitely not going to be an easy one to kill. So what this is going to allow for you to possibly survive through the egg, and we saw what happens when Falcons don't have an egg in a fight. So if you go in to the fight, you even catch some of the supports, it signals that you should put the egg down, and then suddenly everybody on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, or most of them, survive. Egg pops, and then you turn the fight around. It's quite a real possibility. I like that itemization from the Shadow Shaman.
Quinn has been on base defense duty for who knows how long now. You can forget about the times that he was farming those dire side top half camps, because he's been blocking top, he's been blocking mid. They lost the tower as well when they took the mid T1 away from Falcons, because these waves are just constantly pushing in like mad. These wolves are a true nuisance. You still want to make plays around the map, Watson. They need the Doom close by. If they see Crit just quickly blinks out. TP's back home, he's gonna be all right.
Doesn't want to play with that. Also, there's a nullifier on the Lycan. Finally, he got it, so that Aeon Disc might not be as valuable. And of course, the Frost Shield. The Frost Shield in a previous fight, he definitely saved the DA's life. The Lycan would have been able to finish him off.
It certainly has been a big game changer for Watson to live a little bit longer.
Oh, this is huge. The Doom having the Aghanim Shard, especially because you are going to be doing a little bit more damage, because there's the Lycan Wolves as well. Not a lot versus their magic resistance, but at least some of it is going to be coming back to you with HP. Very important to have a tanky hero that can go forward to give a little bit of vision. So
Waiting for the rune here. He's going to get jumped up by the Hex, and can they burst him down? He's hoping to survive, but it's not going to be enough. And Toku's Aeon Disc also popped right away, and the Wolves are also hamstringing Ace. Rooted up a couple times. Tofu down. Celery again. The ulti just bounces wherever that ulti wants to go. And they will lose 3, and Watson going for the teleport home with his BKB used. Falcons find a way to strike.
It's still easy for Falcons to play this game. You know, despite that big teamfight victory, despite the big timings from the PA, you still have this Wolves shoving in the waves. You still have the Dawnbreaker that doesn't have to be with her team. And it's very hard for Gaimin Gladiators to go for catches. So, not much has changed apart from losing that one fight. The problems of Gaimin Gladiators remain the same in this game too.
And so the first lane of Rax is finally secured here by Falcons. Looking for more. Still 30 seconds for Quinn to respawn. The Shadow Shaman also gone for a moment, hoping that they could force a buyback, but they don't have any. It's only on the PA, only on the Doom.
You've gotten a lane of Rax, you've forced out the Glyph, this is when you go back. We've already seen Liquid, once you and me, we've watched it when they made a mistake and they stayed too long, no reason to do it. Falcons, they're aware, they've already lost one big fight, you don't want another. Versus a PA, it can be detrimental for your health.
Falcons really want to stretch into that game 3. You can see it from all the way they drafted. From all the way from where they went for this draft, this type of play, it is a bit of a replication from game 1 in a way, with Malrine and Skitter getting to play together. Now it's more of a Skitter show, his time to shine, alongside with Crit. Crit having 2 Invis heroes, 2 games in a row. First from the Bounty, now into the Nyx Assassin. And there's a play that they've wanted to execute so badly, and that last game was just them just waiting. When do we activate this lineup? When do we get to play this draft? And we're constantly playing from behind. And now they've been able to do that for a while. And that kind of puts you under pressure on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, that if they lose this game and it goes into a game 3, how do they address a fully reinvigorated Falcons lineup?
Yeah, this is Falcons bringing in some of the old Tundra to Falcons, and it does happen from time to time where you are literally just torturing your opponent. This is torture. It's very hard to play games like this. You do not enjoy it. Even if you win, in the end, you feel drained versus this, because what are you doing all the time? Your calls are not, let's smoke to this part of the map, let's ward here. It's, I'm pushing out bottom lane, I'm pushing out top lane. Guys, we need this lane. Can we go for a smoke? No, there's still top lane to deal with, right? It's very, very hard to play. You need to get like 3-4 moves really well individually to come together and go for a smoke.
Any good tier 4 neutrals? Could maybe save Gaimin Gladiators from a pickle. Or potentially Falcons, make it even easier for them to play. There's the Aviana's Feather, at least for the Lycan.
There's a good one. Like, the Mindbreaker is great on the PA, but usually you don't look at them as like, oh, this is gonna change the game immediately. But last time, this didn't go well for Falcons. Let's see if they've learned their lesson. They need to get the egg
are
off.
popping, and they're gonna get surprised. Celery doesn't want to instantly jump in, and they do get the Doom, but he's the one who just got himself a fresh heart. Watson takes way too much damage, and your carry is gone. 1.5 minutes without your Phantom Assassin. Amar cancels Celery's TP home. And that's free, gone. Falcons. That might just do it for them. With 70 seconds gone, both the carry and the off lane from Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe just a mega situation. Celery buys back because that's pretty much all that they can do at this point.
And Lich is the one that is going to be protecting the Raxes. Obviously, you cannot nullify them, so having the Frost Shield on them will most definitely help. But look at Malrine. This is before he's level 25. Speaking of which...
It's not even Skitter pushing, it's his Wolves and his Viper.
Dawnbreaker does have level 25, and Amar went for the Celestial Hammer fast. Look at how fast that travels and just how long.
When waiting in the trees, they have a 30-second timer to wait for their cores to come back up, the Doom to be there. They will at least focus on Amar, but Amar's like, I don't care, I'm just keeping them busy here.
He has 4.5k HP with a Bloodstone and a Doctrine Core. You're not killing him.
Nope,
that's Mega.
They're definitely not killing him.
They're not even gonna try.
And that's Mega Creeps. Gaimin Gladiators, they're just gonna have to submit to their fate. As they have been playing this game from behind, but now even more than that. And Falcons, they set their sights towards the Roshan pit.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, they feel like they still have a fight in them, but I don't know how they leave their base. They've had troubles leaving their base when there were no Raxes being taken. Now you're dealing with Mega Creeps, you're dealing with the Alpha Wolves, all the lanes are coming in, and Falcons, the only thing they need to do is find an opportunity to jump on you. Considering that they have the Blink Dagger on the Nyx, the opportunity will eventually present itself.
So much closer to victory here for Falcons, and tying it up, stretch it to a game 3, and keep this series up and running.
It is a level 25 Lycan as well, so he has the extra Wolves summoned.
That might have been a misclick, as yes, Celery reminds that as well. Luckily, nothing of importance was happening.
How do you misclick F9?
I mean, Celery's probably got like 8 micro buttons, I guess, on a Lich. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's hard. Maybe he just moved it to another button, but it's very hard to misclick F9.
But he did, so.
Yep. So you have the cheese right now. You have the refresher shard and the Phoenix we've already seen when the egg comes out. I mean, that's one thing that really we haven't talked about in this game because they never even tried, but they really suck at killing the Phoenix egg. Like, all of their heroes are very...
It's not a very optimal lineup for it.
No, it's the worst ever, right? It's really, really bad. Usually you would have some supports with some solid attack speed. Shadow Shaman and the Lich, their attack speed is non-existent.
Any extra hits you can throw on it, sure, but they don't have the luxury for it, so...
No.
It is what it is. So this is basically just, as you mentioned, torture for Gaimin Gladiators inside their own base. Try to hold back the tide somehow.
Yeah, when you're playing now the Lich and the Shadow Shaman in this game, you've already been bullied by Alpha Wolf so much. You're probably telling your team, guys, can we please call GG? I don't want to play this game any longer, but the cores probably feel like they've still got a chance. So you're going to play until every single one of your teammates thinks that the game is lost.
And so, we continue to watch, and maybe Gaimin Gladiators. What is their real tool out of this one? I mean, I keep asking this question from you, but I'm going to ask it from you again. Like, what is their win condition?
Rapier on the PA. That's kind of how you're looking at it. You're going to hope to get the Rapier. You're going to hope that the Falcons come close enough that you punish them, kill them in every single time in a methodical hit. And then you force those buybacks, they make mistakes, and you win the game. I do think, though, that Falcons are the type of team, because they have Snaking and Skitter, right? They have that Tundra in them, that they're just gonna play this as passively as possible to secure their victory. Because if you play this carefully, if you think about what you need to do, you're not.
It's go time now.
He messed up the Hex.
And they got themselves the Phoenix Caught for a moment. He's got so many silences on top of him, but the Aeon Disc is going to help him purge them all off. And Quinn tries to roll out, and he's got 800 remaining, and he gets to safety. The egg is forced out. There's still a refresher for a second one. The Age is still on the Viper for 2 minutes, so Gaimin Gladiators, they got the jump on Snaking, but cannot quite get the job done because of that Aeon Disc.
He misclicked the Hex, right? He hacks the creep there on Snake. This Phoenix is not gonna die. He now has the Aesthetics Cap. That is one thing that makes it super hard. Aeon Disc, as you mentioned. Refresher Shard, definitely no reason to go for it. So in a fight under really bad circumstances, he can use that Refresher just to have the double Aeon Disc.
And we're about to hit level 25 on the
Universal.
Viper. There we go. So Universal flappity flap. Those wings go really, really, really fast.
So what it should say is plus 100 damage, because he had like 200 and something. And
yeah, it's always been around 90 to 100 what the Viper basically gets from it.
It's insane. There's the smoke.
Not quite the techies damage talent, but
I mean,
a reasonable one.
It depends how many items you have. Which ones?
Ace in a troublesome spot, gets hexed up instantly, and the stun from Crit, and they will blow them both up as they burn Tofu to a crisp. And that's it. The massive push from Falcons.
Well, they're still
Tier
gonna
4
fight.
towers are just dropping. The shard from Malrine is melting these Tier 4 towers. Tofu coming in with a buyback. Quinn is already in peril. They've got Amar held on spot, but as mentioned, he's so tanky. The Ancient is already falling. Watson is down, and Game 3 is a certainty.
Oh, there's the Glyph. They still want to fight.
It's 1 HP still pretty much on that Ancient as the Glyph is ticking. Watson's trying absolutely his hardest, but that will do it. And Game 3 looms upon us in this series. Falcons fights back.
It was 48 minutes of easy gameplay, I think, from Falcons. If you're Gaimin Gladiators after this game, you are exhausted, man. I already touched upon it, but this is something that you hate. It could have been a bit cleaner from Falcons. They did make one mistake there with that fight, but it was a great timing from Gaimin Gladiators. Look at the despair. Dude, I can feel their pain. It was such a hard game to even watch them being destroyed, and Falcons, they're probably discussing a couple of things they could have done better. Because with lineups like this, you don't want to be making too many mistakes. They're hard to make, but if you make one or two, you can very easily lose the game.
Absolutely, that is painful to play when you look at how that Lycan got out of hand so quickly in that game, that those wolves are causing an absolute nightmare for the supports. They're calling in for cores, please help me with these wolves, and it gets worse from there, and they just didn't have a real way in. One good team fight. It's kind of like what Falcons had in Game 1. They had 1 or 2 good fights in that entirely, but a Game 3 definitely looms upon us now, so that is a difficult, like you said, it's a difficult game to kind of get your composure back after such a torture.
yeah, they got tortured for 48 minutes, right? At some point, you're gonna think, okay, guys, did we have enough? Let's just GG out and play the next game. But they definitely showed their teeth to the opponents. You know, when you're not getting completely destroyed, you just kind of feel like you don't know what to do on the map because really there's no plays to be made. Then you are you're thinking that some of the teammates is gonna give an idea of how you're gonna deal with it.
Yeah. And as a game like this, you end up having your Lycan who doesn't really always need to be in the front line of battle with only just 2 deaths in a 50-minute game. Very happy for him in that one. I just feel bad for Celery and his Jane Frost because, man, did they never connect when they needed to. And even if they did, probably wouldn't have changed too much. But 1 or 2 kills probably could have happened thanks to that. So that was, I mean, not because of how he played it, but this was the unluckiest lich of the day.
Yeah, the fate of in this world and even in Dota, it really does annoy you way too much, right? When you're having a bad time, it really does step on you even more. So Crit, I do think that his finds were big, but I just think whoever said pick that Lycan should be given the MVP, because just the Lycan pick in itself versus those two supports won them the game.
Maybe it was Crit's call to do it as well, but as we say that, we have one more game of Dota after the break. Game 3 will decide if it's Gaimin Gladiators or the Falcons who will advance to the playoffs from today's Swiss stage. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. And we have one more game of Dota for all of you folks to enjoy for today at least. That doesn't mean it's going to be the end of the Swiss stage. We still have tomorrow and a whole set of games. And those are going to be either advancing or eliminating. And that's going to be between either one of these two teams, Falcons and Gaimin. One advances today, the other might get knocked out tomorrow when you put it that way.
Yeah, they could. But to be honest, the way that these teams are playing, I wouldn't want to be their opponent. So I think they've got a good chance of both of them making it through. In this series, I still think Falcons probably still the favorites.
Well, let's see if they definitely are, or if Gaimin Gladiators finds their way back into this one. And of course, from Gaimin Gladiators, we had the chance to talk with Tofu. So let's head over to that interview.
Hi everyone, this is FISSURE Playground. We're in Belgrade near a Pioneer Ice Hall. Pioneer is translated as the first one. And today we're having a player who took repeatedly first places on many Dota tournaments. Tofu, welcome. Hello Tofu. Do you agree that the start of the year is rough for your team?
This whole season has been a mess and really bad for us. Obviously not as we expected things to go. The confidence is lost. Like it's just a downward spiral from there, and then I don't know, it was hard to actually get into the turn point. Christmas and New Year's break, we didn't boot camp. It's just our mistake. We didn't play up to the expectations.
For 2 years you were a team with great chemistry, who felt each other, who felt your opponents, and now we can't see that. What is the problem with that?
From the outside it's always really hard to see what's actually going on. Every single player has like a link with all 4 other players. Very small things that throws everything out of balance. Sometimes one guy has a rough period or something is going bad. There's a lot of things coming together where our synergy and chemistry is like obviously not on a high right now, as we've seen from previous qualifiers. I mean, it will get better for sure. I just hope it's sooner than later.
So you made a roster change, you had some time to feel it. What is the atmosphere in the team right now?
Playing to everyone's strength is like everyone has his part, and now you remove one puzzle piece and it's like the piece that fit, it was like this shape.
Yeah.
So now we put a new one and try to put it in there. But now the other pieces, they like have to move a little bit and change form to make space for something new. There's some regret sometimes, but it was just needed. There was a lot going on.
So speaking of Watson, is he fitting your team?
Really happy with him. He's very like humble, nice guy and like very positive. After lost scrims or lost officials, like he will always have the, it's okay, we learn. It's like, we go next game. It's like, it's fine. Like he's honest with that. He's just like, he won't flame or like raise his voice on others, which is nice. And like, obviously everything has like good and bad sides. Sometimes you also need to tell people what's wrong, or sometimes, I don't know, a discussion can get loud. But he still needs to work on his ego and confidence in a way, because that's just something that carry players usually bring with.
The other teams did roster changes. What roster change do you rate more?
And what comes to mind first is like Vision and BetBoom are looking really good. Like everyone needs time. You never know how good are people gonna fit, is the team gonna work, how they are gonna improve over time. Like everyone has potential. Every team at this tournament here, they could win a tier 1 tournament at some point, but you never know. Is it now? Is it end of the season? Is it next year?
I want to know, what are your personal goals for this season?
I mean, there's a lot going on from in life to Dota, how I got used to the whole pro thing and traveling and routine. I want to try to find a better balance that like I have more quality time that I can spend with my friends also outside of Dota, and then obviously win some more tournaments. I just want to win and like keep proving what I'm worth, what our team can do. It just got known today that TI is going to be in Hamburg, Germany, where I'm from.
Yeah.
So that gave me a little extra boost, whereas like 2 TIs in a row we got second. I still want to win it.
So that was Tofu from Gaimin Gladiators. Thank you, sir, for this interview. Best of luck on FISSURE Playground and on your own TI in Hamburg.
Thank you, man.
Tofu, obviously, teams, when they have roster changes, there are good reasons why they happen. Even with the storyline of Dyrachyo being the carry player of the team, they needed something fresh, they needed something different. And then Watson stepped in to fill in the shoes, and I feel like him trying to explain the whole puzzle piece system, it is something like that. You just have to jam that piece into that puzzle and hope that it sticks and works.
Yeah, sometimes it happens a little bit easier than what has been the case for Gaimin Gladiators. Also, we might have gotten some spice there, because why would you talk about he doesn't scream when we lose, right? Is it maybe talking about what happened back when Dyrachyo was in the team? I mean, we can only speculate, but it does leave the option open.
Maybe it does. But you know, teams, they built their chemistries, their cultures. Team cultures are very different. Like we can basically, we got like a good touch on that a couple of months back when we heard more about the comms between teams, what they discuss outside of game and inside the game. And for Gaimin Gladiators, obviously a super competitive environment for this team that has had so much success and wants to get back on track with it.
Yeah, for sure. And I really like that interview. I really think Tofu gave us some awesome answers. I don't know if you're noticing it, but is it just in our tournament that players are more open to talk about even about some things that used to be kind of hush-hush in a team environment?
Could be. Good interviewers or players feeling more comfortable talking about these topics for once. And I think that is the transparency that's good. I mean, the audience loves banter. And obviously you need to give it to them as well in good fashion and good ways, as we have seen so far. But I'm happy that we're finally talking about these things as well to the global public. Good or not, I think they're still worthy discussion points. For you folks out there, remember, this is your last time for this evening to vote for your favorite team, who's going to take that playoff spot. You've got !F for the Falcon fans and !G for Gaimin Gladiators. 1-1, the next game will decide their fates.
You know what, Panda? I got my prediction right after...
You did?
Yeah.
Finally.
Finally. After freaking first day where it all like first game, second game, third game, and then just a cold shower for me. But yeah, I got it back. So
Chat, you and I, we need to up our game a little bit here, because we've got a couple of them wrong now, but we'll bounce back.
Dude,
I believe in you guys. We're the hero of the people, right?
Yeah, look at that. Gaimin Gladiators, that interview seems to have elevated the audience view of them, or am I maybe just speaking too soon?
Maybe. That vote will live throughout this draft, and we'll see what it finally ends up being. Now we're at 50-50 for a second as well, so spicy, definitely indeed. But happy to have all of you folks here. It's been a long Dota day. A lot of best of threes have been going on, and of course, max distance, as I think you caster cursed nicely earlier on today, that we might see all full 3 games from all of our 3 series.
You mean caster
on
blessed?
Stream. So we could say cursed or blessed, but we're happy that you guys have been sticking here with us on this long trip. Of course, tomorrow we'll find out our final teams to join in for the tournament's playoff stage. But now we're waiting for the draft to load up and see what happens with Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators. Has your opinion changed at all since the start of the series, when we put the comparison of, is Falcons looking like the hotter team or Gaimin Gladiators? Has it been phased by what you have seen in these last 2 games?
Coming into the series, I looked as Falcons as a solid favorite for it. I still see them as the favorite, but maybe a little bit less. Before this series started, if I would have to say how it's gonna end, I'd say 2-0 for Falcons. But just because, I mean, Tofu said it in his interview, it hasn't been looking for them good lately, but I feel like they're doing actually pretty well in this LAN, in a way that they're playing Dota, and it showcased even in this game too. They just got put into a position where it's very, very hard to play Dota, and I think if they get themselves a better draft compared to what Falcons have, or better tools to deal with what the Falcons have, that they've got a decent shot at winning it.
A pretty grueling game too, definitely, for Gaimin Gladiators to spend most of the time in their base, or at the vicinity of the base at least. Maybe now things could open up a little bit more for them, but that also means, what does Team Falcons have in store for this draft? We're getting rid of the Bristles, the Dooms, the Alks, the DKs, And now it's a question of the Tinies, the Nixes and the Dawns.
Gaimin Gladiators turn
Well,
Maybe all of them.
Well, no Dawn. I mean, Dawn worked amazingly well for GG in Game 1 and then for Falcons in Game 2. I think it's only fair in the series that it gets taken out because it has proven to be very strong for both of the teams. So I'd rather not have it.
Also the Magnus removed by Team Falcons. So now, what does Gaimin Gladiators really want to get in their first phase? Because most of the time, I mean, we're looking at teams boldly picking cores in the first phase, not really caring too much if what are we saving for the later parts of the draft. They just want to lock it in right away with this current system. And maybe we just straight up see something like the Tinies in the pool, so Gaimin could take it for themselves.
They could, but something like a Pugna is a hero they've gone for, but they'll take the Phoenix. Okay, so they want to open up with the support. Really, Phoenix was a big part of Team Falcons' victory. I mean, we saw the only fight that they lost. Why did they lose it, Panda? Phoenix died without using an egg. If you used an egg there, even with the Lycan going down, that fight could have gone different because Lycan did buy back. But when you lose both of those heroes, then you're gone with the fight as well. So I'm liking that GG took this for themselves.
It's a big change in the fight when one hero is suddenly missing or doesn't get his ulti off and didn't even have a buyback to return to that one. So you are absolutely right about that one. Quinn did a lot of heavy lifting in that particular team fight. So we're going to go back to the Pangos. And now, of course, the Bloodseekers come to mind. The Primal Beasts will probably maybe also go into the minds of some of these coaches drafting for their players.
I think Falcons are done with playing the Pango into the Seeker unless they want to pick it on the first pick in the second phase. They're not gonna let it through. So last time I think they knew that the Seeker was gonna get picked up, and they just thought that they had a lineup around it, that they were baiting their opponents into a bad situation. Even I thought about it, and well, it ended up kind of disastrous for them.
Wolves need no armor, so no Lycan into this one either. Banned out by Gaimin Gladiators.
10 seconds remaining.
Not really looking... I don't think they're really looking at the Viper ban at all. Like, that hero just... It shows up if it does. Maybe more into the final phase, if anything. But could Gaimin maybe angle... Obviously, they don't have to pick first, but towards the Morta direction again? Or are we looking at Tofu playing the Phoenix and we're looking for Celery with something?
No, I'm thinking Tofu might get something that has a stun, right? If you play Muerta Phoenix, it could put you in a very uncomfortable position, especially because Ace isn't like known for like a Mars or a Centaur, right? That is not what you think when you think Ace. So I think Tofu might play, you know, his Hoodwink, his Shadow Shaman, something Lion, something along those lines.
Something just tells me that I really don't like Shadow Shaman into Pango.
Yeah, it's kind of not great because the Pango uses his Rolling Thunder before getting into the fight, so it can be problematic. But on the other side, I mean, if you have good vision, if you find him, taking him down from 100 to 0 is a possibility. Shadow Shaman is one of those heroes where it goes both ways a lot of the times. It depends on your timing of the blink. It depends on what you have in your lineup compared to the other side. It can work versus almost all heroes, or it can suck versus almost all heroes.
Yeah, I guess it's also a lot about timing of your spells. What time are you casting them in the fight? When do you reveal your presence in the fights? As
they let it through.
Have decided to let the Monkey King go and pick the Ench. So are they suspecting... Can you do Ench versus Chen? That's probably why they were thinking about the Ench. And maybe, I don't know, Beastmasters in the pool could be also annoying to deal with. Pretty good versus the Bristle. Against the Pango.
I don't think there's going to be a Chen on GG, right? I'm still leaning towards this Phoenix being as a position 5. I haven't seen Tofu play it in like ever. And
what about the Beastmaster pick potentially for Gaimin? When they're going for the Ench, is that more like let's not let them have it?
Yeah, I think that's more likely what they were gunning for.
Where have you been, my friend Dusky? As that hero doesn't really get a lot of love these days.
No, he doesn't. But the shards are quite annoying for the Pango to deal with. So that's actually quite an interesting interesting pick. Are they?
Smart pick in terms of interactions.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I guess. But what are they preparing in the off lane that they think that this is a? Oh, it's a core Phoenix. Okay.
All right. So Celery for the Pugna, Tusk for Tofu, and Ace or Watson maybe even. Has Watson been playing the carry Phoenix? I know people play this as a pause 1, so now I'm curious if Watson has had any games in his pubs with that Phoenix.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I don't think
maybe
so.
Ace.
I haven't seen it, so no, it's not Watson. And he's not the type really to go for it. That's really good luck.
That's what I say a lot about carry players, but I still see them playing this hero. That's why I had to double check if he has been doing or playing it in his pubs so far. But or maybe Quinn mid Phoenix.
Quinn played it once 2 days ago, and it was a mid Phoenix. So and Ace played it a couple of days ago as well. So it is a flex definitely between.
Yeah, you can play it in 3 different roles, and it is pretty good. So you're like TAs, for example, heroes that rely on physical damage output early. And if you get solo XP on Phoenix, he is obnoxious to play against in the mid matchup.
Seeker is still in the pool. Not half bad versus a lifestealer. Not half bad in this game. You don't really have any lockdown, and you only have one target for Rupture, being the Pango. Do Team Falcons really feel that they can deal with that Bloodseeker when they go for the Pango? It seems like that's the case, really.
Maybe so.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
Watson Morphling.
Okay, that's...
So we can forget about the carry Phoenix at this point, finally.
Yep. It's going to be between mid and offlane, and we're going to be finding out on the 23rd pick, most likely, unless it's another flex. Morphling is generally pretty good versus the Lifestealers, so that's quite nice. It's though I'm not like the biggest fan of the Pugna Morphling. I think you get smacked by similar type of heroes, which is like unexpected burst going your way. So now you have to ban a lot of things like a Shaker, a Lina, anything like that jumps you and just annihilates you.
And you're also letting go of your flex as Gaimin Gladiators on 23, so Falcons will get to finish things off. But you don't have to let go of your tickets, and make sure you get yourself some tickets as well with !ticket and to chat for our finals event next weekend here at Belgrade, Serbia on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. Almost forgot the month, with our $1 million prize pool LAN finals. You want to be here to witness another great tournament. We've had the Dachas in the last few tournaments that have been done by Fissure. Those were great events, and they're only getting better from here. I'm really excited to see what happens at the venue next weekend here in Belgrade. So do join us with !ticket.
And there's the Shaker ban. I think the other one might just be a Tiny from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. You don't want to be dealing with that one, though. Tiny wouldn't be half bad for Gaimin Gladiators, right? If you look at Bounty Hunter lineups, they love to run at you. Avalanche is just so good. I keep repeating it at dealing with that, and you definitely need some blink initiation. But for GG, they're lacking vision, and Tiny hates to play without vision.
They have no protection on the egg either. That egg just gets destroyed. Hence, probably why they want to play it in a core position to get him faster levels. Level 12 Phoenix Egg is something that Falcons can't contest anymore. When he gets that timing. Of course, after that, when you have items, attack speed, everything gets easier. Lifesteal with Rage, but you have no protection for it. So I'd be happy with a mid Phoenix, but I think your offlaner needs another ulti. They're still you already mentioned the Mars before, but would that be something Ace would be willing to play?
Yes, he would. I don't know if you remember when Gaimin Gladiators picked up this lineup. Puck ban is a great one because there's going to be a tiny ban.
You talking about the first game they ever played under the organization?
Yeah, and
they picked a Mars.
They picked the Mars, and they never played the Mars before that. So, you know, it's because there's this gladiator.
They never admitted to it.
Yeah,
they never admitted to the gladiator helmet.
It's a gladiator helmet. And
or
that's why they picked
Myrmidon
the
helmet,
Mars.
however you want to put it. But still,
they even tweeted about it.
It was a sign. It was a signal because that's why we thought they're doing it for their brand new signing at the time.
We know they are, but Ace doesn't like playing that hero, so I think no. Right,
And they're thinking he's rather going on the Phoenix and just banning out Quinn heroes.
Yeah, I'm thinking you just get like a Storm on Quinn. Does he want to play a Storm? Yeah, probably not.
I really want to see Quinn play on the Phoenix because it's so much better as a core when you're getting solo XP.
Gaimin Gladiators.
And if you're playing Phoenix, Tusk, I just don't know if that one works. But it's going to be the Sniper, so I think that locks things in for us, that Ace is the one to bring up the Phoenix.
I'm just checking if there's a tiny ban, and there's no tiny ban. I'm pretty sure you want to go that route, or is there like an Amar hero you can go for? I mean, they can pick a Mars themselves, but generally it's not that great versus the Morphling. So yeah, I'd like a tiny.
Is Invoker still in the pool? Because that's what I was thinking.
It is. It's actually not half bad, to be honest.
It's not half good either if it's not half bad.
Yeah. That's how the saying goes, Panda. That's how the saying
I
goes.
know.
Yeah, but I won't burst. So that's why I'm leaning towards the tiny, right? Because I see a Pugna, I see a Tusk. They really don't want to be playing versus that. Okay, so mid lane Pango, and it is gonna be the classic sniper counter. Today we
so be it.
We saw the centaur not really work versus the sniper, and also we saw Quinn on his sniper be 16-0-17. So has something changed right now? I mean, sniper generally doesn't love playing versus the lifestealer because well, your headshot doesn't go through debuff immunity.
Yeah, that hurts quite a bit on the hero, but surely you've got so many heroes to throw in. It's 4 melees and a range hero for Team Falcons to throw at this sniper. So Quinn, if he can replicate what he did in game number 1, this will be the lineup to do it against. If you can survive without deaths twice in a series with a sniper, that would be a hell of a feat.
I have to say that I'm not impressed by this last pick. Really, I understand the Centaur is good, but overall, what happened last time when they played the Bounty Hunter? They had all of these heroes that are good at bursting enemies. It didn't work out. So now they switched it up a little bit and went for heroes who do benefit from some farm, but I don't think that they necessarily win 100% versus Gaimin Gladiators in the late games. So, you know, GG who have a Morphling versus a Lifestealer, which is quite nice, that have ways of protecting their heroes with the Pugna, which means that the Bounty Hunter really won't be getting that many kills. They have a Tusk who can sometimes out-roam a Bounty Hunter. I like what GG have. I think they can take this.
You and me both. I really like this Quinn sniper, and he's already done well with it. So I believe Gaimin Gladiators is the path to go on this one. Chat says 59% for Falcons, so there's quite a lot saying Gaimin Gladiators, but the majority saying Falcons. So
yeah, but we're the experts.
It's your points on the line. We are both going with Gaimin Gladiators on this one. So let's see how things roll out. I mean, I'm just going to hope for a great sniper performance from Quinn. He's got so much stuff to dodge this game with all those heroes running in at him, those melee heroes. If he can pull it off somehow, this would be the game. But for Falcons as well, excited to see how they fare with this one. Amar Centaur, how annoying can he be to his opponents?
I mean, he can be very annoying, but the thing is that it actually is a lot easier to itemize as a sniper in this game. Both the concussive grenade and the Hurricane Pike are the way to go. You might not even need a BKB in this one in particular, and that does open up a lot of freedom for you as a sniper. I mean, if Quinn can replicate his game 1 performance, it's in the bag.
I'll let the best team take this one, as it is the final game of the night at the Swiss stage here. Day number 3 out of 4. Tomorrow, things end for the Swiss brackets. We'll find out our top 8 teams. 8 will get knocked out. Some of them have already fallen on the path here for that $1 million prize pool. And on Tuesday, playoffs will kick off. So not that much Dota remaining in between.
Oh, Thunderbolt on the Pango. I haven't seen this one much ever since it got nerfed, because now even when you go for the Rolling Thunder, even with the Thunderbolt, I almost see no difference. It used to be such a huge difference. Now it's like barely.
The funny thing is, like, we don't see a difference, but when you play Pango and try it out, oh goodness, double jump feels so clunky. It's good, it's better to some extent, but when you try Thunderbolt, you still feel the speed, the need for speed.
Yeah, Pango has been the type of hero. His facets have been the type that, okay, double jump is too strong, everybody's getting it, nerf it a little bit. Then everybody goes for Thunderbolt, then they nerf that. Then the double jump again, then they nerf that. They're just going to continue nerfing his facets, and in the end, it's going to be worse than it used to be.
So let's see how this one goes. Last time we had the Pango in the off-lane position when Quinn was playing mid-sniper. And now, that was the Lina versus the sniper, right?
Oh, they're gonna go for snaking.
One, maybe a first blood potentially here for Gaimin Gladiators, as Ace will be able to score this one. And tag team is seriously no joke. That also goes through Rage, so Skitter is in for a pretty rough time here in the lane if they can find more and more kills. This is the strength of the Tusk. That tag team facet is pretty spicy. Still with, we don't see it, this offlane TB a lot these days. It was a thing of the meta not too long ago. But with TB and the Tusk, that is also still a pretty deadly offlane duo, so I like that they can make things work out with this Phoenix.
Yeah, so it doesn't go through debuff immunity, so it is physical damage, but it does not pierce debuff immunity, unfortunately.
But the slow should work, right?
Not even the slow, I think. Not even the slow. We're gonna find out. The damage definitely doesn't go through. That's what I'm certain of.
Because if I remember correct, the slow still goes through and the Lifestealer can't run away. But time will tell. Time will tell.
Overall, Tofu here has a really hard job in the game, because there's one downside to the Gaimin Gladiators lineup, and that is that their lockdown kind of sucks, right? So this Tusk with his shards and with his Walrus Punch is really going to be needing to control Falcons in a good way, right? So he goes in, he is the damage that he brings to the table needs to be enough to burst down one hero and then get really good shards to go for another, right? Because the defensive capabilities of Falcons are quite nice. They have fast heroes, easy to run out with them, and of course, in the end, you have a stampede if need be to bail out somebody.
We're going to see a lot of early stat items as well on pretty much both sides. I think these two teams are quite heavily known for not greeding their way through into the next big item, but instead emphasize a lot in what happens in the lanes. So we're going to see a lot of Bracers, we're going to see a lot of Wraith Bands.
Of course, yeah, it's just those types of heroes. You're 100% right. Also, did you see Snaking? He found the Ogre Frostmage. Unfortunately, he's not a Chen. He's only an Enchantress, so that does run out, and the extra armor will be taken away fairly soon. So Gaimin Gladiators, they decided to be passive in the lane until that creep goes away.
Yeah, not waste too many resources here on an attempt that will probably not work out so well. But at least the Phoenix here in the pause 3 roll off to a good start in terms of CS.
By Courier.
And there goes a Courier, indeed, snatched by Crit.
A nice item to take away Band of Elven Skin. That is a solid amount of agility that the Morphling won't have. Usually the Morphling, as you get more levels, more items, you start CSing way too much. And guess what, Panda? Quinn is continuing to do well on the sniper. He's crushing the mid lane. I mean, as expected, the Pango isn't really a hero that deals like really well, at least laning-wise, with the sniper.
Yeah, sniper's pretty obnoxious to play against the mid lane matchup. There are a lot of heroes that could pair up to the capability the sniper has, but I still see people falling short in just losing their sentry in the lane. Like, that is, like, for some heroes, maybe take a Sand King. If they don't get their D-ward out first, they just lose the lane. It's that simple. It's one little mistake can cost them everything. A sniper doesn't even have to lift a finger. Ace will run away from the open wounds with the Icarus dive. That leaves Tofu alone in the lane for a moment here, but
some PTSD from the Wolves once again there with the Alpha Wolf. It's actually so much damage that is being done early on, and I think he didn't respect it. Phoenix is a hero with very, very low armor, and we could see just how the Lifestealer and the Alpha Wolf almost brought him down.
you could even bring the Little Wolf into this lane and roar the moment tag team gets popped, and suddenly you're not doing as much damage on the target you want to. Tofu attempts to get the shard block on Skitter, misses by a little bit. Snaking is instantly recalled back into the lane, but not able to deal out any extra damage onto Tofu.
I mean, the thing with the Wolf might happen, but it doesn't really reduce the damage of the tag teams, so it's just going to be reducing the damage of the right clicks of the Phoenix and the Tusk. So the level 2 tag team is still going to be problematic. Though for now, it is going to be the Harpy Stormcrafter. It's just zapping around in the lane, and there is no stick charges, obviously, versus a Lifestealer and an Enchantress who's crazy enough to buy it.
Might as well slow it down then. Top net worth currently for the Scent and the Sniper here. First 5 minutes of play with only 1 kill. We have been very cautious with our kills in this series in the early minutes.
Yeah, reminding me of Eastern European Division 2, that we used to cast at minute 7. They break the truce and started killing themselves. Though, to be honest, Falcons have been in the first game. They didn't have a kill for what, like 12, 13 minutes. It's quite a lot.
Could almost say that getting rid of a tower also took quite a hefty amount of time. Skitter, most of the time just finding Ace alone in the lane, and the attack speed slow. He's able to punch through it. One more extra hit would have done it, but the Ench is nowhere nearby, and now there's an extra reinforcement. That is Malrine. Going straight to Tofu, rolling Thunder, but he's going to jump right over that ice wall, and he's going straight for the Phoenix. One more connection, and he's got Ace, but he needs to land it. And of course, through the right clicks, they'll do it, because, you know, you need to take this man's driver's license away from Malrine.
Yeah, those were awesome shards, and it doesn't matter because he just jumps over them. And yeah, 7 minutes in. Eastern European DPC Division 2 from 3 years ago. That is what we're watching here right now here at the FISSURE Playground. But very, very good rotation from Malrine. Everybody is looking at him to make these plays, because he is the early killer for his team.
Nikes would just love to have a good time. He's built the Orb of Corrosion that is flying on the courier right now for Skitter. Get that extra attack speed, and most importantly, that extra armor. Were there to be a gank, for example, and give him that extra tankiness to survive. While a bit of traffic down the mid with Tofu Celery running into Snaking and his skeletal minions.
Yeah, coming back to the Lifestealer point, so when you get phase boots, you instantly become like 3 times stronger in the lane, and then you just want to continue dominating this lane. Okay, they really want to kill Ace.
He got a lot of slows here, and Snaking comes in as well. 3 versus 1 Celery. He's got the Decrepify, and Ace will live for now, but the dive is still going through, and now Quinn's like, okay, that's enough. Time to do something about it, but he doesn't actually TP all the way through. Not sure if that wasn't actually cancelled, but Malrine does get hit by the snowball by Tofu. Malrine goes straight on top of the Sniper. Realizes how much damage he's doing to a Sniper with... Did I see correct that he's got 20 armor?
On the Sniper?
Yeah, but Celery's dying meanwhile, as he's gonna decrepify himself for the time being.
Help is coming.
But Skitter and the boys still looking to find another kill, as they already repeated this move just a moment ago, and still repeat that that play to find a second kill. So yeah, I looked at Sniper having 10+10 under his own T1 tower.
Yep. Sniper does have a lot of armor, right? That is why Pango doesn't necessarily do a lot of damage to you, because he's almost exclusively physical damage, unless you buy like a...
And then you got Watson Morphling, who also has the same amount. So all that physical damage from Falcons gonna have to pay off. Crits.
He's waiting for Watson to get low. Let's see if he's going to be doing anything like
Watson
that.
is so patient, knowing that crit's going to be annoying. This is his 3rd game playing an Invis hero in a row. throughout this entire series, Crit has just wanted to stay hidden from his opponents.
He doesn't like showing himself.
Smack.
This is problematic.
First, it's close. Watson. Ooh, 60 HP, and he's still not through it.
He could have escaped, but he went for the kill. The adaptive strike also got dodged there by the Shadow Walk, and that is
Watson.
a very unfortunate death.
Mistakes have been made. Don't make a mistake yourself and get yourself a ticket to Belgrade, Serbia, ! Ticket for our next weekend's LAN event here in Belgrade. From the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. But yeah, that stings a lot for Watson.
For sure. He was having a solid game on the Morphling. Yeah, he was losing the lane to the center, but he himself was getting a decent amount done. And, you know, that Bounty Hunter was on his backside for like a minute, just following him around and waiting for the right opportunity. And when you are that patient, it eventually presents itself.
You're just hoping and hoping that please let me be right. And it worked out in the end.
Yep, it did. So we're not going to be getting a Radiance Lifestealer. Maybe we will, but only after an armlet. That is, no, there is some overtime damage. So not sure if you want to be playing this armlet. The Phoenix can kill you. Oh, they want to force out the egg.
They definitely do. Centaur Stampede as well. The Centaur running the Phoenix down. He's low on HP, but I think they cleaned up the Centaur just in time. So Ace will, at least with the urn, be able to regenerate himself back to speed. Certainly a scary little moment, but that does put the Stampede on cooldown. And funnily enough, none of the towers are actually in peril here. Maybe Lifestealer has dealt some to the Phoenix T1 on the Radiant side, but outside of that, I don't feel like anyone's tower has taken any damage in the first 11 minutes.
Yeah, but this long laning stage, it really does benefit Falcons. This is what the Lifestealer wants, to stay in this lane forever, and the Phoenix can't really do anything about it. Phoenix, a lot of the other carries, he would be able to bully, not the Lifestealer. This guy just doesn't care, because you're gonna have your rage for every single usage of the Fire Spirits if need be, and you definitely won't.
Oh, these charges just haven't been landing on point.
Yep. I mean, Tofu, but he needs to be on point. He is his team's lockdown. He is the one that needs to make these happen, and that was a kill. He needed to make it count.
Just like the previous one in the lane, maybe on the Lifestealer, could have been close to a kill.
Nice smoke
or at
break.
least plenty enough of damage being dealt. Tofu scouted out, so is Celery, and now the track is online. Quinn is here to make sure that these stacks are going to get cleaned up. Has one shrapnel charge left too.
It's very hard to farm the Ancient Creeps with one shrapnel, so you're better off just staying in the mid lane, shoving it out.
Maybe a level 6 for Celery. How close is he? I think he needs like a couple of creeps. Yeah, so probably they'll just clean this up as 2. They'll get 6 for Pugna, and they'll be ready to reply. What about Falcons? What are they planning on here right now? You've already said like their laning stage being this good has given them a lot of time to get amassed net worth on the Lifestealer. The Pango's feeling good. The Scent is leading as kind of expected, as Scents usually do if they have a very calm laning stage.
So what you want to do with Falcons is get the Blink on the Centaur, which is there right now, Diffusal on the Pango, and you want to utilize those track kills, right? You had a great laning stage, definitely different to what happened in the previous time you played the Bounty Hunter, so it is the track kills that you want to go for. I think they've learned their lesson, and it's not going to be much about who we kill rather than how many kills we can get.
All right, Crit's going to get revealed here. Instant dust, and there's the Sniper ulti on top as Tofu brings in the boys to take down Crit.
I don't like the Spirit Vessel. I'd get 4 staffs, right? Because there's one big weakness on the Gaimin Gladiator side, that is the lack of lockdown. And what is their best lockdown spell? Even though it's not a stun, it's the shard. So just counter those with 4 staffs.
Yeah. Now diving Ace under a tier 2 tower, the disrespect. And Ace is like one hit away from dying, and Amar somehow kills him off with the Blade Mail. Watson is also here, Mulreen with that AD rune. Definitely helps. They would have never done that dive without that rune.
The Diffusal making all the difference, right? Taking away his mana, he just didn't have enough. The egg, it costs 150 and he had like 125. It is very sad. In situations like these, you regret the fact that you don't have a stick or a wand. And versus a lifestealer lane, you don't need it. But inside of the game, it kind of is a necessity. Maybe just buy a mango to have on you, because that is unacceptable that you can't get the egg off.
An invisible infest bomb. Celery well-timed sentry that will instantly show. And are they going to get bamboozled by the amount of HP Crit has? Because that's a kinder surprise right there.
Yeah, I don't know if they were clicking on him overall.
Bottom as well. Looks like there's another engagement in the jungle. Malrine able to get some distance. Quinn and Tofu chasing down the Pango. And yet another missed shard from Tofu.
Oh my god, this is so uncharacteristic for him. It seems that the fatigue might be kicking in.
And Malrine and the boys just charge on top of the Tusk.
Phoenix is here.
Might stop the... I was about to say it might stop the dive, but I don't think it will. Quinn has to get some reinforcements to keep him alive. The egg is forced out. Watson is there, and Skitter will go down as well. So Gaimin Gladiators will punish Falcons for that deep dive. I don't think that was very necessary, considering that they got the Tusk kill, but the greed gets the best of him.
You see a sniper. You feel like this is finally your opportunity to kill him.
Yep, the vibes.
And no, it's just impossible. He still has 0 deaths on this hero in this series, and it really is annoying for you. Man, I don't know what the hell is happening with Tofu. Okay, here he didn't have the range anyways for it, but he has... I remember when Tofu had his biggest glow up, like 2023.
Well, talk about Quinn, that might just be his first death right here. He's able to distance himself for a little bit longer, but there we have it. Falcons will take him down. He's gone in this series on that sniper. Game 1 and now Game 3. Unkilled, and finally they've done it.
Going for more.
So anything is possible now for Falcons. Since they got the first one, you might as well get 10 more, as they're going to be chasing on Ace. Celery trying to keep him alive with the regeneration, but it's not going to be enough, as Celery and Ace will both go down, and maybe even more with Watson being targeted next here. He runs out of mana with that defusal burning him down, and the track still shows where he is. Skitter would like to go in. The whole team was around that T2 tower. But for Falcons, I think they're going to call it this time a day. Take the kills that they can get the tower down from mid, and have a 6K lead at 60 minutes.
And now that tower being down, it's going to open up the possibilities for them even further, making it even easier to hunt down Quinn. And as you mentioned, they finally killed him, and that is during nighttime that the sniper dies, really delaying that 15 to 20 minute timing where the sniper feels like the strongest hero on the map.
How do Gaimin solve these problems that they have at the moment? Falcons is about to hit a moment where they're just snowballing. And again.
Oh boy,
it's really, I mean, as awkward as it is, it's not helping his team's mood.
Yep, I think that last game got to them, not gonna lie. They are... The Gaimin Gladiators, the way that they play Dota in Game 1 and 2, this is just not it. And oh boy, I don't know. I know it doesn't always get to the entirety of the team, but it seems that Tofu is like drained from that previous game.
I hope that they can still find a way back in, but it's surely showing at the moment, as they're going to jump him and take him down. Tofu dead. Amar and Malrine make it look so easy.
Yep, they are really putting in the pressure here, and even the track onto Quinn. He does have the shard.
And they just charge in with the drums. He's taking a long route out of this one to get closer to his teammates, and he's probably just going to drop here. He's got nothing left here. Quinn is out. They will get a kill on Snaking and crit as well, so Ace and a post-mortem kill for the sniper. So it's not a complete waste there from Gaimin Gladiators. They get something out of this trade, but losing the sniper again, those are still track kills.
Sniper needs so much more in terms of items. He needs the Hurricane Pike, he needs the Mjolnir. Both of those are a necessity. He still hasn't queued up the Pike, so maybe he decides that the BKB is the way to go. But I still look at this game and think that he can get away with not going that route, and he might even need to be greedy, considering how the game is going at this moment for GG.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a new shift, and I guess what that is They need to find a bit of success to make them feel like they can do these things again. Because right now it feels like they've either been unlucky, unfortunate, their morale is hurt, their pride is hurt. One might say someone's ego is also hurt. All you need is a bit of success. Things might start to turn around.
No.
But for Falcons, they're not going to let that happen. And as long as they have this grip on them, they have a grip on this game.
I think they're just drained, right? And Gaimin Gladiators, if they can just smack themselves, you know, like maybe throw some water in the face, then everything is gonna be fine. Though washing your face now, I don't know if that would be allowed. So maybe should have done it before, like Jin-Q. Getting closer.
I don't want to
the
say they're
Radiants.
completely drained. I want to still see game. Because a person, when they're having the worst time in their life, they just need to have that one happy moment.
Exactly.
That's what I'm getting at here. Is you need one thing
Smoke will
to
break.
turn it around, but they will find Quinn, and Quinn is just brought to despair. It will grenade everybody around, but it will not do anything to change the story for him. He's out again. Celery cannot get in time to save
There's
him.
the purge.
Morphling will still stick around in the triangle, but he will wait for him to safety. Another 2 kills going in for Falcons.
It just feels easy for them to play right now. They're just so much stronger, and you don't feel like there can be a turnaround from Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators, this lineup of theirs, it needs to be the Tusk running forward with the Morphling, with the Sniper, and you're just killing everybody. You need to be ahead. And considering your lanes were doing okay, there was a possibility for that to happen, but they missed a couple of kills. Maybe on this Tormentor they can change things up.
Yep. Let's see what they can do here. Stampede from Amar. They all get out. Skitter TP's home. Amar blinks to safety, also teleports away. And Falcons make it look so damn easy again.
Yeah,
they have been rocking this game really, really well. They can just hold on to it. Snakey gonna get hit. Watson turning into a lifestealer himself. Hoping to punish Mulreen a bit, and he's so angry. He wants to force a move almost here. But he just doesn't have the tools to keep on chasing.
They might be 9k goal behind, but Watson is still at the top of the network chart. We talked about it. Versus the Lifestealer, the Morphling does well. Also versus the Pango, if you turn into a Pango, the mobility you get is great and can benefit this hero a lot. So this game is still not over. Yes, Falcons are in full control, but the Morphling is still capable of taking this all the way in favor of Gladiators. Not gonna be easy though.
I don't think anybody said it's going to be easy, but Gaimin Gladiators, known from their past, and even the hardest games are winnable. It comes for items. And of course, what are the bigger ones we're looking at here? The Morphlings route, I think, is the most intriguing one, right? Because you have quick Conda options. You could also forget about the Conda, get it later, and focus on other items in between. What do you think? Or what is actually going to be the right path here for Watson?
I think you might even be thinking about a Daedalus. You can see that he hasn't made the decision just yet.
Yeah.
He's putting a Crystallis.
Just the Crystallis,
yeah. Because he's not sure. Kanda would be fine to get that first initial burst, but the thing is that you're dealing with a pipe, so it just makes it a little bit tougher. So you might be better off just being able to constantly output an insane amount of damage.
Sustain damage above the burst, yeah.
That's why Daedalus might be an option for
Snaking
him.
found, and Tofu will be there right on top of him, and even with the 4 staff, it's not enough. This Morphling attacks fast enough to gain benefit from that tag team. So Watson will get his 2nd kill of the game. Meanwhile, Falcons are roaming around this bottom/mid area, completely hoping somebody walks into their vision, and an Infest bomb loading up on Ace. Crits right here.
Ace should know. I mean, he's
There's a TP coming in from Quinn. And Crit, they go in, and they might just have the damage to blow him up. Just a little bit more required. They've got it. Amar will secure this one into the Stampede on Quinn. Amar takes him out for the double. And Gaimin just cannot catch a break.
No, they're being completely stomped at this point. So this is a day and night difference. In the previous time they played the Sniper, they just protected him so well. They had both the Solar Guardian and the heals from the Pugna. Now you only have one. And it's just so much harder to position yourself when Falcons are just running at you like madmen. The lineup of Gaimin Gladiators isn't made to be this far behind. And finally we're seeing a Bounty Hunter coming into play, because 18-8, 23 minutes in, you would have like maybe a 10k goal lead max, maybe even less, but these are the track kills coming into play. They're just making it so easy for them to win these one because they have all of the extra items.
Yep. doubling that net worth, mostly thanks to Crit having that bounty hunter in their draft. Didn't work out in game number 1, but certainly is working out here, and now setting their sights towards Roshan and get themselves an Aegis.
So there's an Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur. That is actually quite cool. So you, who's he gonna be putting in the cart? Who do you think is gonna be getting a nice ride?
Has Snaking earned that honor as the range hero?
Of course he has. But look at him, he has the Hurricane Pike and the drums. He hits like a truck.
Maybe you could also get like I don't know if there's any other good idea to have. An Infest Bomb and carrying an Enchantress. Yeah.
He's higher.
Well, he's coming in. Your Royal Highness, Amar, leading in the charge. As Celery will be the one to drop first. Watson, they will allow him to TP.
They're so helpless.
But they will not allow any other prisoners to escape as they catch Tofu. The Tusk will die in the tree line. And on to the next one. Ace will be spotted and Maureen will go straight for him. They pop the egg.
It's not gonna
everybody is gonna come and hit that egg. Make sure it gets destroyed. Skitter for the triple. Quinn getting killed as well. And that's 4 heroes down from the Gaimin side. And it is starting to feel like there is no hope left. And Falcons are looking to punch a ticket onward. And Maureen, thankfully it is a sound pause. That pause could have meant anything.
No, I think there is a dose of respect between these two teams. But also, guys, if you want to witness it firsthand, how do you do it? You write exclamation mark in the ticket and you come to Belgrade, Serbia, to my hometown to join us in the arena in the Sava Center venue from the 31st of this month to the 2nd of February to watch the best teams in the world battle it out. As we,
by the looks of it, could just be Falcon that's going to be joining in that bunch. If they can make it, of course, all the way to the venue. But at least Tuesday's double elimination playoff bracket might just be secured right here. Gaimin haven't found the required weapons and the required tools to get this game going, and this series is on the brink.
It does look pretty much over. I know that we've seen some crazy comebacks, but the thing is that you have the sniper that is lower net worth than the Enchantress and lower level than the Enchantress as well. I mean, Quinn just doesn't have the game. I don't know who's gonna do the damage here. It's all onto Watson.
Sieging the high ground here. Watson is trying to get to that BKB timing. It's a couple more 100 gold. So he's not joining in for the defense he needs to get that next big item, and I think 1 or 2 more minutes should do, but that does come at the cost of the mid lane, the glyph, maybe even the top tier 2. Waves are pushing in. And they still have 3 minutes of Aegis, so you either fight the Aegis on your high ground or try to find somebody outside the base with the BKB when Falcons are split, but they're really not going to be split.
They're not going to be split. So the way that you're doing this, you're literally just standing your ground and fighting on the high ground. That is the only thing you can do. Being in that position in a competitive game and 99% of the cases means that you've just lost because you are not making any of the decisions.
Well, Falcons are going to wait for Gaimin to step up somewhere, show themselves. Someone's going to have to defend the mid-wave because there's no tier 3 tower and Celery is dangerously close to maybe getting caught. Quinn. Malrain is so ready for action.
Yep.
Waiting for his time to abide. Amar is almost in blink range, and here we go. They're going to jump straight on top of Celery.
No saves.
And also catching the Tusk. Tofu tried to get the snowball out in time, but Celery gone. Buys back instantly. Tofu low on HP. Tusk is out. He might also have to buy back for this one. The egg is placed down, and here's the cart. Amar. He's just using this cart for flair. And Watson is able to get Maureen out of the way. Still BKB and vesseled up, but as soon as that BKB runs out, maybe Skitter's Aegis. But can they get him a second time? Falcons are moving away, and they use the cart as well. Skitter, Rage, TP out. Sure. If you can do that, you're welcome to do so.
he needed another 5 seconds on Tofu to have the wall rush punch, so there was no way that they were gonna stop him. And sure, we saw that the Morphling here, he is doing a lot of concentrated damage, he's finishing people off, but he's basically the only one. And that was just an overdive from Team Falcons. And despite everything, despite them losing a couple of heroes, they're still increasing their gold lead. Because Gaimin Gladiators, they have to utilize their buybacks to
And it all starts from
keep
here.
it alive. Yup. It just feels so bad as a Tusk that when you're playing against these AoE spells, and sometimes when you think you're saving somebody, you're just putting yourself in harm's way as well.
And they just can't seem to, they can't just get a break from Falcons. 2 buybacks then used, and that's the supports out. And we can also see the, they just don't have the damage to fight him. Also the Radiance, the Armlet, maybe a couple misses added into the mix, but he's just really damn hard to kill on this Lifestealer. And now almost has the money for an Ags as well, as Amar is gonna take his buddy on a bit of a trip.
It's gonna be a problem for the Morphling, right? You have this big right clicker, and then you just infest him, and
they want Quinn.
Can't do anything about
They
it.
want Quinn. They saw him on the edge of that ward for a second. He has been walking around that tier 4 tower for a bit now.
He's in a really good position.
He is in a very good position. But that's the only reason he's still alive.
Hello,
and
Celery.
Celery's not in as good of a position.
Get the ward down.
He really wanted that D ward, but he won't get it. And now they found a way to the sniper, and Quinn is gone for 50 seconds. And I think now we're starting to count down the moments for Gaimin Gladiators to have to repeat tomorrow's best of 3. And that will also be an elimination series if they won't be able to take that one. But for Falcons, the course has been turned around, and the reverse sweep is in their grasp.
Yeah, they're
Another
gonna
jump
be...
in on the Phoenix. There's the snowball save. They're going to be pulled in even
What
deeper.
can
As
Watson
you
do?
can see, the shards are on good point here. Watson will able to get some damage out here. Focusing on Melreen. Once that pan go down, he'll get it. But multiple casualties on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, as Amar still looking for another stun on Ace, and Watson can't quite get the connection there. Watson still charges onward. Infest heal onto the crit bounty hunter. He's just going to walk this one off.
Yeah, he's not gonna be going down. The Infest still healing it up, so he's gonna be fine. They wanted to hex the Morphling there, but he got the rage off just in time. So Watson is playing this game out of his mind. It's just that, well, the rest of his team, when it came down to it in the early stages of it, didn't do the same. And now they're in a position where I'm not sure that whatever he does, however well he plays, that he can do it on his own. I was about to say any big items for Gladiators coming out, but not really. If you look at it, it's only Falcons that are bringing out item by item. But this Daedalus on the Morphling, I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but it's one of those items, right? If
it will have an impact.
Exactly.
But how big of that impact is it going to be? That's exactly what we're pondering here. But as long as the game's still rolling and the Ancient is still up, Gaimin Gladiators want to see this one through. Despite the lack of the buybacks on their supports, they want to see this one through. It's just the sniper that can afford his buyback at the moment, while Falcons still in a healthy position. 50 seconds as well for Roche number 2, which probably, unfortunately, Gaimin Gladiators cannot challenge. If they do, I feel like that is too much of a high risk, high reward.
You cannot leave the base, right? You literally have 4 heroes that have no ways of defending themselves. If there is an egg being used in an open area, Falcons are just gonna take it down. Tusk, Pugnas, the sniper, they're just gone inside of a fight. So this is just one of those games where you cannot move away from a high ground, which is a bummer, right? I hate saying this, but it is their best play. When your best play is just to turtle in your base, it is a pretty crappy situation to be in.
Certainly one I wouldn't favor myself to be in right now, but it's unfortunate for the boys. It's just the reality for the time being. 27,000 gold ahead, Team Falcons at the half an hour mark. I mean, the series has been going for a couple hours now, and we're into the late night hours as well here in production. Again, just want to extend a big thanks to all of you folks that have been watching so far. It's definitely been a long Dota day.
And, you know, when the playoffs start, we're going to have even longer ones, 4 best-of-3s on the stream. Imagine if we go the full distance of 12 games, especially once everybody is here in Belgrade, Serbia.
Yeah. But a long-reach kudos to all of you out there at the moment. As Falcons, just a couple more steps required. I mean, they haven't taken any racks so far, just the tier 3 towers. But again, this excruciating reality that already experienced in game number 2 for Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, I think it was a bit too much for them to deal with. And now they have to live the same nightmare again.
It's not really the same, right? If you're looking at what Celery was experiencing in the previous game, yeah.
Is it worse?
No, it's not worse. This is you losing fair and square. Okay, they're torturing them a bit now, but Gladiators had their opportunities. I feel like just they've missed it. And I don't want to dwell on Tofu too much, but if he had a little bit more of a better performance, a lot of the heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators would be a lot stronger, right? Imagine how many kills Quinn would have gotten. Imagine how many kill participations the Phoenix would have gotten.
Yeah, it's a what if.
Yep. It definitely is a what if they just got those grabs. But unfortunately, their lineup that it was good at pick-offing early didn't get any of them.
But they're still holding on to this game somehow, so definitely something that they're looking forward to with this lineup. And who knows, even if Quinn was there, I think you remember he having 16, 0, 17, so a 33 KDA in game number 1 on Sniper, now 7 deaths. But I think it's just making him even more hungry in this one. And there's one player who has not died this game, and it's Amar. The man with the bloody cart. He's just dragging it everywhere with him.
He's a workhorse, right? He works really hard. He's very strong, so that is what we want to see. But overall, you can see how Falcons, man, again, Tundra is oozing out of their gameplay. They probably could go for a little bit of sieging, but they don't feel like it is necessary to risk it. You know, some of the teams, like let's say Liquid, they'd be 10 times already knocking on the high ground, trying to make a play, going a bit aggressively. These guys dove a couple of times. They saw, okay, this guy Watson, he can be a problem. What do? Well, we are gonna choke them out so hard.
Well, these two lads, and of course Malrine have been swapping around tips for quite some time, and now Tofu's going to get spotted. It's been a while since Falcons have found themselves a kill, and that is a track kill. Picked up by Snaking off of Tofu. Scouting around close to the Roche pit as nighttime Roshan. He is back home. And they have spotted Ace, so can he get him in time? Yes, he can. The Thunderbolt facet. Able to turn fast enough to catch Ace. Make that 2 more for Falcons, up to 30 kills now.
Yeah, they're just doing everything methodically. They're waiting for the opportunities, and those opportunities eventually present themselves. When you're constantly shoving in all of the waves, the enemies will get annoyed by it, and they will try to get out of the base more and more just to make sure that their cores feel comfortable while they're farming. So then it gives these opportunities to Falcons. Unfortunately, you did it just before Roche, but we already touched upon it, Panda. GG are not coming out to fight the Roche. They need the high ground advantage to have any kind of shot.
Well, let's see what they can do. Now you have to face off against the banner. You have the Aegis as well, carried by Skitter. So killing this Life Stealer once was already an issue. They did get him down in the previous engagement where Watson got super furious. What's the word I was looking for here? Furious, I guess. But he was able to take him down one time. Almost got the second, but teleported home. Now they're going to have to replicate that somehow. He has increased his inventory size since previously. So we got the Lincolns, the Daedalus, the BKB, the Manta. Right clicks for over 400 damage, maybe even 500 damage to be closer, plus the crits. And with tag team,
yep, he can hurt. He can hurt anybody, for sure. And we have seen that he has been focusing a lot on Malrine. You really can't have that Pango just going in and out of the fights and annoying you so much. But overall, I'm still surprised. Falcons only have 1 4-staff on their side. The Bounty Hunter will get another one, so that's gonna help. But this still gives the opportunity for these shards to really be a big, impactful spell in the game, even though thus far it really hasn't been hasn't been utilized to its full potential.
Smoked up right outside of the base. Falcons waiting for somebody to step too far. Celery has also learned his lesson, not to go too far, but I think this is where the countdown finally starts. The clock is ticking towards the end.
Quinn is getting his MKB delivered. That is a huge deal, right? The sniper finally has a damage item. Now it's not only the Morphling that you're afraid of, but this sniper, if he gets an opportunity, will be doing a decent amount of damage in fights.
It's a big burst, a nice attempt there, but faster reactions coming out from Skitter. Now Tofu's going to get jumped on, hexed up, down to half HP, bursted down, gone. Tofu does have 50 seconds to return, but Celery, Tofu both returning to the fight once again, and the egg, they just run away from it. We talked about these fast strike-clicking heroes the Falcons has to destroy the egg, but they're like middle fingers up in the air. Screw it, we're out of here.
Let's see if Skitter will go for the rage to try and finish off these Draxes. Yeah, why not? It's very unlikely that Gaimin Gladiators can take him down. So he gets the Draxes, he gets out, you wait for the Rolling Thunder, and they're gonna go again. The supports now are not gonna have their buyback, so once they're gone, Gaimin Gladiators will not have a strong defense any longer.
There's just one buyback, and that's also an ace on the whole server.
If you're GG, the saving buybacks right now makes no sense. You're so far behind that every little bit of an item helps you have any kind of chance versus the opponents. So just buy out and go all in. You're already just staying at the base.
The same for Falcons, right? Maximize your output because you're so far ahead. Well, certainly feels like it. Skitter, again, the infest at the last moment. Malrine landing a nice 4-man stun in the backline as well. And almost taking down that Phoenix and almost forcing Ace to put down that buyback as well. But Tofu down, Celery will drop.
It's just too easy.
And they'll just run them down in the fountain. Amar and his cart, the workhorse, getting healed up by snaking. He's getting healed, but is it enough? Is there another infest? There is. They're going to put the life stealer inside the scent, make sure that he lives for another day.
GG
and now we've calling it. They're not calling it. They still believe that it's just down to the initiation, just down to the jump, but there's not much of a base. It's a ruin that remains.
They're the only ones who believe, though. I think at this point, everybody is writing them off. It is going to be mega creeps. Just look at how methodical they are. A lot of the teams in this tournament, they just go throne. They say, no, we're just going to make sure that there is no chance that GG can turn this game around. And versus mega creeps, it's really now. There's no more chances for them. It looks like Falcons are going into the playoffs.
Just a couple more steps with one more tier 4 to drop, and then the Ancient exposed, Watson worn down. It does feel like what we're seeing here is somewhat of a statement from Falcons as well, that if Gaimin Gladiators, if they make their way through tomorrow, as Falcons is now guaranteeing their way into the playoffs, that if we meet you there, this is what awaits you. An absolute dominant reverse sweep in the end for the Falcons squad. Gaimin Gladiators will have to try again tomorrow.
They lost the first game, they had the Pango, they had the Bounty Hunter as well, but they showed here in Game 3 that they can make it work. They just needed a little bit of time to warm up, and this is the Falcons that we all know and love. A dominant team that when they get in the groove, nobody can stand in their way.
This was a rough game for Gaimin Gladiators, and not to mention these last 2 games combined are probably got to be some of the most horrendous hours that they've had to play in competitive Dota, but it is still